The Tower of Malevolent, a massive, drill-like structure that pierced the sky and changed the world forever. They call it the Harbinger of Disaster, a gateway that brought terrifying creatures like dragons and giant serpents into our reality. Humanity was totally hopeless against these monsters, watching their cities burn as they were pushed to the absolute edge of extinction. The world was dark, and it stayed that way for a long time until everything changed. That's when the first generation of Awakeners appeared, a group of elite warriors known as the Founders, who stepped up to fight back. With insane magic and combat skills, they suppressed the monsters and eventually conquered the tower, destroying the source of the nightmare. For the first time, humans tasted victory against an invasion from another dimension, and the world finally had a chance to breathe. The Founders were hailed as eternal heroes, and their legacies were preserved in a massive monument called the Mausoleum of the Founders. The world moved on, but the legends of those warriors remained etched into history. Fast forward a century later, and the mausoleum still stands as a reminder of the heroes who saved us all. Meet our guy, Kanagi Minato. He spends all his time in the library, obsessed with the stories of the legends who came before him. He reads about the legendary swordsman who took down an army of 10,000 with nothing but a wooden branch, and the wizard so powerful she could cast any spell instantly without saying a single word. To everyone else, these are just fairy tales or exaggerated myths used to inspire kids. But Minato doesn't just want to read about them, he wants to be one of them. He isn't just some random fanboy though, he actually has the proof of potential right on his skin. The seal of the Chosen Ones, a blue glowing crest, has appeared on the back of his hand. With this mark, Minato pledges to become an Awakener and make sure the world remembers his name, just like the Founders. The dream is big, but the reality? It's honestly kind of a nightmare. In a classroom, a teacher snaps a piece of chalk, calling the students to attention. The room explodes in cheers as the teacher announces the results of the hunter's qualification test. Almost everyone passed. But Minato stares at his phone in total silence. The screen shows a giant, red Fail D stamped over his application. While his classmates celebrate their bright futures, Minato looks like his entire world just crumbled around him. His classmates don't make it easier, taunting him to stay behind and clean up their trash while they go out to party. Normally, if you're an Awakener, you basically pass the test just by showing up, unless you're Minato, who has failed 3 years in a row. This was his absolute last chance to get into the academy, and he blew it. He's starting to realize the painful truth. It feels like he's never actually going to be a hunter. He's frustrated because he aced the written exams and worked his tail off training his aura, but nothing is working. He crushes a soda can in his hand, cursing the crest on his hand that feels more like a useless scar than a gift. Tears start to fall as he looks at the trash bin, wondering why he can't be like the heroes he admires so much. Suddenly, a student shouts through the door, telling Minato to get his butt down to the school gate immediately. Outside, the streets are packed with people cheering for a guy who represents everything Minato wants to be. It's Hizaki Kaisei, a famous A-rank hunter who's acting all humble and apologizing for the massive crowd he's drawing. Minato comes running up, and Hizaki's friends immediately get in his face, calling him a loser for making a superstar wait. Hizaki plays the good guy, telling them to stop bullying the weak, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. Hizaki leans in, his face darkening as he points out the news reporters watching their every move. He's filming a documentary about his life and wants to show off his old academy, using Minato as a convenient prop. The reporters show a photo of Hizaki slaying a dragon with one hit, and he laughs it off like it was nothing. Minato explains that they started at the academy together, and Hizaki was always the genius at the top of the class. But behind the scenes, Hizaki is a total monster who spent years beating Minato and making his life a living hell. Minato is shaking with fear, wondering why Hizaki is forcing him to be part of this fake documentary. Hizaki introduces Minato to the camera as a friend, but his lackey whispers the truth. He's just academy trash. Hizaki starts lying to the cameras, claiming he spent his own training time giving Minato guidance because his grades were so bad. Minato can't believe the audacity as Hizaki tells the world he even gave Minato financial support. The truth is the exact opposite. Minato remembers being beaten on the ground while Hizaki robbed him of every cent he had. Hizaki smiles at the camera, looking like a saint, while thinking about how pathetic Minato actually is. The reporters are eating it up, calling Hizaki the embodiment of perfection, while Minato stands there in shock. Hizaki puts an arm around Minato, telling everyone to look forward to his future as a hero who will write history. The cameras flash as a reporter asks Minato if he has any words of thanks for his benefactor. Minato tries to speak, but Hizaki's grip tightens as he mockingly brings up the fact that Minato failed the test again. Hizaki whispers in his ear, calling him completely worthless and threatening him to play along if he wants to settle things peacefully. A montage of Hizaki's cruelty flashes through Minato's mind. The punches, the theft, the constant humiliation. Minato's lip quivers as he forces himself to hold back the tears in front of the world. He finally opens his mouth, his voice barely a whisper. He tells the reporters that he's completely grateful for everything Hizaki has done for him. He forces out a lie, saying there aren't enough words to describe his gratitude, and even thanks him. Hizaki immediately dismisses him, turning back to the cameras to move on to the next topic like Minato is nothing but a used tissue. He leads the news crew away to show off his trophies, laughing and soaking up the attention. The reporters walk past Minato, not even caring enough to write down his name for the article. Minato stands alone, realizing that in this world, nobody cares about you if you don't have power. The harsh reality hits him. You can be the most evil person on the planet, but as long as you have the strength to be a top hunter, everyone will stay on your side. He clenches his fist so hard it shakes, the blue crest glowing faintly on his hand. He wants to scream his name to the world, to prove he exists and that he matters. Suddenly, Hizaki shouts his name, snapping Minato out of his dark thoughts. Hizaki tells him to meet them at the mausoleum of the founders after school, leaving Minato confused and worried. With a fake, charming smile, Hizaki asks if Minato wants to take a re-examination for the hunter test. Minato's eyes light up with hope as Hizaki claims he'll use his influence to talk to the Hunter Association. Hizaki admits he's only doing it to increase his popularity, making the lie feel more realistic to Minato. He tells Minato the last scene of the documentary is at the mausoleum, and they can talk about the test after they finish. Hizaki looks back with a sinister, shadowed expression, telling Minato that he must come. Minato is left standing there, wondering if this miracle is actually for real. Even though he hates being used for Hizaki's publicity stunt, he realizes this is his only remaining chance to become a hunter, no matter how much he has to swallow his pride. He forces a small smile, deciding to bet everything on this one opportunity. He looks up at the sky, telling himself that this time he will definitely make it. At the mausoleum, Hizaki strikes a dramatic pose for the cameras, pretending to pledge his life to protecting humanity. The film crew is thrilled, thanking Hizaki for his time and promising that the article will be a massive hit. As the reporters pack up and leave, the atmosphere instantly changes, turning cold and quiet. Hizaki walks into the dark depths of the mausoleum, his heroic persona completely vanishing. His lackeys are already inside, digging a hole in the floor and searching for a hidden entry point. They find a heavy metal hatch buried under the stone, and Hizaki tells them to get to work. Minato arrives and sees them desecrating the holy ground, shouting out in disbelief. Hizaki doesn't even look back, casually telling Minato that they're just on a little treasure hunt. Minato is furious, calling him a grave robber and asking if he even knows whose resting place he's trashing. Hizaki stops, slowly turning around with a chilling indifference. He kicks the rubble aside, saying the founders are nothing but rotten bodies of the past that don't matter anymore. Hizaki says he isn't going to let a chance to become a millionaire slip away, and he couldn't care less about legends or monuments. Minato thinks about the heroes who inspired him, the legends he spent his life studying. Something inside him finally snaps. His face twists with a rage we haven't seen before. He charges at Hizaki, screaming at him as he tries to defend the honor of the heroes he loves. But Hizaki is an A-rank hunter. He easily dodges and slams a glowing fist directly into Minato's gut. The impact is devastating. Minato coughs up a massive spray of blood as his body is thrown backward. He collapses to the floor, gasping for air as Hizaki towers over him, disgusted that a failure would dare to attack him. Minato realizes he's dying. The light is fading as Hizaki stands over his broken body with total boredom. One of the lackeys pulls a bag out of the hole, filled to the brim with glowing crystals, golden orbs, and ancient artifacts. Minato watches through blurred vision, his heart breaking as he sees the treasures of the heroes being stolen. Hizaki holds up a glowing orb, mesmerized by the insane aura it emits, thinking about how he'll never have to work again. Minato tries to tell them to stop, but he can't even find his voice through the blood in his throat. Hizaki leans down, deciding to explain his plan since Minato is too much of a failure to figure it out. He grabs Minato by the hair, pulling his head up and mocking him for actually believing the lie about a re-examination. Hizaki reveals he's been watching Minato in the library for years, laughing at how perfect a pawn he would be. He laughs hysterically, telling Minato the story the news will tell tomorrow, a failing student who tried to steal treasure and vanished. Minato tries to protest, but Hizaki is already dreaming of the headlines that will make him look even more like a hero. They carry Minato to the edge of a broken stone bridge overlooking a dark, rushing river. Hizaki holds Minato over the edge, mockingly asking him what his name was again. Minato glares at him with pure, unadulterated hatred, his teeth stained red. Hizaki just smirks, saying it doesn't matter anyway, and lets go. Minato falls into the darkness, catching one last glimpse of the man who ruined his life as Hizaki waves goodbye. He hits the water with a massive splash, sinking deep into the freezing cold depths. As he drifts down, he thinks about all the years of training and every test he took, realizing it was all meaningless. He can feel his life slipping away, his body fading as the water fills his lungs. The most painful thought isn't the death itself, but the fact that he'll die without anyone ever remembering him. Everything goes black, and the silence of the deep starts to take over. Suddenly, strange, glowing lights begin to appear in the darkness of the water. Minato's eyes fly open as a brilliant light surrounds him, warming his freezing body. Shadowy, golden figures begin to manifest around him, the spirits of the 106 founders themselves. A voice echoes in the void, calling out to him, acknowledging his presence. They call him a vessel, the one they've been waiting for to finally grant their long-held wishes. They reveal themselves as the heroic spirits sealed in this place, the souls of the legendary founders. Minato is stunned, hearing their voices and realizing that the lights are the actual souls of the heroes he worshipped. One of the spirits addresses him directly, calling him young man. They explain that the mark on his hand isn't useless, it's the crest of nothingness, a rare power that holds infinite potential. They tell him to pick one of them and form a contract to gain the power of a legend. Dozens of hands reach out, offering mastery over magic, swordsmanship, spears, and alchemy. Minato stares at the offers, but picking one isn't enough for him anymore. He thinks about Hizaki, the man who has everything while he had nothing. He sees Hizaki's arrogant, lying face in his mind one last time, and he decides that a small piece of power isn't going to cut it. He wants a strength that is incomparable to anything else in this world. He needs a power so massive that it can overwhelm everything and everyone. He's tired of being the one on the ground, the one who gets stepped on. He wants enough power to wipe clean every single humiliation he's ever had to endure. The spirits tell him to decide. Who will he choose to be his master? Minato gives them his answer, and it's a word that shocks even the legends. He screams it into the void. He wants all of their powers, and he wants them right now. The spirits are taken aback by his greed, warning him that no matter how strong he is, absorbing everyone is impossible. But Minato isn't listening. He tells them to shut up and stop wasting time with excuses. He commands every single spirit to enter his body, his crest glowing with an insane, blinding light. The spirits are dragged in, some protesting, some laughing in excitement as the nothingness begins to suck them all in. A massive golden magic circle erupts from the river, illuminating the entire forest. Back at the bridge, Hizaki and his crew stop in their tracks as a pillar of energy shoots up from the water. Hizaki looks on in confusion, shielding his eyes as the rain begins to fall around them. A figure slowly rises from the water, glowing with an intense blue aura that cuts through the dark. Minato lands on the bridge, his presence completely different. He's calm, cold, and incredibly dangerous. His hair has turned a brilliant glowing blue, and his eyes are sharp, filled with a power that feels ancient. Hizaki's lackeys mock him, calling him a tenacious roach for crawling back from the dead. Minato doesn't even look at them. He just picks up a simple wooden branch from the ground and examines it. The thugs burst out laughing, unable to believe he thinks he can fight them with a literal stick. They mockingly ask if he's really going to hit them with that, acting all scared for the cameras that aren't even there anymore. Minato just lets out a tired sigh, telling them it's time to end this. Hizaki's face turns deadly serious. He orders his men to stop playing around and just take his head. One of the lackeys activates a golden crest on his hand, summoning a massive blade of energy. He brags about his A-rank sword aura and claims he's mastered the way of the swordsman. He leaps into the air for a finishing strike, but Minato just stands there, unmoved. In a flash of blue light, the world seems to stall as dozens of slashes tear through the air. Minato is suddenly behind the thug, his wooden stick held loosely as he walks away. The thug freezes, blood spraying from multiple deep wounds as he realizes he was cut dozens of times before he could even blink. Minato looks back, mockingly asking what way of the swordsman the guy was talking about. The thug collapses, screaming in pain, as Hizaki and the others watch in total disbelief. Minato holds out his wooden stick, his crest glowing as he asks them if they want a lesson in real swordsmanship. He stares down Hizaki, his eyes glowing with the wisdom of the founders. The second lackey tries to cast a high-level spell, but Minato points a finger and tells him he's way too slow. He calls out a legendary lightning spell, Thunderbolt Hadad, without saying a single word of the incantation. A massive bolt of yellow lightning obliterates the mage, slamming into him with enough force to crater the ground. Hizaki is left standing alone in the smoke, his confident smile completely gone as he sees his elite crew wiped out. He realizes Minato just used the exact legendary techniques of the founders, the stick swordsmanship and the silent magic. The legends from 100 years ago are coming to life right in front of him. The swordsman who could cut down an army with a branch, and the wizard who could chant any magic without a single word. The stories that everyone thought were just fairy tales are no longer myths. Their actual souls have found a new home. They now dwell within the body of the boy everyone called a failure. The golden spirits of the heroes surround Minato, their combined power surging through his veins. 106 souls, all standing behind one young man. Minato repeats his pledge. He will mark his name in history as the greatest awakener. He tells Hizaki that his name won't be forgotten either, but for a very different reason. Hizaki will be remembered eternally as the first victim of the new myth Minato is about to write. The bridge is a mess, 2 of Hizaki's men are down, and a massive crater smokes where the lightning struck. Minato looks at the crest on his hand, still in disbelief that he actually managed to absorb all those legendary souls. Inside his mind, the founders are having a blast, zooming around and enjoying the spacious new home they've found. They're already arguing over who gets which territory inside Minato's soul, excited to finally be free from centuries of boredom. Minato realizes that all those legends he memorized as a kid are now literally part of him. He grips the wooden branch tight, the crest pulsing with a cold, steady light as he prepares for round 2. The spirits are laughing and chatting, looking like they're ready to see what their new vessel can really do. They're all eager to take control, turning this into a race to see who gets to use Minato's body first. Suddenly, a deep authoritative voice cuts through the mental noise, calling Minato a brat. It's Hinoki, the legendary swordsman, and he's standing right behind Minato in spirit form. Minato recognizes him instantly as the man who cut down the army of 10,000. Hinoki is impressed that Minato remembers him after so long, stroking his chin with a cocky grin. He leans over Minato, asking what he plans to do next, his presence alone feeling like a mountain. Minato mentions Hizaki, but Hinoki dismisses the guy as trash, not even worth talking about. He wants to know what Minato is really going to do with all this power now that he has it. Back in the real world, Hizaki is backing away in terror, begging Minato to stay away as he trembles. He tries to act tough one last time, screaming at Minato not to look down on an A-rank hunter like him. He charges forward, his face twisted in a mix of panic and desperate rage. But Minato just moves with the grace of a ghost, spinning around Hizaki with zero effort. He tells Hizaki to simply get out of the way, his voice cold and final. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the ground, swirling around the area. The air turns heavy and menacing, filled with purple lightning that crackles with pure malice. Minato stops, sensing something massive and terrifying approaching from the shadows. In the middle of a city, a massive explosion tears through a building, sending debris flying everywhere. A 3-headed demonic wolf, a Cerberus-type monster, lunges out of the smoke with a terrifying roar. Hunters on the ground are scrambling, and someone calls out for a hero named Kisaragi-san to take charge. The beast is fast, its glowing red eyes locked onto its next meal as it snarls through 3 sets of teeth. A figure leaps from a skyscraper, moving with insane speed toward the monster. He uses a high-level skill, Waterfall Fall Impact, slamming into the beast with overwhelming force. The civilians are amazed, cheering as the monster is instantly killed by the hero's arrival. It's Kisaragi, an S-rank hunter, and he casually asks where Hizaki is, clearly expecting his peer to be nearby. He mentions the interview Hizaki did, calling him a young hope, though his tone sounds a bit mocking. His subordinate tells him not to be so harsh, noting that Hizaki's popularity helps the entire guild's reputation. Kisaragi is about to head out for a drink when he suddenly freezes, a look of pure dread crossing his face. A massive pressure descends on the city, making it feel like a demon has just stepped into their reality. All around him, hunters and civilians alike start collapsing, unable to breathe under the weight of the aura. Kisaragi realizes that even the A-rank and B-rank hunters can't stand up. The power level is off the charts. He confirms there's no mistake. This is the presence of an S-rank monster, or something even worse. The source of the pressure is coming directly from the direction of the mausoleum. Back at the bridge, Hizaki is on his knees, wobbling and gasping for air as he tries to stay conscious. He looks up, his pupils shrinking as he sees a nightmare manifesting in front of him. A giant, multi-eyed, octopus-like demon has appeared, its tentacles swirling with dark energy. Hizaki screams in terror, but Minato calmly explains that this happened because the mausoleum was opened. One of the boss monsters from the original tower was sealed there, and Hizaki broke the seal when he stole the artifacts. The spirit of Hinoki explains that some demons survived the war by going dormant, waiting for someone foolish enough to wake them. He identifies the beast as the embodiment of emptiness, a creature that shouldn't exist in this era. The system confirms it, the stacked-eyed tiger, a disaster-level threat ranked even higher than S-rank. Hinoki notes that this demon used to kill thousands of people just by standing near them with its poisonous aura. Hizaki tries to run, but Minato warns him that the monster targets anything that moves. The demon towers over the forest, its numerous eyes locking onto the screaming Hizaki. A tentacle shoots out faster than a bullet, slamming into Hizaki's shoulder and pinning him. Hizaki flashes back to his fake story of slaying a dragon, realizing how pathetic his mastery actually is. The monster's poison starts to rot his skin instantly, veins turning black as he screams in agony. He's being consumed alive, his face melting as he realizes his life as a hero is ending in the most brutal way possible. Minato stands right next to the dying man, simply saying, "I told you so," with zero pity. Hinoki speaks up again, calling Minato a brat and getting his attention. He asks Minato if he's willing to give his body over completely to see what a true legend can do. He wants to show off his one-handed sword style, secretly trying to take full control while the other spirits aren't looking. Minato doesn't hesitate, telling the old swordsman he can lend him the body for a bit. The other spirits notice immediately, screaming at Hinoki for trying to cheat and hog the vessel for himself. Minato stops them all, saying he'll lend his body to everyone on one condition. He looks them all dead in the eye, promising that eventually he will surpass every single one of them. The demon lunges, but Minato just turns to face it, welcoming the challenge to see how strong he can really become. Hinoki is stunned by Minato's confidence, wondering what kind of monster he's actually helping to create. He laughs, calling the kid insane, and gets ready for the fight of the century. The spirit and the boy overlap, their movements syncing perfectly as they draw a blade of pure energy. Hinoki lets out a battle cry, calling for everyone to lend their strength for this one strike. Minato blurs through the air, leaving a trail of blue light that looks like a star falling through the forest. He weaves through the demon's tentacles with impossible speed, his movements too fast for the eye to follow. With a single blinding flash, the monster's giant limbs are sliced into perfect cubes of meat. Minato stands calmly amidst the carnage, the demon still trying to understand how it's being disassembled. Another spirit, a giant martial artist, helps Minato dodge a massive overhead slam, redirecting the force into the ground. Minato holds out his palm, gathering a massive ball of white energy as he prepares a point-blank blast. The demon's eyes widen in fear as it realizes it's totally outmatched by a human. It tries to lunge, but Minato just slides underneath it, moving like water. The spearman spirit appears, guiding Minato's wooden branch like a legendary lance that pierces the air. Minato executes a perfect spinning kick, assisted by the martial artist, sending the demon flying back with a thunderous crack. A wise old mage appears behind him, guiding his hand to focus the final surge of mana. A massive explosion of light erupts, leveling the forest and sending the monster's remaining body parts flying. The area is a wasteland of rubble and dust, and the demon is nothing but a memory. The archer's spirit manifests, guiding Minato to draw a spectral bow made of pure light. He fires a barrage of arrows that home in on the demon's core, each one exploding with the force of a grenade. The monster lets out one final, pathetic screech before its entire body begins to dissolve into black mist. Minato stares at the crest on his hand, the power still surging through him like a drug. He executes one final, perfect slash that clears the air of the demon's poisonous fog. A flurry of moves, strikes, blasts, and slashes shows the world that the failure is officially gone. The demon's core is crushed, and the threat that would have wiped out a city is ended in minutes. Minato stands over the unconscious Hizaki, his blue hair fading back to black as the spirits recede. He senses another presence nearby and prepares to fight, his wooden stick still glowing faintly. The wizard appears one last time, shielding Minato with a barrier as a massive aura approaches from above. A figure lands with enough force to shatter the bridge, creating a massive cloud of dust. Minato leaps back, looking up to see who could possibly have this much power. He realizes he's just used Hinoki's one-handed sword style in a real fight for the first time. The spirit of the swordsman stands behind him, proud of the way Minato handled his technique. He calls it the Gekirutachi, wave-cutting blade, a strike that can literally split the ocean. The resulting shockwave from the fight has carved a massive path through the entire forest. The demon's body is split perfectly in two, its darkness finally fading into the light. Minato cracks a wide, triumphant grin. For the first time in his life, he feels truly alive. A crow watches from a nearby tree branch, its eyes glowing with a strange intelligence as it surveys the battlefield. The bird doesn't move, its gaze fixed on the young man standing in the middle of the destruction. Across the city, a phone rings, and a voice answers with a casual, "Hello?" It's Ichihara Midori, the world's strongest hunter. He's standing on a pole high above the city, looking toward the mausoleum. He's surprised to hear the demon is already dead, asking if there was an S-rank hunter nearby who could have done it. The voice on the other end tells him something even more shocking. It wasn't a hero, but a student from the academy. Midori smirks, his eyes glowing with interest as he decides he needs to meet this kid immediately. The legend of the era, the world's strongest, is officially on his way to see our MC. The next morning, the sky is clear, but the school is buzzing with rumors that won't die down. Midori is on the phone with the academy director, standing in front of a pile of dead high-rank monsters he just cleared out. He confirms the footage from his familiar crow. It was definitely Kanagi Minato who killed the demon. Midori sips his coffee, amused that a kid who failed for 3 years is suddenly an S-rank slayer, and asks the director for a favor. Back at the academy, the students are huddled together, asking each other if they survived the terrible aura from yesterday. Most of them were paralyzed with fear and still feel sick, wondering what could have caused that much pressure. One student jokingly asks what they'd do if he was the one who killed the monster, but his friend shuts him down instantly. There's a rumor that the slayer was a student, but nobody actually believes it could be true. They argue that no hunter could possibly have defeated that thing alone. Minato walks past them, looking exhausted and leaning on his wooden stick like a crutch. He's listening to the gossip, realizing that the incident is the only thing anyone is talking about today. A buff student in camo shorts shoves Minato out of the way, calling him an eyesore for blocking the hall. Minato falls to the floor, and the bully laughs, saying there's no way a loser could ever be the legendary S-rank slayer. Minato thinks back to the fight, remembering how painful it was for his body to host the founder's spirits. The spirits start laughing in his head, mocking the bullies and asking if he's really okay with being treated like that. They're egging him on, wanting him to use their power to wipe the floor with these punks. Minato just lies on the floor for a second, feeling the massive recoil from yesterday tearing at his muscles. Hinoki appears in spirit form, standing over him and looking down with a disappointed smirk. He tells Minato to get a grip and reminds him that he's supposed to be surpassing them, not lying on the ground. Minato remembers his promise. He will definitely become stronger than all 106 legends combined. He grits his teeth and forces himself up, a wild look in his eyes as he tells the spirits, "Of course I will." The other students watch him, disgusted as he starts laughing to himself and acting weird. Hinoki looks away, noting that even if Minato has potential, the world around him is failing. He looks at the other students, their spirits flickering like weak candles compared to the fires of the past. He calls the current generation trash and warns that if the tower returned now, the world would instantly end. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the center of the school, shocking everyone. Minato asks what's going on, and even the spirits are surprised by the tremendous aura they just felt. A teacher runs down the hall, screaming for Minato to get to the field immediately. Minato thinks he's getting expelled, remembering that he only had 3 chances to pass, and he already failed his last one. But the teacher shouts, "No! It's time for a special hunter re-examination, and he needs to move right now." Minato is left speechless, wondering how this could even be possible. The other students are equally confused, asking if a re-examination has ever even happened in the history of the academy. Minato gets in a starting position on the track, his body still sore, but his mind ready to prove everyone wrong. The bullies watch from the windows, mocking him and saying it's a waste of time to give a 3-year failure another chance. The starter gun goes off, and Minato vanishes in a blur of motion that leaves a trail of dust. He crosses the finish line so fast the ground itself seems to crack under his feet. His eyes are locked on the goal, the blue crest on his hand glowing with a steady, intense light. The student timing him stares at the stopwatch in horror. It says 1.2 seconds, a record that shouldn't be humanly possible. Next is the long-distance sprint. Minato finishes the 3,000-meter run in 1 minute and 17 seconds, crushing the old record by minutes. He moves on to push-ups, hitting 840 reps in 2 minutes, while the coaches can barely count fast enough to keep up. Then comes the bench press. He casually lifts 1280 kilograms, more than double the academy's all-time best record. The students watching are losing their minds, screaming, "What the hell is he?" as every record is shattered. Minato keeps going, looking like a total monster as he dominates every single physical test with ease. Minato wonders if the founders are still lending him their power during these tests. Hinoki bluntly tells him that they haven't done a single thing. This is all Minato's own body, finally waking up. In the headmaster's office, a file labeled with Minato's name is slammed onto the desk. Midori is sitting on the couch, scrolling through the results on a tablet and calling them amazing. The headmaster is sweating buckets, admitting that even if the physical stats are insane, the real issue is still there. He points to Minato's magic capacity, noting that it has been immeasurable on every test for the past 3 years. In this era, immeasurable means 0. It means he literally has no mana at all. The headmaster thinks it's a total waste of Midori's time to be focusing on someone who can't use a single spell. Midori just laughs, looking at the screen with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He says, "We will see about that," clearly knowing something the teachers don't. Outside, the final part of the exam begins, the magic measurement test using giant fans that need to be spun by mana alone. Minato clenches his fist, remembering how he couldn't even make these fans move a single inch for 3 years straight. He closes his eyes, focusing on a new sensation he's never felt before until today. He can finally feel it. The mana isn't just a pool inside him, it's a current circulating around his whole body. He sees it in his mind, flowing from his feet, through his core, and back down again in a perfect cycle. He accelerates the cycle with his breathing, gathering all that energy into the palm of his right hand. The proctor shouts, "Start!" and the timer begins to count down. Minato releases the energy, and a blast of blue mana shoots forward like a jet engine. The fan starts spinning slowly at first, and the student tracking it says, "Oh, it's actually moving." Suddenly, the speed explodes. The number on the screen jumps to over 1,000 in less than a second. The fan is spinning so fast it starts to glow, creating a massive vortex of wind that pushes everyone back. The proctor screams as the numbers go past the limit, the numbers blurring into a mess of light. With a deafening boom, the entire machine explodes into a giant ball of fire. The wreckage of the fan is sent flying across the field, landing in a mangled heap. Debris rains down on the school buildings, and the other students dive for cover as the explosion echoes. Inside the office, the headmaster and Midori hear the blast and look out the window in shock. A massive cloud of smoke and fire covers the test area, making it look like a war zone. The giant fan blade crashes right through the window of the headmaster's room, nearly taking him out. The headmaster is frozen, his mouth hanging open and foam literally coming out as his brain tries to process the disaster. Midori just starts laughing like a maniac, pointing out that Minato is just like him. He declares Minato as the second person in history to have a magic capacity that is truly immeasurable, because it's too high to count. Minato stands on the field, looking at his hand in total wonder as the crowd stares in silence. The proctor shouts through the smoke, "Minato didn't just pass, he achieved the absolute highest score in Academy history." The school erupts as students start cheering for the new legend who just set a record in every single category. Minato's hand is shaking, but for the first time, it's not from fear. He realizes the power was always inside him, just waiting for the nothingness crest to finally find its purpose. Hinoki crosses his arms in the background, simply saying, as expected, with a proud smirk. The images of his victories yesterday flash before him, proving that his potential was finally awakened by the founders. The spirit of Hinoki laughs, telling him that he was never an ordinary person to begin with. He says he's been waiting for someone like Minato for over a century, and the other 105 souls agree. Minato smiles through tears, realizing that he might actually be the one who can fulfill the dreams of the ancient heroes. Suddenly, he senses a massive spike in power and looks up, confused. The sky turns a brilliant, blinding white as something descends toward the field. A massive shockwave of green energy hits the ground, sending students flying and creating a giant crater. Hinoki immediately draws his sword in spirit form, his face turning deadly serious as he senses the strongest approaching. Minato recognizes the aura. It's the same terrifying pressure he felt this morning. Ichihara Midori steps out of the dust, waving a hand and saying hello like he didn't just drop a nuke on the playground. Minato is shaking again, his eyes wide as he realizes he's standing in front of the world's strongest human. The legend of the era, Midori, stares at him with eyes that seem to see straight through his soul. He shakes Minato's hand and congratulates him on passing, but Minato is paralyzed, wondering why a superstar knows his name. Midori laughs and announces a final additional test. He wants Minato to try and land a single hit on him, the world's strongest. Minato can't believe what he's hearing. He's being asked to punch a god in the face for a passing grade. But inside his head, the spirits are starting to get restless, sensing a real challenge for the first time in a century. Hinoki Reiichiru, the legendary swordsman, is practically drooling at the chance to take this modern hero down a peg, and he demands that Minato let him take the wheel. The rules are dead simple. Minato has exactly 60 seconds to touch Midori, and if he does, he wins. To make it fair, Midori promises there's no penalty for losing, and says he'll only even bother attacking once every 10 seconds. He tells Minato not to worry, and that he'll go easy on him, but his eyes say he's ready to see a show. He even gives Minato full permission to use any skill or power he has in his arsenal. Meanwhile, Midori won't use a single skill at all. He's planning to win this just by moving his body. He snaps his fingers, and a literal mountain of weapons, missile launchers, katanas, and rifles, appears out of thin air for Minato to pick from. He casually tells Minato to choose whatever he likes, like he's offering him a snack instead of a weapon of war. Minato is overwhelmed, looking at the arsenal and wondering how the hell any of this is actually happening. He's doubting himself, asking if he can really go head-to-head with the greatest hunter alive for an entire minute. He picks up a katana, and Midori just chuckles, telling him his own body is way harder than any blade anyway. Midori vanishes in a blur of gold light, moving so fast that Minato can't even track him with his eyes. He reappears instantly, telling Minato that his reflexes are sharper than any sword he could possibly hold. Hinoki is screaming in Minato's ear again, telling him to hurry up and switch so the real legend can school this kid. The old swordsman is absolutely furious that a modern hunter thinks he's so much better than the founders who started it all. Minato realizes Midori's power level is in a completely different dimension, easily matching the legends living inside his crest. He knows he doesn't stand a chance in his current state, but he's not ready to give up control just yet. He takes a deep breath, focusing every ounce of his new mana and centering his mind for the fight of his life. He decides that if he wants to be a legend himself, he can't just rely on the founders for every single battle. The students watching from the windows are losing their minds as the most hyped duel in history begins right on their school field. Hinoki is still yelling that he's a fool, but Minato just grips his sword and stares down the blonde monster in front of him. Midori holds up his phone with a timer set to 59 seconds and shouts "Start" with a big, goofy grin. Minato's crest flares with a brilliant blue light as he channels everything he has into his sword arm. He lunges forward like a rocket, his speed already shattering any record the school has ever seen. Hinoki is still complaining that it's not fair for Minato to fight alone, even though the MC knows he's outmatched. Our guy is determined. He knows that to become a true legend, he has to prove he can stand on his own 2 feet. He swings with everything he's got, but Midori is literally checking his phone and scrolling while he casually sidesteps the blade. Midori jokes about which social media he should use to post this, clearly not feeling any threat at all. The bullies in the window are terrified, realizing that Midori is so strong he doesn't even need to look at his opponent to dodge. Minato becomes a blur, unleashing a flurry of slashes from every possible angle, but Midori just dances through them like it's a game of tag. Every strike misses by a fraction of an inch, as if Midori is moving in slow motion while the rest of the world is at full speed. The students are amazed that Minato is even able to keep up this pace, but they notice something is off about his movements. They realize that while Minato is fast, he's still not actually connecting with anything. Minato is starting to sweat, wondering how much longer he can keep up this insane level of output before his body gives out. He tries a feint, switching from a vertical slash to a horizontal one at the last second, trying to catch the legend off guard. He aims for the throat, but Midori just leans back with a yawn, his phone still in his hand as he effortlessly avoids the strike. Minato is shocked. His body is moving exactly how he wants it to, and he's not getting tired, proving the founder's influence is changing his biology. Suddenly, Midori's expression changes, and he reaches out a single finger toward Minato's forehead. He casually mentions that the first 10 seconds are up, and Minato's eyes go wide as he realizes he's about to get hit. Midori just lightly pokes him, but the power behind it is like being hit by a freight train. A massive shockwave of green energy erupts, blasting Minato backward with enough force to clear the entire field. Minato screams as he's sent flying, his body tumbling through the air like a ragdoll. He slams into a concrete wall, the impact creating a massive crater and sending cracks spiderwebbing through the school building. Minato is coughing up blood, thinking that if that was going easy, he'd be dead if Midori actually tried to kill him. Midori looks at his hand, a look of genuine confusion crossing his face for a second. He thinks to himself that something felt weird about that interaction, narrowing his eyes as he stares at the smoke. He realizes he accidentally miscalculated his power output, almost as if something forced him to hit harder than he intended. Minato is struggling to breathe, his vision swimming as he realizes he's going to be killed if he keeps fighting like this. He clenches his teeth, telling himself he needs to remember that feeling from when he first woke up in the river. He visualizes the strong version of himself, the one that can host the legends without breaking. He stands back up, his eyes glowing with a new resolve as he grips his katana once again. Midori is impressed, seeing the kid get back up after a hit like that, and he smiles as he senses the atmosphere shifting. He puts his phone away and actually focuses, noticing that Minato's speed is starting to ramp up even more. The students timing them are shouting in disbelief. The speed is increasing so much that their eyes can barely track them. The cameras can't even keep both of them in the frame anymore. They're just two blurs of blue and green light clashing across the grass. Midori realizes the kid is moving even faster than before, his eyes tracking every flicker of Minato's shadow. Minato knows that to beat an S rank, he has to be faster than he ever thought possible, and he can feel his body reaching a breaking point. He wonders if the spirits are holding back on purpose, keeping some secret from him about how to truly unlock his power. The timer is down to 41 seconds, and Midori just says whoops, looking like he's about to end the game. Minato charges in, his blade moving like a feather, unleashing a series of strikes that look like a blooming flower of steel. Midori makes a strange hand gesture, his fingers twisting into a specific seal that starts to hum with green mana. He reaches out and catches Minato's head, slamming him down with a force that shatters the earth. Minato is driven into the wall of the school building again, the entire structure groaning under the pressure of the hit. He's vomiting blood, his internal organs feeling like they've been put through a blender. Despite the pain, Midori is actually praising him, calling his growth marvelous, and saying he's never seen a student like this. Minato realizes he's fighting a literal god, and his body is just a meat sack compared to Midori's power. He knows that if he had his old body from yesterday, he'd already be dead 5 times over by now. But he's getting stronger with every second, his cells adapting to the mana of the 106 founders at an impossible rate. He admits that with his current skills, he still can't pass this test, but he's not done fighting. He decides to brute force his way through the rest of the timer, charging back in with a roar of pure defiance. He moves past Midori like a ghost, his blade whistling through the air as he tries to find even a single opening. He looks at Midori and whispers, "I am sorry," as a dark, intense shadow begins to swallow him. Midori says he's seen enough, noting that 30 seconds have passed, and he prepares to deliver one final, crushing blow. The screen goes black as a massive sound echoes through the field, and everything goes silent for a split second. Midori stands over Minato, who is lying face down on the grass, his katana dropped to the side. Midori thinks to himself that the kid is a genius, but he's still not on the same level as his comrades. He pulls out his phone to call someone named Rin, saying it's a shame but he's disappointed with how the test ended. Suddenly, a terrifying, distorted voice from behind him asks, "What did you say again?" A massive pillar of blue flame erupts from Minato's body, the pressure becoming so heavy it feels like the atmosphere is turning to lead. Hinoki is finally in control, grinning like a demon as he announces that the stubborn brat has finally gone to sleep. He stands up, his entire presence having changed, and tells Midori that it's finally time for a real fight. Midori looks back with a sinister grin of his own, his eyes glowing as he agrees to play for a little while longer. Inside the mental space, Minato is watching in awe, seeing the true power of the swordsman he's worshipped his whole life. Midori realizes that the weirdness he felt earlier was this dormant personality waiting to wake up. He remembers the feeling that made him mess up his output, realizing he was subconsciously reacting to Hinoki's bloodlust. He wonders if this is a split personality, a skill, or something much deeper that the Academy missed. Regardless of what it is, he can tell one thing for sure: the boy in front of him is no longer human. He's a monster now, and the entire energy of the area has shifted into something primal and terrifying. Hinoki lets out a short "hey," signaling that the playtime is officially over. They vanish from the spot at the same time, the force of their movement creating a shockwave that levels the remaining grass. Hinoki tells Midori not to space out, his blade already inches from the legend's face. Midori realizes the speed and power are on a completely different level than before. It's like fighting a literal hurricane. He's forced to block with his bare hands, the force of Hinoki's slashes ringing out like steel striking steel. Hinoki moves with impossible grace, his blade a blur of blue light that seems to cut the air itself. Minato, or well, Hinoki, is screaming as he pushes Midori back, his face a mask of pure, joyful violence. He slams a massive downward strike that forces Midori to actually put effort into his defense for the first time today. The students are running for their lives as the school building starts to literally fall apart from the shockwaves. Midori thinks to himself that these slashes are becoming unpredictable, sensing that he's facing ancient, perfect swordsmanship. He compares it to a flowing river that has suddenly turned into a violent, unstoppable torrent of water. He lets out a soft laugh, admitting that this level of strength is exactly what's needed to defeat an S-rank like him. He notes that 40 seconds are up, and he finally decides to stop holding back and actually engage. A massive burst of green mana explodes from Midori, creating a barrier that stops Hinoki's blade mid-swing. Hinoki just laughs right back, telling him there's no way he's going to hit him with such a basic move. He unleashes a massive horizontal wave of blue energy that slices through the air and creates a massive trench in the ground. Midori is sent skidding back, his eyes lit up with pure joy as he shouts "Amazing!" at the top of his lungs. The students watching are in total shock, unable to believe that their failure classmate has the strongest hunter alive on the defensive. Hinoki mocks him, calling him boring, and telling him there's no need to hold back against a legend. He roars that he'll beat Midori up if he dares to look down on the power of the founders again. He charges in, leaping high into the air and bringing his katana down like a bolt of lightning. Midori just keeps laughing, a high-pitched, manic sound that echoes across the battlefield. He's having the most fun he's had in years, finally finding a toy that won't break in the first 5 seconds. He says fine, and his gaze turns sharp, the playful vibe completely vanishing as he gets serious. He stomps on the ground, and the mountain of weapons he summoned earlier explodes into a cloud of metal shards. The shards are infused with green energy, turning into thousands of deadly projectiles that surround Hinoki. Swords, spears, and axes are all hovering in the air, aimed directly at our boy like a firing squad. They rain down in a massive barrage, turning the schoolyard into a blender of sharp steel and mana. Minato is back in control for a split second, looking up at the sky full of weapons with a look of pure terror. Midori is riding on a massive spear, flying through the air and laughing as he commands the storm of blades. He looks like a chaotic god of war, descending on the boy to see if he can survive the true weight of a singularity. Hinoki takes back control, his face splitting into a wide grin as he shouts that Midori is finally going all out. The students are cowering in the halls, seeing the entire sky turn blue and green as the two monsters clash again. The sounds of clashing steel are deafening, with Hinoki parrying dozens of weapons every second with his single blade. The two of them are inches apart, staring into each other's eyes with a mix of respect and murderous intent. Hinoki is pushing himself to full throttle, his body glowing with an aura so hot it's starting to char the ground. The other spirits are watching from within, noting that Hinoki is actually standing on equal terms with the modern strongest. But they worry that Minato's body isn't yet a perfect vessel, and might literally explode if the fight goes on much longer. A female spirit, the legendary wizard, tells the old man to stop being so reckless before he destroys their new home. They watch the battle on a giant screen in their mental realm, seeing the absolute chaos unfolding in the real world. Hinoki is a blur of vertical and diagonal slashes, each one cutting through the rain of weapons with surgical precision. Midori is matching him move for move, dodging left and right with a speed that defies physics. He sees an opening and pounces from below, aiming to change the center of gravity and throw Hinoki off balance. But Hinoki's katana finally snaps under the pressure, the blade shattering into a dozen pieces. He curses under his breath, disgusted that such a low-quality sword couldn't handle his legendary output. Midori stops, pointing out that there are no swords left and mockingly asking if Minato is going to start using firearms now. He points at the timer, only 10 seconds left, and asks what our boy is going to do without a weapon. Hinoki just lets out a roar and leaps into the air, the ground exploding beneath his feet as he launches a final, desperate charge. The bully from earlier is watching from the window, totally confused and wondering where the hell this power is coming from. Hinoki lands on the windowsill and snatched the bully's sword right out of his hand, telling him to just give it to me. He leaps back out of the shattered window, diving toward Midori with the stolen blade held tight. Midori is thrilled, throwing a massive mana-infused punch that creates a sonic boom. The explosion is massive, tearing through the school building and sending shards of glass and brick everywhere. Hinoki is sent flying again, but he uses the momentum to spin in the air and prepare one last strike. He lands in a low crouch, the dust and smoke swirling around him like a cloak. He blurs forward with a speed that creates multiple afterimages, surrounding Midori from every direction. Midori is laughing hysterically, loving the challenge as he tries to find the real Hinoki among the fakes. The bullies are terrified that the entire building is going to collapse on top of them as the earth shakes. Midori is forced to dodge a giant piece of debris, and in that split second he loses track of his opponent. A hand reaches out through the dust, moving with a calm, steady intent that feels completely different. Minato has taken back control, his hand glowing with the nothingness crest as he reaches for Midori's shoulder. The world seems to rattle as the two forces collide one final time. The giant fan from the earlier test is flying through the air, caught in the wake of their insane power. Midori looks on in surprise, seeing Hinoki's legendary style being used by the boy himself. He recognizes it instantly, the one-handed sword style that defined an entire era of heroes. A massive grid of blue energy appears on the ground, a complex magic circle that locks everything in place. Minato is standing over Midori, his blade held high as he prepares to drop the hammer. He calls out the ultimate technique, single dice, and the world seems to split apart under the pressure. Midori shouts, "Eat this!" as he unleashes every ounce of his green mana to counter the strike. The stolen katana shatters into a million pieces as it strikes Midori's skin, unable to handle the impact. Midori thinks he's won, but he notices Minato is still moving, his fist already accelerating toward his chest. A massive explosion of light and sound blinds everyone on the field. The timer hits exactly 60 seconds, the final buzzer echoing through the chaos. Smoke fills the air as both fighters land, the world finally going quiet for the first time in a minute. Hinoki curses from within, realizing they were just a fraction of a second too late, or so he thinks. But Minato screams, "Not yet!" his voice full of a stubborn will that even the legends can't ignore. Midori realizes the kid used Hinoki as a distraction, a fake-out legend to hide his own final move. The spirits are in shock as they see Minato acting on his own, his body moving by pure instinct. Midori looks into Minato's eyes and sees the reflection of a true monster, a hunter who will do anything to win. Minato's glowing hand finally connects, his fingers brushing against Midori's chest at the absolute last possible moment. A final surge of energy blasts them both apart, creating one last shockwave that clears the field of smoke. They stare at each other in total silence, both breathing heavily as the dust settles around them. Minato's arm is broken, dangling at a weird angle as he gasps for air. Everything goes white as the weight of his own victory finally hits him. He did it. He landed a single clean hit on the world's strongest human. The two of them collapse to the ground, exhausted, as the reality of what just happened sinks in for the entire school. The battle between the two singularities felt like it lasted for an eternity to everyone watching from the outside. It was more than just a fight. It was a search for an answer to whether a failure could truly transcend his limits. It was like a high-stakes chess game where every move could lead to total destruction. But in the end, it was the raw, unpolished will of the boy that decided the outcome. Hinoki stares at the memory of the fight, admitting that even he didn't expect the brat to pull that off. That single hit wasn't just a point in a test, it was a declaration to the world that Kanagi Minato is here. The old swordsman grins, realizing that our boy has just opened a brand new path to a victory nobody thought possible. Minato is out cold, his body finally giving up after the insane stress of the duel. He's covered in blood and bruises, looking more like a car wreck than a student. Midori catches him as he falls, holding him up with a look of genuine respect on his face. Minato's final thought before he blacks out is a simple curse, realizing just how far he still has to go. He thinks he failed because he didn't beat Midori, but he doesn't realize he's already done the impossible. Midori just smiles down at him, his own clothes tattered from the fight. He pokes the boy's cheek, noticing that even unconscious, Minato looks like he's ready for round 2. He whispers, "You passed," with a look of pure delight, happy to have finally found a comrade worth his time. A massive blast of healing energy surrounds them as Midori's team finally moves in to clean up the mess. The school building is literally missing a chunk of its wall. Midori carries Minato in his arms, shouting for his manager Rin to come and help him get back to base. Rin appears, looking totally unamused by the destruction, but Midori is too busy bragging about his interesting new student. The students are gawking through the broken windows, unable to process that the class loser just landed a punch on a living legend. They realize what this means. Their entire worldview of who is weak and who is strong just got shattered. The news spreads like wildfire. Minato did the impossible and survived a minute with Ichihara Midori. Rin gets to work, her hands glowing with golden light as she begins to repair Minato's shattered arm. She gives our boy a small, rare smile, congratulating him on actually surviving her boss's enthusiasm. Minato wakes up with a start, screaming, "I passed!" as he realizes he's not dead after all. He's shocked to see Midori just leaning against a desk nearby, laughing and calling him cruel for forgetting about their deal already. Midori tells him they're even now and reinforces that a pass is a pass, no matter how messy it looked. Minato thinks to himself that it was mostly Hinoki's doing, but Midori interrupts him, saying he knows exactly what happened. He points out that on top of everything else, Minato actually managed to dodge his strongest attack, which is something even most S-rank hunters can't do. He leans in, telling Minato his movements were amazing and that he should be incredibly proud of himself. Minato can only nod, his heart swelling with a feeling of pride he hasn't felt in years. Midori casually asks him, "By the way," as he starts to walk away. Minato asks what comes next, wondering what happens to a student who passes a special legends test. Rin looks at him like he's an idiot, clearly thinking he has no idea what he's just signed up for. Midori just gives him a blank, happy look, as if the answer is obvious. Minato is left blinking, still trying to wrap his head around his new life as a top-tier hunter trainee. He looks at the ruined school, realizing his normal life is officially over. Later that night, he heads home to his quiet neighborhood, the weight of the day finally catching up to him. He can hear the sound of something frying in a pan, and his mouth starts to water instantly. His mom shouts from the kitchen, asking how many guests he's bringing over for dinner. Minato is confused, saying he probably only has one person with him, but he's too tired to really think about it. His mom is overjoyed, serving up his favorite tonkatsu and celebrating his success in passing the exam. She tells him she always believed in his effort, and Minato gives her a warm, genuine smile. But then she starts worrying, saying their house might be mistaken for a doghouse by a celebrity like Ichihara Midori. Minato heads up to his room, flopping onto his bed and letting out a long, exhausted sigh. He looks at Midori's business card, wondering why the guy is so set on scouting him specifically. He remembers Rin pinning Midori to the ground earlier to stop him from being too annoying. Rin had yelled at Midori for lying about making Minato a comrade, and our boy realizes he might be in over his head. Midori had noted that there were too many eyes at the school and that they needed a private place to talk. He had asked to visit Minato's home that night to discuss everything in detail. He promised to explain the choices Minato has and tell him who their real enemies are. The screen fades as Minato thinks about the ominous phrase, "our real enemies." He's staring at his ceiling, his mind racing with everything he's learned about the Founders and the tower. He remembers the stories about how the Founders destroyed the tower, and how the current hunters are just cleaning up the leftovers. He wonders if there's another reason for his new powers, a purpose he hasn't discovered yet. The silence of his room is heavy, filled with unanswered questions and a sense of impending danger. Suddenly, Hinoki screams, "Wake up, Minato!" directly into his brain. Minato jolts awake, seeing the spirit of Hinoki standing over him with a look of pure alarm. All the spirits have manifested at once, looking down at Minato with serious, dark expressions. They tell him they were just finishing a discussion about something urgent. Minato is terrified, asking if they've finally decided which one of them is going to steal his body permanently. Hinoki just looks away, his voice quiet as he says, "About that?" A loud ding-dong of the doorbell interrupts them, snapping Minato back to reality. He assumes Midori is already here and tells the spirits they'll have to talk about it later. He runs down the stairs, but he notices the house is strangely dark and quiet. He rounds the corner into the kitchen and stops dead, his heart dropping into his stomach. His mother is lying motionless on the floor, her body slumped against the wall. Minato screams for her, rushing over and seeing a tall, dark figure sitting at their dining table. His eyes go wide with a mix of fear and absolute blinding rage. The intruder is casually picking up pieces of the tonkatsu with his bare rainbow-painted nails. He's stuffing his face with the food Minato's mom worked so hard to make. He makes a disgusting slurping sound and then has the audacity to say the food tastes bad. He kicks a pot over, telling Minato he needs to discipline his old lady and use more expensive meat for guests. Minato's voice is shaking as he asks who the hell this guy is and what he did to his mother. The guy looks back with a sadistic grin, introducing himself as Haitani Guru, an S-rank hunter sent to pick him up. He tells Minato to hurry up and pack his bags because they're moving to a new base immediately. Minato doesn't say a word, he just launches a massive, mana-infused punch directly at the creep's head. He towers over Minato, his white eyes glowing in the dark kitchen as he mocks the boy's effort. He asks with a creepy smirk if the little failure is actually trying to challenge an S-rank legend. Minato stands among the broken plates and spilled food, his head down as a dark aura starts to leak from his body. He thinks about his mom and everything she sacrificed for him over the years. He flashes back to her kneeling at his father's funeral, promising to raise him to be a proud and strong person. He remembers her laughing and wearing old shoes just so he could afford new sneakers for his training. He remembers her smiling through the steam in the kitchen, always having his favorite meal ready for him. He looks up, his eyes bloodshot with a fury that makes the entire house shake. Hinoki is watching from within, noting that this opponent is a real S-rank and a complete ripoff of Midori's talent. The spirits realize that they're about to find out for sure what kind of hero Minato is really going to be. The spirits inside Minato are locked in, watching this fight like it's the main event. They've decided that this battle against an S-rank scumbag will prove once and for all if Minato is a worthy successor or just a lucky kid. Back in the kitchen, the air is thick with killing intent. Minato is staring down Goru, his eyes cold and his heart full of rage. because this creep touched his family. Goru just laughs it off, his face twisting into a disgusting smirk as he tells Minato his angry face is pretty cute. Goru lunges with a poison-coated hand, but Minato doesn't flinch. His focus is laser-sharp as he tracks the enemy's every move. Our guy catches Goru's wrist with a grip like iron. The crest of nothingness on his hand starts to pulse with a dangerous blue light. With a single fluid motion, Minato executes a perfect Aikido throw, sending the S-rank hunter spinning through the air like a piece of trash. Inside the crest, one of the founders, the god of hands, Kudu Hyoma, is absolutely stunned. He realizes that was his signature move, and Minato just pulled it off with zero training, slamming the villain out of the house. The window shatters as Goru is blasted through it, the quiet neighborhood suddenly erupting into chaos. A massive blue shockwave follows him out, signaling that Minato isn't holding back a single ounce of power. Goru crashes onto the pavement outside, his suit torn and his pride even more damaged. He skids across the concrete, barely catching himself as Minato walks out of the ruins of his home like an avenging ghost. Goru is rattled, wondering if that was actually Aikido, and how a failure of a student could move with such legendary precision. He remembers the video of Minato fighting Midori earlier that day, realizing the boy has more than just a big aura. His combat skills are ancient and refined. He tries to play it cool, saying this is what he expected from a student who caught the world's strongest's attention. Minato isn't here for the small talk. He notes that Goru is way sturdier than that other bastard, Hizaki, and his blue aura begins to flare up like a forest fire. He demands to know what the hell Goru did to his mother, his voice vibrating with a power that shakes the ground. He looks back at his mom lying still on the floor, the purple poison marks creeping up her face. Goru lets out a high-pitched, creepy laugh, enjoying the look of despair on the boy's face. He tells Minato that based on his reaction, he clearly has no idea what he's up against. He screams that it's poison, and he only put her to sleep because she was getting in the way of his fun. With a sadistic glint in his eye, he says she might survive if she's lucky, but there will definitely be minor side effects. Minato just stands there, his head down, saying he doesn't understand the logic of this monster. He asks why someone would hurt the family of a potential comrade, but Goru just looks at him like he's an idiot. Goru erupts into laughter again, thinking the concept of comrades is the funniest thing he's ever heard. He calls Minato stupid and vanishes, reappearing instantly behind him like a shadow. He unleashes a series of slashing strikes, his nails leaving trails of purple toxins in the air. Minato is dodging by a hair's breadth, realizing the speed of an actual S-rank is no joke. Goro reveals his true plan. He doesn't want a comrade. He wants a doll that obeys every order once his family is held hostage. Minato is caught off guard as Goru's movements become erratic and impossible to predict. Goru stomps on Minato's foot to pin him down and launches a punch aimed straight for his heart. Minato barely twists away, but the force of the strike sends him sliding back into the darkness of the alley. He touches his cheek, feeling a burning sensation that's quickly spreading through his skin. His vision starts to blur as the purple poison takes root, veins bulging under his eye. Goru grins, holding up his rainbow nails, showing off the dozens of poisons he can produce directly from his body. He calls this one deadly vision, a toxin that slowly rots your judgment and your nervous system. He brags that he could release a toxic gas that kills everyone within 5 kilometers, but he's keeping it surgical for now. He gives Minato a choice: join the organization and get the antidote, or die within a minute as his body shuts down. Minato realizes this guy isn't just a hunter, he's a living natural disaster, and for any normal person, this would be a death sentence. But our boy has 106 legends in his corner, and they aren't about to let their vessel die to some D-list poison user. In the mental realm, the spirits call out to Valentine, the god of medicine, asking her to step up. Valentine looks at the poison with professional curiosity, even asking if Minato can teach her how Goru made it later so she can study it. Goru mocks Minato for mumbling to himself, thinking the fear of death has finally broken the boy's mind. Suddenly, the old man Hyoma appears again, noting that the Aikido Minato used earlier was just a taste. He's shocked that Minato copied his style perfectly just from watching one memory, and he gets ready to lend him even more mastery. The spirits of the 10,000 Army Slasher and the Blue Spear of Destruction stand behind Minato, their power merging with his. The Heavenly Bow Archer adds his precision to the mix, turning Minato's body into a weapon of perfect balance. Minato thinks about all the time he spent adoring these legends in the library, never dreaming they'd one day be living inside him. Goru pauses, sensing a change in the atmosphere. It's like he's no longer looking at a boy, but at an entire army. Minato clenches his fist, the blue light of the crest burning away the poison in his veins, as he declares he has no reason to be afraid. Goru's face twists with rage, unable to understand why his lethal toxin isn't working on this kid. He decides to stop playing around, his eyes turning into pitch-black voids as he unleashes his full power. He charges, screaming that the next poison will make Minato beg for the sweet release of death. He fires a barrage of poison needles, but Minato blurs through them with a speed that shatters the concrete walls around him. The needles hit a nearby tree, and the wood instantly withers and rots into a black husk. Goru laughs like a psycho, promising that once Minato is corrupted with pain, there's no coming back. He brings a massive, poison-dripping hand down on Minato, thinking he's trapped him against a wall. But Minato's eye is glowing with a calm, analytical light, seeing through the villain's every flaw. He moves with a rhythm that Goru can't follow, his hands moving into a specialized martial arts stance. He uses a legendary skill called the Fist of a Saint Wantak, a technique designed to break an enemy's internal flow. He slams his palm into Goru's chest, the impact making the S-ranker cough up a geyser of blood. Another spirit, a cool guy with sunglasses, watches from the side, satisfied with how Minato is using his power. Goru is blasted back against a pole, his body convulsing as the energy of the saint's fist tears through his organs. Minato doesn't stop. He follows up with a lightning-fast kick called the Feet of Light, assisted by the spirit, Eilerson. Goru is bounced around the alley like a pinball, the street literally breaking apart under the force of Minato's assault. The villain is gasping for air, looking up at the boy who was supposed to be a failure with total terror. He tries one last desperate dive, launching himself from above with a mouthful of poison-tipped needles. Minato catches his hands in mid-air, the poison dripping onto his skin but doing absolutely nothing. He executes a brutal finger strike technique called the Sharp Beak, targeting Goru's pressure points with lethal accuracy. A founder with a bird mask nods in approval, seeing his secret technique used to perfection. Minato follows it up with the Dragon's Claw, his hand literally glowing with the power of a prehistoric beast as he tears through Goru's defense. He finishes the combo with a grapple move called the Flipper, slamming Goru's face directly into the asphalt. A buff founder named Leilak watches the final blow land, satisfied that their vessel isn't just a copycat, but a true warrior. Goru is thrown into the sky, spinning helplessly before crashing down in a heap of broken bones. The screen goes white as the final echo of the battle fades away into the night air. Everything is quiet, the only sound being the heavy breathing of a boy who just defeated his first S-rank enemy. Goru lies on the ground, staring up at the moon, unable to process what just happened to him. He thinks to himself that no matter who you are, poison is supposed to cloud your judgment, but Minato's mind stayed crystal clear. He realizes that this boy isn't just an awakener, he's something the world hasn't seen since the age of the tower. Minato stands over him, glowing with the wisdom of the Magus of Truth, his eyes burning with a fire that would make a god flinch. He points a finger, gathering a massive surge of golden lightning at the tip of his nail. He whispers a silent incantation, Meltias Silentius, and the energy explodes with the brightness of a miniature sun. A massive boom echoes through the city as the final strike obliterates Goru's dark aura for good. The dust clears, leaving nothing but a smoking crater and a defeated villain. All the spirits manifest in the physical world for a moment, looking at their vessel with a mix of awe and respect. Hinoki Reiichiro smiles, asking the others if they saw that the boy just broke every rule of modern combat. He notes that after defeating that insect, Minato's growth has accelerated to an even more insane degree. He's copying every legendary move, both physical and magical, and merging them into his own unique style. Hinoki roars with laughter, declaring that Minato is officially the most interesting human he's ever met. They decide to nurture him with everything they have. If he's trained by the original founders, there's no limit to his power. Minato rushes back to his mom, holding her close and promising that he will become the strongest awakener so he can protect her forever. Across the city rooftops, several shadowy figures are slinking through the dark, their eyes fixed on one target. Word is out. 15 different guilds are already on the move, all trying to get their hands on the kid who stood toe-to-toe with Midori. One of the scouts thinks they have to be fast before anyone else claims the prize, but he has no idea who's watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, Ichihara Midori is right behind him, casually noting that 15 guilds is quite a high number. The scout screams as Midori floats in the air, looking bored while he wipes out the competition like he's swatting flies. Midori gives him a chilling smile, telling him he should be the last one left before he sends him flying into the night. A massive beam of green energy obliterates the rest of the scouts, clearing the path to Minato's house. Midori hops onto a pole and calls out to Rin, asking if she's arrived at the destination yet. Rin is already on a pole near Minato's home, reporting that no other awakeners are detected nearby. She pauses, noticing something is off about the atmosphere of the house below. Midori's face turns serious as Rin tells him someone managed to arrive before them after all. She identifies the intruder as the S-rank poison user Haitani Goru, but she adds something that shocks Midori. Goru is lying on the roof, charbroiled and unconscious, having been completely defeated by the kid. Midori is left speechless, a rare escaping his mouth as he realizes Minato is growing even faster than his predictions. Midori walks into the alley and claps his hands, genuinely amazed that Minato actually took down an S-rank hunter by himself. He asks if Minato is okay and checks for poison exposure, looking like a concerned older brother for a change. Minato tells him they're fine, looking at his mother who is now sleeping peacefully on the sofa. But inside his head, the spirits are exhausted. They reveal that without Valentine's medical magic, Minato would be dead already. Valentine is actually jumping on Goru's back, laughing as she extracts blood samples of his poison to use for her own experiments. Midori apologizes for being late, explaining that he had to take measures against the many organizations aiming for Minato after the viral video of their fight. Minato points at Goru, realizing that the creep was lying when he claimed to be one of Midori's comrades. Midori asks Rin if she's finished, and she steps out of the house with a professional nod. Minato is stunned to see that all the damage to his house has been perfectly repaired, as if the battle never happened. Midori beckons him inside, his gaze turning serious as he says it's finally time for they had a real talk. He tells Minato this conversation is about his entire future and the role he's meant to play in this world. The next morning, the sun rises over the quiet neighborhood, but everything has changed for our guy. Minato is packing his bags and his mom is acting like a typical parent, checking if he brought his wallet and phone charger. She looks at him with a mix of worry and pride, realizing her little boy is growing up way too fast. They sit at the table with Midori and Rin, who have come to officially recruit Minato into their organization. Midori tells her that Minato has undiscovered talents and asks her to entrust him to his care, promising to make him a great hunter. Minato thinks it's amazing that a celebrity like Midori is sitting in his humble kitchen. He's excited, telling his mom that he was personally chosen by the world's strongest. But his mom just stares at him with a silent, heavy expression that stops his cheering in an instant. She hands him a lunch bag, telling him he can throw it away if he doesn't like it, but Minato insists he's fine. He looks at her, seeing the sadness she's trying to hide behind her smile. There's a long, heavy silence in the room as the reality of him leaving hits home. She asks Midori directly if her son will be facing a lot of dangerous situations in the future. Midori doesn't lie. He looks her in the eye and gives a simple, blunt yes. She admits she's always known he adored the founders, but as a parent, she can't help but be terrified for his life. Midori clenches his hands, noting that in the job of a hunter, there is no such thing as certainty or safety. He pauses, his tone softening as he makes a solemn promise to the woman. He vows to train Minato until he's so strong that he won't even lose to the original founders themselves. The mother looks at Midori, seeing the sincerity in the legend's eyes. She bows deeply, officially leaving her son's life and future in Midori's hands. Later, in the car, Rin asks Midori if it was really okay to make such a big promise when nobody knows what the future holds. Midori looks in the rearview mirror, watching Minato say his final goodbyes to his mom. His mom is shouting advice, telling him not to sleep naked and to separate his colors when he does laundry. The screen goes white as Minato stands at the gate, the weight of leaving home sinking in. He tells his mom goodbye, his suitcase in hand as he walks toward the black car waiting for him. He gives her one last wave and a small smile, asking her to wish him luck on his new journey. She tells him to take care, her hand gripped tight against her apron as she watches him leave. Minato gets into the back seat, and just as the door is about to close, his mom shouts his name one last time. She begs him to come home during the new year, and Minato's eyes well up with tears as he hears the love in her voice. The car door slams shut with a heavy thud, marking the end of his childhood. Midori says sorry for the wait as they pull away from the curb. His mom stands in the middle of the street, waving until the car is completely out of sight. Midori asks if he's done, and Minato gives a quiet yes, staring out the back window. He thinks that if he looks at her face one more time, his resolve will completely crumble. Midori tells him it'll be a long trip and that he can eat or sleep to pass the time. Minato looks at the bag his mom gave him, the paper still warm from being in her hands. Inside, there's a bento box wrapped in a beautiful blue cloth, his favorite lunch. He opens the lid slowly, his hands trembling as the smell of home-cooked food fills the car. His eyes go wide as he sees what she wrote inside the lid of the box. Scrawled in sauce over a big piece of tonkatsu are the words, "Good luck." It's a simple message, but to Minato, it's everything he needs to keep moving forward. He flashes back to her hug at the funeral and her laughter in the kitchen, realizing she's always been his greatest hero. He whispers a thanks for the food and bows his head, the tears finally flowing freely. He stuffs his face with the tonkatsu, crying and eating at the same time as he mourns the life he's leaving behind. He managed to choke out one word: delicious. Rin watches him from the front seat, her expression unreadable but showing a hint of empathy. Midori just leans back and closes his eyes with a satisfied smirk, happy that the kid has a strong foundation to build on. The car speeds down the highway, leaving the city behind and heading toward the mountains. They arrive at a hidden valley surrounded by lush green peaks, a place that isn't on any public map. Minato looks out the window in awe, realizing they've reached a place of insane power and mystery. Midori welcomes him to the most elite organization on the planet. The massive iron gates open, and Midori notes that only a handful of awakeners in the entire world are ever allowed to step inside. This is the home of the Anti-Prophecy Unit, a group dedicated to stopping the end of the world. The headquarters is a massive, castle-like mansion that looks more like a royal palace than a hunter base. Minato can only repeat the name in a daze. Anti-Prophecy. Inside the mansion, several elite hunters are watching the car arrive through a giant circular window. A man with short hair and a serious gaze notes that they've finally arrived. In a common room, the rest of the team is waiting. A guy in a mask, a girl sleeping on a giant plushie, and a red-haired man. A woman in a Victorian-style outfit sips tea, asking if they're talking about the famous new member. A blonde guy in a yellow jacket laughs, noting it's rare for Midori to actually bring a new comrade into their inner circle. The red-haired man stares down from the balcony, his eyes full of skepticism. He says he wants to see if this kid is really qualified to be part of the Anti-Prophecy Unit or not. Minato stares at the massive white headquarters, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he's in a place that technically doesn't exist. He asks if this is Midori's guild, but Midori just yawns, acting like this palace is just a regular dorm room. Rin apologizes for the delay in explaining, noting that the nature of their work is the nation's highest-level secret. Minato's jaw drops. He's just a student, and now he's involved in top nation secrets that even his mom couldn't know about. Midori gives him a little thumbs up, telling him they'll discuss the gritty details once they get settled inside. As they get out of the limo, Rin offers to carry Minato's luggage, which makes our boy feel totally out of place. He insists he can carry it himself, but before he can even finish his sentence, the ground beneath him starts to vibrate. A golden blur drops from the sky like a meteor, screaming that he'll be the one to explain things to the new guy. A massive boom echoes as the intruder slams into the ground, creating a crater just inches from where Minato is standing. The blonde guy in the yellow jacket, Hanada Hikotaro, or Hiko, laughs as he blocks Minato's defensive stance, impressed that the kid took his arrival head-on. Minato is sent skidding back, his heart racing as he realizes this welcome is actually a high-speed ambush. Hiko sticks the landing with a cocky grin, looking like a high-energy anime protagonist who just drank way too much coffee. He introduces himself as a member of the Anti-Prophecy Unit and Minato's new comrade, though his greeting felt more like a death threat. Midori doesn't even look over, he just casually asks Rin for some tea while the two boys start to scrap behind him. Hiko launches a kick that breaks the sound barrier, but Minato manages to block it, his luggage flying everywhere in the chaos. Minato is struggling, asking why they're fighting if they're supposed to be on the same team. Hiko laughs that this is the best way to explain the anti-prophecy mission, by testing Minato's skills in a real-time brawl. Our guy realizes this is a baptism, a ritual where the veterans beat the new guy to see if he'll break under the pressure. Hiko is a blur of motion, moving with a high-speed kick style that makes it look like he has dozens of legs. Minato is forced onto the defensive, blocking a barrage of strikes that feel like being hit by a sledgehammer every single second. Hiko strikes a pose in mid-air, deciding that now is the perfect time to explain the origins of their secret unit. Minato can't believe this guy is actually planning on giving a history lesson in the middle of a high-speed fight. Hiko pauses for a second, casually asking for the kid's name before he resumes the beatdown. Midori just sips his tea in the background, looking like a bored parent watching his kids play in the yard. He thinks back to Minato's records, the academy test, the physical records, and the mana measurement explosion. He remembers the kid's fight against Goru and his own duel, realizing Minato has been tested more in the last 24 hours than most hunters are in a lifetime. He notes that Minato is always being tested, and he tells Rin that it can't be helped if they want him to reach his full potential. He's confident in his choice, calling Minato a talent that he personally scouted from the gutter. Back in the fight, Hiko asks Minato a fundamental question. What is a hunter's job? Minato shouts the standard answer, to hunt down the monsters coming out of the dimensional cracks and keep the world safe. Hiko gives him a correct and a sarcastic thumbs up while he tries to kick Minato's head off. He explains that the regular hunters are basically just doing pest control, cleaning up the small fry that leak through the cracks. Minato is confused, asking what kind of dangers could possibly be worse than the monster outbreaks they deal with every day. He looks Hiko in the eye, realizing the blonde guy is hiding a much darker truth behind his playful smile. Hiko's expression turns dead serious as he says there are dangers lurking that are incomparable to anything a normal hunter has ever seen. He shows Minato a vision of the Pandemonium, a castle of 10,000 demons that appeared a decade ago and nearly wiped out the continent. Then he shows the great outbreak of Kyushu, a literal river of zombies and demons that turned an entire province into a graveyard 5 years ago. Minato realizes those were large-scale dimensional breaks, events that history books say were stopped by luck and unknown heroes. Hiko screams, "That's right!" as he unleashes a blast of golden energy that creates a massive crater in the field. He notes that the academy only teaches public knowledge, but the reality of the war for survival is way more terrifying. Minato senses another massive strike coming and braces himself, his blue aura flaring up to meet the challenge. Hiko comes down with a kick that could split a mountain, telling Minato that in the real world, everything is different, and the rules of engagement are written in blood and secret prophecies. He roars that their mission is different, and the explosion from his foot shatters the very air between them. A massive shockwave tears through the courtyard, toppling trees and cracking the stone walls of the headquarters. The force of the battle is so high that the other elite members are starting to take notice from their balconies. Minato is on one knee, gasping for breath as he realizes the gap between him and these true elites is still massive. Hiko explains that they are fighting invasions from entirely different dimensions, threats that haven't been seen since the first tower. He says the situation is exactly like the Tower of Malevolent from 300 years ago, a permanent emergency situation for all of humanity. Minato is horrified to hear that the invasion from the Tower era never actually ended. Hiko reveals that someone from another world is still targeting our reality with malicious intent, and they've been waiting for the right moment to strike again. He admits that modern hunters are getting weaker, and there are almost no humans left with the power of the original founders. He gives a wide, toothy grin and says that is why we exist. He explains that the seers identify these prophecies of doom, and then the elites are sent in to deal with the danger before the public even knows it's there. He declares that those elites are the anti-prophecy unit, and Midori and Rin are the ones leading the charge. Minato looks at the headquarters, realizing he's just been recruited into a group of legendary shadow warriors. Hiko stops fighting and notes that starting today, Minato is officially one of them, because he was the first person to block his kicks in a row. He holds out a hand with a warm, genuine smile, welcoming Minato to the anti-prophecy unit for real this time. Minato shakes his hand, the blue light of his crest meeting the golden light of Hiko's mark as Midori and Rin clap in the background. Hiko shouts to the rest of the mansion that he's officially recognized the new guy's skills, so they can stop being such creeps and come down. The other elite members, the red-haired man, the buff guy, and the girl with the plushie, stare down from the roof with an ominous vibe. They each have a specific, powerful aura that tells Minato he's now surrounded by monsters who make S-rank hunters look like kittens. They vanish in a blur of smoke and shadows, leaving Minato wondering if he just joined a team of heroes or a group of villains. Hiko laughs, saying they probably just wanted to see the famous singular talent with their own eyes. He offers to take it from here and show Minato around the mansion, giving Midori a break from his boss duties. Midori happily agrees, leaving Minato in Hiko's hands as he heads off to do whatever it is the world's strongest does for fun. Hiko leads Minato toward the dormitory, even helping him carry half of his luggage like a real friend. Night falls over the mansion, the moon hanging bright and cold over the silent valley. Minato sits alone in his new room, the silence finally allowing the weight of his journey to sink in. He thinks about the anti-prophecy mission and the sheer scale of the danger Hiko described. He wonders if the original founders had also dealt with these secret crises during their era, and if he's now carrying that same burden. He starts to feel anxious about the future, but a voice in his head tells him that if he's scared, he should just get back to training. Minato jolts as the spirits manifest in his room, looking at him with a renewed intensity. Hinoki and the others are standing there, their presence filling the small dorm room with an ancient, powerful aura. Hinoki apologizes for not talking to him sooner, but he says they've finally come to a decision as a group. He He stares into Minato's soul, his single red eye glowing with a terrifying promise. He declares that they will train Minato to be the absolute strongest awakener the world has ever seen. He shows Minato a vision of Midori's power, noting that they won't stop until our boy can surpass even a living singularity. With all 106 founders working together, they tell Minato that his potential is officially limitless. They promise he will become the strongest awakener in all of history, a legend that will dwarf even the heroes of the past. Minato looks at his hand, the crest glowing with a blinding light as the founders officially name him as their one and only disciple. They don't want to steal his life. They want him to be their disciple, the one who will carry their legacy into the future. Minato is confused because he really thought they were planning on hijacking his body for their own gain. The legendary swordsman Reiichiro laughs, admitting that was the plan at first, but things have changed. Now, the founders are actually fighting each other for the right to be the first one to train him. They explain that while they were greedy in the beginning, seeing Minato's heart changed everything. Instead of using him as a puppet, they realized that watching him grow would be way more entertaining. Minato listens as they tell him that his potential is the most interesting thing they've seen in centuries. Reiichiro brings up the fight against the poison user, reminding Minato of how he moved in that moment. Even though he had only seen their moves once, Minato was already beginning to replicate them. He hadn't mastered them yet, but he had grasped the fundamental basics in a heartbeat. Reiichiro asks him if he even understands how insane that achievement actually is for a normal human. Whether it's his crest of nothingness or pure talent, his learning speed is off the charts. In fact, the legendary swordsman admits that Minato's raw talent might even surpass the founders themselves. Silence fills the space as a single tear begins to form in Minato's eye. He sits there, looking down at his hands, feeling the weight of their words hitting him all at once. As Reiichiro continues to speak, Minato's heart begins to swell with an emotion he hasn't felt in years. For the first time in his life, the tears start falling because someone actually believes in him. He thinks back to the dark days at the academy, where everyone looked at him with nothing but pity. He remembers the instructors telling him he had zero talent and no future as an awakener. He can still feel the humiliation of standing in front of his peers while they laughed at his weakness. Up until this very second, nobody had any expectations for him whatsoever. He remembers being treated like literal trash by the bullies who ruled the school. He recalls the mocking faces of his classmates when they saw his failing test scores on their phones. They told him to just quit and give up, that a failure like him was just wasting everyone's time. Even the random people on the street didn't care enough to even learn his name. Even Midori, the strongest man on Earth, had looked down on him when they first met. It was a world of total darkness, where he had absolutely no one to back him up. And yet, despite all the hate and the ridicule he endured, Midori told his mother that her son was hiding a talent that the world wasn't ready for. And now, a literal legend is telling him he has the quality to be the strongest awakener in history. Minato hunches over, his voice trembling as he asks himself if he's actually allowed to be this happy. He never thought a day like this would ever come, where he finally felt like he belonged. The heroes he used to read about in books, the ones he admired from a distance, are now standing right in front of him, expecting him to reach the same heights they did. Reiichiro smirks, seeing that his student finally has the fire in his eyes that he's been looking for. He leans in close and tells Minato to stop crying, because a future king shouldn't show weakness. He reminds him that all 106 souls are living inside him now, and they aren't going anywhere. They explain that while he sleeps, he can enter this mental space where time and gravity don't exist. They are going to pack 100 hours of brutal combat training into every single night. During the day, he'll be out in the field with the anti-prophecy unit, learning how the modern world fights. But when the sun goes down, his real nightmare begins in this void. Every single one of the 106 founders is lining up to take a piece of him. They warn him that from this moment on, he can forget about ever having a peaceful night of sleep again. Reiichiro asks him one last time if he's truly ready to walk through this hell to reach the top. Minato stands tall, his resolve finally hardening into something unbreakable. With tears still on his face but a roar in his heart, he shouts his answer. He bows deeply to his masters, telling them that he is counting on them to make him a monster. Outside in the real world, the moon hangs quiet over the mountains, but inside Minato, a war is starting. Morning breaks over the secret headquarters, and the birds are chirping like it's just another normal day. Hiko is in the bathroom, humming a tune and getting ready for the day ahead. He hears footsteps approaching and turns around, expecting to see a groggy, tired newbie. He spots Minato and greets him with a cheerful smile, but something feels a little off. Minato lets out a massive yawn, looking like he hasn't slept a wink, which Hiko finds hilarious. Minato admits he's not used to the new schedule yet, while Hiko remembers his own rough first day. But as Minato walks past, Hiko's smile fades and his eyes widen in sudden realization. Minato takes a calm sip of his coffee, but there's a faint, terrifying blue aura flickering around him. Hiko's combat instincts scream at him as he realizes the kid's presence has completely changed overnight. Hiko launches a lightning-fast kick at Minato's head just to test him, and Minato casually dodges while spitting out his toothpaste. Minato just tells him to stop messing around, because he's still sleepy, walking away like it was nothing. Hiko is left standing there in shock, wondering what on earth happened to the kid in just a few hours. He knows he kicked way faster than yesterday, yet Minato reacted like he was moving in slow motion. Later at the cafeteria, Minato says his grace before diving into a meal to refuel his exhausted body. Hiko joins him, acting like his usual high-energy self and pointing out a good place to sit. At the table next to them, someone is elegantly eating a plate of expensive-looking fruit. Hiko asks the young girl if they can join her, and she doesn't even look up from her mango. She tells them to just sit down, her voice cold and completely devoid of any friendliness. Minato recognizes her immediately as one of the elite members Hiko introduced him to yesterday. She glares at Minato, calling him the new guy, and making it very clear she doesn't want him there. Minato tries to introduce himself politely, but she cuts him off, saying she doesn't care about his name. She points her fork at him and states that she'll only learn his name once he's proven he isn't a burden. She tells him to get ready, because she's taking him with her to go crush a prophecy right now. Back in 1945, deep under the ice of Antarctica, humanity discovered something that would change history forever. An explorer stumbled upon an ancient, mysterious book buried 3,000 meters below the surface. It was called the Book of Doom, and its contents were more terrifying than any weapon. Written in simple, childlike handwriting, it predicted a massive invasion that would happen 80 years in the future. At first, people were skeptical, but the world quickly realized the book was never wrong. Inside a car heading toward Tokyo, Minato asks the team why everyone decided to believe a random book. He's still feeling a bit nervous, especially with the cold atmosphere inside the vehicle. Minato tries to ask the girl her name again, but she just demands he answer her question first. She calls him stupid, explaining that they believe the book because every single thing it said has come true. She warns him that if even one of the remaining events happens, it's game over for the entire planet. A panicked Minato turns to Hiko, asking just how many of these world-ending prophecies are left. Hiko casually tells him there are around 200, which makes Minato realize the world is basically a ticking time bomb. But Midori pipes up from the front, boasting that they've already stopped 180 of them. Minato is impressed, but he still wants to know the real reason the world started trusting the book. The girl explains that the explorer who found it was a man named Bernard Russell. The second he opened that book in the middle of the frozen wasteland, he froze in absolute terror. The very first page didn't have an ancient spell, it had a personal greeting. Hello, Bernard. It listed the exact date, time, and weather of the moment he would find it, decades before he was even born. March 17th, 1945, at 11:35 a.m. on a sunny day. The book knew him before he knew himself. Since then, the Book of Doom has been the ultimate guide to preventing the apocalypse. We arrive in the Sumida ward of Tokyo, where an intermediate-level dimensional crack has appeared in the middle of the street. The local police and hunters try to block the road, but the girl from the unit just walks right past them. Minato and Hiko follow close behind, ignoring the shouts of the guards who think they're just civilians. She explains that the book predicts things like a third world war and other global disasters. From invasive pandemics to floating trees, every single entry in these grimoires represents a crisis. She mentions that even the massive outbreak Midori closed recently was just one page in the book. They know there are many other prophecy books around the world, and they have to track them all down. That's the entire reason the anti-prophecy unit was created, to be the world's secret defense force. She shows him a chart. Rank 3 means a region is destroyed, while the Book of Doom is special rank, meaning total world destruction. Minato asks if this is their life now, and she simply says this is what it means to be a professional. The lead hunter on the scene, Kisaragi, notices them approaching and looks annoyed by the intrusion. He yells at them to get back, thinking they're just some kids in cosplay trying to get killed. The girl tells them to go home, explaining that while the crack looks like a B rank, it's actually a rank 3 disaster. She identifies it as the Yellow Journal Prophecy, warning them that the crack is about to expand. Suddenly, the air begins to tear open as a massive surge of dark energy erupts from the rift. She warns them that A-rank monsters and higher are about to pour out and slaughter everyone in sight. Kisaragi is stunned. A-rank monsters shouldn't be in a small crack like this. He orders his men to prepare for battle. A massive beast leaps from the portal, slamming into the ground with enough force to crack the pavement. The wolf-like monsters instantly tear through the lower-rank hunters, and the street turns into a bloodbath. Kisaragi curses as he tries to hold them back, but the sheer number of high-rank beasts is overwhelming. He realizes that the pressure coming from the crack is being emitted by a boss-level entity. As he prepares for a desperate last stand, he sees a blur move past him toward the monsters. The trio from the anti-prophecy unit stands their ground, looking completely bored by the chaos. Kisaragi yells at them to run, but the girl just raises her hand and prepares a spell. She whispers the name Trismegistus, and the air around her begins to shimmer with magical power. A pool of liquid silver forms at her feet, reacting to her mana like it has a mind of its own. She summons Mercurius, turning the liquid into dozens of razor-sharp spears that float behind her. Just as a wolf monster is about to bite a hunter's head off, the silver spears fly forward with the speed of bullets, skewering the beasts instantly. It's a total massacre. The monsters don't even have time to scream before they're pinned to the ground. The silver blades retract and strike again, clearing the street in a matter of seconds. Hiko jumps into the fray, his shoes glowing with intense yellow energy as he prepares a strike. He unleashes a flurry of kicks that sound like explosions, shattering the armor of the remaining monsters. He uses a move called Slide, spinning through the air and decapitating a beastman with a single rotation. Kisaragi is speechless, realizing that these civilians have power that dwarfs even an S-rank hunter. The girl tells the local hunters to retreat immediately because they're just getting in the way. She looks at Kisaragi with cold eyes and tells him that from her perspective, he is the civilian here. He notices the emblem on her neck and realizes they're from the legendary government unit that stops prophecies. Suddenly, the ground shakes as a massive hand reaches out from the darkness of the rift. An S+ rank beastman named Gilia Ulnir steps out, towering over the ruins of the street. Kisaragi screams for them to wait and not attack it carelessly, but Hiko is already in the air. Hiko and the girl combine their attacks, a pillar of light and a storm of silver slamming into the monster. But as the smoke clears, Hiko's face goes pale as he realizes his attack didn't even leave a scratch. His kicks are deflected by the monster's anti-physical armor, which negates all blunt force impact. The beastman roars, swinging a massive mace that sends Hiko flying backward through the air. The girl tries to block with her silver, but the sheer weight of the monster's strike is too much. Just as things look dire, Minato steps forward, a calm and focused blue aura radiating from his body. She looks at him in confusion, wondering why the newbie is walking toward a monster that just tanked their best hits. Minato casually catches the monster's massive fist with his bare hand, stopping it dead in its tracks. He stares the beast in the eye, his hand glowing as he channels the power of a new master. He places his palm against the beast's chest and releases a shockwave that bypasses its outer armor entirely. A massive explosion of internal energy rips through the monster's body, blowing it apart from the inside out. The girl and Kisaragi watch in absolute awe as the S+ rank threat is vaporized in a single hit. Hiko realizes exactly what happened. Minato used a penetration shock to ignore the monster's physical resistance. He remembers the kid dodging his kick this morning and realizes his intuition was right. Minato is growing at an impossible rate, mastering legendary techniques after just one night of training. The girl looks at his back, frustrated that she was saved by the person she just called a burden. Minato looks at his fist, thinking that using chi to destroy an enemy from the inside is definitely the most efficient way to fight. He flashes back to his training with Wontak the Fist Saint, who taught him that internal destruction is the key to true power. He's thrilled that the brutal lessons from the dream world are already paying off in reality. He turns back to the girl, who is still staring at him with a mix of shock and disbelief. With a friendly smile, he asks her to finally tell him her name since he just saved her life. She blushes slightly and finally gives in, telling him her name is Akane Shinomiya. Hiko continues the assault, his kicks exploding against the remaining monsters as he clears the path. Akane's silver blades continue to rain down, finishing off the wolf soldiers that managed to survive the initial wave. She uses a reject command, her mercury spears pushing back a group of enemies with a crushing force. Both of them realize that Minato was right. Attacking from the inside is way more effective against these armored freaks. Akane calls out to Newbie, her tone still sharp but showing a tiny bit more respect than before. They stand before the entrance to the deeper part of the crack, and Hiko declares it's time to go inside. Kisaragi warns them that the world inside the crack is completely different and incredibly dangerous, but Minato just runs in. The trio disappears into the shimmering rift, leaving the local hunters behind in the dust. Kisaragi is left standing there, his face reflecting the sheer disbelief of everything he just witnessed. He looks at the monster corpses dissolving into mana and admits that those kids are on a completely different level. He realizes that the rumors about a secret organization protecting the world were actually true. They find themselves in a massive, dark dungeon corridor where hundreds of beastmen are waiting for them. Akane doesn't miss a beat, her hand glowing as she manipulates her mercury with surgical precision. She notes that these monsters are the same as the ones outside, meaning they don't pose any new threat. She unleashes a massive AoE attack, dozens of silver spikes erupting from the ground and wall to wall. Minato is impressed by her power, and Hiko mentions that she's the best AoE dealer in the entire unit for a reason. Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the entire dungeon, and a gargantuan shadow looms over them. Akane calls for Hiko as a giant armored bear monster charges at them with insane speed. The beast slams its arms together to block, but a streak of yellow light descends from the ceiling. Hiko drops down like a meteor, a confident smirk on his face as he targets the monster's head. He unleashes a devastating kick that lights up the entire tunnel with a blinding yellow flash. Minato watches with stars in his eyes, thinking how cool his teammates actually are when they get serious. But then, Minato himself leaps into the air, mirroring Hiko's movements with perfect accuracy. He unleashes his own explosive strike, blowing away a group of monsters that were trying to flank them. The three of them sprint into the open space, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the silence. Akane notices that the enemy numbers are decreasing, which usually means the boss is nearby. They arrive in a giant chamber, and Minato is stunned by the sheer scale of the underground structure. Suddenly, their instincts scream as something massive begins to descend from the darkness above. A giant stone pillar-like foot slams into the ground, creating a shockwave that nearly knocks them off their feet. Minato and Hiko look up in horror as they realize the size of the monster they're facing. A massive, blindfolded bullman roars, its muscles rippling with a terrifying amount of raw power. It's the boss, the S+++ rank-blind Minotaurus. It's the most dangerous entity they've encountered so far. Akane steps forward, her eyes narrowing as she realizes this thing is the source of the entire prophecy. She prepares her strongest alchemy, her mana flaring up to its absolute maximum. She covers the entire floor in a golden liquid, trapping the Minotaurus in a massive alchemical circle. Dozens of golden spears erupt from the ground, targeting the monster's weak points simultaneously. She calls out the move El Dorado, a storm of golden strikes that should be able to level a mountain. Her rule is simple. Against a strong enemy, you use your strongest attack first and leave no room for a counter. She's going all out, pushing her body to the limit until she's nearly unconscious. Hiko laughs, admiring her flashy skill, and prepares to deliver the finishing blow as she requested. Minato watches them work in perfect sync, feeling a sense of awe at their combined strength. But as the smoke clears, Minato's face goes pale. He realizes that even that wasn't enough to stop the boss. Akane is panting, her twin tails messy as she looks up and sees the monster still standing tall. Both Hiko and Akane are frozen in shock as the Minotaurus emerges from the gold completely unharmed. The beast roars again, its red aura intensifying as it prepares to retaliate. The sound of its rage vibrates through their very bones, signaling that the real fight is just starting. It swings its massive axe, a pillar of red energy cutting through the air and heading straight for them. The impact is cataclysmic, shattering the floor and sending debris flying in every direction. The three of them are barely able to dodge the strike, which leaves a massive crater where they were standing. Dust fills the air as they try to regain their footing, the boss's presence looming over them like a god. Akane can't believe it. Her strongest attack didn't even leave a scratch on the monster's hide. The Minotaurus steps forward, its blindfold making it even more terrifying as it senses their fear. Hiko and Akane look at each other, realizing their physical attacks and elemental alchemy are being completely negated. Suddenly, a new spirit appears behind Minato, the legendary alchemist, Kilik. Minato feels a cold, analytical presence taking over his mind as Kilik looks at Akane's work. Kilik notes that her talent is incredible, but it would be a shame for her to die here because of a simple mistake. He gives her a full mark for her methodology, but points out the one thing she overlooked. He narrows his eyes, his gaze piercing through the monster's defenses. The blind Minotaurus has 100% physical resistance, meaning any solid attack is essentially useless. Minato asks what they should do, and Kilik just chuckles, telling him it's time for a chemistry lesson. The monster charges again, its heavy footsteps sounding like thunder as it closes the gap. Akane screams in frustration, wishing she had brought a magic user instead of a physical team. Minato steps forward, whispering the word Trismegistus, but his voice sounds different, deeper, and more ancient. Akane's eyes widen as she sees Minato using her own secret alchemy technique perfectly. Kilik tells Minato to lend him his body for a second so he can show the girl a real example. He manipulates the mercury on the floor, but instead of making spikes, he turns it into a shimmering mist. The Minotaurus swings its axe, but its weapon passes right through the mercury without hitting anything. Akane is baffled, wondering how a newbie could possibly use the same high-level skill as her. She demands to know what he's doing, but Minato, under Kilik's control, just looks at her with a smirk. He calls her a fool, explaining that physical attacks against a 100% resistance enemy are a waste of time. He tells her she's not being flexible enough with her expertise, which is a death sentence for an alchemist. To be a true master, you have to know how to use substances in all three forms: solid, liquid, and gas. He points at the Minotaurus and commands the mercury to boil now. The mercury inside the monster's lungs and body instantly turns into superheated gas. Akane realizes with horror and awe that he's using high temperature instead of physical force to kill it. It's a meticulous and terrifying process that cooks the monster from the inside out in seconds. Kilik leaves Minato's body, telling the girl she should become his disciple if she wants to actually survive. The massive Minotaurus collapses into a heap of steam and mana, its legendary resistance failing against pure science. Hiko and Akane stand in the silence, processing the fact that the boss was just deleted by the newbie. Minato gives them a confident smile, looking like a hero who finally knows his own worth. The Rank 3 Prophecy Yellow Journal is officially stopped, and the world is safe for another day. Akane stands frozen, her mind spinning as she tries to process the impossible feat she just witnessed. She can't wrap her head around how a taijutsu user like Minato could use high-level alchemy that should only belong to her crest. Minato reaches out a hand, his crest of nothingness still glowing with the residue of that legendary power. With a bright, genuine smile, he introduces himself again, asking her to finally remember his name. Akane takes his hand, her cold exterior finally cracking as she acknowledges him not as a newbie, but as Kanagi Minato. She whispers his name to herself, realizing that the hierarchy of the unit might have just been turned upside down. Hiko watches from the side with a smirk, thinking that our boy is finally earning his keep with the big leagues. Behind them, the massive dimensional crack begins to shrivel and close, signaling that the prophecy has been averted. The local hunters outside are losing their minds, wondering what kind of monsters managed to clear a Rank 3 zone so fast. Minato steps through the rift just before it vanishes, returning to the normal world after his first real taste of battle. The team lands safely back on the street, looking like they just finished a light workout instead of a life-or-death struggle. Akane sticks the landing with her usual grace, though the shock of Minato's power is still weighing heavy on her. Minato asks if they're finally done, probably hoping for a decent night's sleep for once. Akane tells him they just need to head back to HQ and file their reports, but the peace doesn't last long. Hiko laughs it off, admitting that for a first mission, things got pretty rowdy. Suddenly, Minato senses someone approaching and turns around, his instincts on high alert. It's the leader of the local hunters, Kisaragi, who bows deeply to thank the team for saving his men. He's a pro, so he knows better than to ask who they are or how they have such insane power. Akane appreciates the silence, as the unit's very existence is supposed to be a secret from the public. She points to the emblem on her neck and tells him to just put that in his report. The higher-ups will know what it means. She tells them to stay safe, though she notes that cases this dangerous are usually pretty rare. As they walk away into the sunset, Akane coldly tells the hunters to go back to their daily lives and forget they ever met. Kisaragi just watches them go, realizing that in the presence of those three, he really was just a civilian. The scene shifts to May 11th in a small, isolated village hidden deep in the mountains. A local police officer notices something strange near a resident's home, but he doesn't realize he's walking into a trap. Suddenly, a massive blood-red magic circle erupts over the entire village, lighting up the sky with a cursed glow. Back at HQ, the team is just stepping out of the car, looking exhausted and ready for a break. Hiko checks his phone and his face drops. They aren't going home. They're being summoned immediately. They enter the third conference room, and the atmosphere inside is thick with tension and bad news. Minato and the others stop in their tracks as they see who's already waiting for them inside. At the front of the room stands a man with fiery red hair, looking down at them with pure contempt. He mocks Akane, saying she took way too long to close a simple Rank 3 disaster. Minato remembers seeing this guy yesterday. He's one of the other elites who looked skeptical of him joining. Hiko tries to play peacemaker, telling Suo to stop acting like he's the boss when they're all on the same team. Director Kurihara steps up to the podium, his expression grim as he addresses the four of them. He tells them to pay close attention to a video sent over by the research and analysis team. On the screen is a charred, glowing piece of wood that looks like it was pulled straight from the pits of hell. Akane asks if it's just a piece of charcoal, but the director's response sends a chill through the room. It's not wood, it's a prophecy grimoire that was found partially destroyed in a volcanic region. Minato realizes that if the book is burnt to a crisp, they have no way of knowing what kind of disaster is coming. The director explains that using AI and advanced X-ray tech, they managed to recover a few terrifying lines. The room goes silent as he reveals that this specific prophecy mentions Japan as the ground zero for the next attack. Akane is stunned because a completely new prophecy appearing out of nowhere is unheard of. Minato asks if this is rare, and Hiko confirms that they usually have years to prepare, not minutes. Normally, their research department is a step ahead, but this burnt book is a complete wildcard. Suo cuts to the chase, realizing that all four of them are being sent in to clean up this mess. The director confirms that Midori and the other main forces are already deployed elsewhere, leaving this to them. He orders them to depart immediately, telling them he'll email the mission details while they're on the move. Akane sighs, telling a shocked Minato that this is just the reality of life in the anti-prophecy unit. Hiko tells him he'll get used to the pace, while Minato realizes the fate of the world literally doesn't have a day off. Suo slams his hand on the desk, accepting the mission with a cold, determined look in his eyes. He arrogantly declares that he and his 3 subordinates are ready to go, which immediately pisses Akane off. As they leave, the director warns them that the scale of this threat is still a total mystery. He tells them to just scout the area and wait for backup if the prophecy actually starts to trigger. Inside the car, Minato stares out at the sunset, trying to convince himself that a simple scouting mission won't be that bad. Suo notices the fatigue on their faces and tells them to get some rest now so they aren't a burden later. Minato and Hiko take him up on the offer instantly, making Akane scream in frustration as they drift off. Pretty soon, the car is filled with the sound of snoring, while Akane grinds her teeth in annoyance. She slaps her own face, swearing to herself that she will definitely stay awake and alert. Cut to a few hours later, and Akane is fast asleep, drooling on Minato's shoulder while he sleeps like a log. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, telling them all to wake up. Akane jolts awake, frantically trying to pretend she wasn't just passed out like the rest of them. She starts yelling at the guys for not waking her up, but then she notices the look on Sue's face. Minato looks toward the horizon, and the color drains from his face as he sees what's waiting for them. Even Akane is left speechless as the reality of the disaster finally hits them. They stand on a cliff overlooking the village, but the peaceful mountain town is gone. A massive, glowing magic circle has completely engulfed the valley, radiating an aura of pure malice. Hiko notes that the situation is already critical. They were too slow. The prophecy is almost complete, and dozens of glowing red pillars have erupted from the ground. Akane realizes that each of those pillars represents one of the 23 missing residents from the report. It's exactly like a disaster from 30 years ago, where an entire mansion vanished into another dimension. One of the pillars pulses with a blinding light, signaling that the sacrifice is being consumed. Akane screams that they have to move now, or there won't be anyone left to save. Suo draws his blade with terrifying calm, looking down at the cursed village with zero fear. He says there's only one thing to do. They're going to stop this ritual themselves. Akane remembers the director's order to wait for the main force, but she knows they don't have that kind of time. Suddenly, a massive explosion of blue energy erupts behind them, catching everyone off guard. Minato stands at the center of the aura, his presence so intense it feels like the air itself is vibrating. He asks if they can finally go, his eyes glowing with a confidence that borders on terrifying. Akane and Hiko are stunned. Minato feels significantly stronger than he did just this morning. Suo smirks, finally showing a bit of respect, noting that at least the newbie won't be holding them back. Suo leaps into the valley first, commanding them to follow him into the heart of the prophecy. Akane follows, yelling at him not to be reckless and to stop giving them orders. Minato dives in right behind them, his mind focused on the souls he needs to save. As they approach the ritual center, the red light becomes blindingly bright. Inside Minato, the founders speak up, recognizing a very specific nostalgic scent in the air. In the center of the village graveyard, the ground begins to crack and heave as if something is trying to claw its way out. A hand with long, black claws bursts from the earth, surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple and red energy. Reiichiru growls, identifying the smell immediately. It's the scent of a forbidden technique they haven't seen in 1,000 years. The prophecy grimoire reveals its dark secrets. A red moon shall appear, and a scorched sky will lead the world into the underworld. 1,000 years ago, there was an awakener named Bandu Shijima, the leader of the Dark Magus. He committed a horrific genocide during a time of peace, only to be eventually hunted down and killed by the Onmyojis. But before he died, he dragged an entire village into a cursed ordeal to ensure his legacy would never truly end. Blood was spilled across the land as the ritual took hold, staining the very earth of the village. A bandaged, dying Bandu poured his remaining life force into a final forbidden curse. With a maniacal grin, he promised that in 1,000 years he would return to finish what he started. He vowed to devour every living being on the planet and reign over the world as a demon king. He left behind a magic circle that dictated how the future inhabitants of the village would be sacrificed for his rebirth. Now, the anti-prophecy unit's mission is clear: prevent the prophecy of scorching heat at all costs. Standing before them is the resurrected Bandu Shijima, an entity whose rank is listed as unknown. Bandu looks at his own hands, disappointed that he was resurrected with such a small amount of power. He looks around the village, noting that even after a millennium, the world hasn't changed as much as he hoped. He spots the team approaching and smirks, realizing that 4 fresh sacrifices have just delivered themselves to his door. He activates a plate of yin, sending a wave of red energy that knocks the team back before they can even strike. A massive pillar of fire erupts from the ground, nearly incinerating Suo and Minato where they stand. Minato screams for Hiko and Akane as the inferno swallows the area in a blinding flash. Thankfully, Akane managed to shield them with her silver just in time, but the heat is already becoming unbearable. Minato's eyes widen as he spots a new danger forming directly beneath his teammates' feet. Another ritual circle appears exactly where they're landing. This guy is calculating their every move. Bandu unleashes Dark Art Death Realm as hundreds of shadowy skeletal hands burst from the ground to grab them. Hiko and Akane are pinned instantly, unable to move as the hands drain their mana and strength. Bandu laughs, mocking them for being so weak while he prepares to finish the sacrifice. Minato charges in, his speed blurring as he tries to break the connection and free his friends. Bandu easily dodges Minato's strike, admitting that the kid's movement is decent for an amateur. He catches Minato in another plate of yin, pinning him to the spot with a crushing gravitational force. A massive explosion of dark mana erupts around them, signaling that the Dark Magus is finally getting serious. Bandu looks up, sensing a new presence entering the fight from above. It's Hiko! He's managed to break free and is descending with a kick charged with lightning-fast energy. He unleashes a Thunderbolt Hadad, his leg becoming a literal bolt of lightning aimed straight at Bandu's head. Bandu doesn't even move, simply raising a single finger to deflect the massive strike with a casual flick. Hiko is frozen in midair, realizing with a sinking heart that his strongest move didn't even make the guy flinch. Bandu complements the attack before casually blasting Hiko away with a wave of compressed air. Suo enters the fray next, his red hair glowing as he prepares his own signature sword style. He uses a skill called Chrysanthemum, his blade becoming a blur of petals and steel. A storm of swords slashes rains down on Bandu, cutting through the air with lethal precision. A massive clang echoes through the graveyard as Suo's blade connects with something invisible. Suo smirks, thinking he's finally landed a solid hit on the monster. But Bandu just laughs, revealing that he caught the blade with his bare fingers while standing upside down in the air. He tells Su that he knew he wouldn't lose with a simple move like that, looking at him with eyes full of madness. Su gets desperate, his aura flaring red as he prepares to use his most dangerous technique. He screams Autumn Thistle, unleashing a vertical strike that looks like it could split the sky in two. Bandu just giggles, saying it looks like rain, and effortlessly weaves through the unavoidable slashes. He appears behind Su in a heartbeat, thrusting his hand forward with a speed that defies logic. He pins Su to the ground, whispering that while he's the strongest in this group, he's still just a bug compared to a king. Minato watches from the sidelines, sweating as he realizes Bandu's power is practically bottomless. He feels the same overwhelming pressure coming from Bandu that he felt from Midori or the legendary founders themselves. Suddenly, a massive explosion of mana knocks Bandu back as Hiko and Akane rejoin the fight. They yell at Minato to stop just watching and help them take this monster down together. Bandu's expression goes cold, telling them to stop getting in his way while he enjoys his duel with Suo. He summons 4 massive orbs of elemental energy, surrounding the team in a deadly crossfire. He unleashes a bouquet of Shikigami, and 4 giant skeleton demons erupt from the ground. Hiko tries to kick one, but his leg bounces off the bone-hard armor with a dull thud. Akane and Hiko realize with horror that these things are just as strong as the boss they fought earlier. These skeletal bodies are perfect copies of the blind Minotaurus, meaning they have 100% physical resistance. Minato remembers how hard it was to kill just one of these things, and now there are 4 of them. A giant green skeleton looms over Minato, its axe raised high for a killing blow. Minato takes a deep breath, his blue aura flaring up as he prepares to use everything he's learned. His eyes sharpen, and he looks like a completely different person, a true warrior ready for war. The scene fades to white as the clash between humanity's newest hope and an ancient evil reaches its peak. Bandu laughs as he clashes blades with Suo, mocking him because he knows Suo has no one left to help him. Suo just grinds his teeth, refusing to admit he needs anyone's help to win his own battles. Suddenly, a massive spray of blood erupts as Suo gets a shallow cut across his chest. He backs off, still stubbornly claiming that he can handle this entire mission by himself. He remembers being told to stay away when he was younger, a memory that fueled his obsession with solo strength. He stands alone against the darkness, believing that his own ability is the only thing he can ever rely on. He stares at the dark magus, his pride refusing to let him back down even when he's clearly outmatched. Bandu smiles, loving the fact that Su is so predictable and isolated. He opens his mouth wide, screaming that he doesn't need anyone else either, because he's going to devour everything in this world. He launches a massive wave of dark energy slashes that Suo can barely parry. Suo struggles to keep up, realizing that he needs to be faster, stronger, and better just to survive. Suddenly, Minato's voice rings out, calling Su's name as he charges into the center of the storm. Our guy comes sprinting in like a blur, ignoring the danger to back up his arrogant teammate. Minato looks Su in the eye, his expression dead serious as he prepares to deliver a joint strike. Bandu is confused, wondering where the skeleton demons went and why this kid is still standing. Behind them, the massive green skeleton has been decapitated, completely defeated in a matter of seconds. Minato slams a fist into the ground, creating a massive blue shockwave that disrupts Bandu's magic circle. The impact sends the dark magus sliding back, his eyes widening as he realizes the amateur has grown. Suo stares at Minato's back, finally realizing that fighting this monster alone is pure suicide. Bando stands in a swirl of flames, his face twisting into a mask of pure demonic rage. Minato yells at Su that they need to join forces and defeat him together as the studio credits close out the chapter. The battle is at a stalemate, with Bandu Shijima looming over the two young warriors like a god of death. Suo looks at Minato, his pride warring with the cold reality that he can't win this fight on his own. He thinks back to how Hiko and Akane, two of the unit's best, couldn't even dent those skeleton demons. They were struggling just to survive, yet Minato somehow walked through them like they were nothing. He realizes that Minato did effortlessly what the rest of them couldn't do with all their strength. He asks himself who this guy really is, as Minato repeats his offer to take the boss down together. Su hesitates, the word together sounding like a foreign language to a guy who's always been alone. He pushes Minato away, his stubbornness winning out as he yells at him to stay out of it. He screams that he doesn't need anyone to help him, his eyes bloodshot with desperate pride. Minato is stunned by the guy's ego, realizing that Suo is literally going to get himself killed just to prove a point. Bandu smirks, agreeing with Suo. He also likes to enjoy things alone, especially the taste of high-rank souls. He gathers a massive orb of red energy between his hands, preparing a skill that looks like a miniature sun. He fires a beam of pure destruction, and Suo barely manages to parry it, the force of the blast nearly breaking his arms. It's called Magatsu's breath, a concentrated stream of demonic energy that vaporizes everything it touches. A massive bam shakes the mountains as the forest is turned into a charred wasteland in a single second. Bandu lets out a horrific laugh, demanding they entertain him more before he devours them. Suo is sent flying, his blade glowing red-hot from the friction of the demonic energy. Minato gets knocked back as well, crashing through the trees as his mana starts to flicker. He slumps against a tree stump, coughing up blood and feeling the crushing weight of Bandu's power. His vision starts to blur, and for a second it feels like the fight is finally over. Suddenly, he finds himself back in the shimmering mental space of the Founders. Reiichiro and Melz are standing over him, telling him he fainted for a split second due to the mental strain. Minato clutches his arm, the pain from the real world still echoing in his soul. He tries to stand up, yelling that he has to go back right now because his friends are dying. But Reiichiro stops him, telling him with a grave face that he needs to step away from this fight. Minato is shocked. He thought his masters were the ones who told him to never back down. Back in the real world, Su is desperately clashing with Bandu, but his movements are becoming sluggish. Bandu notes that they think the same way, but only one of them has the power to back up their arrogance. Suo realizes that he can't even cut the guy's shadow anymore, let alone his body. Bandu repeats his vow to devour everything, his face morphing into something truly inhuman. He opens his mouth impossibly wide, his eyes glowing with a hunger that transcends time. He unleashes a massive crack of energy that shatters Suo's defensive stance and sends him spiraling. Suo looks at his broken blade, the horror of his defeat finally sinking in. Bandu charges in for the kill, his hand aimed straight for Suo's throat. He laughs, telling Suo to entertain him more even as he prepares to rip his heart out. Inside Minato's mind, Reiichiro notes that Suo is strong, but he's simply no match for an ancient dark magus. He warns Minato that this situation is far beyond what his body can handle right now. Melz adds that Bandu's resurrection precision is terrifyingly high, making him a perfect vessel for pure evil. She explains that if there were more humans nearby, he would already be a full-fledged demon king. If he consumes Minato's life too, he'll become unstoppable, leading to countless civilian deaths. The unknown rank prophecy wasn't a mistake, it was a warning that the book couldn't even measure his malice. Reiichiro tells Minato to just lend him his body, and he'll handle the rest, but Minato's answer is a flat no. The founders are speechless, never expecting their disciple to refuse their help in a moment like this. Minato clutches his fist, telling them he's done with training, this is the real thing, and he needs to win it his way. He remembers all the obstacles he's faced and declares that he has to overcome this with his own strength. With a wild, confident grin, he asks his masters if he's wrong to want to surpass them using his own hands. Melz looks worried, but Reiichiro just starts to chuckle, his arrogant pride finally finding its match. He bursts into a massive laugh, admitting that Minato has already beaten them in terms of pure resolve. He asks if Minato is really planning on surpassing the legendary founders themselves. He places a hand on Minato's shoulder and tells him to go. If he's that determined, he won't stand in his way. He tells him to use everything he's learned and to do it in his own style. Minato nods, his spirit burning brighter than it ever has before as he prepares to return. The mental space begins to fade, leaving Minato standing in the center of the battlefield. He yells for his masters to watch over him, his crest of nothingness glowing with a blinding blue light. He dashes forward like a thunderbolt, his speed creating a sonic boom that clears the surrounding smoke. Reiichiro and Melz watch from the void, a mix of pride and anticipation on their faces. Bandu sees him coming and scoffs, asking if the kid has anything left but a death wish. He launches another flurry of dark slashes, but Minato weaves through them with impossible fluidity. Suo is falling through the air, looking at Minato with a mix of shock and dawning hope. Bandu declares that it ends here, charging up his ultimate Magatsu's breath for a final point-blank blast. Suo watches his broken sword spin away, thinking he's reached the limit of what he could do. He reaches out his hand, the moonlight reflecting off the tears of frustration in his eyes. He asks himself if this was really the best he could do after all his training. Suddenly, a hand grabs his falling sword mid-air, the crest of nothingness glowing right in front of his face. Suo looks up, stunned to see the newbie catching his weapon with a look of absolute focus. Minato tells him he's borrowing the sword for a second, using Su's own body as a springboard to launch himself higher. Su is left falling, his eyes wide as he realizes Minato's aura has completely eclipsed his own. He whispers newbie, finally understanding that he's in the presence of someone truly special. Minato flips through the air, Suo's blade becoming a conduit for a terrifying amount of blue internal energy. Bandu fires the massive beam of destruction, a pillar of red light that threatens to consume the entire valley. A massive boom echoes as the two powers collide, the sky turning a hellish shade of purple and red. Minato channels Hinoki's legendary one-handed sword style, his body perfectly synced with the founder's muscle memory. He unleashes a move called Gekirudachi Wave-Cutting Blade, his sword becoming a single line of pure energy. He slices straight through the center of Bandu's ultimate attack, splitting the red beam in half like it was made of water. The two halves of the blast sail harmlessly past him, exploding into the mountainside behind. A massive shockwave rips through the village, clearing the magic circle and the skeleton demons in one go. Bondu is left standing in shock, his arm actually bleeding for the first time since his resurrection. He stares at the kid, his voice trembling as he asks what kind of skill could possibly negate his dark arts. Minato descends from the sky, the moon hanging behind him like a halo as he points the borrowed blade at the Demon King. He declares his name, Kanagi Minato, the man who is destined to surpass the legends themselves. Minato stands tall, declaring himself the man who will surpass the legends living inside him. The founders watch from the mental space, wondering if their disciple has truly bitten off more than he can chew. Reiichiro and Melz debate whether Minato actually has a shot at winning this suicide mission against the Dark Magus. They realize they can't interfere anymore. This is Minato's stage now, and he's determined to play it his way. Reiichiro notices that Minato isn't just rushing in blindly. He thinks back to when Minato was sleeping in the car earlier. He wonders if the kid mastered a new secret technique during that brief rest, or if his potential is just breaking all the rules of logic. Suo watches from the ground, his eyes wide as he sees the newbie taking on a monster that nearly killed them all. Minato unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, his speed so high that he's creating a literal cage of blue energy around Bandu. Bandu blocks the strikes but feels the weight behind them. He's starting to get frustrated, wondering who the hell this kid really is. Minato shouts to his team to join forces, but he's already doing the heavy lifting by himself. Suo's pride is still stinging, as he mutters about not needing help while he struggles to even stand up. He bites his lip, the humiliation of being protected by a trainee starting to set in. Suo watches Minato's back, realizing the gap between them isn't just about mana, it's about resolve. Minato parries a dark burst, his borrowed sword glowing with an intense, flickering aura. Bandu isn't done yet. He summons 5 massive orbs of dark mana, surrounding Minato in a lethal circle. He unleashes a dark art called pomegranate, turning those orbs into heat-seeking pillars of fire. Minato is forced onto the defensive, sprinting across the scorched earth as the fireballs chase him down. The flames are sentient, curving and twisting through the air to stay on his tail. He realizes that these things won't stop until they hit a target, and he's running out of room to maneuver. The fire pillars merge into a massive wave of destruction, closing in on him from all sides. Minato stops running and prepares to plant his feet, his mind racing for a solution. Deep inside his soul, the Fist Saint Wantak smiles, seeing that his student is about to use one of his lessons. Minato remembers Wantak's stance, a perfect balance of internal energy and external force. He channels the chi he learned from the Fist Saint, focusing it all into his lead foot. He stomps the ground with a technique called aftershock, sending a massive tremor through the earth. A giant pillar of rock erupts from the ground, acting as a natural shield against the incoming firestorm. Bandu is stunned, unable to believe a sword user just utilized a high-level earth-shattering taijutsu move. Minato's expression is cold and analytical. He isn't just reacting anymore, he's controlling the flow of the fight. He uses the explosion of the boulder as a smokescreen, launching himself into the air at high velocity. The fire pillars slam into the debris, creating a series of massive explosions that level the graveyard. A massive cloud of dust and mana covers the battlefield, hiding Minato's movements from the dark magus. Bandu looks up, realizing too late that his prey isn't in the rubble anymore. Another spirit appears behind Minato, a lithe, dark-skinned goddess of speed. Minato creates a triangular path of light in the air, bouncing off invisible platforms with a technique called flash step. He uses light reflection to zigzag through the air, his speed increasing with every bounce until he's just a blue streak. Bandu tries to track him, but Minato is already directly above him, descending like a bolt of lightning. He delivers a vertical slash with everything he's got, the air screaming as his blade cuts through it. Bandu's face registers pure shock as a line of blood appears across his forehead. The magus staggers back, his ego shattered by the fact that an irregular actually managed to draw blood. He tries to counter with another plate of yin, but Minato is already moving to the next position. A massive pillar of red energy erupts where Minato was standing just a millisecond ago. Minato lands hard, coughing from the strain, but he refuses to let his aura fade for even a second. He tells himself to keep the basics in mind. Consistency is the only thing that will keep him alive. He visualizes all 106 founders, acknowledging that he needs to use every single skill they taught him to win this. He charges in again, his blade trailing a wake of blue energy that looks like a falling star. Bandu creates a wall of dark mana, but Minato's strike is so precise it finds the single vibrating weak point. Bandu realizes this is the moment. This kid isn't just talented, he's a genuine threat to his existence. He analyzes Minato's arsenal, swordsmanship, physique, magic, movement. Every single skill is at a mastery level. He screams in rage, asking how many skills one human could possibly possess. Reiichiro is shouting in the mental space, shocked that Minato is implementing everything they taught him so perfectly. Minato's growth rate is accelerating mid-fight, his body becoming a perfect machine of war. Mel's watches with concern, knowing that this kind of rapid evolution always comes with a heavy price. Bandu admits the kid is interesting, but his expression suddenly shifts into something much more sinister. He looks at Minato with eyes full of bloodlust, deciding that it's time to stop playing games and end this. He activates a forbidden art, a pillar of purple and black energy that reaches all the way to the clouds. The founders sense the massive spike in mana and tell Minato to be careful. This is a world-level curse. Akane and Hiko are frozen in place as they see the shadowy silhouettes of the skeleton demons beginning to merge. A massive skeletal foot slams into the ground, a shockwave of dark mana flattening the surrounding trees. Akane screams in terror as she realizes Bandu is fusing all his minions into one ultimate nightmare. The Dark Magus stands at the center of a literal mountain of bones, his aura turning the sky pitch black. He performs skeleton fusion, a dark technique that creates a gargantuan skeletal titan that towers over the village. Bandu stands atop the titan's head, telling Minato that while he was entertaining, the show is officially over. He looks down with cold eyes, stating that Minato's best just wasn't enough to kill a king. The giant skeletal hand descends, a shadow the size of a city block covering our guy. Riichiro screams for Minato to run, realizing that this attack is physically impossible to block or parry. Minato stands his ground, looking up at the incoming hand as the air itself starts to crush him. He mutters to himself that not enough is a phrase he's heard his entire life. He admits that Bandu is right. The version of him that walked into this village isn't strong enough. He closes his eyes, his breathing becoming calm despite the world literally falling on top of him. He realizes that going all out with his current skills won't be enough to save his friends. He needs more. He needs to break the limit of what a vessel is supposed to be. He decides it's time for a magic lesson, specifically the elemental arts he learned from Mel's. Mel's tells him they have to go step by step, but Minato is already diving into the deepest basics. He gathers a tiny spark of light in his hand, a skill called Shining Flame Gurla. He looks at the flame, remembering how the founders always kept their skills separate. He thinks about Hinoki's sword style, which is divided into soft and strong techniques. The wave-cutting blade is a single strike designed to cut down an enemy with raw power. Reichiru's voice echoes, telling him to forget hesitation and fear during the brief moment of a vertical slash. He tells Minato to look only at the life force of his enemy and nothing else. Minato raises the borrowed sword, but this time he lets the magic of Gurla flow directly into the steel. A line of pure, blinding light appears down the center of his blade, vibrating with an impossible frequency. Suddenly, a massive explosion of golden fire erupts around Minato, pushing back the giant skeletal hand. He stands in the center of an inferno, his eyes glowing with the combined power of two different legendary masters. Mel's is speechless. Fusing high-level magic and master-level swordsmanship should be impossible for a human body. Reichiru shouts his name, realizing that Minato is about to do something that even the founders never attempted. Minato looks up at the Dark Magus and calmly tells him it's time to settle this once and for all. He prepares his own original skill, the first one he's ever truly created himself. The air around the sword begins to crystallize as the heat and speed reach a critical point. He unleashes a blazing fire-cutting blade, a strike that looks like a sun falling from the sky. He slices through the Titan's wrist like it was made of warm butter, the bone instantly turning to ash. The entire giant arm collapses, vaporizing into white light as the heat from the strike continues to expand. Bandu is sent spiraling, his face frozen in a mask of absolute terror as his ultimate creation is deleted. Minato stands in the aftermath, his clothes torn and his skin burnt, but his eyes are those of a conqueror. The battle isn't over yet. The massive skeletal hand is still trying to crush Minato even as it disintegrates. Reichiru's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him to focus solely on the life force of his target. He explains that every warrior sees life differently depending on their path. For the Sword Saint, life looks like a thin, vibrating thread that can be snapped with a single motion. He asks Minato a pivotal question. What does life look like to you? Minato stares up at the towering horror of the skeleton titan, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. His eyes sharpen with a new kind of clarity, moving beyond the lessons he was taught. He looks at the Dark Magus, seeing past the magic and the armor to the very core of his being. To Minato, Bandu's life doesn't look like a thread, it looks like a disgusting, cloudy torch flame. It's a flickering light surrounded by a swirling vortex of cold, dark energy. He decides that cutting a thread isn't enough for a monster like this. He decides he's going to swallow that disgusting light with a raging flame of his own. He unleashes his original skill, the blazing fire-cutting blade, once again with even more intensity. The strike is so powerful that it creates a vacuum in the air, pulling everything toward the center of the blade. The Titan is vaporized instantly, the souls trapped inside it finally being set free in a storm of gold. Bandu screams the word impossible as the heat from the strike reaches his own flesh. Reichiro and Mel's are losing it, unable to believe he's successfully fused their two distinct powers into one. They realize that Minato's nothingness is actually the ultimate catalyst for creation. Suddenly, the legendary alchemist Kilik bursts into the room, cackling with pure joy at the spectacle. He explains that Minato's style is irregular. He isn't just switching between skills anymore. He's combining them at a molecular level, creating a power that surpasses the sum of its parts. Kilik laughs to himself, calling Minato a weird fellow even by legendary standards. Reiichiro admits that they might have seriously underestimated the kid's growth potential. Mel's looks worried, asking if it's really okay to keep raising a monster that could eventually surpass them all. Reiichiro just smirks, admitting that he wants to see just how far this human can actually go. Minato stands in the crater, his sword point down, as he prepares for the final exchange. He's reaching his physical limit, his vision tunneling as the recoil from the fusion starts to set in. He collapses to his knees, panting heavily while Bandu's headless body lies in the mud. Suddenly, a pool of blood starts to bubble and writhe behind him, radiating a dark, cursed energy. Bandu rises from the gore, his head reattached and his body covered in a glowing red aura. Minato yells in frustration, realizing that the guy literally has 1,000 years of regenerative dark arts. Bandu spits out blood, admitting that it was a close call, but he still has plenty of life force to spare. He declares that this is the end, charging a Magatsu's breath directly at the exhausted Minato. The orb of energy grows larger than ever, ready to wipe everything in front of it from existence. Suddenly, a streak of red hair blurs past as Suishinji unleashes his own ultimate move, Camellia. He decapitates Bandu for the second time, his voice cold as he tells the Magus he forgot about the other elite on the field. Suo catches the falling Minato, slamming his other hand into Bandu's body to keep it grounded. He looks at the falling head of the Dark Magus, seeing the same desperate eyes he saw in the mirrors of his past. He holds Minato close, protecting the guy who just risked everything to save him. As Bandu's consciousness fades, we see a flashback to his original life 1,000 years ago. A young, starving Bandu holds his dying brother Haru in a cold, dark shack. He whispers that it's cold, desperately trying to keep his brother warm with his own tattered clothes. He tells Haru to just wait until morning, promising that he'll find some food for them both. He smiles through his own hunger, trying to give his little brother a reason to keep breathing. But Haru's eyes are empty, the light of his life already starting to dim from starvation and neglect. Bandu's face goes dark, a seed of pure hatred for the world taking root in his heart. He watches the wealthy carriages of the Onmyoji pass by their shack, ignoring the dying children in the snow. He clutches Haru's body as it goes cold, screaming into the void that life is nothing but pain. He watches the rich celebrate their festivals while he loses the only person he ever loved. He asks the heavens why they have to suffer while others live in luxury, his grief turning into a hunger for power. Back in the present, Bandu lets out a final, shaky breath as his body starts to dissolve. He admits to himself that being alone might be fun, but it's undeniably lonely. Suo watches as the last of the Dark Magus turns to ash and blows away in the wind. He looks down at his own uniform, his expression unreadable as the silence returns to the village. Minato lies unconscious on the ground, his face pale and battered from the fight of his life. Suo stares at him, his arrogant facade finally gone, replaced by a look of genuine respect. Suddenly, a massive crack appears in the sky as the ritual barrier begins to collapse inward. Akane and Hiko come running, screaming Suo's name as the environment starts to warp. They frantically ask if Minato is alive, and Suo confirms that his life isn't in immediate danger. Akane lets out a sigh of relief, her eyes welling up with tears of joy that their teammate survived. But Hiko points up, yelling that the celebration needs to wait because they're about to be crushed. The energy emitted by the village is exploding outward, and if they don't move, they'll be buried alive. Suo draws his blade again, telling them they have to hit the barrier with their strongest attacks to deflect the blast. Hiko is worried because none of them are in their prime state after fighting the skeletons and Bandu. Suo's face is set in stone, he knows they don't have a choice if they want to see tomorrow. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from Minato's body as he stands up, his sword raised high. Suo is shocked to see the newbie back on his feet, his mana output reaching a new peak. The entire world goes white, as the barrier finally gives way under the weight of the collective strikes. Reiichiro's voice is soft, as he tells Minato that he did well, better than any of them expected. We see a flashback to Minato asking the masters to watch over him before he launched his final attack. Reiichiro promises to finish the job for him, his spirit blade glowing with a divine light. A massive shockwave rips through the sky, shattering the dark clouds and letting the moonlight through. A boom that can be heard for miles echoes through the mountains as the prophecy is officially broken. Hinoki's style is the last thing that clears the air, a testament to the power of the founders. The move is called Splitting Cloud, and it does exactly what the name implies. A pair of heavy, polished boots land on the cliffside, signaling the arrival of a new, powerful entity. A group of elite hunters arrive on the scene, realizing with shock that the barrier has already collapsed. They see the massive crater where the village graveyard used to be, now just a field of cooling ash. One of them asks if they were too late, but the leader stops him, pointing toward the center of the field. A pillar of white light remains in the center of the ruins, pulsing with a calm, holy energy. It reaches all the way to the stars, acting as a beacon for the entire mountain range. We see Minato's hand clutching the sword, his arm burnt and bloody, but held high in victory. The reinforcements are stunned, never having seen a sword's light this pure and powerful. One of the elites admits it's a fine blade, radiating a strength that knows zero hesitation. The leader of the reinforcement squad steps into the light, revealing a face that looks suspiciously like Suo's. It's the captain of the Su squad, Suo Makoto, a man whose presence screams world-class elite. He looks at Minato with narrowed eyes, asking himself who this kid could possibly be. High above the Peru airspace, a plane cuts through the clouds, and Midori is already hearing the news. Back in Japan, Makoto stands before the corpse of a massive dragon-like creature, his sword still dripping with gold. He's casually on the phone with Midori, reporting that he's currently facing a rank 1 threat like it's a grocery trip. Midori laughs, thinking it's amazing how much his team is growing while he's halfway across the world. He's sitting on the roof of a flying commercial jet, totally unbothered by the 500 mph winds. Makoto asks who the core member was that stopped the unknown rank prophecy in the village. He mentions the name Kanagi Minato, admitting that even though he found the kid, he has no idea what he really is. Midori smirks, a look of genuine pride crossing his face as he hears his protégé's name. He tells Makoto that Minato is the one who will end all of the prophecies, a title that carries massive weight. He claims that Minato is the very existence they've all been waiting for since the Tower era ended. Makoto is intrigued, asking if Midori really expects that much from a single trainee. He scoffs, telling Midori to just hurry up and come back, because life is boring without anyone on his level. Midori just laughs, promising to return soon before hanging up to focus on the task at hand. A flight attendant inside the cockpit notices a massive anomaly appearing directly in front of the plane. A gargantuan, skeletal woman with a noose around her neck looms over the aircraft like a dark god. It's a super-rank prophecy called The Sun Has Set, a threat that makes rank 1 look like a joke. The boss is Ishtam, the origin of suicidal infection, and her mere presence is enough to crash the plane. She opens a single, massive eye, radiating a pulse of dark mana that shorts out the plane's electronics. But Midori is already in motion, his blue aura flaring up until it rivals the sun itself. He launches himself off the plane, a tiny speck of light charging toward a mountain-sized monster. He tells Makoto to wait for him, promising to finish this super-rank threat thoroughly and quickly. He unleashes divine wind turbulence, a storm of energy that literally shreds the fabric of space around the boss. Minato slowly opens his eyes, the fluorescent lights of the infirmary making his head throb. He jolts upright with a gasp, his mind still stuck in the chaos of the village battle. A kind-faced nurse greets him, telling him he's finally awake after his intensive mission. He asks where he is, and she confirms he's in the anti-prophecy unit's private medical wing. Minato realizes he lost consciousness from pure exhaustion, something that hasn't happened since his awakening. He's frustrated because he was so weak he couldn't even enter the mental space to talk to the founders. Suddenly, he notices Suo Shinji sitting in a chair nearby, covered in bandages and looking like he hasn't moved for days. Minato asks about Hiko and Akane, and Su tells him they've been training non-stop since they got back. He explains that they were frustrated because they felt useless during the fight against Bandu. Su's voice is quiet, admitting that he's feeling the same way for a different reason. He thinks back to how Minato borrowed his sword and performed a feat of power that was completely overwhelming. Minato tries to apologize, but Su cuts him off, standing up with a look of intense determination. He looks Minato in the eye and asks the question that's been eating at him, "Who the hell are you?" He notes that in less than 2 days, Minato has defeated a rank 3 and potentially a rank 1 boss. He's never seen skills or fusions like Minato's in his entire career as a top-tier hunter. He asks how someone like Minato can be so strong, his voice trembling with a mix of envy and respect. Suddenly, the curtain is pulled back as a tall, imposing man in a black coat steps into the room. Shinji freezes, his face going pale as he recognizes the man standing before them. The man confirms Minato's name, his presence so heavy it feels like the air has been sucked out of the room. Minato is confused, wondering who this big brother could possibly be. Shinji whispers big brother, revealing that this is the legendary Makoto, the captain of the elite squad. Makoto looks at his younger brother with a cold, dismissive gaze, acting like he's just a piece of furniture. Minato is shocked by the resemblance, realizing that both Su brothers are absolute monsters in combat. Without warning, Makoto draws his massive blade and launches a lightning-fast strike at Minato. The sword cuts through the air with a high-pitched whistle, aimed directly for Minato's throat. Shinji flinches, thinking his brother is actually going to execute the newbie right there in the hospital. But Makoto stops the blade just millimeters from Minato's skin, the wind from the strike ruffling the kid's hair. Minato is already in a defensive crouch on the bed, his body reacting instinctively to the threat. He asks if this is some kind of test, his own aura starting to leak out in response. Makoto is impressed, noting that a normal trainee would have been decapitated before they even saw the sword. He sheathes his blade and tells Minato that he passed, a tiny smirk forming on his lips. He officially introduces himself as Suo Makoto, the captain of the Suo squad. Shinji watches from the side, looking like his world has just been turned upside down by his brother's interest. Makoto reveals that after seeing Minato's feats in the village, he's made an executive decision. He tells Minato that he will be joining his squad temporarily, bypassing all the usual promotion protocols. Shinji is crushed. He spent his whole life trying to get into his brother's squad, and Minato just got invited on day 2. Makoto tells Minato to follow him for a briefing, ignoring Shinji's bleeding heart entirely. Shinji clenches his fist until his knuckles bleed, his jealousy finally reaching a breaking point. He mutters Minato's name under his breath, his eyes glowing with a dark, competitive fire. Later, at the training area, the sound of metal clashing echoes through the halls. A massive burst of yellow energy explodes against a training dummy, nearly melting the floor. Hiko and Akane are sparring with an intensity that borders on suicidal, pushing their mana to the red line. Akane curses as she misses a strike, her breathing ragged and her uniform soaked in sweat. They keep seeing images of Minato's blazing fire strike in their minds, realizing just how far behind they are. Hiko mutters that at this rate, they'll never even be able to reach Minato's back, let alone stand beside him. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful voice calls out to them from the entrance of the training hall. They freeze as they see a man in a wide-brimmed hat carrying a tray of chocolates and alpaca rugs. It's Midori! He's back from Peru and is casually offering them souvenirs like he wasn't just fighting a super-ranked god. He asks if they've been working hard, looking at the two of them with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Akane and Hiko don't care about the chocolate. They bow deeply and beg Midori to train them personally. They yell that they refuse to lose to Minato, their pride as elites finally pushing them to seek the world's strongest. Midori's expression goes serious for a split second, sensing the massive shift in their resolve. He smiles, noting that he didn't expect these two kids to have such blazing eyes this soon. He realizes that Minato's flame didn't just burn the enemies, it reached his own comrades and ignited their potential. He laughs and agrees to train them, looking forward to the chaos this new generation is going to cause. He asks about Shinji, wondering where the third elite has run off to. Shinji steps out from the shadows, declaring that he'll be joining the hellish training as well. Minato watches from the doorway, realizing that his own growth has just kicked off an all-out arms race within the unit. Back at the base, Hiko and Akane are stunned when they realize Shinji is talking about Minato's new assignment. Shinji explains that our boy Minato is being scouted right now. His own brother, the legendary captain of the Su squad, has taken Minato in as a temporary member, and the realization hits Akane like a truck. Minato has already reached a level they can barely imagine. The world's strongest, Midori, just laughs it off while lounging on his phone, telling them if they're so curious, they should just go see for themselves. But Shinji isn't playing around. He knows this is happening, because he's still lacking compared to the MC. Meanwhile, Minato is hustling down a hallway, trying to keep up with Captain Makoto as they prepare for a mission departure scheduled for tomorrow morning. Makoto stops in his tracks, his presence heavy and intimidating. He turns back and bluntly asks Minato if he's actually close with his little brother Shinji. Minato thinks back to the brutal fight against Bandu, remembering how Shinji stayed by his side while he was unconscious and even let him use his sword. With a bright smile, Minato confidently says they're probably friends. Makoto just stares back, his expression unreadable behind his sharp gaze. But internally, the perspective shifts. Shinji feels like his big brother doesn't acknowledge him at all. The truth is the exact opposite. Makoto is actually terrified for his brother's safety. He couldn't even look Shinji in the eye, because seeing his brother covered in wounds was too painful for him to bear. While Shinji thinks he has to risk his life to get a single glance from his brother, Makoto just wants him to be safe and out of harm's way. Minato watches them, commenting on how close the two brothers seem to be. Back at the training grounds, Shinji stands alone, fueled by the desire to surpass Minato and finally earn that respect he craves. It's a total mismatch of feelings. One brother is desperate to win, while the other is just a worried guardian. Minato can't help but admire the beautiful brotherhood, completely unaware of the drama. He realizes that despite his cold exterior, Shinji has never really opened up about himself like this before. The scene shifts to a comedic tone as Akane and Hiko realize Shinji's rivalry is basically just a huge brother complex. Hiko remembers asking Shinji if he hated his brother, only for Shinji to scream about how much he actually respects him. That scream echoed through the entire facility. Back in the training room, Akane is unleashing a storm of liquid mercury, moved by the touching story of Shinji just wanting his brother's attention. Hiko, meanwhile, is getting absolutely blasted by a training simulation, wondering if touching is really the right word for this madness. We then get the breakdown of the Sioux Squad's ironclad rules: be swift, stay on the offensive, and crush your own weaknesses. Within the anti-prophecy unit, this small team of 7 is considered the absolute pinnacle of combat ability. Their target? Rank 1 prophecies, disasters that can end entire nations as they fly toward the danger in a massive military transport. Minato sits in the back, reflecting on everything he's been told about this elite group. A masked squad member, Takeru, casually mentions that the captain is basically 90% of the team's power, while everyone else is just there for backup. He tells Minato not to stress it since he's just a temporary member, but Minato is distracted, frantically typing away on his phone. Takeru snaps at him to put the phone down for a second, catching our boy off guard. Minato apologizes, explaining that he just had to send a quick message to his friends. He feels the weight of his mentors inside his head, all of them nagging him to give his allies some advice. Back at the base, Hiko and Akane's phones start blowing up with notifications from Minato. Akane looks at her screen and loses it, screaming about who Minato thinks he is to be lecturing her. Hiko is equally stunned, staring at the message with a look of pure disbelief. Even Shinji is vibrating with rage, clutching his phone as he wonders what the hell Minato is thinking. Midori wanders over, curious about the chaos, and sees that Minato has sent them all a little something. It's one-point advice to make them stronger, highly specific tips tailored to each of their combat styles. Midori starts laughing, realizing just how high-level this advice actually is. He sees that Minato has pinpointed flaws in their techniques that haven't even been addressed in their formal training yet. He looks at the 3 frustrated elites and asks them if they're going to take the advice or just throw it away. Midori smirks, challenging them to step up. Despite their pride, both Hiko and Akane roar that they're doing it, completely fired up. Shinji is fuming, feeling like Minato is literally rubbing salt in his wounds, but Midori just teases him, saying it's just a gift from a friend. Up in the clouds, Minato sneezes, feeling like someone is talking about him, as Takara points out that they've reached the target area. Minato presses his hand against the window, looking out at the wasteland below. His eyes widen as he sees the scale of the disaster. Giant, jagged pillars of ice pierce through the mountains like needles in a pincushion. This is a rank 1 prophecy, frozen earth, a disaster that begins with the freezing of the landscape. The prophecy warns of a freeze that will consume the entire surface of the globe, expanding without end. The rate of growth is exponential, threatening to swallow everything in its path. If left unchecked, the entire planet will become a dead, frozen rock. It's a survival-level threat that the world just isn't ready for. The disaster is popping up in 17 different spots globally, and while urban areas are in chaos, they're lucky this specific rift appeared in a remote mountain range. The squad's vice captain, Mana, warns that the spread is moving even faster than the reports predicted. The helicopter can't go any further due to the turbulence and freezing air. The captain makes the call. They're dropping in directly from the back hatch. Makoto stands at the edge of the ramp, commanding his team to ensure not a single human village is harmed by this freeze. He looks back with cold determination and tells them to chant the 3 rules. The squad roars in unison. First, be swift. Second, keep your offensive. Third, overcome your weakness. Minato stands among them, feeling the raw intensity of the elite unit. He reflects on his last big fight, realizing he had to rely on the Sword Saint's spirit to survive. He sees this mission as his chance to finally learn how to fight like a true, modern awakener. One by one, the elites dive out of the chopper into the freezing abyss. Minato takes a deep breath, steeling his resolve to finish this mission with his own 2 hands. This is his first rank 1 prophecy, and he knows there's no room for error. The squad plummets through the air, looking like a group of specialized hunters descending on their prey. Makoto leads the charge, focused entirely on the objective. It's just past 10 a.m., and the Suo squad has successfully touched down in the heart of the frozen zone. Takeru is already shivering and sneezing, complaining that it's way colder than the negative 37 degrees they were promised. Mana notes that the area they need to cover is massive, meaning they might have to set up a camp in this frozen hellscape. Minato leans over to Takeru, asking if this frozen earth disaster was actually written in any of the ancient prophecy books. Takeru explains that this wasn't in a book. It was predicted by a high-level skill from someone within the unit, marking the first time they've identified a rank 1 threat before it started. Because of how severe the prediction was, the Suo squad was the only choice to handle it. Minato nods, finally understanding the stakes of being on this team. Mana notices the look on his face and asks if he's getting nervous. She tells him that a little tension is good to keep your guard up, but he shouldn't let it crush him. Takeru hops over and starts massaging Minato's shoulders, bragging that while there are 8 squads in Japan, the Suo squad is the only one that plays in the rank 1 league. Mana snaps at Takeru for being too relaxed, and he quickly backs off with a playful apology. Suddenly, Takeru's tone shifts to dead serious as a golden radar grid flashes in his eyes. He's detected enemies. Minato's heart skips a beat as he realizes how fast these pros switch into combat mode. Takeru pinpoints the target at 2 o'clock, exactly 200 meters out. Mana doesn't hesitate for a second, acknowledging the command and blurring into motion. Minato is left blinking as she vanishes into the snow in the blink of an eye. Moments later, she's already back by the captain's side, reporting on the situation. She's found a pack of 30 monsters, ice gargoyles, and their estimated rank is a terrifying S+++. Makoto doesn't even flinch, simply giving the order to annihilate every last one of them. The squad moves like a single machine, launching themselves toward the enemy. The snowy plain explodes into a flurry of magic and steel as the elites start tearing through the S++ monsters like they're nothing. Minato watches from the sidelines, completely floored by their power. He realizes their teamwork and situational awareness are on a totally different planet compared to the trainees he's used to. These aren't just hunters, they are the absolute top tier of the awakened world. Minato turns to the captain, ready to ask for his own orders. Makoto looks at him and tells him that S+++ enemies shouldn't be a problem for him either, giving him the green light to join the fray. With a determined shout, Minato charges forward, mana surging through his body. Minato brings his foot down with enough force to shatter the skull of a gargoyle instantly. The impact creates a massive shockwave, clearing the area around him as he lands. He draws his blade, moving with a grace that even the squad members notice. Mana shouts a warning that some even more powerful variants are mixed into the pack. Minato doesn't miss a beat, activating his original fusion technique, blazing fire-cutting blade. A massive wave of heat erupts, incinerating a giant horned monster in a single blinding flash of orange. Takeru watches the explosion, his eyes wide with shock at the raw power the newbie is packing. The fire cuts a literal path through the frozen mountain, steaming up the air. Minato stands in the center of the heat, his sword wreathed in flames, looking like a true powerhouse. Mana watches him with a small, impressed hum. But the captain is on another level. A network of red laser-like slashes fills the air. Makoto stands calmly in the center of a literal meat grinder as the monsters around him are diced into microscopic pieces. He looks up, noticing a strange blue light pulsing from deep within the icy crags. As night falls, the squad sets up a temporary camp inside a sheltered cave. A soft orange glow from their lanterns spills out into the dark, snowy night. Inside, the team is finally taking a breather, huddled around a heater. Takeru slurps on some cup noodles, reporting that his radar can't find the boss within a 10 km range, meaning they're stuck here for the night. Takeru looks around and wonders where Minato and the captain disappeared to. Outside, Minato is sitting on a log by a small campfire, lost in his own thoughts. He closes his eyes, focusing on his internal energy. He thinks back to the fight with Bandu, remembering that feeling of how to perfectly fuse 2 different hero skills. He's trying to do the same with a new set of skills, focusing on an orb of swirling blue energy between his hands. He tells himself to concentrate, pushing his limits in the quiet of the night. He's desperate to master this new power before the boss appears. His eyes snap open, glowing with intensity. He's almost got it. Suddenly, Makoto appears behind him like a ghost, commenting on how enthusiastic he is about training. Minato nearly jumps out of his skin, and Makoto tilts his head, asking if he disturbed him. Minato stammers out a no, completely freaked out that an S rank could sneak up on him without a single trace. Makoto sits down by the fire and asks if this is Minato's first time camping on a mission. Minato says it is, admitting that it's tough, and Makoto just stares into the flames with a melancholic look. The captain admits he really wants to go home right now, catching Minato totally off guard. Minato assumes he wants to smoke a cigarette, but Makoto clarifies he wants to smoke his cat. Minato just stares at him, completely lost. Makoto starts acting like a total weirdo, burying his face in his hands and talking about how much he needs to huff his cat's fur, making Minato think he's talking about drugs. Makoto pulls out his phone, his cold commander persona completely gone, and asks Minato what kind of cat he thinks it is. He leans in way too close, forcing Minato to look at the screen. It's a picture of a very grumpy-looking brown cat sitting on a cat tree. Makoto says its name is Oribe Manju, leaving Minato wondering what the hell that even means. Minato notices the cat looks incredibly mean in every photo and asks if Makoto actually misses this thing. Makoto lists 100 reasons why the cat is a nightmare. It sheds everywhere, scratches the walls, vomits hairballs, and hates hugs. But then he smiles warmly, saying the cat is just like Shinji, someone who has a hard time opening their heart, but is secretly cute. He looks up at the stars, a genuine longing in his voice. He wishes that someday he could talk to his brother as easily as he talks about his cat. Minato watches him, seeing the human side of the world's most elite soldier for the first time. Minato admits that as an only child, he probably can't fully understand those complex family feelings. He thinks about how awkward the two brothers were back at the base. Minato suggests that maybe Makoto should just try treating Shinji exactly like he treats his cat. Makoto pauses. Then a soft smile spreads across his face as he realizes Minato might be onto something. Minato notices there are videos too, and as he plays one, a high-pitched, baby talk voice screams, "You're so cute, meow!" The video shows Makoto's hand getting absolutely shredded by the cat while he begs for its love. Minato is horrified that the cold captain treats his cat like a human baby, but Makoto just wonders if that kind of behavior is actually okay for a man his age. Makoto gets a mischievous glint in his eye and asks if he can practice his brotherly affection on Minato first, making our boy run for his life. Mana walks out, interrupting the chaos, and tells them both to get back to camp because they move out at dawn. Makoto accidentally replies with "understood meow," leaving Mana completely frozen in confusion. But the lighthearted moment is cut short as the narration turns dark again. While the squad was laughing by the fire, they had no idea they weren't alone on this mountain. A hiker with a flashlight spots a mysterious figure walking through the blizzard wearing nothing but a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops. The hiker panics, asking if the guy is an awakener or on some kind of suicide mission. The stranger stops, his voice calm and eerie. He confirms that yes, he does have a mission. He clutches a blue book with a golden seal, stating he's here to fulfill the prophecy of this place. This lone, mysterious awakener is heading toward the exact same mountain as our team, and he clearly isn't here to help. Hashtag IV. Chapter 21. A True Battle Script. Today he's kneeling before a silver-haired woman, practicing archery to hone his concentration to a razor's edge. He's been at it for almost 25 hours straight in mental time, because as the mentors say, you never know when the enemy will strike. The founder, known as Heavenly Bao Margit, asks if it's painful, reminding him that this level of focus is the only way he'll survive what's coming. Suddenly, the Sword Saint Hinoki storms in, screaming about why they aren't doing sword training today, but Melz tells him to shut it. He had his turn yesterday. Hinoki lets out a censored string of curses, but Margit is impressed. Minato isn't even flinching at the noise anymore. She notes that he's finally mastered the calm needed to perform under pressure. Minato's focus shifts to his real-world teammates, remembering how amazing they are and how much he wants to prove himself. He draws back the bowstring, his eye locked on the target with terrifying intensity. The arrow is released, a streak of pure light cutting through the blue void. It hits with a massive release of energy, creating a ripple that shakes his entire mental realm. The shockwave sends him and Margit flying back through the air. Minato gasps for air, his body trembling from the exertion. Margit tells him that's enough for today, and to never forget the feeling of that perfect shot. But before he can even rest, the Sword Saint Hinoki looms over him with a terrifying aura, unsheathing his blade to train until the very second Minato wakes up. Minato's eyes snap open in the real world. It's morning, and the squad is standing ready. They're deep in a frozen valley, looking like a group of specks against the massive ice formations. Makoto announces that today is the day they find and kill the boss behind this prophecy. Chapter 21. A True Battle. Takeru is already back on his radar game, calling out a group of 20 enemies closing in at 150 meters. A swarm of giant crystalline blue birds dives from the sky, their wings sharp enough to slice through steel. Mana watches them with a cold hum, completely unimpressed by the trash mobs. Inside Minato's head, the founders Eiler and Flipper are commenting on the mission, thinking it looks like an easy win since the people around Minato are so strong. Melz notices the god of hands, Kudu, looking troubled and asks what's wrong. The old man strokes his beard, saying he doesn't know for sure, but something feels deeply off. Minato feels it too as he shatters a bird with his blade. The air on the mountain is getting heavy. The squad finishes off the swarm in seconds, and Makoto gives them a simple, good work. Takeru suddenly freezes, his eyes wide as he detects a massive energy signature 2,000 meters out. The ground begins to shake with a rhythmic thud as the boss moves toward them at incredible speed. Takeru tries to count down the seconds to contact, but he's cut off by a blood-curdling roar that rips through the valley. A massive four-armed blue deity with glowing eyes and jagged swords crashes into the clearing. This is the boss, unknown god Calmetus, and its rank is literally off the charts. Mana warns that its aura is on a completely different level as the squad prepares for the fight of their lives. A beam of golden light streaks through the air. Takeru launches the first strike, but the boss blocks it effortlessly with its multiple blades. Mana follows up with a lightning-fast slash, trying to find a gap in the monster's defense. A third member unleashes a massive fire magic circle, trying to burn the beast. The entire area is engulfed in a massive explosion of flame and magic. But as the smoke clears, Mana's eyes widen in horror. Their coordinated combo attack didn't leave a single scratch on the god. Minato watches the beast loom over them, and he realizes this is where he has to step up. The word "don't hesitate" rings through his mind. He remembers Hinoki's voice telling him to forget his fear and look only for the life of his enemy. Akane's voice echoes too, telling him to always use his strongest move first against a powerful foe. Minato surges with fire, shouting that he can do this as he prepares his ultimate technique. He unleashes the blazing fire-cutting blade, a pillar of fire so large it lights up the entire mountain range. The screen goes white from the sheer intensity of the blast. Minato stares into the flames, panting, hoping that was enough. But the god just stands there, blocking the fire with one arm, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. It swings its massive blue blade, and the shockwave sends Minato flying through the air like a ragdoll. The beast follows up with a strike that shatters the very earth where Minato was standing. Takeru catches him, asking if he's still alive, while Minato realizes he only survived because he hit a soft icicle on the way down. Our boy is shaking, finally realizing that this thing is way too strong for him to handle alone. Mana grits her teeth, realizing why this prophecy was rank 1. This boss is an absolute world-ender. She looks toward the captain, a silent plea in her eyes. Makoto steps forward, telling the team to stay back and not to worry about him. He looks the god in the eye, his expression one of absolute cold focus. Takeru grabs Minato and starts pulling him away, telling him that they'll only get in the captain's way if they stay. The god swings its massive sword down with a force that sounds like the sky itself is tearing. A massive blue energy wave erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The explosion is so large it fills the entire valley with a blinding blue light. Minato screams for the captain, fearing the worst. But from the center of the crater, a calm voice says, "I see." The god's eyes widen in surprise as it looks down at the human it just tried to crush. Makoto stands there, untouched, and simply tells the monster that it's indeed strong. Takeru and Mana start laughing through their relief, mentioning the rumor that the Suo squad is really just a one-man army led by a monster. The god lets out a furious roar and unleashes a flurry of slashes. Makoto blocks them all with a single hand on his sword, his movements so fast they're almost invisible. With one swift counterattack, he slices through 2 of the god's arms like they were made of butter. Inside Minato's head, the Sword Saint is actually impressed, noting that the captain isn't bad for a modern-era awakener. Hinoki gets a menacing look, wanting to take over Minato's body to join the fight, but our boy shuts him down instantly. Minato is too focused on the spectacle in front of him. Makoto looks at the wounded god and says he wishes his whole squad could have experienced the feeling of defeating a boss like this. Fire begins to gather in his eyes as he declares that he's going to end this now. Mana shouts for everyone to deploy a defensive barrier immediately. The screen fills with the word "skill." Makoto unleashes his true power, Red Dragon God Emperor. A sea of fire consumes the entire area, leaving the squad huddled inside their green barrier just to survive the heat. Makoto's blade glows with a crimson light that looks like it could melt the sun. The attack hits with the force of a nuclear bomb, vaporizing the snow and shattering the ice pillars for kilometers. The entire world is nothing but white and orange fire. A massive whoosh echoes through the mountains as the firestorm clears. The light is so bright it's almost blinding. The god lets out one final scream as its massive body starts to collapse and crumble into ash. Minato stares at the destruction, realizing that Makoto's fire sword is leagues beyond his own. He knows that without the barrier, they all would have been turned into ash by their own captain's power. This is the true power of the Suo squad's leader. Makoto stands over the remains, his face returning to its usual stoic look as he adds an accidental meow to his victory speech. Mana and Minato both sweat drop, realizing the captain's head is still 100% conquered by his love for his cat. Minato looks at his own hands, realizing the style Makoto uses is completely different from the Sword Saint's, and it's way beyond his current level. A wide smile spreads across our boy's face. He's not discouraged, he's inspired. He vows to learn everything he can from this man during his time on the squad. Suddenly, a splash of red hits the ground. The squad is celebrating, shouting "Nice!" as they think the mission is over. Minato and Takeru are cheering, finally letting their guards down. But then, a single drop of blood falls into the snow. Then another, and another. Makoto's eyes go wide as he looks down at his own arm. A look of pure shock and disbelief crosses his face. His entire left arm has been severed, the blood spraying into the cold air. The squad's defensive barrier is still up, but it didn't protect them from what just happened. Minato and Takeru spin around, their faces pale as they see their captain maimed. A strange black and white orb has pierced through Takeru's chest from behind. Blood geysers into the air as the elites fall one by one. Minato is frozen, blood splattering across his face as the world around him turns into a nightmare in a single second. The nightmare has officially started, and our boy Minato can only watch in horror as Takeru is pierced right through the heart. Minato screams out Kuriyama's name, but the blood spray and the dead look in his eyes say everything. It's already too late. Takeru looks at Minato one last time, his voice failing as he calls him an idiot for not staying focused. He collapses into the snow, reaching out as the life fades from his body, leaving a trail of red across the ice. Minato's world is crumbling, his face is splattered with his friend's blood, and the reality of a Rank 1 mission is finally hitting home. Even the legendary Captain Makoto is reeling, clutching his empty shoulder as he curses the invisible enemy. The internal thoughts of the squad are spiraling. How did an attack get past the world's best radar without a single warning? It was a complete blind spot, something that shouldn't be possible for an elite S-rank team. Takeru's final reaching hand fades as he silently apologizes to the captain for failing his job. He falls face down in the cold, and the squad realizes that if the enemy could do this to Takeru, no one is safe. The captain finally pinpoints the direction, his instincts screaming that the threat is much closer than they thought. Somewhere in the blizzard, the enemy is laughing, watching the elite squad fall apart. The realization is simple. The enemy is standing right over them, looking down at Takeru's lifeless body with zero remorse. Makoto is vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes locking on to the blonde guy in the Hawaiian shirt. Suddenly, another squad member, Hisano, is hit by a massive bam, a chunk of his side literally erased by a dark orb. The captain roars for everyone to hide behind the terrain, realizing this isn't a physical attack, it's a high-level skill. Two of the elite members are down in seconds, their bodies mutilated by an enemy they can barely see. Mana looks back in terror at her fallen comrades, her composure completely shattered. She looks at the captain and her voice trembles. She realizes his arm is completely gone. Makoto drops to one knee, blood pooling in the snow as he stares at the ground, his strength rapidly leaving him. He realizes the terrifying truth. These dark orbs annihilate everything they touch, and even their strongest barriers are useless. His eyes sharpen. He knows he can't afford to die here, not while his team is being hunted. With a sudden dash, the captain launches himself toward the attacker like a red streak of lightning. Mana cries out for him, but she knows there's no stopping him when he's in this state. The god boss Calmidus, despite being sliced in half earlier, starts to crack and regenerate its massive blue form. Mana realizes they're being pinched, a regenerating god on one side and a mysterious assassin on the other. She looks at Minato, who is still kneeling in the snow, his spirit completely broken by the carnage. Inside his mind, Minato is desperately calling out for Valentine, begging for a miracle. He pleads with the spirits to resurrect his friends, refusing to accept that they're gone forever. The spirit of a nurse with glasses appears, her face full of pity as she looks down at our broken boy. She tells him the cold, hard truth: there is no skill in her arsenal that can bring back the dead. Minato stares at the corpses of his teammates, the dark blue reality of death finally sinking in. He goes quiet, the light leaving his eyes as he whispers, "I see." He calls out the names of the founders, one by one: Reiichiro, Wantak, Eiler. He addresses all 106 of them, his voice hollow and filled with a dark, simmering resolution. The Sword Saint Hinoki looks back at him, seeing the shift in the boy's soul. Minato remembers his vow to finish this mission with his own hands, realizing he's been too reliant on the spirits. His eyes harden with a terrifying intensity. He's done being a spectator in his own body. He apologizes to his fallen friends for being too weak to protect them. The world around him goes white as he prepares to unleash everything he has. He looks up at the spirits, a desperate, dark plea on his face. He's asking them to help him one last time. Hinoki simply nods, understanding that the time for training is over. It's time for a slaughter. Minato stays kneeling for a moment, the calm before the absolute storm. His hair begins to lose its color, turning a ghostly silver as his mana begins to overflow. We shift to Makoto's perspective, who is analyzing the enemy. The sniper attack came from over 3 kilometers away. That means the guy in front of them isn't just a physical fighter, he's a long-range specialist who can still brawl. Makoto realizes the man who took his arm and killed Takeru did it with a single effortless shot. The captain smiles a bloodied grin, realizing he's finally met someone as strong as himself. Makoto reveals his secret. He normally suppresses his power, so his squad members have room to grow. But with his squad dying, the limiter is coming off. He uses his sheer speed and eyesight to pinpoint the enemy's location, even through the blinding storm. The blonde man, 12, notices the captain's shift in energy and realizes the game is getting serious. Makoto flashes back to memories of Takeru eating ramen, a smile on his face. He remembers Hisano's focused face while playing a game of shogi. He thinks of Kawase petting a cat, a rare moment of peace for the elite unit. He recalls Moromi's confident smirk, a brother in arms who always had his back. He bellows that he will not let their deaths be in vain, his aura exploding into a localized sun of orange fire. He unleashes crimson light, a boom that sends a shockwave through the entire valley. 12 mocks the captain, saying he expected more from the leader of the strongest squad. Makoto's eyes widen in disbelief. His legendary flames were literally consumed and erased by the darkness. 12 smirks, telling Makoto that if he still had his left arm, he might have actually stood a chance. He laughs, saying that what-ifs don't mean anything in a real fight. 12 commands Makoto to Dai, summoning 3 massive orbs of darkness that pulse with destructive energy. Makoto lets out a desperate swoosh with his blade, trying to create a wind barrier against the void. 12 vanishes and reappears behind him, catching the captain completely off guard. A massive red slash cuts through the air as Makoto tries to counterattack while falling. Blood sprays from Makoto's side as he narrowly dodges a lethal blow, his coat being shredded by the orbs. 12 mockingly tells him that he probably expected to behead him just now. But instead, it's the captain who is kneeling in the snow, gasping for breath and closer to death than ever. Makoto grinds his teeth and tries one last vertical strike, but 12 just dodges with a playful opsy. 12 lands a brutal kick to Makoto's stomach wound, making the captain let out a guttural gawk. Makoto spits out a mouthful of blood, but he's still holding his sword, refusing to give up. Suddenly, a massive W-wump of energy erupts from Makoto as he channels every last drop of mana into his blade. He slams his sword down with a bam, creating a massive crater that shakes the mountain. The dust settles, and Makoto realizes something important. He asks 12 why he's going easy on him, sensing that the villain is holding back. Makoto figures it out. 12 stopped his long-range attacks because that darkness skill is too taxing to use continuously. Even a monster like 12 has a limit to how much energy he can burn. 12 just hums, admitting they aren't standing on the same level anyway. He looks at the captain's shredded body and tells him he's at a massive disadvantage. Makoto's eyes glow with a fierce red light as he repeats the word disadvantage like it's a joke. He flashes back to the Sioux Squad's 3 rules one last time. He grips his sword so hard the hilt creaks, his aura turning from orange to a searing, blinding scarlet. He roars the 3rd rule. 3rd, overcome. Makoto uses his own fire to cauterize his wounds, the sizzle of burning flesh echoing in the silence. Your weakness! He activates his ultimate state, Red Dragon God Emperor, Scarlet Blaze. 12 looks intrigued, realizing the captain is literally burning his own life force just to keep fighting. 12 smirks and says he'll do the same, his darkness orbs growing to twice their original size. Makoto looks at the spirits of his fallen squad, asking them to watch him one last time. He roars at 12, warning him never to look down on the Suo squad. His face is a mask of grief and blood as he begs the spirits to help him, his tears finally falling. The Sword Saint's voice booms with authority. He has understood the request. Minato stays kneeling in the snow, a tiny figure in a vast, frozen wasteland. His silver-white hair starts to glow, radiating an energy that makes the surrounding air hum. The regenerating god boss is still there, and Mana realizes she can't take it down while the captain is busy. She looks back at Minato, seeing that things are going from bad to worse for our boy. She thinks his fighting spirit has vanished after seeing Takeru die, assuming he's just a normal kid who can't handle the pressure. But then her eyes snap open as she feels a spike of mana that's unlike anything she's ever felt. Minato's hand grips the snow, the ice around him instantly vaporizing into steam. He stands up, his back turned to the camera, looking like a completely different person. Mana tries to call out his name, but the word dies in her throat as she sees his white hair. With a massive BAM, Minato vanishes and reappears in the air, a golden blade of light in his hand. He delivers a kick that sounds like a cannon going off, shattering the air itself. Aylar's spirit manifests behind him, her blonde hair flying as she adds her legendary speed to his strike. Mana is left staring in total shock, wondering how the hell the newbie just moved that fast. Minato walks past the corpses of his friends, his presence so heavy it literally partakes the clouds. He speaks his name, Minato, but it sounds like 100 voices speaking at once. The screen fills with the flowing robes of the founders. A lineup of legendary heroes appears behind him: Wantak, Kilik, Aylar, and the Sword Saint. They tell Minato to rest for a moment and leave the rest of the work to them. The sheer pressure of their combined souls clears the entire valley of snow. Back at the main fight, Makoto and 12 are moving so fast they look like streaks of red and black. The captain raises his burning blade, his face covered in blood but his spirit still roaring. He unleashes the Scarlet Light Blade, a wave of fire that looks like a literal dragon's breath. 12 barely slides underneath it, his Hawaiian shirt being scorched as he realizes his darkness is starting to fail. He realizes the captain is getting harder to predict, his desperation making him more lethal. The flames that 12 erased are starting to re-emerge, proving that Makoto's life force is winning the battle of attrition. 12's eyes narrow. He realizes that if he doesn't end this now, he might actually lose. He summons his largest orbs yet, the darkness vibrating with a high-pitched whine. Makoto charges straight through a wall of fire, ignoring the black holes as they graze his coat. He shouts that this is his chance, his eyes locking onto 12's throat. With a massive slash, he brings his heavy sword down with everything he has left. He tells 12 that the positions are now reversed, but the villain just laughs through his teeth. 12 lands a bam of a punch right into Makoto's open stomach wound, the impact spraying blood everywhere. The captain lets out a choked KEH, his eyes rolling back as the pain finally hits its peak. 12 stands over the fallen hero, mocking him for thinking that severing an arm would change the outcome. He admits he knew Makoto would try to force close combat, so he was just waiting for the captain to walk into his trap. 12 says that while Makoto is strong, he's too predictable because he always chooses the best tactical option. He smirks, telling the dying captain that this is why he will lose. 12 leans in and whispers that his loss was already decided from the very beginning. He holds up a dark blue book with a golden emblem, the Book of Doom. Makoto's eyes widen in terror. He's heard the legends of that artifact. It's a book that can rewrite reality to ensure a specific prophecy comes true. 12 flips through the pages, his face bathed in an eerie purple light. He explains that if there's an organization like the unit to stop prophecies, it's only natural that another one exists to fulfill them. The silhouettes of 12 hooded figures appear behind him, looking like the ultimate nightmare. A golden seal of the 12 apostles flashes on the screen. Makoto is sweating, realization hitting him. They aren't just fighting a monster, they're fighting a global conspiracy. The blonde man introduces himself formally. I am one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. I am 12 of the darkness, and I will be the one who fulfills this prophecy. Makoto asks why anyone would want to destroy the world, but 12 just gives him a cold look. He asks if Makoto would really forgive him even if he told him the truth. Makoto roars nonsense and swings his sword with one last burst of strength. 12 doesn't even dodge. He just lets the blade hit him, blood splattering across his face. The captain thinks he's won, noting that 12 is out of mana and his body has reached its limit. He prepares the final Red Dragon strike, believing a close victory is in his hands. 12 just smiles and tells the captain that this is actually his end. He pulls out a glass bottle with an angel on the stopper, a high-rank artifact. The bottle glows with of energy, and a massive flash of white light consumes the screen. 12 lets out a roar as he punches Makoto with a glowing, sigil-covered fist. The impact is so powerful it sends the captain flying through the air like he was hit by a train. Makoto gasps, "How?" as he looks at the villain in total disbelief. 12's right arm, which the captain had just slashed, is completely regenerated and pulsing with power. He calls it a precious artifact that he didn't want to waste, but Makoto forced his hand. 12 looms over him, saying it can't be helped since he's facing the legendary Suo Makoto. Makoto tries to ignite his blade again, but his flames are flickering and weak. 12 summons his darkness orbs once more, looking totally refreshed and ready for a slaughter. Makoto realizes it's impossible. He's fighting a man who can literally reset his own injuries. We get a flashback to the old tower era, explaining that these artifacts are world-ending items that shouldn't be in anyone's hands. 12 lands a devastating kick to Makoto's face, sending a geyser of blood into the air. A long, red streak of blood paints the screen as the captain is beaten down. The screen goes white with a few drops of red. The end is near. 12 stands over him and says, "You finally fall." Makoto's hand reaches for his sword in the blood-stained snow, whispering, "Not yet." He sees a vision of his family, his parents standing proudly at his graduation. He sees Shinji as a little kid with a soccer ball, then Midori, and finally his entire squad. He remembers our boy Minato telling him that he doesn't understand family feelings. He thinks of Minato's advice to treat Shinji like his cat, a weird, heartwarming thought in his final moments. He smiles, acknowledging that Minato was right as his vision starts to fade. A bright, golden light begins to fill the captain's mind. He sees himself in a dream, finally holding his cat and showing it to his little brother Shinji. It's the simple life he always wanted, a life without war or monsters. Suddenly, a massive surge of real physical fire erupts on the battlefield. 12 is stunned. His darkness is being pushed back by a force that's even more ancient than his artifacts. He says goodbye to Suo Makoto, summoning a dozen orbs to finish the job. He whispers Shinji's name as the black holes close in to swallow him whole. The screen goes totally white. A massive boom shakes the entire mountain range. 12 stares into the distance, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear. Something is wrong. A single, clear drop of water falls through the air. More drops fall, defying the freezing temperatures of the mountain. A hand catches the water, Minato's hand, but it's glowing with a soft, blue mana. He clenches his fist, a circular sigil flashing on his skin. The raindrops continue to fall, washing the blood from the battlefield. A deep, gravelly voice says, "Oi." A massive pillar of fire erupts behind Minato, and a muscular man with an axe manifests in the flames. All 106 founders appear in a terrifying glowing line behind our boy. The Sword Saint looks 12 right in the eye and asks, "Are you the one who made our disciple cry?" Makoto looks up from the ground, his eyes barely focusing as he sees our boy transformed. He realizes with a shock that this isn't the Minato he knows. 12 also notices the abnormality, his arrogance finally starting to crack as he senses the 106 souls inside the boy. The narration warns that the boy in front of him is no longer a rabbit to be hunted. Minato has become an existence that even an apostle cannot afford to let their guard down against. 12 decides his best option is to end this now and commands Minato not to move. He threatens to kill Makoto if Minato takes even a single step, but suddenly, his own arm falls off with a wet thud. 12 is frozen. He never averted his sight, yet his arm was cut off so fast he didn't even notice the strike. Minato stands in a low swordsman stance, his white hair covering his eyes, his blade already sheathed. He tosses a bent, broken sword aside, complaining that the blade was too dull to last more than one hit. The alchemist Kilik manifests and says anyway, activating his ultimate transmutation skill, Trismegistus. A massive whirlwind of steel and weapons appears behind Minato, swords, axes, spears, and arrows all forged on the spot. The alchemist looks through his glasses with cold, calculating eyes. He gives Minato one simple command, show him hell. 12 is panicking, his darkness skills manifesting instinctively to protect him from the incoming storm. The Sword Saint and Mel's notice 12's arm is already regenerating again using reversal. They realize that Angel Artifact will keep healing him until its energy is fully exhausted. Suddenly, an arrow of pure light pierces 12's forehead before he can even blink. Margit, the heavenly bow, looms over Minato, telling him he's right, accuracy is the only thing that matters. 12 screams, as the arrow shatters his skull, but the artifact forces his head back together in an instant. The Fist Saint Wantak manifests and gives the counter strategy, kill him continuously until he stays dead. It's a brutal, simple plan. Make the villain die 1,000 times until his artifact runs dry. 12 roars in a panic, summoning a wall of darkness orbs to try and create a safe zone. Minato doesn't even use a sword. He uses a spear of light to pierce through the void like it was paper. 3 more arrows hit 12, one in each eye and one in the throat, making him gurgle in agony. Margit manifests fully, her silver hair flowing as she guides Minato's hands for the next shot. She asks 12 if he really thought he could hide with that many openings. 12 screams a censored curse as another arrow takes out his shoulder. He launches a massive orb of darkness in a desperate view OH, but Minato just tilts his head to dodge it. Wantak manifests and moves Minato's body through a series of blinding martial arts moves. Minato grabs 12 by the face and slams him into the frozen earth with a bone-shattering BAM! A massive crack echoes through the valley as 12's ribs are turned into powder. Minato delivers a kick to the villain's jaw that sends him spinning through the air like a top. The MC slams his palm into 12's chest, a sigil of energy exploding and liquefying the villain's internal organs. Wantak comments that the darkness skill is good, but it's only effective the moment it's shot. He notes that 12 can't use it properly when his vision is constantly being blocked by his own blood. The Fist Saint looks through his sunglasses with total disdain for the Apostle's skill level. He mocks 12, saying that dodging these slow attacks is easier than breathing. Minato lands another boom of a punch, creating a shockwave that clears the entire plateau of ice. Eiler and Wantak watch the beatdown, asking each other how many times 12 has died in the last minute. They decide there's no point in counting anymore as Minato prepares for the finish. Makoto watches the carnage, asking in a weak voice, "Are you, Minato?" The healer spirit manifestations and puts a hand on Minato's shoulder, her aura calming him. She activates Preservation, a golden field that stops Makoto's bleeding and stabilizes his condition. Minato looks at the captain and tells him that they are the founders, the spirits living inside his body. He adds that they're in a bit of a hurry right now because they have trash to take out. Makoto can only whisper founders, finally realizing the source of our boy's impossible strength. The world goes white as Minato turns back to 12. 12 is panting in the snow, his eyes darting around in pure terror as he realizes his darkness is being dodged like a game. He calls Minato a damn monster and realizes his artifact's heart is beating its last few pulses. Wantak manifests again, his fist already inches from 12's face with a lethal thrust. 12 screams that he doesn't have any time to think. Another arrow from Margit pierces his throat mid-scream, pinning him to an ice pillar. Melz asks the Fist Saint if they should just let him keep dying like this forever. Wantak says no, his eyes sharp, he's ready to end the cycle. A massive flash of gold energy illuminates the entire mountain. 12 is hit by a literal pillar of light, making him scream that this is getting annoying. Eiler manifests and wonders out loud, if they destroy his entire body at once, which part of him would regenerate first? 12's hand is the only thing left, reaching out from a pile of blue crystalline dust. He gasps for air as his body slowly knits itself back together one last time. 12 roars that he can't let this boy stop him and vows to escape after killing Makoto. The screen goes white. 12's face is a mask of pure primal fear as he looks at what's in front of him. Makoto is standing up, his body wreathed in the ghostly blue aura of the founders. Minato sits cross-legged in front of the captain, holding his sword for him. Hinoki, the sword saint, manifests behind Makoto with a shark-like grin and says, "You're late." The saint tells Makoto to watch closely, promising to show him the true way to slice through fate itself. Makoto stares at the spirit's back, realizing he's about to receive the ultimate lesson from the god of the blade. With a sudden slash, Hinoki through Makoto's makes a move that is so fast the entire mountain range is cut in half. 12's eyes go wide as he realizes his body is being deconstructed at a molecular level. He thinks of his mission to fulfill the prophecies, claiming he doesn't fear death. But his resolve falters as he sees a vision of a massive prehistoric shark swallowing him whole, the primal fear of an abnormality he can't understand. The villain's internal monologue repeats his vow to the apostles. "I don't fear." He's lying to himself, his body shaking as he tries to summon one last orb. He pulls out a golden vial, screaming that he will overcome this fear. Hinoki and Minato look at him with zero emotion, two gods of the blade ready to end a mosquito. 12 smashes the vial, an artifact aura exploding around him. He creates a sand cage of time, a massive golden birdcage that traps Minato and the captain inside. 12 laughs hysterically, noting that his regeneration has finally ended, but he's safe inside the cage. He screams, "I did it!" believing he's barely managed to survive the monster's wrath. Hinoki looks at the golden bars, acknowledging that this is a powerful cage artifact. Melz manifests and asks what they should do now that they're trapped. Hinoki looks at the villain's severed legs lying in the snow, a bored look on his face. 12 gloats that even the MC's darkness can't destroy this cage, meaning they can't kill him, and he's safe. He turns to leave, declaring the result of the battle, but he's cut off by a chilling OI. Hinoki looks at Makoto and asks him, "You watched me closely, right?" 12 spins around, his face paling as he sees Makoto standing tall, his eyes glowing with a new, terrifying light. The villain realizes with a cold sweat that the cage might not be enough to stop what's coming next. Makoto looks 12 dead in the eye, his face a mask of cold scarlet destruction. The captain is ready to graduate from the Sword Saint's school. A young Midori stands on a school field, looking frustrated as he realizes he's never been able to beat Makoto in a sword fight. He wonders if Makoto is a natural-born genius just like him, and suggests that maybe they both need a master who can actually handle their potential. Following the advice of the world's strongest, Makoto began a journey that would change his life forever. He traveled far and wide, searching for a master, eventually becoming the disciple of the strongest fighters on the planet. But, one by one, his teachers turned him away, claiming they had absolutely nothing left to teach a monster like him. Even the most legendary masters admitted that Makoto had already surpassed them in every conceivable way. They told him to move on and find someone else, leaving him standing alone in the rain with no one to guide his growth. One master bluntly told him that fighting Makoto only made him realize that he was just an ordinary human compared to such a beast. It became a pattern. Every master he met gave up on him within a month, unable to keep up with his rapid progression. Finally, he was introduced to his last master, a woman described as the strongest swordsman anyone had ever known. Her name was Hinoki Ichika, and she looked at Makoto with eyes that weren't intimidated by his raw power. Makoto stayed as her disciple for 3 years, training in a shed surrounded by a graveyard of broken blades. One day, Makoto brings her an ancient text, asking about a specific, complex technique he found. Ichika looks at the page and admits it's a lost technique that even she hasn't been able to fully grasp yet. She explains that this specific move was the signature of Hinoki Reiichiru, the legendary founder. She believes that only the founder himself could ever truly master a technique of that magnitude. Eventually, Ichika tells Makoto that the road has ended. He's already mastered every style she has to offer. Makoto looks into the distance, wondering if there's any way left for him to become even stronger than he is now. Ichika gives him a hard truth. His talent is simply too massive for this world to contain. She compares him to a flower bud that refuses to open, saying that while he's elite, he hasn't truly bloomed yet. She warns him that at this rate, it might be impossible for him to reach his true potential within this single lifetime. Someday, she predicts that a swordsman even stronger than him will appear right before his very eyes. Back in the present, Makoto watches Minato move with the spirit of the Sword Saint, the two of them a blur of lethal energy. Ichika's words echo in his head. This is that once-in-a-lifetime moment, and he cannot afford to miss it. Makoto offers a silent thanks to his master for preparing him for this exact second. He grips his sword, his broken and bloodied body finding a new, terrifying source of strength. I understand now. He realizes that his moment to finally bloom is happening right here, in the middle of this frozen hell. The founders watch from the sidelines, wondering what the hell the captain is about to pull off. The spirits of the legendary heroes line up behind our boy, their presence creating a massive pressure in the valley. Minato stares at the captain, his heart heavy as he senses the finality in Makoto's stance. A massive roar of energy splits the air as two clashing powers begin to collide. A pillar of red and blue energy surges toward the sky, trapped inside the golden cage 12 created. Far away, inside the training grounds of the anti-prophecy unit, something triggers an alarm. Midori's eyes sharpen as he feels a familiar mana signature flare up and then begin to flicker out. Shinji stops his training, sensing a massive, terrifying power coming from the direction of his brother's mission. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes as Midori is launched into the air by an explosive portal. Hiko and Akane are left coughing in the smoke, wondering what could have made the calm Midori react with such violence. Back at the mountain, 12 is slowly losing his mind as his confusion turns into pure, cold dread. He tries to convince himself that the dying swordsman in front of him shouldn't be able to do anything anymore. He tells himself that Makoto is finished, but his instincts are screaming a different story. And yet, 12 is sweating bullets, the certainty that he's about to be cut into pieces taking over his entire being. The Sword Saint leans in close to Minato, telling him to watch what's about to happen very carefully. He explains that if people are like flowers, most only get a single moment to truly show their potential. Wontak wonders if that moment comes when a fighter reaches their physical peak. The old master Kudu wonders if it's when they finally discover their ultimate technique. Melz thinks it might be the second someone finally reaches the absolute truth of their existence. But for Makoto, that moment of ultimate blooming is happening right now, at the end of his life. The Sword Saint commands Minato to engrave this image deep into his mind so he never forgets the true path of the blade. Minato's eyes widen as he realizes the magnitude of the sacrifice he's witnessing. Makoto stands in a calm stance, the steam rising from his body as he prepares his final act. A montage of Makoto's life flashes by, his parents, his brother, his squad, and his master. He sees Minato's smiling face and feels a sense of peace, knowing the future is in good hands as he prepares to strike. 12 panics and launches his darkness orbs, but they look like slow-motion toys to the transcended captain. Makoto swings his blade, a brilliant light cascading from the steel like a falling star. In that second, the metaphor is complete. The flower has finally, beautifully bloomed. This is the pinnacle of Hinoki's one-handed sword style. The lost technique has finally been reclaimed by a modern hero. Indomitable. A vertical line of pure light cleaves through 12, the golden cage, and the mountain itself. 12 is left stunned, staring at nothing as he realizes his ultimate defense was flawlessly bypassed. He was cut down without even seeing a sword move, a strike that defied the laws of physics. His final thought is a quiet question to himself. Am I finished? His body slides apart in a perfect clean cut, the darkness orbs vanishing into thin air. The Sword Saint offers a rare compliment to the fallen captain, telling him he did well. Makoto begins to collapse, the last of his strength finally spent in that one perfect strike. He realizes that the sword he only ever saw in his mind has finally materialized in the real world, cutting through the cloudy sky. He looks up at the vast expanse and realizes he finally understands what it means to be a true master. With a small smile, he accepts that he has finally reached that unreachable level. He closes his eyes, the weight of the world finally leaving his shoulders. He thinks of his family, the people who were his anchor through all the violence. He thinks of Midori, the one friend who truly understood the burden he carried. He thinks of his squad, the brothers and sisters he led into battle every single day. He realizes that everything he experienced, the pain and the joy, made him the warrior he became. Even as his life fades, he stands tall in his mind, facing the horizon. He sees himself holding his cat one last time, a symbol of the soft heart he kept hidden. He offers a final apology to Shinji, begging for his little brother's forgiveness for leaving him behind. I'm satisfied now. A pair of feet walk across a sea of brilliant blue light toward a peaceful unknown. Makoto looks back one last time, his face clear and young again. The light consumes everything, turning the world into a silent, white void. In a dreamlike space, Minato and Makoto stand face to face, one last time. The scene is calm, the storm of the mountain far away from this final meeting. Minato reaches out his hand, a warm, genuine smile on his face as he thanks the captain. Makoto looks surprised for a moment, then his expression softens into one of pure pride. He realizes that everything is going to be okay. He understands that his death isn't the end of his story. He grips Minato's hand, passing his legacy and his spirit to the next generation of heroes. A final, quiet thank you echoes through the void. Minato snaps back to reality, reaching out into the empty air as the mountain blizzard roars around him. Through the crest of nothingness, he can still feel the lingering warmth of Captain Makoto's soul. He screams out the captain's name, the sound of his grief tearing through the wind. A massive blast of energy hits the ground near where Makoto's body lies. Mana and the survivors look up in terror as the world's strongest hunter finally arrives on the scene. Midori drops from the sky like a comet, his face twisted in a mask of agony as he screams for his friend. He rushes to Makoto's side, shielding him from the snow, but the silence he meets is deafening. Midori stares at the lifeless body of the man he called his equal, his eyes full of a dark, cold realization. Suo Makoto, the legendary captain of the Sioux Squad at the young age of 23, has officially fallen in the line of duty after a brutal fight with 12. A final image shows the brothers in a happier time, laughing together with their cat in the sunlight. A massive pool of blood stains the white snow as Midori continues to call out his friend's name, refusing to believe the reality. He cradles the body in the middle of the wasteland, a single, censored curse escaping his lips as his grief turns into a simmering rage. Midori hangs his head, his hair shadowing his eyes as he asks why to a world that doesn't have an answer. We flash back to a sparring session where Midori asks Makoto why he even bothered becoming a squad captain in the first place. He points out that Makoto is the second strongest after him, and that fighting alone would be much more efficient for someone of his level. Makoto just sighs, telling Midori that his selfish attitude is typical, and asks if he's really saying he's not suited for teamwork. Midori looks at the stars and admits that being the brightest star, further than anyone else, is what's truly important to him. Makoto looks away, struggling to find the right words to express his own philosophy on leadership and sacrifice. Suddenly, the elevator doors open and a group of happy voices call out for their captain. The squad members rush in, celebrating that one of them finally passed a difficult swordsmanship test on the captain's orders. The young hunter is beaming, telling Makoto that he can finally be of real help to him on the battlefield. Takeru suggests they all go out for a celebratory meal, and Makoto turns to Midori with a small, knowing smile. He admits that he is deeply fond of his comrades, and that their growth is what truly fuels him. Midori looks at his friend and realizes that Makoto wants to leave a legacy behind, even if he were to fall while wounded. Makoto walks toward his team, telling Midori that meeting these people was the greatest happiness he could have ever asked for. Back in the present, Midori tells the dead captain that his comrades witnessed everything, all of his legendary feats, and his final achievement. He points out that despite the carnage, 2 of his squad members are still alive because of his protection. Midori places a hand over Makoto's eyes, a gesture of finality and respect for the fallen hero. With tears streaming down his face, Midori tells him that he fulfilled his duties as a leader to the very end. He admits that being such a selfless leader is something even he, the world's strongest, couldn't do. Midori hugs his friend one last time, whispering that he did well as the snow continues to fall around them. The mountain goes silent as the rescue team finally arrives to pick up the pieces of the shattered squad. Minato lies face down in the snow, his mana exhausted and his mind reeling from the trauma of the mission. In the darkness of his subconscious, the 106 founders stand in a line, watching over our broken boy. Eiler comments on how the world is getting dark, but Margit tells her there's nothing to be surprised about given what just happened. Melz looks worried, sensing that Minato is spiraling deep into a dark place within his own mind. Our boy is curled in a ball, convinced that this entire tragedy was the direct result of his own weakness. The narration reminds us that all of the founders have lived through this exact same pain. Every single hero in his head has experienced the soul-crushing loss of comrades, friends, and family. They've all stood in the aftermath of a battle, watching the backs of their departing friends as their hearts were torn apart. And, in almost every case, those legendary heroes found it impossible to move on from their wounded hearts. The Sword Saint approaches Minato, his presence a calm anchor in the middle of the boy's mental storm. Minato whispers that he simply doesn't want to fight anymore, his spirit completely crushed by the blood on his hands. He gasps for air, feeling like his heart has been physically ripped from his chest. He laments that if he had just let the founders take control from the start, no one would have had to die. He believes that his only purpose is to train himself to be a better vessel so the heroes can do the real work. The Sword Saint tells him he already knows that's not true, looking at him with a gaze that demands strength. And yet, Minato thinks back to the handshake he shared with Captain Makoto before the final strike. He feels his hand burning like fire even now, the physical memory of that legacy refusing to fade. He realizes that Makoto didn't just entrust him with a mission, he entrusted him with a future. Through his tears, Minato shouts that he doesn't want to waste the legacy that was given to him at such a high price. He realizes that he can't just think about how to let the founders fight for him. He declares that he wants to surpass every single one of them with every moment he has left. He looks up at the dark sky in his mind, and a tiny pinprick of light begins to break through. That light explodes into a massive, blinding cross that illuminates his entire internal world. A brilliant shine of energy erupts, signifying our boy's mental rebirth. Minato stands tall, bathed in a pillar of light as the founders look on with newfound respect. The darkness is completely purged, replaced by a resolve that is harder than any diamond. The Sword Saint and the others smirk, seeing that their disciple has finally found his own path to power. Minato clenches his fist, the sigil glowing brightly as he vows that he won't let a single person die ever again. A month has passed since the tragedy, and a helicopter flies over a lush, green mountain range. On the ground, the survivors of the squad are moving with a new, somber purpose. Midori looks down at his hand, his face still holding a trace of the sadness from that day. A vision of Makoto's peaceful face flashes through the air, a reminder of what they've lost. Midori tells Mana that everyone has been recovered, and that he's going to continue his journey alone for a while. He pulls out his phone, his voice cold as he makes a call to a high-level contact named Mikado. He reports that Makoto has passed away and confirms that their true enemy is the Apostles of the Apocalypse. He holds up the Book of Doom, the very same artifact that 12 used to manipulate the mountain prophecy. He tells the contact they can handle the paperwork later. Right now, he has more pressing business. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Midori declares that it's time for him to hunt them all down. With that, Ichihara Midori vanished from the public eye, becoming a ghost in the machine of global conflict. 1 month later, we're in the Mitake Mountains of Nagano, where 2 figures are locked in a high-speed duel. Shinji is moving with a hutch-ho-oh of effort. His speed and coordination significantly improved since we last saw him. Minato lets out a hutch triple A as he prepares to counterattack, his focus sharper than a razor. Shinji unleashes a penetration strike with a massive bam of energy, aiming directly for Minato's core. Minato lets out a FUUU of concentration, his body moving instinctively to parry the blow. The two clash in the middle of a river, creating a massive splash that douses the surrounding forest. Shinji is shocked as Minato effortlessly changes the direction of his ultimate penetration move with a single palm. Minato uses a high-level Aikido technique to flip Shinji over his shoulder, using the boy's own momentum against him. Shinji hits the water with a massive bam, completely outplayed by our boy's technical mastery. Minato looks down from his stance, a small, confident smirk playing on his lips. Shinji grinds his teeth, frustrated but clearly impressed by the sheer gap between them. He launches himself back into the fight, his aura flaring with red and orange fire. Minato responds with a whoosh of speed, his movements looking more like the Founder's than ever before. Suddenly, a voice screams, "That's a no!" from the shore, stopping both of them in their tracks. Hinoki Ichika stands there with her arms crossed, looking like the ultimate disciplinarian. We flash back to the funeral, where a picture of a smiling Makoto is surrounded by yellow lilies. The annihilation of the Sioux squad left a massive, bleeding scar in the hearts of everyone in the unit. During the funeral of the fallen, Minato stood in the back, silent and somber in his black suit. Shinji stood directly in front of his brother's portrait, unable to move for hours. He stared at the image of the captain, his silence speaking volumes about the guilt he was carrying. Later, Minato hears the rhythmic tap-tap of footsteps in a quiet hallway. He turns and looks surprised to see Shinji approaching him in a formal white shirt. Shinji is carrying a cat crate and a stack of leather-bound books, his expression uncharacteristically soft. A tiny meow comes from the crate, catching our boy completely off guard. Minato realizes it's Oribe-chan, the cat Makoto loved so much, looking grumpy as ever through the wire mesh. Shinji realizes that Minato was the only one who actually knew about his brother's secret obsession with cats. He admits with a hollow voice that he actually knew nothing about his own brother's personal life. He tells Minato about arriving at Makoto's room for the first time after the funeral. He was stunned to find a cat room, books about how to motivate cats, and clothes he'd never seen his brother wear. He found a fridge full of food his brother never mentioned, a domestic life completely hidden from the world. He saw sticky notes about his squad's growth, realizing that his brother spent every second thinking about others. Minato looks at the books Shinji is holding, asking if those are. Shinji confirms they are diaries, and that he's taking them so he can finally get to know the man he called Captain. He reads a page where Makoto wrote that he was entrusting his diaries to Shinji in case he never returned from a mission. Every single page is filled with Makoto's daily training logs and mission reports. He reads an entry from January 12th about the weather getting colder. Makoto wrote that he spent the night wondering if Shinji was staying warm enough. Another entry from March 7th shows a bloodstain on the paper near a golden sigil. It says that Shinji passed the hunter exam just like him, and that the news made him truly happy. Every entry is a testament to Makoto's love, from worrying about Shinji being scouted to wanting to share a watermelon with him. He reads about the day Shinji was sent on a reconnaissance mission into an unknown disaster zone. The ink is smudged with dried tears as Makoto wrote that he believed his brother would return safely. Shinji sits at his brother's desk, the cat watching him from the side as he realizes the depth of Makoto's devotion. He drops to the floor, realizing that every single sentence in those diaries was always about him. Shinji breaks down, hugging the diary to his chest as he sobs for the brother he finally understands, now that he's gone. Minato tells Shinji that the captain was always talking about him and the cat, truly treasuring the dream of one day speaking to Shinji as a friend. Shinji wipes his eyes, a new fire igniting in his gaze. Through his tears, he declares that he wants to get stronger than anyone else. He vows to reach a level where his brother will never have to worry about him again from heaven. Back at the mountain, Shinji looks at Ichika and asks her who she truly is. She ignores the question, simply repeating the news that Suo Makoto has fallen in battle. She looks toward the horizon and says, "I see," her face a mask of stoic grief. Minato and Shinji stand together, pleading with her to help them both become strong enough to seek revenge. She tells them both they are getting better, but notes that while Minato was overwhelmingly stronger a month ago, Shinji's growth is admirable. Minato asks how he's doing, but Ichika just scoffs, asking if there's even anything left that a monster like him could learn from her. She kicks a pile of iron bars on the ground, creating a metallic clatter that echoes through the trees. She blurs into motion, the air whistling as she draws her blade in a fraction of a second. Minato and Shinji draw their wooden staves, their faces set in grim determination. Ichika manifests a terrifying aura, declaring that she is the sword. She commands them to come at her with everything they have, and they roar back a defiant "Yes!" Minato knows he must become stronger, his stave glowing with the combined light of his many souls. He promises that once he becomes the strongest awakener in the world, he will surely protect everyone. We jump across the globe to London, where a mysterious man in a top hat walks down a dark, empty street. He disappears into an alley, the shadow of his cane looking like a twisted hook against the stone wall. His polished shoes click against the cobblestones, the sound sharp and echoing. A voice from the shadows asks him if he's Quatre, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. The villain smirks, revealing a face like a demonic clown, and welcomes the newcomer to his territory. Ichihara Midori steps into the moonlight, looking like the harbinger of death in his casual suit. He demands the location of their friends and their home base, promising to kill Quatre if he says anything else. Quatre tells him not to be impatient, his own dark mana beginning to flood the alleyway. He suggests they enjoy this as he prepares for a fight, but Midori's cold gaze never wavers. The screen shows the empty alleyway for a split second of silence. A massive spray of blood hits the wall as the world's strongest hunter goes to work. Midori walks away from the bloody mess, his footsteps the only sound in the quiet London night. He hands a bloody book to a shadowy assistant, mentioning that he told the apostle he'd kill him, and he wasn't lying. Midori looks at a stack of prophecy books, checking them off one by one, and noting that there are only 7 apostles left. He looks into the camera with a gaze full of cold, clinical hatred, and says one word: next. Deep within the heart of the anti-prophecy headquarters, a quiet ritual is taking place, but the atmosphere is anything but peaceful. This is the Hut of Everlasting Vision, a top-secret sanctuary where the most important decisions for humanity's survival are made. Superintendent Joe looks down at a set of blood-stained books, realizing these are the grim trophies Midori has been sending back from his hunt. Assistant Shinonome confirms the worst. These are the prophecy books, the very artifacts the 12 apostles used to rewrite reality and bring about the end of the world. Assistant Shiki points out that these aren't just random books, they are fragments of a single, devastating volume that was intentionally torn apart. The superintendent realizes that while Midori is doing the heavy lifting by taking these books back, his methods are becoming a massive problem. Midori is acting completely on his own now, driven by a deep, unhealed scar left by the death of his best friend, Makoto. The assistants wonder if they should stop him, but Joe knows it's useless. Midori won't listen to anyone until his bloodlust is satisfied. The conversation shifts to the grim reality of their current military strength, looking over the quiet koi pond as they discuss the aftermath of the Sioux Squad's fall. With the Sioux Squad officially wiped from the active list, there is a massive gap in their defenses that needs to be filled immediately. Shiki and Shinonome share a determined look, knowing that standing still is the same as waiting to die. They formally propose a plan to the superintendent. It's time to create a brand new squad to take up the mantle of the fallen. The superintendent listens in silence, her eyes showing the weight of the thousands of lives that depend on this one decision. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Tokyo, a Rank 2 prophecy called the Rebellion is already unfolding as a literal army of hooded fanatics prepares for war. The local hunters are struggling, realizing that even the foot soldiers of this nameless god are terrifyingly strong and have zero obvious weaknesses. But then, Captain Hibiki Setsuna steps onto the battlefield with a bored smirk, clearly unimpressed by the supposed threat. She turns back and calls out to her newest recruit, asking if she's ready to show off what she's learned. Out of the shadows walks Akane, looking like a gothic doll but carrying the presence of a seasoned executioner. She activates the mark on her hand and whispers the word Trismegistus, calling upon the ancient alchemy Minato taught her. She tells her seniors to stay back as a massive orb of liquid silver begins to swirl around her, ready to be molded into a weapon. The enemy soldiers charge, but they have no idea they're walking into a scientific nightmare. With a single command, Akane turns the air itself into a toxic gas, leaving the invaders clutching their throats as they choke on the battlefield. She doesn't stop there, calmly shifting the state of her mana for the next phase of the execution. The silver liquid surges forward, wrapping around the enemy's heads and sealing their fates in an airtight grip. Then comes the crimson heat, as she ignites the very molecules in the air, turning the rebel army into a screaming inferno. Akane's eyes cold and focused, she clenches her fist and commands the final state: solid. The silver fluid hardens into thousands of needle-sharp spikes, turning the survivors into human pincushions in an instant. The impact is violent and precise, a flurry of metal tearing through armor and flesh like it was paper. The sound of whistling steel fills the air as the entire enemy front line is decimated in a single move. The other squad members can only watch in absolute stunned silence, realizing this trainee is on a completely different level. Akane stands amidst the carnage, her silhouette framed by the impaled remains of an entire army. She snaps her fingers, and the silver energy dissipates as if the massacre never even happened. She looks back over her shoulder and simply says, "She's finished," as if she just finished a boring chore. Captain Hibiki is practically sparkling with excitement, amazed that Akane could cycle through 4 different types of elemental attacks in one go. Hibiki gets right in her face, practically begging Akane to join her squad permanently once her training is officially over. Akane gives a polite, winning smile and says she'll think about it, playing it cool while Hibiki loses her mind. The guys in the squad realize their captain is dead serious about the recruitment, mostly because Akane is strong, cute, and has a terrifyingly good attitude. Hibiki is already daydreaming about having such a powerhouse on the team, while her subordinates can only sigh at her transparent motives. As she walks away from the battlefield, Akane pulls out her phone to call the one person she truly looks up to, Minato. She excitedly tells him she finally mastered the 7th lesson of alchemy and demands he send her the next challenge immediately. Back at the training grounds, Minato is stunned by how fast she's progressing, while he tries to balance a very confused cat on his lap. Inside Minato's mind, the alchemist Kilik is laughing, impressed by the girl's talent, but Minato tells him they need to stay ahead of her, or she'll run out of things to learn. Kilik pulls more ancient scrolls from his infinite library, promising to prepare a curriculum that will actually challenge her. Minato promises Akane he'll send the next lesson soon, while she smiles, happy to have her teacher's approval. But Akane isn't the only one crushing it. Over in Saitama, another student is pushing his limits. A Rank 2 prophecy boss, the Sphinx of Gluttony, is roaring in fury, ready to devour the entire city, but a golden streak of light slams into the beast with the force of a falling meteor, causing a massive explosion. It's Hiko, and he's just cleared the 8th lesson, the lightning kick, leaving the massive boss in the dust. Captain Todoroki is screaming with pride, officially offering Hiko a spot on his squad, while the rest of the team cheers for their new ace. Hiko floats in the air, being tossed by his teammates, but his mind is elsewhere. He's wondering what kind of squad Minato is going to end up in. Back on the phone, Akane tells Minato she won't fall behind the others, and that she's going to win against everyone else he's training. Minato hangs up and looks at Shinji, realizing everyone around him is getting stronger and he can't afford to just sit around. He tells Akane he's happy for her, which makes her blush and act all tough, hiding how much his words actually mean to her. Shinji and the cat both share a look of, "Are you seeing this?" as they watch Minato's oblivious interaction. Suddenly, Shinji loses it, screaming about why it's always Minato getting the attention, while Akane wonders what kind of disaster is happening on the other end of the line. Trying to change the subject, Akane asks if Minato has heard the massive rumors swirling around the headquarters. She explains that a brand new squad is being formed to finally fill the void left by the Su squad, and the captain will be chosen based on who has the highest achievements. Minato wonders who it could possibly be, but Akane stops him, telling him that who becomes captain isn't the real question. She reveals that she's already been talking to Hiko and the others about a very specific idea. She looks directly into the camera with a determined grin and asks him, "What do you think about the Kanagi squad?" Minato's brain completely short-circuits as he realizes they're talking about him leading the new team. Minato is left staring at his phone in absolute disbelief, his mind racing through the sheer insanity of what Akane just suggested. He screams into the receiver, asking if she's seriously suggesting that he, a former academy failure, should be a squad captain. He asks her why it would ever be him, but Akane goes quiet for a moment, her tone turning serious. She explains that there is a deep, hidden desire within the anti-prophecy unit that goes beyond just defending the world. They are looking for an existence that doesn't just stall the prophecies, but has the power to eliminate every single one of them forever. Everything hangs in the balance, and everyone is tired of just surviving. Akane looks over a burning city, admitting that this is something she desires with all her heart as well. She stands in the light of the fires she fought, realizing that the world needs a symbol of absolute victory. Minato realizes that she isn't just talking about him being strong, she's talking about him being a leader who gives people hope. The team is looking for someone with an unbreakable will, someone who has walked through hell and came back stronger. Akane tells him clearly that she believes he has exactly what it takes to lead them into the future. Suddenly, Captain Hibiki tackles Akane into a hug, ending the serious moment as Akane quickly hangs up, leaving Minato hanging. Minato is left alone with his thoughts, the smoke from the distant volcano, a grim reminder of the world he's supposed to save. By the water, trying to wrap his head around the idea of being a captain, Shinji approaches Ichika, asking what Minato is doing, while she watches her pupil with a calculating gaze. Even the local cat seems to be judging Minato as he mopes about the massive responsibility being thrust upon him. Shinji and Ichika agree that if Minato wants it, he's definitely the right person for the job, but he has to find that answer himself. Minato lets out a long, frustrated groan, still feeling like he's in over his head. Inside his soul, the pink-haired mage Melz asks the other founders if any of them have some sage advice for their vessel. The legendary heroes look at each other awkwardly, realizing that for all their power, none of them were actually good leaders. They admit that they spent their entire lives mastering their cheats, but leadership is one thing they never actually figured out. Melz calls them a bunch of useless teachers, which immediately starts a hilarious argument among the dead legends. The Fist Saint points to Rion, the founder of military strategy, but Rion calmly states that now is not the time for his intervention. Rion explains that there is someone much more qualified already present in the real world to give Minato the kick he needs. He's talking about someone who knows exactly what it means to lead in the modern age. The Sword Saint looks confused, wondering who could possibly be more qualified than a literal god of strategy. Suddenly, a wooden staff slams into the rock right next to Minato's head, nearly giving him a heart attack. Ichika's boots splash into the water as she walks toward him, her presence radiating pure pressure. She tells him that if he has time to sit around and mope, he has time to continue his training, and she's going to do it with him personally. With a terrifying grin, she tells him to use his flash step, and Minato realizes his break is officially over. Minato launches himself off the rock, his movement so fast it shatters the stone beneath his feet. He lands on the water using ripple step, keeping his balance perfectly as he prepares for whatever Ichika throws at him. Ichika is impressed by his lack of hesitation, noticing that his body is starting to move before his mind even catches up. She wonders aloud what his real identity is, because the level of power he's obtained in 6 months is literally impossible for any normal human. Minato just laughs nervously, thinking about how he's forced to train even in his sleep thanks to the mental time warping of the founders. But his smile fades as he sees Ichika's eyes change. The playfulness is gone, replaced by a predatory focus. She lunges forward with a speed that defies logic, her staff glowing with a purple mana that feels like it could slice the world in half. The impact is a deafening roar of energy, the sheer force of the blow creating a vacuum in the air. A massive wall of water erupts around them as Ichika shows him what a true master of the blade looks like, even with a wooden stick. Shinji can only watch from the shore, the wind from their battle nearly blowing him and the cat away. Ichika tells Minato that she doesn't care if his mind is wandering, because she's going to force him to focus on the life and death struggle right in front of him. Inside Minato's mind, Rion watches the fight, confirming that Ichika is the qualified person he was talking about. Melz is shocked by how strong Ichika is for a modern awakener, noting that she's a worthy descendant of the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint huffs, claiming she probably takes after his brother since he never had any kids of his own. But the weight of her skill is real. She was the one who taught Makoto, and her movements are a living tribute to his legacy. This is Hinoki Ichika, the woman who bridges the gap between the legends of the past and the heroes of today. She shifts her stance into the one-handed sword style, her movements becoming fluid and unpredictable. She calls out Skyfall, and the air itself seems to crash down on Minato with the weight of a mountain. Lightning crackles through her mana as she descends like a storm goddess, leaving Minato scrambling to survive. The Sword Saint is stunned, realizing he doesn't even recognize the technique she's using. Minato takes a direct hit, the air being knocked out of his lungs as he slammed toward the water. Ichika isn't letting up. She's going all out, spinning into the Purgatory Sword technique. Minato's eyes widen in fear as a literal vortex of purple death closes in on him from all sides. The explosion of mana is so bright it turns the entire area into a white void of pure destruction. The Sword Saint is actually excited now, realizing his descendant has taken his ancient knowledge and evolved it into something entirely new. The dust clears and Ichika takes a breath, her aura still humming with untapped power. She's genuinely surprised that Minato managed to dodge a technique he'd never seen before, proving his instincts are becoming godlike. Minato is panting, realizing her style is terrifyingly close to the perfection of the founders he hosts. Ichika looks at him and says she knows exactly what he's worried about. She tells him he's wondering if he can ever be as strong or as great of a leader as Makoto was. The image of Makoto, the perfect captain, looms large in Minato's mind, a shadow he feels he can never escape. Shinji watches from afar, realizing that even the powerful Minato is struggling with the same grief and doubt he is. Minato grips his staff, his knuckles turning white as he remembers the day Makoto died to save them all. The memories of Makoto's absolute brilliance on the battlefield and his kindness to his team flood back, making the goal feel impossible. He asks himself if he can really lead people to their deaths and still smile like Makoto did. But Ichika cuts through his thoughts with a single, sharp sentence. "You don't have to be like him." Minato looks up, stunned by the simplicity of her words. She screams at him to pay attention, refusing to let him wallow in his self-doubt for even a second longer. She unleashes the Tengu dance, a literal tornado of water and mana that swallows the entire training field. As she fights, she explains that the techniques she uses were all built on the knowledge of the past, but they aren't the past. She admits that she might never reach the level of the original founders, because the power gap is simply too wide. But she doesn't care. She keeps moving forward, getting closer to that perfection one step at a time. Minato watches her, the realization finally hitting him. Life isn't about being someone else. It's about moving forward from where you are. She tells him she doesn't know what kind of Captain Makoto was to his soul, Siraiv, but she knows that in the end, his greatness came from his dedication to the people behind him. She tells him he won't be a perfect leader at the start, but if he keeps polishing his soul, he'll get there eventually. She demands to know if he agrees with her, challenging him to find his own reason to fight. She tells him to stop thinking about how to be like Makoto. She asks him one final heavy question: what were you entrusted with? The memory of Makoto reaching out his hand to Minato appears, not as a burden, but as a gift. He remembers the feeling of Makoto's hand on his, the passing of the torch that happened in those final moments. Minato's eyes clear, and he says the words out loud: it's the future. Ichika gives a small, satisfied smirk, seeing the spark of a true leader finally ignite in his eyes. She tells him that if he wants to protect that future, he better be ready to bleed for it, and she lunges again. The two of them collide in a massive explosion of blue and purple energy, the training ground shaking under the force of their conviction. 2 weeks later, the scene shifts to the massive, imposing headquarters of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Captain Todoroki and Captain Hibiki are looking over a tablet, reviewing the final list of candidates for the new squad. Assistant Shinonome notes that there are some odd entries this time around, pointing to the top of the list. It's Minato, with a recommendation directly from the Special Forces and Hinoki Ichika herself. The tension in the room is palpable as they realize the selection process is about to become a war of its own. Outside, a dark figure watches from the trees, whispering into a phone that they've successfully infiltrated the facility. They tell their boss to wait, promising that the next leader of humanity's elite unit will be them. This is Eva, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, and they are hiding in plain sight. Eva's power is revealed as the Heavenly Demon, a terrifying ability that allows them to kill someone and literally steal their place in reality. They don't just look like the victim, they replace their existence so perfectly that no one, not even their closest friends, can tell the difference. Their goal is simple: win the captaincy and sabotage the entire anti-prophecy organization from the absolute top. They know Midori is out there killing their comrades, and they are desperate to stop the slaughter. With more than half of the apostles already dead, Eva knows they can't beat Midori in a fair fight. The only way to win is to burn down the home that supports him. The apostles' eyes glow with a malicious light, determined to fulfill the prophecy of humanity's end. 3 days later, at the Grand Training Field, a voice booms across the field, ordering everyone to line up. Assistant Shinonome officially announces the start of the selection examination for the new squad captain. The rules are simple: 4 tests, points for the top 3 in each, and only 4 candidates will survive to the final stage. The pressure is dialed up to 11 as he reveals that Superintendent Joe herself is watching from the balcony. He tells them to give it everything they've got, because the future of their defenses depends on this one day. The 8 candidates stand in a line, each of them a powerhouse in their own right, radiating competitive energy. Minato looks at his rivals, realizing he's the only one there without a high rank or a legendary lineage. He can feel the intense, predatory gazes of the other candidates, all of them looking at him like he's a fluke that needs to be crushed. 8 candidates, 1 spot. The ultimate trial begins now. Koki Haruki of the Yagaruma squad whispers to his teammate, wondering why Midori brought such a random kid into their world. Akihina Seishiru of the Yorozuya squad scoffs, calling it laughable that a trainee of only 2 months thinks he can lead a squad. Sonobe Koromo of the Yashima squad is more interested, finding it amazing that a trainee even has the guts to stand there. Hisagi Soa of the Makabe squad tells everyone to shut up, but her eyes are locked on Minato, trying to figure out his deal. Sakazaki Aisuke of the Tsuruzaki squad notes that Minato is one of the few who survived the rank 1 mission, which makes him interesting. Shikami N of the Todoroki squad is literally biting his own dagger in anticipation, hearing rumors that Minato has been teaching others. Irio Kaname of the Hibiki squad wonders if Minato is just a cute boy teacher, clearly underestimating him. But the real horror is that one of these 8 faces is actually the Apostle Eva, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Minato feels a bit lonely, noticing that everyone else has their captain supporting them, while Ichika is nowhere to be found. He checks his phone and sees a terrifying message from her. "I overslept. If you fail before I get there, I'll throw you into a volcano." He remembers her training methods, which usually involve dangling him over a cliff, and realizes she is 100% serious. The announcement for the first test echoes across the field. "Let the test begin!" Minato panics, realizing he doesn't have a single second to waste if he wants to stay out of the lava. In the distance, Shinji is running through the woods, panting as he tries to keep up with the next part of his own training. Ichika is casually standing on Shinji's back while he runs, carrying a cat carrier like she's just out for a stroll. She tells Shinji to move faster, because if they don't rush, the exam will be over before they even get to see Minato win. Back at the field, a massive pillar of blue light erupts, signaling the first challenge. Ichika smirks, telling Shinji she's talking about Minato's absolute victory, not just his participation. The first test is a mana measurement, a standard way to see the raw output of an awakener's soul. Minato steps up and unleashes his energy, and the result is so massive it blinds half the field. Minato looks embarrassed as he realizes he accidentally broke the measuring device again. The other candidates are floored, with Sakazaki and Shinobi realizing they're dealing with a literal irregular. The radar chart shows Minato's magic specialty is literally off the charts, piercing through the boundary of the display. Sakazaki tells Shikamien that Minato is the same type of monster he is, just in a different category. Shikamien gives a bloodthirsty grin, coming in 7th place in mana but knowing his real strength lies elsewhere. The field goes quiet as the scores are tallied for the first round. Minato takes the lead with 3 points, followed by Shinobi and Sakazaki, while the others are left with 0. The second test is announced, hand-to-hand combat. No weapons, no spells, just raw physical skill. The air gets heavy as the first pair of participants is chosen. Shikamien steps forward and points directly at Minato, challenging him to the first duel of the round. En is known as the strongest regular member in close combat, and he's been itching to tear Minato apart since he arrived. He is a physical irregular, someone whose body was born for war. A flashback shows a 2-year-old En being attacked by a pack of high-rank lions from another dimension. His mother tried to protect him, but the monsters were too many and too fast. But then, something impossible happened. A flash of mana from the baby carriage. His mother was left covered in blood, staring in absolute shock at the carnage around her. The lions had been shredded, their blood dripping from the wheels of the carriage. En had killed them all while still being a toddler, protecting his mother and becoming a legend before he could even talk. Back in the present, En smirks, ready to prove that legends are made of more than just high mana scores. Captain Hibiki complains that sending En into a physical test is practically cheating, but Todoroki just yells that he's sending his best. Todoroki admits En has 0 talent for magic, but he doesn't need it. He's been training En since day 1, turning his already irregular body into a living weapon that no one has ever beaten in a fistfight. Hibiki tells him to stop posing, because his hot-blooded aura is literally making her sweat. She realizes that even though she's rooting for Minato, En's combat capabilities are on a completely different level from everyone else there. She predicts the match will be over in an instant, and as En charges, it looks like she might be right. En gets in Minato's face, asking him if he's really the one who gave lessons to his friend Hiko. Minato is caught off guard by the sudden hostility and the sheer pressure coming off the guy. Minato tries to be humble, saying he only gave some advice and that he's mostly just a messenger for his teachers. En scoffs, calling him a genius who's just full of himself, claiming he raised Hiko. He says Hiko is a super genius just like him and would have climbed to the top even without Minato's help. Minato surprises him by nodding and saying, "You're right." Minato gives a bright, genuine smile, agreeing that Hiko is amazing on his own and he's just happy to help. En stares at him, completely thrown off, calling him a strange bastard for not getting angry. But the kindness doesn't change the fact that they're in a fight, and En's hand curls into a deadly claw. He unleashes violent bite, his body exploding forward with a trail of golden lightning and fire. He moves like a blur, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he launches a strike aimed straight at Minato's head. Minato looks up, the massive hand closing in on him with the speed of a bullet. But in a split second, Minato ducks, the wind from the punch ruffling his hair as he narrowly avoids the impact. En's fist hits the air behind Minato, the shockwave creating a massive explosion of dirt and rock. Koki Haruki is stunned, unable to believe that the trainee just dodged a full-power strike from the physical monster. Todoroki is thrilled, seeing that En is finally getting serious and going all out. En launches a flurry of strikes, each one sounding like a cannon blast as they rain down on Minato. The battlefield is nothing but a haze of dust and the sound of bam 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 as the two dance around each other. Minato is a blur of blue, staying just 1 inch away from certain death at every turn. Suddenly, Minato's eyes change, he's found his opening, and he shifts into the kudo stance, catching En's wrist mid-swing. He uses Wantak's Aikido mastery, spinning En's massive momentum against him in a sleeve throw. En's eyes widen in shock as his feet leave the ground, his own power being used to flip him through the air. The impact is apocalyptic. En is slammed into the earth with so much force it creates a crater that shakes the entire training field. The other candidates are frozen in horror, watching as the strongest physical fighter is casually tossed like a ragdoll. Koki Haruki realized Minato didn't just win, he redirected En's own god-tier strength to do the job for him. As the dust settles, Minato looks down at the crater and tells En he's really strong, a look of genuine respect on his face. 9 call. But En is furious, thinking Minato is just being sarcastic after absolutely bodying him in front of everyone. En tries to launch one last desperate attack, but his body finally gives out from the sheer impact of that throw. The other candidates, Koki and Iryu, are losing their minds. They can't believe these two are still taking 0 damage after turning the terrain into rubble. Sakazaki calmly checks his data, noting that En's physical durability is irregular and can't be compared to any normal human awakener. En forces himself back up, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he prepares to charge Minato one more time. Minato realizes he can't win this just by playing defense. He needs a finishing move that bypasses En's insane sturdiness. Inside his mind, the blonde speedster Eiler reaches out, telling him it's time to pick up the pace. Minato launches into the air and triggers the light kick, his leg turning into a streak of pure, blinding blue energy. The strike connects with the force of a thunderbolt, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the entire field. But Minato isn't done. He's stacking his powers, multiplying the force of the impact. The blue mana intensifies, glowing with a dangerous light as it prepares to pierce through En's defenses. Minato calls on the power of penetration, and for a split second you can see the ghost of a legendary warrior guiding his strike. A massive explosion of light swallows the center of the arena, leaving everyone else shielding their eyes. The luminance kick lands squarely on En's chest, delivering enough energy to power a city directly into his solar plexus. Minato lands gracefully as the dust begins to settle, his expression calm while the ground beneath him is still steaming. En is sent skipping across the ground like a stone on a pond, crashing through the dirt until he finally stops, completely unconscious. The other candidates are absolutely floored, their mouths hanging open as they realize the trainee just one-shotted the strongest guy there. En lies in the grass, eyes rolled back and blood trickling from his mouth, his legendary durability finally hitting its limit. The proctor calls the match, announcing that the hand-to-hand combat phase is officially over. Minato is declared the winner, earning 2 more massive points and cementing his lead as the top candidate. Hisagi Soa mocks Sakazaki, pointing out that his data was dead wrong about Minato only being strong in magic. Sakazaki goes quiet, his glasses reflecting the sun as he realizes he's vastly underestimated the MC. He starts typing furiously on his laptop, his mind racing to figure out how Minato's combat ability reached such a terrifying level. A dark thought crosses Sakazaki's mind. He assumed Minato would fail on his own, but now things have changed. He looks over at Minato with a cold, predatory stare, realizing this kid is going to be a major obstacle to his own plans. A spotlight shines on Minato as he stands alone for a moment, the weight of his power finally starting to sink in. Shikami-en slowly starts to wake up, his vision blurry, as he stares up at the sky in total defeat. He groans in pain, but Minato is already there, kneeling beside him and telling him not to move. A soft, golden light erupts from Minato's hand as he calls on Melza's healing magic to close En's wounds. En is stunned, realizing Minato is an irregular in mana, physical strength, and now healing? He looks at Minato with a mix of awe and frustration, realizing this guy can literally do everything perfectly. A dark memory flashes in Minato's mind. He remembers the bloody snow of the frozen earth and his own helplessness to save his friends. He gives En a sad, humble smile and says it's not like that, he just doesn't want to lose anyone else. He tells En he should be fine to stand up now, while En just stares at him like he's looking at a literal god. Suddenly, a massive explosion of mana goes off in another part of the field, drawing everyone's attention. Minato explains that it's just the final match of the combat exam taking place, but En is shocked that he was out for that long. He screams, asking exactly how long he was unconscious, his pride taking another massive hit. Minato nonchalantly tells him it's only been about 5 minutes, which honestly makes it even worse for En. While they were fighting, the proctors paired up the rest of the candidates to keep the exam moving at high speed. Koki Haruki absolutely dominated Irio Kaname, pinning him to the ground with zero effort. In another match, Akihina Seishiru took down Sonobe Koromo, proving the veterans aren't going down without a fight. Minato notes that while most matches ended in seconds, there is one duel that is dragging on. Sakazaki and Hisagi Soa are still locked in a stalemate, circling each other in a battle of wits and reflexes. Soa charges forward, her eyes locked on Sakazaki as she prepares to end the fight with a single strike. She mocks him, saying his high-level stats don't mean anything if he doesn't have the guts to actually use them. She launches a flurry of taijutsu strikes, her movements creating a vortex of yellow energy around the calm Sakazaki. She screams that a captain needs special abilities, and without them he's just a replaceable part that doesn't belong in the elite. Sakazaki dodges her with a bored expression, telling her that he's simply not the type who likes to stand out. He looks over at Minato and says his goal is to create a squad that can adapt and survive, even if they aren't the strongest. A flashback shows the funeral of the fallen squad, a grim reminder of what happens when a team fails to protect its own. Sakazaki's grin turns sharp and twisted, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light behind his glasses. He tells Minato that he's going to make sure no one else shares the same fate as Captain Su's team. Shikami-en yells at Sakazaki to shut his mouth, telling him he's way out of line for bringing up the dead like that. Minato stands in silence, his back to the others, processing the weight of Sakazaki's words. He quietly thanks En for standing up for him, his voice low and full of a new, dangerous resolve. Back in the duel, Soa unleashes a massive wave of energy, determined to end Sakazaki once and for all. She executes a perfect taijutsu flip, her speed reaching a breaking point as she closes the distance. She calls out disciplined chains ward, her movements turning her into a living weapon of high-speed impacts. Sakazaki blocks her strikes with perfect precision, his face remaining entirely emotionless as he calculates her every move. A massive boom echoes across the field as Soa's final strike hits Sakazaki's defense, causing another explosion. The arena is swallowed by white light, leaving everyone wondering who's still standing in the smoke. Sakazaki is flat on his back, looking defeated, while Soa stands over him, with her aura still burning bright. She lunges forward for the final blow, her hand glowing with purple energy as she prepares to end it. But Sakazaki calmly holds up a hand and says the words she didn't expect, "I surrender." The proctor declares Soa the winner, but she looks more pissed off than if she had lost. She screams at Sakazaki, calling him a bastard for playing games until the very end, and then quitting. Sakazaki just cleans his glasses, acting like he's bored and saying he just wanted to preserve his energy for the next tests. As he walks away, his internal thoughts reveal the truth. He knows he could have crushed her if he really wanted to. He looks at Minato and thinks that he doesn't want to show his true cards to the MC just yet. The screen fades to black as the second stage of the exam officially comes to a close. The scoreboard updates. Minato is still crushing it in first place with 5 points, while the others are tied far behind. Assistant Shinonome announces a 30-minute lunch break before the third examination begins. Minato sits by himself, looking up at the sky and wondering why Ichika and Shinji are taking so long to show up. Deep in the headquarters courtyard, Shinji is running at full speed, huffing and puffing as he struggles to keep up. Ichika smiles, telling him good job, but Shinji is completely spent, leaning on his sword for support. Shinji catches his breath and asks the big question, why are they here instead of at the exam venue? They are standing in the middle of a deserted courtyard, miles away from where Minato is fighting for his captaincy. Ichika's expression turns ice cold as she points to the ground, stating that someone died here very recently. She can see the residue of an aura, something invisible to a normal awakener but glowing like neon to her eyes. She realizes that whoever did this is hiding their presence incredibly well, almost like they don't exist at all. She looks at the glowing green footprints on the ground, realizing an awakener was murdered by an overwhelming monster. Shinji is terrified, knowing that the Anti-Prophecy HQ is supposed to be one of the most secret and secure places on Earth. Ichika just wonders aloud if any place is truly safe from the 12 apostles. She knows the apostles would definitely have the intel to find this place, considering they were able to kill Makoto. Shinji's eyes widen as he realizes the magnitude of what she's saying. The enemy is already inside the house. Ichika grips her sword and tells Shinji it's time to go to the test venue. The real war is about to start. She estimates that the victim was likely at the level of a squad captain, making this a massive loss for their defense. The scary part? There was no report about anyone dying, meaning the killer is likely impersonating the victim. Ichika and Shinji share a look of pure fury, both of them ready to tear the infiltrator apart for Makoto's sake. Minato feels the shift in the air, realizing that the revenge for Makoto is no longer just Midori's mission. The scene opens on the lunch break, but the crater from the previous fight still looms as a reminder of the raw power on display. The candidates are all handling the stress differently. Some are eating, while Sakazaki is back on his laptop, fueling up on mystery liquid. Minato is happily eating his lunch when he spots two familiar figures walking across the field. Ichika arrives with a smirk, telling Minato she's glad she doesn't have to throw him into a volcano today. Koki Haruki is stunned, recognizing the legendary woman standing before them. He explains to the others that she's one of the 5 elites in the Special Task Force, a league that includes Midori himself. Sakazaki is also watching her closely, but Hisagi Soa tells them to stop talking like they're narrating to an audience. Shinji pulls Ichika aside, whispering that something is seriously wrong with the math of this situation. He points out that Ichika said a squad captain was killed, yet all 7 current squad captains are standing right there in the field. Ichika doesn't look surprised. She just gives a mysterious that makes the tension even worse. She calls Minato over, her tone becoming deathly serious as she prepares to drop a bombshell. Minato screams in shock as Ichika reveals that an apostle is likely standing among them. Ichika explains that based on the residue she found, there is zero doubt that a captain-level fighter was murdered. She points out the rational impossibility. Someone was killed, yet everyone is accounted for. A terrifying image of a stitched-up monster appears as she explains that someone has replaced the victim's existence. Minato realizes the danger. If an apostle is in the organization, they could sabotage everything humanity has built. Ichika bluntly confirms that the situation is beyond dangerous. It's an extinction-level threat. Shinji is terrified, realizing the killer of a squad captain is literally standing right behind them on the training field. She warns them that if this isn't solved, the apostles will fulfill a prophecy that ensures human extinction. Shinji and Minato share a look of absolute dread, knowing they are in the crosshairs of a monster. Ichika's eyes turn demonic, as she suggests that maybe they should just kill everyone on the field to be safe. The boys quickly talk her down, realizing they need a more surgical approach to find the rat. Minato states the objective clearly: they have to find and exterminate the 12 apostles lurking among them. Ichika reminds them that these are the people responsible for Makoto's death, fueling their hatred. She says the words that hit Minato the hardest: they're the ones who killed Makoto. She asks Minato if his heart is burning for revenge, looking at him with a predatory grin. Minato remembers the moment Makoto fell, the blood on his hands, and the promise he made in the snow. His eyes fill with a new, cold determination, but his mind stays analytical. Shinji clenches his fist, his own mark glowing as he prepares to fight the people who ruined his family. Minato goes into deep thought, trying to figure out how to unmask a perfect imposter. He asks his souls for advice, and a new figure begins to manifest in his mind. A man in a checkered cape and a detective's hat appears, puffing on a pipe while looking over the scene. This is Azure, the founder of detectives, and he's ready to turn this exam into a crime scene investigation. Azure tells Minato that they need to see the crime scene in the courtyard immediately, but they have to be sneaky about it. He warns them that if the culprit is as strong as the apostle from the snowy mountain, they could kill everyone here in an instant. Minato realizes he has one last test today, and decides he'll check the courtyard immediately after it finishes. He wonders how a squad captain could be killed inside the HQ without anyone noticing or any alarm going off. The Sword Saint founder Reiichiru wonders if even he wouldn't be able to detect the residue from that far away. He explains that the volcano nearby hinders the flow of chi, making it the perfect place to hide a murder. Melz confirms that the residue of an apostle is unmistakable once you're at close range. Azure gets annoyed, telling the other founders to stop taking the detective's job and let him work. Reiichiro just tells him to shut up and catch the culprit so he can personally kill them. Minato sighs, wondering if everyone from the Hinoki family is just a bloodthirsty maniac. Azure takes a deep puff from his pipe and confirms that the answer to that question is a definite yes. Minato turns to Ichika, ready to set his plan into motion. He asks a crucial question: is it possible the enemy didn't infiltrate as a captain, but as one of the candidates? Ichika realizes he's right. If you want to take over an organization, starting at the selection phase is a genius move. They agree to keep everyone under suspicion, including the current captains and the candidates. Minato gets a mischievous look on his face, telling them he has an idea to smoke the rat out. The break ends, and the proctor announces the start of the 3rd stage of the examination. Minato's soul practically leaves his body when he sees the next trial, a massive 100-page writing test. The candidates are put into private cubicles where phones are banned and silence is enforced, the absolute worst place for a detective to work. Minato looks at the questions and realizes he knows absolutely nothing about anti-prophecy bureaucracy or historical request documents. He breaks into a cold sweat, telling himself not to give up on thinking, even if his brain is melting. He vows to fight through the paperwork until the bitter end. The lunch break cat sleeps peacefully as the results are finally announced. The scoreboard shows a massive shift. Sakazaki takes first place in the writing test, while Minato takes a dead last 0. Minato looks devastated, his pride as a genius taking a massive hit from a bunch of multiple-choice questions. The bottom 4 candidates are officially eliminated, leaving the competition narrowed down to the elite. Minato walks over to Shikami En, genuinely telling him he did a great job despite the elimination. En is fuming, realizing that both he and the MC got 0 points on the writing test, while Nerdy Glasses, Sakazaki, got a perfect score. En admits it's too much to expect anything after failing the combat and mana tests, but he's still impressed Minato stayed in first place overall. He promises to cheer for Minato in the second half, wanting to see if this new squad thing actually works. He reminds Minato that a squad needs at least 7 people, meaning he'll have to recruit 6 more from the candidates. En slaps Minato on the back, his grin returning as he makes a bold offer. He tells Minato that if he wants his squad to be the strongest physically, he better recruit him right away. Minato smiles and thanks him, happy to have a powerful ally in his corner. But as soon as En walks away, Minato's face goes back to business. Azure manifests behind him, asking if they should head to the courtyard now. The other founders are shocked, asking if Azure already knows who the culprit is. Azure gives a smug grin, stating that of course he does, he's a detective after all. A spotlight shines on the remaining candidates as the true game begins. Azure tells Minato it's time to go on the offensive and tear the mask off the 12 apostles. Minato's shocked face flashes on screen as he remembers the day the captaincy was first mentioned. He participated under Ichika's recommendation, but he's the one who had to deliver the grave news of the infiltration. One of these smiling faces is a dead person being puppeted by an apostle, the ultimate betrayal. Azure is explaining his deduction in a roundabout way, annoying Mel's who just wants him to get to the point. Azure just smirks and says, they've finally arrived at the crime scene in the courtyard. The courtyard is silent, the only sound being the chirping of crickets as Minato kneels on the pavement. Minato touches the glowing residue, asking Azure if his theory was correct. Azure confirms that once the victim's identity is locked in, the culprit is mathematically certain. Reiichiro notes that the opponent is definitely a 12 apostle, likely carrying a book of prophecy just like 12 did. Mel's asks what they should do now, while Minato looks into the dark trees with a focused gaze. A sudden rustle in the leaves catches Minato off guard, his instincts screaming that he's being watched. Minato panics, calling out to Azure for backup, but the founder has gone quiet. A pair of traditional wooden sandals steps onto the pavement, moving with a grace that makes no sound. Minato spins around, his eyes wide as he looks back over his shoulder. In the reflection of his eye, we see a tiny, glowing figure descending from the sky. Minato is caught in a high-pressure mana field, looking up as a woman floats toward him like a goddess. It's Superintendent Joe, the most powerful person in the building, and she's asking him exactly what he's investigating. Minato is terrified, asking who she is, and she just gives a grandmotherly smile and calls herself a random granny. Minato gulps and admits the truth. He's at the site where a murder was committed. Joe gives a mysterious, "Oh my," her expression unreadable as she stares at the boy who can see the invisible. A flashback shows the moment Joe realized Minato could see the residue. She notes that he's incredibly competent for a trainee. She asks if they need to find the culprit, but Minato shocks her by saying he already knows exactly who it is. She's confused, asking why he hasn't exposed them yet if he knows who the killer is. Minato explains that the opponent is too strong for a direct confrontation in a crowded area. He drops the biggest reveal yet. There aren't one, but 2 culprits working together. He tells her that it's better to lure both of them into the same place before striking so they can't escape. Minato's eyes turn cold as he vows to settle everything tomorrow. He asks Joe for a massive favor, not to interfere and to just watch him handle it. Joe smiles, her expression showing that she's genuinely impressed by his bravery and planning. She agrees to stay back, wishing the young boy luck and hoping his efforts bear fruit. As she starts to walk away, Minato calls out to her one last time. He looks her straight in the eye and proudly states his name, Kanagi Minato. She gives a soft, knowing smile and promises she'll remember that name. Minato unleashes his mana, the pressure from his soul causing the ground to crack as he prepares for the coming battle. Pieces of the courtyard pavement float into the air as his power reaches a new peak. The crickets go silent as the mana field stabilizes, signaling the end of the piece. Minato pulls his hood up, his face shrouded in shadow as he prepares to walk into the lion's den. He stands in the empty courtyard, the moonlight casting a long shadow as he waits for dawn. Back at her hut, Assistant Shiki asks Joe if it was really okay to let the boy handle such a dangerous mission alone. Joe tells her that Minato is the closest to the truth right now, and she's fascinated to see what he'll do next. She tells Shiki to have Tengen cover the boy from a distance, just in case things go south. Shiki remembers the moment she felt the residue, admitting she didn't expect to find something so interesting. Joe asks if there's a problem, and Shiki quickly says nothing, hiding her own growing curiosity. Joe notes that Shiki seems to have high expectations for the boy, which is rare for someone as cold as her. A close-up of Minato's eye shows the fire burning inside him, a look that Joe finds captivating. She says the reason she trusts him is simply because of those eyes, the eyes of a survivor. The next day, Minato is walking through the woods toward the final exam stage. Shikami En jumps him from behind, slapping his shoulder and telling him they should head in together. The proctor announces that the final test is a performance evaluation to see how they would act as a real squad captain. En laughs, saying Sakazaki will probably show off some boring strategy, while he'll just cheer for Minato. Minato smiles and thanks him, but then his expression suddenly turns sharp. He asks En point blank, "Why did you deliberately drop out from the examination?" The air goes completely still as En's smile begins to fade. En casually stretches, saying he just changed his strategy midway through. He claims that doing things his own way under a captain is much better than being the one in charge. Minato counters him, asking if the real reason is so he can kill all the promising members of the squad from the inside. En's face contorts into a wicked, bloodthirsty grin as he admits he doesn't mind killing for a new replacement. He reveals that during the writing test, his skill could only access the host's brain, which is why he got 0 points. He calls himself a fool for not just killing Sakazaki and taking his body for the intelligence boost. He stops walking, his presence expanding until it feels like a mountain is standing in front of Minato. Suddenly, the other captains appear, surrounding the two as Todoroki is seen bound in heavy, mana-suppressing chains. Todoroki is struggling against the chains, his eyes full of rage and confusion at being betrayed by his own man. Captain Hibiki crosses her arms, asking Mr. Apostle to finally introduce himself. The impostor reveals his true name is Eve, number 9 of the Apostles, and explains his horrifying replacement skill. He tells them he killed the original host because his physique was the strongest one available. Eve confirms his goal was to destroy the organization from the inside, but since he failed, he'll just have to kill everyone here instead. He asks one final question. Who was the one who actually noticed he was the enemy? Hibiki points at the boy standing right next to him. She says the name that is about to become Eve's worst nightmare, Kanagi Minato. Eve is genuinely shocked that Minato had the guts to stand right beside him knowing he was a killer. He gives a sinister laugh, his teeth becoming sharp as a green demonic aura begins to leak from his body. The aura explodes outward, a massive wave of toxic green energy that stains the entire forest. Eve stands in the center of the corruption, looking down at Minato like he's already a corpse. He asks one final terrifying question that echoes through the trees. With a face that is no longer human, he screams. Minato doesn't flinch, his eyes glowing with the collective power of 106 heroes as he prepares for war. Before Eva stole Shikami En's life, there was a moment of genuine hope as Captain Todoroki pulled his student aside. Todoroki was beaming with pride, telling En that he was officially being recommended as a candidate for the new squad captain. They laughed together, two hot-blooded warriors making way too much noise for a secret announcement, completely unaware of the shadow looming over them. Todoroki looked his student in the eye, telling him that besides the current captains, En was easily the strongest person in the unit. He gave En a fist bump, promising that he'd be a legendary leader, while En looked at his master with eyes full of tears and respect. En vowed to do his absolute best, calling Todoroki master and begging him to watch his growth. But that promise was cut short by a cold blade through the chest, the light leaving En's eyes as his master watched in horror. Todoroki stood frozen as his student's blood sprayed the air, his world shattering in a single heartbeat. He screamed En's name, but the person standing there was already gone, replaced by a grinning monster. A single word echoed through the courtyard. Weak. Todoroki spun around, but he was already too late. The apostle had moved with a speed that defied human reaction. Eva looked down at the blood on the grass, mocking the idea that anyone in the anti-prophecy could even stand a chance against them. The apostle revealed that their power comes from the boss and the divine artifacts they've been gifted. The monster officially introduced themselves as Eva, number 9 of the 12 apostles, the nightmare the unit had been chasing. With a twisted smile, Ava activated a skill over En's dead body, claiming they were looking forward to a bright future together. The skill was Heavenly Demon, the ultimate tool for infiltration and replacement. Todoroki tried to strike back, but his movements were sluggish, his heart too heavy with grief to fight effectively. He put everything into one final desperate punch, his fist glowing with the heat of his rage. He unleashed the Vajra strike, a move meant to shatter mountains, aiming directly for the monster wearing his student's face. The impact was cataclysmic, a fountain of blood erupting as Todoroki poured every ounce of his soul into the hit. A massive boom shook the headquarters, the sheer force of the explosion leveling the nearby trees. For a moment, there was only a blue void, the aftermath of a captain's full-power execution. Todoroki stood there panting, tears streaming down his face as he cursed the apostle for what they did. But then, a voice called out from the smoke, mockingly praising his strength. Eva was clapping, completely unharmed, casually remarking that it was impressive to see an apostle smashed with a single hit. Todoroki's face paled as he realized the nightmare wasn't over, En was still standing. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing his student's body upright even after a lethal strike. But a shadow lunged from the smoke, a silhouette of death closing the distance before Todoroki could breathe. Eva laughed, telling Master that he was wrong, the boy was long gone, and only Eva remained. The apostle pulled out a terrifying artifact, a glass grinder topped with a human skull. They began the necromance dance, grinding green orbs over Todoroki's fallen form like a chef seasoning a meal. Todoroki lay on the ground, his body covered in stitches, his eyes wide and lifeless as the curse took hold. The captain's body jerked and flipped upright, moving with a sickening, unnatural grace. Eva declared that the captain was now their corpse slave, demanding an answer from the puppet. The puppet Todoroki responded with a hollow yes, while Eva playfully slapped the face of the man they just murdered. Eva practiced their new identity, making sure they looked and sounded exactly like the boy everyone trusted. The two of them laughed together in the dark courtyard, a master and student reunited as a pair of walking corpses. Suddenly, the scene glitches, a pause icon appearing over the memory of the crime. The timeline rewinds, the blue screen of the past flickering as Minato watches the truth unfold. Minato realizes that the only way to find the killer was to look back at what was hidden. The projection of the past characters stands before him, frozen in their final, hideous moment. This is the power of the Founder Azure, the skill called Theatrical Detective. It allows the user to perfectly reconstruct a crime scene, seeing every detail that the physical world tried to hide. Azure explains that as long as he possesses the evidence, he can not only see the past, but predict the criminal's future moves. But every legendary skill has an Achilles heel that keeps the stakes sky high. If the detective ever misses a deduction or reaches the wrong conclusion, the skill is permanently erased. This means that in his entire life, Azura never missed a single conclusion. He was the perfect hunter of truth. Melz realizes that Eva is using a combination of a replacement skill and a necromancy artifact. Riikiro notes that this explains why there are two culprits, one alive and one dead, both controlled by a single mind. The founders are disgusted by the apostles' methods, their mana flaring with righteous anger. Melz looks at Minato, sensing that the boy's heart is breaking for the people he couldn't save. Minato's eyes narrow, his fist clenching as he declares that he will never forgive the monster for what they've done. He activates Flash Reflection Mirror, his mana surging as he targets Eva N with a strike that hits from every angle. He combines it with the penetration skill, turning his body into a streak of pure destruction. He unleashes the Luminance Fist, a blow so powerful it looks like a comet hitting the earth. A flurry of strikes rains down on the apostle, the air filled with the sound of bam 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 as Minato vents his rage. A massive pillar of blue light erupts, leveling the entire section of the forest where they stood. The shockwave is visible for miles, a boom that signals the start of a true apostle-slaying battle. But out of the smoke comes a haunting, high-pitched laugh that chills the air. Eva looks up from the crater, calling Minato cruel for hitting a supposed friend so hard. They mock the bond they shared during the fight, asking if this is really how you treat a comrade who crossed fists with you. Minato grits his teeth, realizing that his current strength alone isn't enough to put this monster down for good. Eva taunts him, saying his attacks are nothing but playtime compared to the power of the 12 apostles. The apostles' green aura flares up, more intense than before as they prepare to end the charade. Eva screams that cheap tricks won't work against the real deal, their face twisting into a demonic mask. Minato goes quiet, his hair beginning to glow as he admits that he won't be the one to defeat them. Inside his head, Melz tells him he did well, and that he bought more than enough time for her to take over. She tells him to leave all his anger and regrets to her. The Mage of Truth is taking the wheel. Minato's hair turns stark white as Mel's manifests, her eyes glowing with a cold, divine light as she calls herself the Magus of Truth. Eva is intrigued, recognizing this transformation from the satellite reports, the moment Minato becomes a completely different person. The apostle lunges, screaming Minato's name, ready to consume another powerful host. The sky suddenly tears open, a swirling vortex of dark clouds appearing out of nowhere. A single, massive bolt of green lightning strikes the ground with a deafening whoosh. Captain Hibiki watches from afar, her eyes wide as she realizes the scale of the battle has just gone off the charts. Eva summons a legion of bandaged puppets, a literal army of the dead appearing behind them. The apostle looks up at the dark sky, remarking that life is just a boring wait until you finally die. Eva invites Mels to play to their heart's content, while the mage stares back with absolute, silent judgment. Minato's consciousness watches through a window in his mind, shocked by the sheer number of enemies Eva is controlling. Azure explains that Eva is just an empty shell. Without the artifact and the stolen corpses, they have no real power of their own. Eva brags that every single one of these corpses has the same physical strength as Shikami N's body. Hibiki and Irio are panicking, realizing that 100 N-level monsters is an impossible fight for any normal squad. Minato is disgusted, realizing Eva is trampling over the dignity of everyone they've ever killed. Mels calls out to Minato, her voice calm amidst the gathering storm. She tells him that he's changed, noticing a shift in his soul that wasn't there when they first met. Minato is confused, wondering how he could have possibly changed while just fighting to survive. She admits that even the founders have been changed by hosting within a boy as pure-hearted as him. She looks up at the Apostles' army, her aura turning into a brilliant silver light. She tells Eva that they are vastly underestimating the power of the legends they've provoked. A tiny spark of electricity dances in the palm of her hand, the calm before the ultimate strike. The air begins to hum with high-frequency energy, the grass standing on end as the voltage rises. She unleashes Thunderbolt Hadad, a god-tier spell that turns the sky into a web of white-hot death. A series of high-boom explosions rock the field as lightning strikes every single puppet simultaneously. The power is so great it vaporizes the mana-suppressing atmosphere, turning the field into a storm-blasted wasteland. Eva is left standing in shock, staring up as their entire army is turned into falling ash in a single second. Eva mocks her, asking if her best move was just letting them free-fall in front of her. Mels isn't finished. She tells the apostle that the first strike was just to line them up for the kill. Thunderstorm. The puppets fall through the air, already burning from the initial surge. Eva stares in disbelief, realizing the accuracy of the strikes was beyond human comprehension. The apostle screams, asking what kind of magic could possibly target 100 flying objects with perfect precision. A diagram shows the unparalleled accuracy of the hit. Mels didn't just hit them, she hit their mana cores. Without even batting an eye, she wiped out an entire army without missing a single target. She tells Minato to stand beside her and watch carefully, as she's about to give him a lesson in true power. The founders gather around Minato's soul, watching the performance of the pink-haired mage with deep respect. Minato is amazed, knowing that Mels is using his body and is still nowhere near her actual potential. He watches the screen of the past, seeing how efficiently she casts high-level spells with zero wasted movement. Mels reminds him that in the beginning, he was only looking for power for himself. She remembers the day he screamed for them to give him their power so he could stop being a failure. Minato looks away, embarrassed by the memory of his own desperation. She recalls how he became drunk with that power, finally feeling close to the goals he thought were out of reach. He wanted to be strong because he thought it was his birthright, while the founders were just as drunk on his unparalleled talent. Then came the greatest tragedy of his life, the moment Makoto trusted him with the future. She asks him what he's thinking about now, as he faces the monsters that took that future away. She realizes that he isn't fighting for himself anymore. He's angry from the bottom of his heart for the sake of the dead. The other founders, Riichiru, Wantak, and Eiler, all step forward, showing their support for their host. Mels gives a warm smile, telling Minato that they really like the person he's become. Eva is losing it, screaming that all of this sentimental talk is just nonsense. The apostle charges, shouting that the weak will always be toyed with and devoured by the strong. A massive boom goes off as Mels redirects the apostle's charge with a casual wave of her hand. Eva slides back, their eyes wide with a mix of fury and genuine fear. Mels tells them that there are a lot of people who think like that, but they're all dead now. A dark memory of the ancient tower appears, the very structure that the founders died to destroy. She explains that they were the ones being toyed with by the strong from another dimension centuries ago. Their hearts were burning for the sake of the weak, which is why they chose to sacrifice themselves to save humanity. She calls out Minato's name, her voice echoing with the weight of centuries of struggle. She tells him that even if he's lacking strength right now, his frustration is the fuel that will make him a god. A memory of Minato laughing with Shinji on the mountain appears, showing the thin thread of grief he's been pulling this whole time. She tells him never to forget that he is not alone. All 106 legends are standing right behind him. She promises that he will definitely reach the same peak as them, becoming the ultimate savior. She reaches out a hand to his soul, promising to lend him her power whenever he's in trouble. She tells him to point his rage toward the unreasonableness that made him and his friends suffer. The final stage of her transformation begins. She declares that together they will end all of the prophecies and save the world once and for all. Minato's eyes glow with a blinding white light as the full power of the Founders surges through him. Lightning erupts from his legs as he launches forward, the ground vaporizing under his feet. He streaks across the field like a bolt of divine retribution, leaving only a trail of smoke and shattered puppets. Iryu screams in terror, asking if that monster is really the same Kanagi Minato he knew. Assistant Shinonome notes that Minato looks exactly like a young Midori, a monster in human skin. Minato stands over the fallen apostle, his aura so heavy that the very air feels like lead. Eva is coughing on the ground, terrified by the fact that he destroyed more than 100 high-level puppets mid-air. Minato walks toward them, his voice cold as he tells Eva that they finally understand the difference in their strength. He promises that he has a lot of questions to ask, and he knows exactly who to go to for the answers. He looks down with eyes that see everything, telling the apostle that they are going to talk about everything. Eva thinks about 12, the apostle that Makoto died to kill, realizing their side is losing the war. The apostle admits to themselves that with their current strength, they can't possibly win against this version of Minato. But then, a wicked grin returns to Eva's face as they remember a piece of advice from their boss. A massive black coffin slams into the ground with a bam, glowing with a sickening green light. Minato is caught off guard, wondering what kind of nightmare is hidden inside that box. Eva reveals that hundreds of years ago, there was one person who truly destroyed the ancient tower. The apostle tells Minato that the person in the coffin is actually one of the founders he hosts. This was the 10,000-men army slasher, a warrior who lived for nothing but the blood of his enemies. The lid of the coffin flies off, revealing the physical corpse of Hinoki Reiichiru, the Sword Saint. Inside Minato's mind, the spirit of Reiichiru is screaming in absolute shock and fury. He can't believe the apostle has stolen his physical body to use as a mindless puppet. Melz tries to stop the apostle, but the corpse has already begun to move, reacting to the necromancy. Reiichiro's spirit is terrified, realizing that the apostle is in control of his physical prime. The corpse lunges forward, slashing through a bolt of Mel's lightning like it was nothing but a bit of static. A massive whoosh of wind erupts as the Sword Saint's body begins to exert its legendary pressure. Eva laughs, saying that this is the best possible play, watching a founder fight his own student. Minato can feel the pressure through his own soul, a weight that feels even heavier than Midori's aura. He realizes that this thing is even stronger than the original founder's spirit because it still has the physical memories of battle. Eva snaps their fingers, and the ground around the coffin begins to churn and rot. A new wave of corpses begins to crawl out of the earth, their hands reaching for the living. Eva announces the arrival of the second wave, a much more powerful legion of the dead. The army is endless, and this time they are led by the greatest swordsman to ever live. Minato coughs, the mental strain of the battle finally starting to take its toll on his physical body. A massive boom clears a path through the forest, but it wasn't Minato who fired. Minato spins around, his eyes wide as he sees three familiar figures standing on the edge of the clearing. A voice calls out to him, telling him never to forget one very important thing. Hiko, Akane, and Shinji all step forward, their faces set with an unbreakable resolve. Shinji draws his blade, his eyes locked on the apostle with a fire that matches Minato's own. Hiko launches into the air with a rumble, his golden mana illuminating the dark woods. They stand together, a new generation of heroes telling Minato that he is not alone in this fight. Hiko, Akane, and Shinji land in the center of the chaos, looking like a dream team ready to take on the world. Eva scoffs, asking if these weaklings are really the friends Minato was so proud of. Minato is stunned, hearing Reiichiru's voice coming from the apostle's puppet with perfect clarity. The Sword Saint's spirit feels sorry for Minato, knowing that his modern friends are about to face the nightmare of his physical self. Eva brags that all their puppets are strong, sending a bandaged giant to crush the arrivals. The puppet slams its fist down with a KUGH, but Hiko is already moving, his speed blurring his form. Akane realizes the puppets have a physical hardening skill, noticing they aren't even scratched by her initial defense. She realizes that every single puppet in this second wave is an elite fighter with their own unique skills. Iryu is running for his life, screaming because there are just too many monsters to count. Captain Hibiki puts on her headphones, her mana flaring as she prepares to drown out the screams with her own melody. She triggers a skill that turns sound into a physical force of destruction. She calls it sound visualization. Realize, her eyes glowing with a vibrant purple light. A giant, glowing music note appears in the air, transforming into a massive bird of fire. The phoenix composition erupts, a wave of sonic heat that incinerates everything in its path. The puppets are caught in a kaleidoscope of fire and sound, their bodies being torn apart by the frequency. The battlefield is filled with a rainbow of destruction as Hibiki shows why she's a captain. But she warns Iryu that things still aren't looking good. Even as corpses, these things can still use their original skills. A massive clang echoes as Todoroki's corpse slave snaps its chains, ready to kill its own master. Iryu spots something in the corner of his eye and lets out a confused, Another skill activation light fills the screen as a new powerhouse enters the fray. Todoroki's corpse slave lunges for Iryu, but a massive shadow falls over the both of them. It's Shikami N, or rather the physical shell of N, and he's using the Vajra strike with even more power than before. The impact is a red streak of pure violence, the ground exploding into a crater of blood and dirt. A massive red X appears as the puppet N finishes its execution with terrifying efficiency. Hibiki lunges to save her squad member, the ground beneath her crumbling as the battle intensifies. Eva is laughing hysterically, calling the magnificent chaos of the battlefield the best show on earth. The apostle screams that in this level of chaos, no one but the squad captains has a chance of surviving. Minato stands in the middle of it all, his head down, listening to the apostle mock his friends. The founders are all looking away in frustration, while Wantak and Kilik hide their eyes in shame. But then, a small, confident smirk appears on Minato's face, hidden by the shadows. Minato tells Mel's to let him take the wheel for a moment, his spirit ready to take charge. Minato looks at Eva and mocks them back, repeating the apostle's words about who will and won't survive. He looks the apostle dead in the eye and tells them never to look down on his friends. Conclusion. Hiko stands surrounded by an army of the dead, looking like he's just enjoying a light warm-up. He remembers Lesson 7, the strategy for fighting a many vs 1 situation that Minato taught him on his phone. A golden, dragon-like mana begins to wrap around Hiko's arms, shimmering with an intense heat. This is the fist technique of the legends, a style that turns the user into a living vortex of strikes. Hiko launches forward, his feet barely touching the ground as he dances through the crowd of monsters. He delivers a kick that sounds like a thunderclap, sending the first puppet flying into its comrades. He unleashes Dragon's Rapid Ascension, a flurry of strikes that looks like a golden dragon soaring through the air. The puppets are shredded by the force of his impacts, their hardened skin failing to stop his momentum. Inside Minato's mind, Wantak notes that Hiko has an incredibly interesting physique for a modern human. This is the opinion of Wantak, the saint of the fist, the man who perfected hand-to-hand combat. He points out that Hiko's body is covered in muscle, but is as flexible as a gymnast, a combination he calls disgusting, but brilliant. Hiko's usual tactic is a one-hit point attack, focusing all his agility into a single lethal blow. The blonde speedster Eiler adds that while his style is good, it's not the most efficient way to use those talents. She explains that if he truly wants to utilize his body, he needs to move like an unbreakable thread that can't be cut. Hiko executes the bird's coil, a move that wraps his flexibility around the enemy's momentum. He sweeps the entire front line of puppets, overwhelming everything in his path like a golden tidal wave. He finishes with the Ling Dragon, a spin kick that creates a vortex of air and mana. Hiko lands with a grin, casually telling the remaining monsters nice as he prepares for the next round. The puppets pause, their glowing eyes showing the first signs of hesitation against the golden beast. Meanwhile, Akane watches from a distance, telling herself that she absolutely cannot lose to a show-off like Hiko. She remembers the lesson Minato sent her about the true meaning of alchemy. The alchemist founder Kilik explains that real alchemy isn't just about making tools, it's about turning imperfection into absolute perfection. He notes that Akane was being swept away by the word battle, producing cheap and low-quality weapons like the El Dorado spears. She activates Trismegistus again, her eyes glowing with a purple mana that feels much more dense than before. A massive stone hand erupts from the ground, grabbing 3 puppets at once and crushing them into dust. She declares that an alchemist is someone who grasps reality and overcomes the very laws of nature. She is reaching into the taboos of her craft, calling forth something much older and stronger. She summons the Stone of Truth Even Meanies, a massive prehistoric golem that towers over the battlefield. Akane stands on the golem's shoulder, looking down with the confidence of a queen. With a single stomp, the golem shatters the hardened physique of the apostle's puppets, turning an entire squad into rubble. Minato looks over his shoulder, calling out to Reiichiro as he sees his friends dominating their own fights. Reiichiro's spirit tells Minato that he doesn't need to worry about his student, Suo Shinji. Shinji is in the air, admitting that while he isn't as brilliant as his brother was, he has his own unique path. He enters the Hinoki One Sword style stance, his aura turning into a vibrant blood-red flame. He carves through a line of puppets with a Z-shaped slash that looks like a lightning strike. He combines the Skyfall technique with something entirely his own, creating a lethal combination of air pressure and cutting power. He activates his final skill, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to bloom, just like his brother did. A flurry of red energy petals fills the air, beautiful but deadly to anyone caught in the storm. The calendula strike explodes outward from the center of the puppet army, incinerating a dozen of them in a single burst of light. Shinji lands in the middle of the ash, his sword humming with the power of his family's legacy. Ichika watches from the shadows, giving a small he of approval at the interesting combinations her students are discovering. She sits on a pile of defeated puppets, thinking that while Shinji is good, Minato is the one whose combinations are truly unparalleled. Suddenly, the air temperature drops to 0, and the ground beneath her begins to frost over. A massive whoosh of blue flames erupts in the center of the field, a fire that feels as cold as the grave. The Apostle's final puppet, the corpse of the Sword Saint, has finally entered the fight, cutting down its own allies to get to the living. Ichika stands up, her expression turning into one of pure, unadulterated shock. She stares at the figure in the blue flames, recognizing the stance and the aura from the family's most forbidden scrolls. The figure is Hinoki Reiichiro, the founder of her sword style, looking exactly like the legendary portraits. Ichika screams in horror, realizing the apostle is about to unleash a founder-level technique on her students. Reiichiro's spirit gives a twisted, demonic grin as he stands beside Mel's, his red eyes glowing with the joy of an impossible battle. The air is thick with killing intent as the legendary sword saint, Hinoki Reiichiro, stands ready to strike. Ichika can't believe her eyes, screaming out in pure shock at the sight of her own ancestor's corpse being used like a toy. The possessed corpse shifts into a stance, preparing the Hinoki One sword style that dominated eras past. Energy surges through the blade as it prepares a wave-cutting blade attack that looks like it could slice through reality itself. The strike is unleashed, a vertical beam of green energy so powerful it makes Minato look like a small child in its path. A massive explosion of light and force erupts, turning the entire battlefield into a blinding green void. The trainees can only watch in silence, their faces pale as they realize the sheer scale of the power being thrown around. But Minato isn't done yet, channeling the Mage Mel's to bring forth the devastating Thunderbolt Hadad. Lightning crashes down, meeting the Sword Saint's blade in a collision that shakes the very foundations of the earth. Mel's looks on with a cold, focused gaze, realizing that even this massive output isn't quite enough to end it. The Sword Saint counters instantly, his body a blur as he initiates the diced slash technique. The ground is literally carved into perfect cubes, floating into the air as the landscape is dismantled by a single swing. Minato lands on one of the floating blocks, his mind racing as he recognizes the very skills he's been training to master. He stares down at the puppet, his face hardening with the realization that he's fighting a memory of perfection. The open-the-door skill activates, showing glimpses of the true power hidden within the Sword Saint's history. He knows this is the real deal, but there's a flicker of something else in his eyes, a hint of a plan. Nearby, the other trainees are screaming, barely hanging on as the floating debris threatens to crush them. A stray beam of energy slices through the air, and in a gruesome moment, a trainee's arm is severed instantly. The boy screams in agony as he falls, blood spraying as the brutal reality of this exam sinks in. Minato lets out a sharp breath, his hair still shimmering white as Mel's maintains control of his body. With a flick of his wrist, Minato creates protective bubbles of mana, catching the falling trainees just in time. He navigates the chaotic floating battlefield with ease, his movements fluid and precise despite the madness around him. Inside Minato's mind, Mel's looks toward the spirit of Reiichiro, asking him what the plan is for his own physical body. The two spirits stand on a calm, mirrored sea, watching the chaos of the outside world as if it's just another Tuesday. Reiichiro just sighs, leaning back lazily and telling Mel's to do whatever she wants with his old bones. Mel's nods, her expression turning lethal as she accepts the responsibility of putting her old friend to rest. Back in the real world, the possessed sword saint raises his blade high, ready to unleash the Hinoki One sword style again. He calls out the splitting cloud move, a strike so fast it creates a vacuum that tears through the sky. Watching from the sidelines, Hiko can only mutter that this whole situation is pure madness. Suddenly, a manic laughter echoes through the field, coming straight from the possessed body's throat. Eva is having the time of her life, screaming about how amazing this power feels as the landscape continues to crumble. She gloats about the perfection of a founder's body, a vessel designed solely for the purpose of absolute slaughter. She demands more power, her red eyes wide with greed as she searches the corpse's brain for even stronger skills. The aura around the puppet turns a toxic shade of blue and green as the final secret move begins to manifest. The screen fills with the name of the ultimate technique, Indomitable. Minato lunges forward, meeting the sword saint head-on with a palm strike aimed directly at the center of the madness. The screen fades to white as the two titanic forces collide, the pressure reaching its absolute limit. The sword saint's eyes widen in confusion, letting out a small as something goes wrong. The spirit of Reiichiro inside Minato just mutters about how boring the whole thing has become. Reiichiro watches the fight with Mels, pointing out that even if the apostle has his body, they're still fundamentally pathetic. Minato stares down the puppet with cold, piercing eyes, declaring that the enemy is simply too weak to wield that power. Eva screams in denial, refusing to believe that the body of a legendary founder could ever be called weak. Desperate, she digs deeper into the neural pathways of the corpse, trying to force out a skill that will end this once and for all. A dark, red mist begins to coil like a snake, representing the corrupted memories Eva is trying to tap into. The visual shifts to a realistic, pulsing brain, showing the physical organ being strained to the point of exploding. The sword saint's foot falters, a single drop of sweat hitting the grass as the body starts to reject the user. Tears begin to stream down the sword saint's face as Eva realizes she's lost control of the monster she woke up. Somewhere in the shadows, Eva's true form is kneeling, clutching her head in absolute agony. It turns out Reiichiro's memories from when he was alive are still deeply engraved in his physical brain. Just glimpsing those memories is enough to drive a normal person, even an apostle, straight into the mouth of madness. Eva sees the memory of the legendary tower being sliced in half by a single casual swing of Reiichiro's blade. She sees the life of a man who accomplished everything, only to grow colder and more bored with every godlike feat. Eva huffs, her mind breaking as she realizes this body is far too strong for a lowly apostle to handle. She wonders if human wisdom was ever meant to reach this terrifying peak of power. The puppet's mind is a hurricane of violence and absolute skill. A vision shows the sword saint cutting through entire armies of humans as if they were nothing but paper. He cut through monsters that should have been unkillable, his face never showing a hint of effort. He even sliced the very sea in half, leaving a permanent scar on the planet's surface. The final memory is of the planet itself being cleaved, a sight that is simply too much for Eva's soul to witness. And then, everything snaps. The sword saint's eye sheds a single bloody tear as the last of Eva's mental defenses crumble. The puppet falls to its knees, coughing up darkness and wondering where it could possibly go to find more strength. Eva realizes with horror that her own soul is being shattered by the sheer weight of the body she's inhabiting. Inside the mental space, Reiichiro just scoffs, telling her that if she wants to shatter, she should go ahead and do it. Mels warns that if the puppet goes berserk because the soul shattered, everyone on this field is going to die instantly. A dark purple aura erupts from the sword saint, turning him into a mindless engine of destruction. A girl screams that the soul actually shattered, and they're all about to meet their maker. The sword saint lets out an unearthly roar, the purple energy exploding outward like a nuclear shockwave. The scene shifts 100 kilometers away to Takasaki City, where the ground begins to tremble violently. An official named Kisaragi panics, ordering his men to evacuate the residents immediately before the city is leveled. He looks at his phone, sweating buckets as he realizes the epicenter of this massive aura is 100 km away in Nagano. He wonders what kind of monster could possibly be alive in the modern era to cause this much destruction. The sword saint is screaming, his jaw unhinged as the purple energy consumes everything in sight. The ground splits open, revealing a crater so deep it looks like the entrance to hell itself. Trainees are coughing up blood, their bodies literally buckling under the weight of the sword saint's berserk aura. Hiko is pinned to the ground, his teeth gritted as he realizes they're all at the mercy of a legend's ghost. Minato yells out Reichiru's name, his voice the only thing cutting through the storm. The spirits watch the puppet from their calm space, the apostle's presence now nothing more than a stain on the floor. Minato turns to Mel's, telling her that he's leaving the final strike to her. Mel's looks back, her pink hair flowing in the wind as she accepts the mission with a quiet, "Understood." Minato walks toward the berserk monster, his silhouette small against the massive pillars of purple energy. Mel's prepares a spell, rings of ancient text coiling around her arm like glowing shackles. She declares that with her seal of truth, it should only take one hit to end this nightmare for good. Minato is sent flying through the air, glowing with a blue aura as he closes the distance to the berserk saint. Ichika watches in awe, recognizing the immense power flowing through the boy who was once called a failure. She whispers Minato's name, her heart pounding as she realizes he's doing the impossible. The spirit of Azure, the detective, watches from his library, telling the other trainees that they need to pay close attention to this. He explains that whether it's magic or alchemy, they are all just pursuers of the world's hidden truths. The runes on Minato's arm glow with a blinding intensity, signaling that he's reached the pinnacle of his current power. Azure looks on, his glasses reflecting the light of the impending explosion. The puppet saint lunges, wondering if even an ultimate body can withstand what's coming next. Mel's and Minato act as one, preparing to hit the monster with a fragment of the ultimate truth. The puppet screams a distorted "Die, Die" as its red eye glows with a final desperate hatred. The narration confirms that Eva's soul is already torn to pieces, and only her lingering residue is moving the body. The saint's blade falls to the ground with a clang, the connection finally starting to fail. The body is now moving on pure animal instinct, seeking only to destroy everything in its path. The sword saint's face is shown in close-up, his eye filled with the realization that his long journey is finally over. The seal hits, and reality itself seems to crack and glitch like a broken computer screen. A massive whoosh erupts as the purple energy is violently sucked back into the corpse. The visual is a chaotic mess of dark energy and white light, representing the erasure of the corrupted soul. Minato and Mel's stand over the now-still body, the storm finally starting to clear. Mel's looks down with a hint of sadness, her pink eyes reflecting the quiet end of her old friend. A close-up of Mel's eye shows a flash of light as the final part of the spell completes. A massive tornado of purple and black energy spirals into the sky, carrying away the last of the Apostle's curse. The vortex is beautiful and terrifying all at once, spinning until it vanishes into the atmosphere. A montage shows the trainees, Minato, Shinji, and Hiko, bloodied and beaten, but still standing. The images show the aftermath of the fight, crumbling statues, fire on the horizon, and the physical toll of the battle. In a distant lab, a girl looks up from her work, sensing that a major shift has just occurred in the balance of power. The wind howls through an empty stone tower, a sound of mourning for the legendary swordsman. A satellite view of Japan shows the massive energy ripple dissipating, leaving the prefecture in a state of shock. The body is shown standing in a shallow pool of water, surrounded by a dying purple flame. One last scream of agony echoes through the field as Ava's presence is completely obliterated. The screen turns red again, punctuating the finality of the strike. Minato lets out a simple "I see," his voice calm and steady as he returns to his normal state. He looks down at the corpse, which is finally looking peaceful for the first time in centuries. Mel's full title is revealed, Magus of Truth, Melstius Silentius, and her skill is the Seal of Truth. We learn that this power is normally sealed because the world itself can't handle its sheer weight. One of the primary effects of the seal is the absolute neutralization of any skill. Minato reaches out his hand, which is glowing with a warm white light. The spell target's skills are literally erased from existence. Minato touches the sword saint's chest, the red light of the seal merging with the dark purple residue. The saint's eyes widen one last time, a look of pure shock crossing his face as he realizes he's finally been beaten. Minato stares him down, declaring that this victory is the answer the world was waiting for. Two figures stand in a vast green field, the sky turning a beautiful shade of teal as the nightmare ends. Minato holds the saint's hand, a symbol of the passing of the torch from the old era to the new. Mel's calls out her final spell, Burning Light Enlil's Melum. A blinding white light erupts from their joined hands, washing over the entire field like a sunrise. The saint's body begins to dissolve into light, his silhouette finally standing tall and proud once again. The physical form starts to crumble into dust, the bones and muscle turning into golden embers. Minato whispers a final goodbye to the man who laid the foundation for everything he knows. Mel's watches her dear friend go, her expressions soft and full of respect for his centuries of service. She promises to meet him again at the end of this current cycle of destiny. Hiko and the others look up at the clear blue sky, the terrifying aura finally completely gone. Azure closes his book in the library, a small smile playing on his face as the case is finally closed. The old Fist Saint Spirit folds his hands in prayer, honoring the departure of his fellow founder. Reiichiro's spirit reappears in the mental space, complaining that he was right here the whole time and they're acting like he's dead. Minato looks surprised as Mel's explains that the physical body and the soul are two completely different things. Mel's winks, asking Minato if seeing the true power of a founder helped with his training at all. Minato looks out over the empty field, the sun shining brightly on the grass where the battle once raged. Suddenly, a massive shout of joy erupts from the surviving candidates. They scream that it's amazing, and that Minato actually won against that monster. Ichika, being herself, just screams at Minato for not using his sword and wasting all her training. Hiko looks up with a grin, wondering just how much stronger Minato can possibly get. Shinji stares at the ashes, realizing that the person who won was even more terrifying than the one who lost. The narration explains that Minato understood his opponent's skills so well, he was able to render it to nothingness. Akane's hands are shaking, wondering if any human can ever hope to reach the peak Minato just stood upon. She resolves to push herself even harder, her eyes burning with a new kind of determination. Kisaragi sighs 100 km away, lighting a cigarette as the earthquake finally stops. He looks at the massive crater left behind, realizing that a simple exam just turned into a historical event. He complains about the paperwork and the fact that he has to find another new captain now that Todoroki is dead. A single well done appears in a golden bubble, coming from an unknown source. Hiko and Ichika look toward the horizon, sensing a new, powerful presence approaching. They panic, wondering if there are still more mummies or apostles left to fight. Kisaragi drops his cigarette in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. A mysterious old woman appears from the mist, her presence as calm as a still lake. Ichika recognizes her instantly, screaming out, "Why is the superintendent here?" The old lady just smiles, saying she's just a random granny passing by, though Minato remembers her from the day before. The white-haired official behind the granny looks on with a stoic, judgmental expression. Kisaragi asks what she's doing there, but the air around her is so thick with power that no one can move. The officials are sweating buckets, realizing they are in the presence of the highest-ranking person in Japan. The old woman walks right up to Minato, her eyes filled with a strange, ancient warmth. She kneels on the grass, telling Minato that she's been waiting for his return for a very long time. A close-up shows the granny smiling, her face holding more secrets than the founders themselves. The spirits of the founders appear behind Minato, all of them looking down at the woman who has waited hundreds of years for them. The scene opens with the superintendent still kneeling before Minato, a sight that has everyone else in a state of pure panic. Shinji and Akane scream for Ichika to explain what the hell is going on with the top boss of the unit. Ichika just sighs, telling them that while they've heard of her, this is probably their first time seeing her in person. We learn that she is one of the original founders of the Anti-Prophecy and holds the highest rank in the Japanese branch. Akane still doesn't understand why someone that powerful would be kneeling to a rookie like Minato. Minato is just as confused, stuttering and asking the old lady why she's bowing down to him. He asks the spirits in his head if they know who she is, but the founders all just stare back in silence. The spirits all shake their heads simultaneously, declaring that they don't recognize her at all. Minato lets out a massive EHH as his brain starts to short-circuit from all the mystery. Reiichiro, the Sword Saint, stares at the woman with a suspicious, narrowed eye. He mutters that her aura feels strangely familiar, like a ghost from a long-forgotten past. The old woman giggles, telling the spirits that she's become a granny now and it's no wonder they don't remember her. She decides to give them a little hint to jog their centuries-old memories. She stands up and claps her hands together, a mischievous glint in her golden eyes. Minato braces himself, wondering what kind of legendary technique she's about to unleash. She tells Reiichiro to look closely as she starts her performance. To everyone's absolute shock, the most powerful woman in Japan starts doing a waist dance and giggling like a schoolgirl. The spirits watch in stunned, horrified silence, their legendary dignity being dismantled in seconds. She continues the ridiculous dance in the middle of the empty field, looking completely ridiculous. A flashback shows a young girl in a kimono doing the exact same dance 300 years ago, surrounded by cherry blossoms. Reiichiro's face lights up as he points and screams, "It's EYO!" while the other spirits look on in disbelief. Mel's can only whisper, "Io-chan," while Reiichiro demands that Minato switch control with him immediately. Minato's hair turns silver as Reiichiro takes over, lunging forward to give the superintendent a massive bear hug. The officials behind Io scream that Minato is being incredibly rude and that he's going to get executed. Reiichiro and Io just keep dancing together, laughing like old friends while the trainees think Minato has lost his mind. The white-haired official glows with a golden aura, promising to smack Minato into outer space for touching the superintendent. Io just waves them off, telling them it's perfectly fine and that she's having a great time. Reiichiro pats her on the head, laughing about how she's already become a granny since the last time they saw her. Io smiles, noting that his way of speaking hasn't changed a bit in 300 years. Another flashback shows Io as a young girl, walking with the spirits of the founders through an ancient village. The trainees and officials are finally relaxing, laughing together as the tension of the exam finally breaks. Some trainees are even helping put the floating landmasses back into the giant crater, using their mana to repair the site. Akane hugs a giant cat, her face full of joy while Shinji looks on with a mix of exhaustion and relief. The scene shifts to the Hut of Everlasting Vision, a secret top-secret location hidden inside the Anti-Prophecy HQ. Minato sits across from Io, who explains that she normally lives inside this barrier and can't show her face in public. She tells him that a powerful barrier protects this garden, keeping it hidden from the rest of the modern world. Minato asks how she could possibly know all of the founders, his eyes wide with curiosity. Io reveals that she was an orphan who lost her family 300 years ago during the era of the Tower. Minato is stunned, realizing that he's sitting across from someone who lived through the world's greatest crisis. Io confirms she was just a child then, making her well over 300 years old today. A small chibi Minato screams in the background, unable to process the fact that she's 3 centuries old. She explains that she used an artifact to stop the flow of time for herself, preventing her from aging any further. Minato remembers seeing other artifacts like the skull timer and the golden cage, realizing their true potential. Reiichiro notes that her preservation skill is almost the same as magic from the old days. Mel's wonders where Io could have possibly found an artifact that powerful in the modern era. Io's expression turns serious as she starts explaining the darker side of the Anti-Prophecy unit. She reveals there is a secret division whose only task is to collect and guard these dangerous artifacts. They are a shadowy group not bound by any laws or any single country, their very existence kept a total secret. However, she tells them with a grave face that their main vault was recently attacked and looted. A visual shows Midori and a team of top hunters being sent out on a mission to reclaim the stolen artifacts. Minato realizes the stakes just got a lot higher than a simple school exam. Azure the detective deduces that the ones who attacked must be the 12 apostles, and that they might be the strongest hunters of this era. Azure reminds Minato of what Eva said at the crime scene during the investigation. Eva had claimed they became too strong only because of the artifacts given to them by their mysterious boss. Mels realizes it was much faster for the apostles to buff mediocre hunters with artifacts than to train real geniuses. Reiichiro agrees, noting that the enemies they've met so far were nowhere near the level of someone like Makoto. Io confirms they didn't even know the apostles existed until this massive heist took place. The apostles are now as powerful as the best members of the Anti-Prophecy, making them a world-ending threat. Io says they are putting all their resources into finding the apostles' leader, but someone else is already ahead of them. She reveals that Midori has likely already found the leader's location and is acting as we speak. The scene shifts to a destroyed, war-torn Detroit in the United States. The streets are empty and dark, with the silence of a graveyard hanging over the city. Suddenly, a massive blue light erupts at the end of a street, signaling a high-level battle. The skill Turbulence is unleashed, a move that looks like it could flatten an entire city block. A massive silhouette of a hand or a claw tears through the sky, glowing with an unearthly blue light. The shockwave is so powerful, it literally clears the clouds and levels the nearby buildings. A spiral of wind and debris reaches toward the heavens, a display of power that dwarfs everything we've seen so far. The screen goes white as the dust starts to settle over the ruined city. A pile of rubble sits in the middle of the street, with smoke rising from the impact site. Giant chunks of concrete fall from the sky, raining down on the destroyed cars and buildings. Midori walks through the rubble, his blonde hair messy and his eyes glowing with an insane battle lust. He looks up at his opponent, his face bruised but his smirk still as arrogant as ever. He realizes that despite the group's name being the 12 Apostles, there is actually a secret 13th person among them. A man in a purple suit sits calmly in a hovering chair, surrounded by a barrier of pure energy. The boss of the Apostles casually sips from a white cup, asking Midori if he prefers coffee or black tea before he dies. Midori lets out a terrifying roar, his eyes turning blue as he charges the final boss. Detroit is a graveyard of broken buildings, and in the center of the ruins, Midori stands small against the boss of the apostles. He unleashes a massive vortex of wind energy, a hurricane of pure cutting power that levels the remaining structures. The turbulent skill is a masterpiece of destruction, turning the entire city block into a blender of concrete and steel. The force of the wind is so intense you can almost feel the air being sucked out of the room. Massive shockwaves tear through the earth, leaving deep scars on the asphalt. High above the chaos, two of Midori's squadmates watch from the safety of a skyscraper rooftop. Nishina Kyo looks on with a grim expression, her long hair whipping in the secondary winds of the clash. Mikado Shuichi, the muscle of the group, notes that the city is already abandoned, so Midori can finally go all out without holding back. He wonders if Midori is literally trying to dig a tunnel to the other side of the planet with that kind of output. Kyo's eyes narrow, her intuition telling her that something isn't right about this fight. Shuichi adjusts his sunglasses, his casual demeanor hiding the fact that he's ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a beam of blue light slices through the storm, cutting the very wind in half. A geometric pattern of purple energy erupts, looking like a glitch in the fabric of reality. The boss's counterattack is terrifyingly precise, dismantling Midori's vortex as if it were a child's toy. Debris is frozen in midair, caught in the web of the boss's mysterious power. Shuichi realizes the situation just flipped, and he braces himself to join the fray. He tells Kyo that they need to trust Midori to handle the boss, while they take care of the reinforcements. Kyo stands ready as Shuichi cracks his knuckles, both of them sensing a new threat approaching from the shadows. A new apostle appears, a samurai-type warrior whose aura is cold enough to freeze the blood in your veins. This is Kamaragi Hajime, one of the 12 apostles, and he looks like he's lived through 1,000 wars. Back at the center of the crater, Midori stands amidst the rubble, his wind blade still flickering around him. And yet, despite his strongest title, he looks shaken by what he's seeing. The boss is casually sipping his coffee, completely untouched by the hurricane that just leveled a city block. He's sitting in a floating chair inside a pink barrier, looking like he's watching a boring movie. Midori's mind is racing, wondering if this is a high-level skill or the effect of another broken artifact. The boss puts his cup down with a clink, asking Midori if he's finally done with his little tantrum. He walks through his barrier with a smug grin, looking down on the world's strongest man as if he were dirt. Midori doesn't wait for an answer, thrusting his fingers forward to unleash a concentrated blast of air. The boss doesn't even flinch as the blast hits his secondary defense. Green energy sparkles as Midori's attack is dissipated harmlessly into the air. The boss calls out his defense, wall of cutting pearls, an artifact-level shield that reflects all physical force. A massive explosion of green light covers the field, forcing Midori to shield his eyes. The screen goes white, the power gap between them becoming painfully obvious. The boss asks Midori a strange question, if he's ever been to an aquarium park. He compares his power to the glass at an aquarium, where humans can stand inches away from a massive predator and feel perfectly safe. He tells Midori that right now, he is the human, and Midori is just the fish behind the glass. Midori's eyes narrow, realizing that the boss has an answer for every single one of his moves. The boss floats above a dark abyss of energy, telling Midori that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even consider him an enemy. He mocks Midori for grieving over his dead friend Makoto, calling him a pathetic creature for showing human emotion. Midori's head drops, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes as the boss's words start to sink in. He laughs in Midori's face, pointing out that despite all his power, he couldn't even protect his most precious friend. The insult hits home, and Midori feels like he's falling into a bottomless pit of guilt. Midori's eyes widen as he remembers the day it all started, a memory he's tried to bury for decades. The scene shifts back in time, 23 years ago. A massive eruption of green energy is seen coming from a mountain range, visible from miles away. A younger Shinonome Tengen, looking terrified, realizes something historic is happening. The ground is torn apart, a giant crater forming where a mansion once stood. This was all that was left of the Ichihara family mansion after a sudden and unexplained disaster. Superintendent Io, looking much younger but still holding that same authority, walks into the ruins. In the center of the destruction, a tiny glowing green light flickers. Tengen points it out, sweating as he senses a tremendous aura coming from the epicenter. And there, floating in the center of the storm, is a crying newborn baby. Tengen can't believe it. This entire catastrophe was caused just because this baby was born. The baby's aura is so sharp it's literally slicing the air around it. Io walks forward despite the danger, her face filled with a rare motherly compassion. Tengen yells for her to get back, as the baby's aura is already drawing blood from her skin. Her hands are covered in small cuts, but she doesn't stop, reaching out to the monster. She scoops the baby up and tells him it's okay, her warmth finally quieting the storm. She whispers that it's all right now, and for the first time, the baby stops crying. The green aura fades, leaving only a peaceful child in the arms of a legend. Tengen looks on in awe as the wind finally dies down and silence returns to the mountains. Io looks at Tengen with a determined gaze. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy unit, shielded from the world. And that day, the baby was given the name. The scene jumps forward, 9 years later. A much older official named Hinoki Kijuru walks down a hallway, calling Midori a cursed child. A young 12-year-old Ichika watches from the side, her eyes wide as she sees the boy everyone is afraid of. Young Midori looks hollow, his eyes filled with a sadness that no child should ever have to carry. The official warns him never to cause trouble, or the unit will be forced to hunt him down like an animal. Midori just stands there in silence, his head bowed as he accepts his role as a monster. He softly promises that he won't cause any trouble, his voice barely a whisper. The official scoffs and walks away, leaving the boy alone in the cold hallway. He tells Midori that the only reason he's still alive is because of his potential as a weapon. Midori looks after him, the seeds of resentment and self-hatred starting to bloom. Suddenly, someone lets out a loud "puh" sound, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Young Ichika starts laughing uncontrollably, mocking the serious official behind his back. The scene shifts to a training room where aura training is in full swing. Midori stands in the center of a massive cracked floor, his aura so intense it's pushing everyone else to the brink. He thinks to himself that everyone will eventually break if he pushes them, because they are all just weak creatures compared to him. A voice calls out, "Hey," interrupting his dark thoughts. Midori turns around, his expression guarded and cold. A wooden training sword is tossed into the air toward him. Midori catches it, but his aura is so out of control that the sword instantly shatters into splinters. He asks the person what they're planning, his eyes glowing with a dangerous green light. The person just smiles, telling Midori that he's got the wrong idea. He challenges Midori to be his partner for sword training, completely unfazed by the boy's terrifying power. Midori is stunned, never having met anyone who would willingly choose to stand near him. The boy is Sue Makoto, 9 years old at the time, and he offers a hand and a smile that would change Midori's life forever. Midori's internal monologue continues, promising that he will never let anyone dear to him die a second time. Back in the past, Makoto is running through the academy hallways, looking for his new friend. He finds Midori standing in a training room, holding 2 wooden swords and looking like he's ready for war. Midori demands one more time, determined to finally win a sparring match without breaking his equipment. Makoto just laughs, noting that Midori really doesn't know when to quit. They clash, and once again, Midori's wooden sword is pulverized by his own overwhelming aura. He bites his lip in frustration, swearing under his breath as the splinters fall to the floor. Midori collapses, screaming out "WHY!" as he wonders why he can't win a simple match. A voice from the shadows tells him that the reason is simple. A young girl with long, dark hair is sitting nearby, surrounded by bags of eggs. This is a 9-year-old Nishina Kyo, and she tells Makoto not to spoil the lesson she's about to give. Midori is confused when she calls him too strong, since he's the one who keeps losing. The door opens, and a tall, muscular teenager walks into the room. This is 14-year-old Mikado Shuichi, and he tells Midori that being called too strong is actually a compliment. He points to the piles of broken wood, explaining that even if Midori beats Makoto, it doesn't matter if his own weapon explodes first. Q holds up a tray of eggs, explaining that Midori needs to learn how to hold them without breaking the shells while at full power. Midori just gives a look, unable to see how eggs have anything to do with being a hunter. Shuichi chuckles and takes one of the eggs from the tray. He flares his aura, his hand glowing with an intense blue light that should crush anything in its grip. He slams the egg against the floor with enough force to create a small shockwave. Midori's jaw drops as he sees the result. The egg didn't break, it's spinning perfectly on the floor, untouched by the massive energy Shuichi just used. Shuichi asks if it looks strange, a confident smirk on his face. He explains the secret. He used one part of his aura to attack, and another part to create a protective shell around the egg. Q demonstrates it next, juggling dozens of eggs with her purple energy strands. The eggs are bounced around at high speeds, a beautiful display of absolute mana control. She tells Midori that this is the absolute basic for any elite awakener. Midori watches in awe, realizing that he's been trying to fight like a sledgehammer when he needs to be a surgeon. Shuichi tells him that if he ever wants to win against Makoto, he has to master this meticulous aura adjustment. He gives a knowing wink, encouraging the younger boy to keep trying. He promises that once he masters this, Midori's overwhelming aura will never hurt the people he cares about again. Shuichi waves goodbye, leaving the trio to their training. Midori turns to Makoto, his eyes filled with a new kind of fire. He smashes an egg right onto Makoto's forehead, the yolk dripping down his friend's face. Midori claims it was an accident, but he's already challenging Makoto to join him in the aura training. Makoto wipes the egg away and punches Midori in the face, telling him to apologize first. Then, they both reach for the trays of eggs, their competitive spirits ignited. Dozens of eggs are sent flying as the two boys start their bizarre and messy training session. Makoto grins, declaring that their real journey starts right now. Midori is covered in egg yolk, but he looks more focused than he's ever been in his life. They spend hours failing, covered in slime and laughing until their stomachs hurt. Midori sits in the middle of a literal mountain of broken eggs, still trying to get it right. He finally manages to launch an egg across the room without it shattering on release. Makoto gives him a huge thumbs up as the egg embeds itself perfectly into the concrete wall, still intact. Midori lets out a triumphant laugh, the first genuine smile we've seen on his face. Flash forward, their wooden swords clash, and this time, they both hold firm. Other students watch from the stairs, amazed by the intensity of the sparring match. They've been going at it for half a day, neither one willing to give an inch. Midori and Makoto are a blur of movement, their auras clashing like two suns. The joy on their faces is infectious, two lonely kids who finally found someone they could go all out with. Shuichi and Kyo watch from a distance, satisfied that their monstrous friend has finally found his place. A voice calls out from a balcony, inviting Midori to fight us next. The scene jumps forward 4 years later. A 13-year-old Midori is now a core member of the Special Task Force, standing tall with Shuichi and Kyo. Makoto, also 13, walks up with his backpack, looking more like a standard student than a warrior. He asks Midori if he's heading out to that new prophecy mission everyone is talking about. Midori confirms they are going to support the European branch with a big smile. We see a vision of the special rank prophecy, Pandemonium, a hellscape of blood and monsters. Makoto admits he's still looking for a swordmaster to teach him the higher-level styles. Midori encourages him, saying it's better to find a master that suits his unique spirit. Makoto declares that once he finds that talent, he wants to stand equally with Midori on the battlefield. They share a fist bump, Midori promising that he'll be waiting for his best friend at the top. The screen goes black, Midori's current thoughts echoing through the darkness. I won't let anyone dear to me die twice. He remembers the promise they made to walk together as equals. He sees Makoto's frustrated face from when they were training. He thinks about how as long as his friends were alive, the world felt like it was worth saving. I just wanted friends. A final memory of the four of them together, laughing in the training room, appears before it's consumed by shadow. A single broken egg lies on the floor, symbolizing Midori's shattered peace. The screen goes dark for a heavy moment. Present day, Midori's eye is wide with a manic, vengeful fury. He's falling through the air in Detroit, screaming that the boss destroyed everything he ever longed for. I'll kill you, he roars, his aura turning a dark, toxic blue. The words repeat across the screen in red, showing his complete descent into bloodlust. The boss just watches him fall, holding up a glowing golden egg, an artifact that pulsates with a sickening energy. The screen fades to white as the artifact is activated. A close-up of an eye shows the boss's cold, calculating gaze. The word artifact flashes across the screen in bold letters. The boss crushes the golden egg in his fist, calling out the skill, Berserk Life Stampede Embryo. A pillar of blinding white light erupts from his hand, consuming Midori and the surrounding area. Shuichi and Kyo are thrown back by the shockwave, unable to even look toward the epicenter. Shuichi screams for Midori as he's blinded by the explosion. Hajime, the apostle samurai, watches with a calm expression as the light fades. The boss's feet touch the ground, and as the dust clears, he stands over a fallen figure. Kyo and Shuichi rush forward, desperately asking Midori if he managed to defeat the boss. They stop dead in their tracks, their faces turning pale as they see the person standing before them. The figure has blonde hair, but the aura is completely different, dark, heavy, and full of malice. Kyo asks with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The figure raises a hand and Kyo screams for Shuichi to get back, because it's too dangerous. The figure looks exactly like Midori, but with glowing purple eyes and a twisted grin as he calls out the skill, Turbulence. A wave of dark purple wind tears through the ruins, much more powerful than the original. Chapter 41. Ichihara Midori, La 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 Salem. The chapter ends with a shot of a different man entirely. Could this be the real Midori? Or someone else? A certain day in November. The scene shifts back to the ruined Detroit, but the air is different now. The narration confirms the nightmare. 3 members of the Japan Branch Special Task Force have officially gone missing. 2 pairs of boots walk across the cracked pavement of the blast site. A man named Marquise Warren from the USA branch is eating an apple, looking bored by the destruction. His partner, Ashton Taylor, kneels down to examine the residue, noting that the amount of mana in the air is off the charts. They stand at the edge of the massive crater where the boss and Midori fought. Marquise tosses his apple core into the pit, muttering that Ichihara Midori really was as amazing as the rumors said. Ashton wonders why the world's strongest man would suddenly disappear along with his entire elite party. They have no idea that Midori was potentially taken over or killed by the 13th Apostle. The news of the disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, and the effect is immediate. The entire organization is thrown into absolute chaos, as their biggest shield has been removed from the board. The scene shifts to the Hut of Everlasting Vision, where the mood is incredibly heavy. Tengen is sitting on the floor, his face buried in his hands as he struggles to believe the report. Superintendent Io looks older than usual, her golden eyes reflecting a deep worry as she talks to a visitor. Rin, Midori's assistant, is kneeling before the superintendent, looking devastated. She reveals that the trace artifact she used to stay connected to Midori has been completely destroyed. Io sighs, calling it a truly unfortunate situation for the future of humanity. Suddenly, the sliding door opens, and a silhouette stands in the bright morning light. Io's face breaks into a small smile, noting that the new mantle suits him really well. Our boy Minato walks in, officially wearing the uniform of a captain. He rubs the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and wonders if he's really qualified to lead a squad. Tengen tells him to sit down, explaining that even though the exam was a mess, the recommendation for him was unanimous. He reminds Minato that he fought an apostle and survived, making him the only one who can fill the gap left by Makoto. Minato kneels respectfully, the weight of the new mantle finally starting to feel real. He makes a silent vow to surpass the founders as soon as possible and stop anyone else from dying. Behind him, the spirits of the founders appear in a shimmering blue light, all of them standing with him. Io giggles, noting that even without the spirits, Minato is the most suitable person for the job. But then her face turns dead serious, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. She tells Minato bluntly that she needs his unfiltered opinion on a very dangerous matter. The scene shifts to the academy hallways, where a student named Iryo-kun is running for his life. His face is a mask of pure terror as he hears someone calling his name from behind. Iryu screams as Minato appears behind him, looking like a stalker with a giant smile. Minato is literally begging the boy to sign a contract and join the Kanagi squad right now. Back in the meeting, Io asks Minato for his opinion on the Midori situation. The aura of a tiger manifests behind her, a visual of the intense pressure she's putting on the conversation. Minato remembers seeing a mysterious door appear at the site of Midori's disappearance through Azure's skill. The vision showed Midori being pulled into a void, with no chance of escape. He tells Io that he believes Midori is still alive, but he's no longer the man they once knew. Io confirms the worst. Midori is indeed missing, and his location is a complete mystery. She shows a vision of Kyo and Shuichi, both bandaged and looking like hollow shells of themselves. Midori's body was recovered, but his soul and mind were completely different. He has been taken over by the leader of the 12 Apostles, using a soul-swapping artifact. Minato is horrified, unable to process that the strongest hunter is now a puppet for the enemy. Rin looks down, her heart breaking for her captain. Minato realizes this is the exact same skill Eva used to infiltrate the selection exam. Io notes that this time it was likely caused by a legendary grade artifact, but she says that's not the most important thing. The terrifying reality is that Ichihara Midori has now officially become an enemy of humankind. Kyo and Shuichi look at each other with tears in their eyes, the weight of the betrayal crushing them. Minato grashes his teeth, whispering Midori's name with a mix of sadness and rage. Reichiru the Sword Saint watches Minato from the spirit world, noting that the kid is finally waking up to the cruelty of the world. Shuichi tells Minato that even though they were defeated, they have a message for him. He claims that Midori was resisting the possession until the very end, just to give them a chance to escape Detroit. A close-up of a possessed Midori shows him struggling to speak through the dark aura. "I'm sorry," were his final words before his mind was completely consumed. He told Shuichi that he can only rely on Minato now to fix this mess. His final request: please defeat number 0. Minato's eyes glow with a new intense determination. He's done being the rookie. Tengen grips Minato's shoulder, saying he finally understands why Midori had such high hopes for him. But there's a problem. Minato doesn't have enough members to officially activate his squad. He currently only has Shinji, Akane, and Hiko. Tengen yells that he needs 3 more people, and they have to be strong enough to actually face Midori on the battlefield. That is the task for the Kanagi squad. Back to the comedy, Iryu is still running, screaming that he will stay in the Hibiki squad forever. He's certain his current captain will never let him go. Suddenly, Akane appears from a portal, dropping a piece of paper in front of him. It's a note from his captain, Setsuna Hibiki, telling Akane to please take care of Kaname with a cute little heart. Minato and Akane loom over the poor kid, telling him to just give up because he's officially theirs now. The scene shifts to the academy courtyard, where a serious-looking student with purple hair is adjusting his glasses. This is Sakazaki Eisuke, and he's not impressed by the muscle-brained recruiters approaching him. Hiko drops down from the sky, cracking the pavement with his feet and greeting him with a cocky grin. Hiko tells him the captain wants him, but Sakazaki shuts him down instantly with a cold "I refuse." He shows Hiko a list of the current squads, noting the vacant slot left by Captain Todoroki's death. He claims he's going to participate in the next exam himself, because he doesn't want to be below someone like Minato. Hiko just laughs, telling him he shouldn't say such arrogant things. Hiko lunges forward with a punch that glows like a golden dragon. Sakazaki doesn't move, and the kata-kata sound of a keyboard fills the air. Hiko's punch misses entirely as Sakazaki is shown sitting on a park bench nearby, typing away on his laptop. Hiko is confused, realizing that he can't even hit the guy, and wonders what kind of weird skill he's using. Sakazaki notes that since Minato really wants him, it's not a totally bad call, but he has conditions. He finishes typing and slams his laptop shut. He sets a challenge, a 60-second time limit in this very courtyard. He tells Hiko that if he can touch him even once within the time limit, he'll accept the offer to join the squad. Hiko smiles, his face shrouded in shadow as he agrees to the terms. He tells Sakazaki that it's too bad for him, because Hiko never misses a target. He flares his aura, a massive golden dragon manifesting behind him, roaring into the sky. Sakazaki holds up his laptop, showing a countdown timer that's already at 59 seconds. Sakazaki adjusts his glasses with a smirk, feeling completely in control of the situation. He meets with Captain Surasaki deep inside a limestone cave, at a place called the 17th Dimensional Crack. Surasaki, looking like a strict military commander, mentions how he occasionally catches some big fish in this strange dimension. The captain notes that Sakazaki is applying for the replacement exam to take over Todoroki's fallen squad. Sakazaki admits that his ultimate goal is to be a captain who ensures that not a single person under his command dies. Surasaki challenges him, asking if he thinks that goal is impossible to achieve without having a captain's title. The tension in the cave is thick as Tsurusaki's fishing line suddenly tenses up. Sakazaki asks if the captain thinks he's unsuitable for leadership, but Tsurasaki doesn't give a straight answer. Suddenly, a massive mutated creature erupts from the purple water of the crack. It's a giant humanoid shark monster that towers over the two hunters. Tsurasaki looks Sakazaki in the eye, telling him bluntly that he's currently lacking the necessary weight to lead. Expectations. Hiko is mid-air, a golden dragon aura swirling around his leg as he prepares to end this challenge. Sakazaki is a blur of purple light, using his laptop to calculate his next move. Hiko screams that he's got him, but Sakazaki just gives him a confident, mocking grin. Hiko's foot hits nothing but air as Sakazaki vanishes in a flash of purple sparks. He reappears yards away, leaving Hiko looking completely bewildered. Hiko realizes that Sakazaki's skill isn't just speed, it's something far more annoying. Sakazaki lets out a tired huff, looking like this fight is a chore. He reveals the name of his technique, Omni Egos, a skill he rarely shows to anyone outside his inner circle. The skill is a precise teleportation move that allows him to blink to any designated location within a 100-meter range. Hiko continues his assault, his golden aura tearing up the pavement as he chases the purple blur. He's moving fast enough to leave afterimages, but Sakazaki is always one step ahead. Hiko stops, his eyes narrowed as he tries to find a pattern in the teleportation. Sakazaki stands calmly with his laptop, noting that Hiko can't even land a single scratch on him. A small smile plays on Hiko's face as he remembers why he's doing this. He thinks to himself that if he ever has to fight against the possessed Midori, he has to surpass this level of speed right now. Sakazaki notices the change in Hiko's aura, his analytical mind picking up on the shift. Suddenly, Hiko stops attacking and asks a serious question. Sakazaki is surprised as Hiko asks what kind of redeeming quality he saw in Minato. Hiko looks genuinely curious, wanting to know why a genius like Sakazaki would even consider joining them. Hiko admits that he himself doesn't really know why he follows Minato, but he knows about Sakazaki's ideal image of what a captain should be. A flashback shows Minato declaring that he will put everything on the line to increase their survivability rate by even 1%. Hiko notes that while surviving is important, he has a different philosophy. He says he'd never trust his life to a leader who only prioritizes survival. Sakazaki is taken aback, his eyes widening as Hiko challenges his entire worldview. Hiko points out that if Sakazaki only thinks about himself, he'll never reach his own goals. A dark, haunting memory flashes through Hiko's mind, shadowy feathers falling over a destroyed landscape. He sees a vision of a fallen warrior covered in blood, a reminder of the cost of failure. Hiko remembers a time when he stood amidst a pile of corpses, his heart torn apart by the losses. He declares that he is going to shut down every single prophecy before it can take another life. He takes a heavy step forward, the ground cracking under the weight of his resolve. He knows that if anyone can truly save the world, it's Minato. That's why Hiko decided to become Minato's subordinate, not for survival, but for victory. The words "I see" echo through the air as Sakazaki processes the speech. Sakazaki realizes that what he's been lacking this whole time isn't data. He's missing the ability to be truly relied on by others. The timer on his laptop shows only 5 seconds left, and he declares that he's still winning this bet. Hiko smirks, pulling out his phone and saying that his partner is just in time. Sakazaki panics, wondering who Hiko could possibly be messaging in the middle of a duel. A silhouette appears high in the sky, blotting out the sun. It's Suo Shinji, and he's diving down like a meteor with his blade drawn. He combines the calendula and sky fall techniques into a single devastating strike. A massive explosion of red energy slams into the center of the courtyard. Sakazaki is thrown back by the sheer force, his teleportation disrupted by the destruction of his pre-visited landing zones. The entire courtyard is leveled, turned into a giant crater by Shinji's arrival. Sakazaki realizes he has nowhere left to run, as the ground he set is gone. Hiko is already in his face, his body glowing with a golden light. He unleashes a flash kick, his movement so fast it looks like a lightning strike. A blinding light fills the screen as the kick connects. Sakazaki is sent flying, his laptop tumbling through the air. The screen goes white as the timer finally hits 0. Sakazaki checks his laptop, which lets out a long peep sound. Hiko is hanging upside down from a nearby tree, asking if just touching Sakazaki's clothes counts as a win. Shinji lands nearby, asking Hiko if it was really okay to destroy the entire courtyard just for a recruit. Sakazaki is trembling with rage, calling them cowards and refusing to accept the defeat. Hiko just gives him a cheeky look, asking if he shouldn't have called for help. Sakazaki sighs, closing his laptop and calming down. He admits his defeat and officially agrees to join the Kanagi squad. Hiko and Shinji share a high five, celebrating their new technical advisor. Hiko notes that they are finally finished with the recruitment phase. Akane walks up, leading a chained and crying Irio Kaname like a captured prisoner. Minato looks at the destroyed courtyard and realizes his first duty as captain will be writing a massive apology letter. Akane mentions that they still need one more person to reach the 7-member requirement. Minato smiles, saying he has already accepted the final members. 3 massive silhouettes appear behind him, casting long shadows over the recruits. It's the muscle, Mikado Shuichi, looking beat up but ready for more. Nishina Kyo is there too, her long hair hiding her eyes as she joins the line. And finally, the Sword Saint's descendant, Hinoki Ichika, stands tall with her blade over her shoulder. She announces that starting today, the 3 of them are temporarily Minato's subordinates. The younger recruits let out a collective EEHHH in pure shock. The scene shifts to a dark, purple-tinted sky. We see the iconic Big Ben clock tower in London, but it's surrounded by a malevolent energy. Inside the clock face, the boss, now in Midori's body, looks down on his remaining apostles. Only 5 people are left of the original 12, a significant loss for their organization. But the boss doesn't care, gloating that having Midori's body makes them unstoppable. He adjusted his earring, ready to move on to the next stage of the destruction. He declares that everything they do is for the emergence of the true prophecy in this world. Tengen is deep in the research room, his shadow looming large against the wall as he waits for a report. An official confirms that they've finally identified the nature of the apostles' power. The books of prophecy held by the 12 apostles were once a single ancient tome that was torn into pieces. Based on the books Midori recovered before his possession, they've determined that this incident is part of a larger, global threat. It's a special rank prophecy, the highest level of danger. The name of the prophecy is Bhagavad Gita. The official explains that the goal of this prophecy is to destroy the world entirely. And to do that, the apostles need the world's strongest power, the power of Ichihara Midori. Tengen looks grim, realizing that humanity's greatest weapon is now the key to its destruction. The scene shifts to a bright, clear sky over the ocean. The apostle Hajime is falling through the air, his long hair trailing behind him. The boss, still in Midori's body, asks him if he's ever read the Bhagavad Gita before. Hajime says no, and the boss lets out a delighted "foo-foo-foo." He explains that it's an ancient scripture about humans fulfilling their duty with a selfless heart. Hajime finds it ironic that such a poem is being used to name a prophecy that ends the world. The boss grins, suggesting that whoever wrote this prophecy must have had a deep, burning hatred for all of humanity. They arrive at the New York City skyline, a symbol of modern civilization. Crowds of people look up in awe, recognizing the hero Midori flying above them. Fans scream his name, taking pictures of the world's strongest as he hovers over Times Square. The boss looks down on the people like they are ants, whispering a simple "now." He extends his hand, Midori's tattoo glowing with a toxic purple light. A young boy asks his dad to take a picture of him with the hero in the background. The boy smiles for the camera, completely unaware of the nightmare about to unfold. In the photo, a massive purple vortex begins to open in the sky behind them. The boy's expression turns to horror as the sky itself starts to scream. People start running as the gravity in the city begins to fail, pulling them toward the vortex. A close-up of the boss's eye shows a cold blue star flickering in the center of the purple madness. Midori's real soul is shown falling through a dark abyss, screaming in silent agony. He begs the boss to stop, his face a mask of pure despair. The boss just smiles with Midori's face, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. Minato is trying to eat lunch in the cafeteria, but he looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Shinji rushes in, shouting for Minato to look at the emergency news immediately. The phone shows NYC in flames, with the headline declaring Midori as the perpetrator of total destruction. The scene shifts to the superintendent's hut, where a video call is in progress. Richard Weiss, the U.S. superintendent, is screaming at Io, demanding to know why Japan's hero just erased New York City. Io tells him to calm down, but Richard is rightfully losing his mind over the loss of millions of lives. Io tells him bluntly that the person who did this is not Midori. She explains that a being called Number Zero has hijacked the body. They've identified him as an Englishman named Warren Hastings. Io suspects that Hastings is cooperating with invaders from another dimension entirely. A visual shows shadowy hands reaching through a crack in reality, hungry for our world. Richard is stunned, asking how a single human could coordinate with such monsters. Io notes that the artifacts they are using are not under the supervision of the anti-prophecy. This means there is an even larger power supporting the apostles from the shadows. Richard scoffs, asking if she's just trying to dodge responsibility for her squad's failure. He points out that to the rest of the world, it doesn't matter who is inside, Midori is the one pulling the trigger. He reveals that the White House is now considering using nuclear weapons to stop Midori. Richard slams his desk, screaming that they both know nukes won't do a damn thing to a monster of that caliber. He asks Io what her plan is, his voice desperate. Back at the cafeteria, Minato puts down his empty bowl with a solid thump. He asks Shinji if the squad has finished their advanced training sessions. Minato's eyes are closed, a strange, calm energy radiating from him. He officially appoints Suo Shinji as the vice captain of the Kanagi squad. Shinji is shocked, his eyes wide as he realizes the responsibility he's just been given. Minato tells the team to continue their expert-level training until they receive the order to deploy. He specifically notes that Irio and Sakazaki need to hone their teamwork to absolute perfection. Shinji asks what Minato is going to be doing while they train. Minato says casually, "I'm going to sleep." He stares at the glowing tattoo on his hand, saying he needs a deep sleep this time. He tells Shinji to make sure absolutely no one wakes him up, no matter what happens. Shinji realizes that sleep means Minato is going to train with the spirits in his head. He trusts Minato's words, knowing there's always a deeper meaning behind his actions. Shinji accepts the order, telling Minato that the squad is counting on him to find a way to win. Io, watching from her screen, confirms that her plan is simple. She says they are going to face the apostles head-on with everything they have. The visual shows the elite captains and task force members flaring their auras. This is their strongest elite squad, and they are preparing for the final battle. Minato enters his private room, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He hangs a sign on his door, "Do not wake me up, no matter what." He closes the door, the silence of the room signaling the start of his mental journey. A flash of blue light erupts from the room as he enters his deep sleep. Minato wakes up in a dark, lightning-filled void, floating above an endless sea of purple energy. He lands on the water's surface, which ripples like a mirror. He is surrounded by the silhouettes of all 106 founders, their presence crushing the air out of his lungs. The sword Saint Reiichiro steps forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Minato grips his own sword, his face determined as he prepares for the ultimate training session. Reiichiro's eye glows red, his killing intent making the purple lightning in the sky strike down. Minato stares him down, ready to die 1,000 times, just to get strong enough to save his friend. The dream training starts with blood, as Minato is instantly sliced across the throat by a move he didn't even see. The founders aren't holding back, they are literally tearing Minato apart in the mental space. Minato gasps for air, clutching his neck as he regenerates in seconds, only to be hit again. A close-up shows blood spraying across his face as the Sword Saint's blade finds its mark again. Reiichiro is a whirlwind of violence, his movements so fast they leave trails of blood in the air. He calls Minato a brat, his voice full of a warrior's cold disappointment. He asks Minato if he's already lost consciousness after just a few minutes. Reiichiro reminds him that he was the one who asked for a training session without any holding back. The Sword Saint threatens to devour Minato's soul if he doesn't start fighting like a man. A massive blue shockwave erupts from their clash, shaking the foundations of Minato's mind. The other spirits watch from the sidelines, their expressions grim and concerned. The girl's spirit with blonde hair yells at Reiichiro that he's overdoing it. The muscle-bound spirits step forward, but Mel's holds them back with a glowing hand. She asks if they are really suggesting they stop the only process that can save Minato. The spirits discuss the risks, their voices echoing through the dark void. One spirit warns that Minato is dying too much, and his soul is starting to wear thin. A visual shows Minato's soul dispersing like blue smoke, a sign that his very existence is at risk. Mel's notes that it can't be helped. This is the price of a shortcut to god-tier power. She reminds them that Midori is currently the strongest hunter in history, and the current Minato has a 0% chance of winning. This training is a low-probability bet, but it's the only way to increase their chances of victory. The vision shows Minato's arm being severed, blood erupting as he continues his desperate struggle. Mel's tells the spirits not to worry. They have to trust the vessel they chose. Minato lies in a pool of his own blood, his sword just out of reach as his vision blurs. Mel's declares with absolute certainty that Minato will overcome this trial. Minato stands up again, his aura flickering as he faces the monster that is Hinoki Reiichiro. He feels a bone-chilling cold, like he's being thrown into the center of a blizzard on a mountain peak. Regardless of the pain, he refuses to give up on his friends. He lets out a long, shaky breath, the white mist of his breath visible in the cold air. The screen goes white for a second as he centers his remaining energy. He stares at the Sword Saint and begs for one more time, his eyes burning with an insane resolve. In the reflection of his eye, we see Reiichiro preparing a final lethal stance. The strike is instant, a red arc of energy that slices through Minato's torso. His body is literally bisected, blood gushing as he falls apart in the dream world. Minato is decapitated and dismembered in a single frame, the brutality of the training reaching its peak. Reiichiro looks on with a cold, unfeeling gaze, his job almost done. He turns away, thinking the brat is finally broken for good. But Minato's shadow stands up, his smoke-filled body pulling itself back together. Minato leans on his sword, admitting that he still can't even touch a single hair on the saint's head. He notes that despite being killed hundreds of times, his heart is still beating. He flares his blue aura, the energy so intense it ripples the surface of the water. He declares that he will become stronger and return to everyone waiting for him. A young hero stands on top of the gateway of India. This is Eridib Baldwaji, and he calls out to the possessed Midori like an old friend. He reminds Midori of the time they closed a special rank prophecy together. A flashback shows the two of them fighting the fire god Agni, a battle that would have turned Mumbai into charcoal without their teamwork. Eridib looks heartbroken, unable to believe that the man he protected the city with is now its destroyer. The boss looks down from the sky, his purple aura casting a shadow over the monuments. He tells Eridib to stop the farce, claiming that the anti-prophecy unit has always been rotten to the core. The boss laughs, asking Eridib if he's finally realized that the man he knew is gone forever. He mocks the idea of Midori regaining control of his own body, calling it a fairy tale. He offers to deliver Midori's final words to his old friend. The boss's face turns into a twisted grin, whispering Midori's final plea, "I'm sorry. Please run." Eridib just smiles back, telling Midori that he obviously can't run away from his own home. A massive pillar of fire erupts behind him, Eridib declaring that this is the city where he was born and raised. The screen goes white as the battle for India begins. Back at the Japan HQ, Io explains the long history of the war between humankind and the other dimension. She's meeting with Ichika and Tengen, her face illuminated by the morning light. She recalls the eras of the tower, the cracks, and now the prophecy. Throughout history, there have always been humans who betrayed their kind to work with the invaders. A vision shows a human figure surrounded by purple flames, a symbol of those who seek the world's destruction. These traitors believe they are fulfilling a divine duty by ending civilization. Tengen gets an alert on his phone. India has officially fallen to Midori's assault. The enemies are now heading straight toward Europe, leaving a trail of ash behind them. Io notes that the boss shouldn't be able to use Midori's body fully yet, since he just overtook it. But she warns that the more he fights, the more the boss sinks with Midori's potential, making him stronger by the hour. She calls out to Shiki, her assistant, who is standing ready. Io orders her to summon every single available squad captain for a final briefing. She tells Tengen that he's going to be sent into this battle as well, much to his chagrin. Tengen jokes about complaining to the Ministry of Labor for being treated like a soldier in both peace and war. Io's face turns lethal, declaring that this time she will also be taking the field to fight. She notes that the Kanagi squad is in its final stage of preparation. They are humanity's only real chance to win, and the elite squad must delay Midori until they are ready. The U.S. Superintendent, Richard, scoffs at the idea of delaying a monster being an easy feat. Io checks the time, noting that Minato only requested 2 days for his deep sleep. Minato is shown sleeping peacefully in his bed, unaware of the chaos outside, his hands still glowing with mana. Io declares their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will intercept the apostles. The screen goes white as the transport portal activates. A massive beam of pink light descends from the clouds over the ocean. A close-up of a purple eye shows the boss sensing the arrival of the hunters. The full strength of the Japan branch is gathered for this one desperate mission. Io stands at the front, her traditional robes billowing in the sea wind. A massive red kanji for strike appears as they prepare their first move. The elite squad, Richard, Ichika, Shinji, and others, dives into battle simultaneously. A purple star of energy erupts over the water, signaling the start of the final clash. The boss roars with Midori's voice, unleashing a turbulence that creates a massive whirlpool in the ocean. Io doesn't blink, her gaze fixed on the traitor using her son's face. She unleashes the 8 Eta Mirror technique, a legendary artifact-level skill that reflects the purple vortex. Beams of golden light slice through the whirlpool, meeting the purple wind head-on. The boss is pushed back, a look of genuine surprise crossing his stolen face. Io glares at the boss, calling him a brat, as the chapter ends on a high-energy showdown. The world is literally on the brink of ending, and the gravity of the situation is hitting the junior hunters hard as they scream out for their captains. Hisagi stops in his tracks, looking back at the younger generation with a mix of pity and determination, wondering why they've all gathered here. The threat they're facing isn't just some monster, it's Midori, or rather, the monster wearing Midori's skin, a being capable of wiping out entire countries with a flick of his wrist. Desperate not to be left behind, the subordinates plead to be taken along, their faces etched with the fear of losing their mentors. Hisagi shuts them down instantly. The gap in power is just too wide, and he knows taking them would be a death sentence. With tears streaming down her face, the young hunter cries out that even if they can't fight, they could at least act as shields to protect the captains. Hisagi looks at her, his expression softening behind his glasses as he realizes the depth of their loyalty. He asks her if she knows why they've decided to jump into a battle they know is basically a suicide mission. She's stunned into silence, looking up at him with wide, trembling eyes. Rationally, the power balance is completely broken. Against someone like Midori, the chances of the captains falling are nearly 100%. But there's a bigger picture here. Hisagi places a gentle hand on her head, telling her that even if they don't return, the younger generation will still be alive. He gives her a final, confident smirk, telling her to take the responsibility of carrying on their legacy. It's a heartbreaking, torch-passing moment as he tells her to stay behind and protect the world. The captains walk away, their backs turned to the academy, heading toward a horizon that likely won't let them return. The young hunters can only watch and weep, feeling the crushing weight of the duty that's just been thrust upon them. Nearby, another hunter tells Akihina-kun it's time to move. They have work to do. They have to fulfill their duty because the captains have entrusted the future specifically to them. As they look toward the facility where our boy Minato is sleeping, they know they have to protect him at all costs until his training is complete. Wiping away his own tears, the hunter tells Hisagi they don't have time to cry anymore. There's too much at stake. The girl steels her resolve, clenching her teeth and agreeing that they have to be strong. She whispers one last prayer for her captain. As a massive flash of light consumes the screen, we see Hisagi's determined face one last time before the scene shifts to the front lines. Out over the Pacific Ocean, the battle of the century is already in full swing as Superintendent Io warns the enemy not to underestimate them. The 300-year-old lady stares down the godlike apostle, calling him a brat with a smirk that says she's still got plenty of fight left. The other captains are losing their minds because Io just did the impossible. She blocked Zero's turbulence attack head-on. Zero, possessing Midori's body, looks down in genuine confusion, realizing Io is using a skill he's never seen before. Even in Midori's memories, Io was just a parent figure, and she had kept her true power hidden from everyone for centuries. Io calmly states that she hasn't had to use this skill on a real battlefield in over 100 years. Even the high-ranking captains are stunned. They've lived their whole lives alongside her and never knew she held this kind of ace. The sky begins to glow as Io activates her ultimate technique, the 8-Ata Mirror. Skill Explanation Panel. This isn't just a shield. The mirror's effect is a terrifying two-stage process. The first stage is simple but broken. As long as she understands the nature of the enemy's skill, she can deflect it back with 100% potency. It's basically the ultimate no-you card, acting as a perfect counter to even the most complex magic. Zero isn't backing down though, and he charges up another blazing turbulence, his eyes glowing with a violet, murderous intent. Massive pillars of fire and wind tear through the ocean, converging on the tiny figure of the old woman. The collision is cataclysmic, turning the sea into a boiling mess of steam and energy. Hisagi watches in horror, remembering that this is the same skill that previously turned the entire country of India into a charred wasteland. But through the chaos, Io's calm voice rings out, telling everyone not to worry. She stares into the heart of the inferno with a gaze as cold as ice. She bluntly tells Zero that she already knows exactly how his skill works. The massive firestorm is suddenly bent and redirected, swirling around her like she's the center of a hurricane. Zero is visibly shaken, his eyes widening as he realizes his own power is being toyed with. Transition panel. Then comes the second stage of the 8-Ata Mirror, and this is where things get truly insane. A massive burst of golden light erupts from Io, completely eclipsing the purple mana of the apostle. The mirror doesn't just reflect skills, it allows Io to completely copy any technique that has ever been caught in its reflection. The sky literally splits as Io unleashes Zero's own power back at him with interest. Zero is forced to watch as his own magic is countered by an identical copy, leaving him completely exposed. He starts to catch on, realizing that Io is trying to keep him pinned down so the others can strike. He laughs it off, asking if she really thinks these trash captains can actually hurt him. Right on cue, Hisagi lunges forward, his face twisted in a grin of pure aggression as he winds up a massive punch. He unleashes the Infinite Fist, a barrage of strikes so fast they look like a solid wall of golden light hitting Zero's jaw. The impacts aren't just physical. Every time a punch connects, a localized explosion of mana ripples through Zero's body. Zero just hangs there in midair, looking bored, and even admits that the skill feels nice because it's making his body feel slightly numb. Hisagi is sweating bullets, realizing the monster is actually enjoying being hit by an ultimate-class attack. He screams for the others to move in while he's still keeping Zero occupied. The entire squad of elite captains descends at once, each charging their most lethal abilities for a synchronized execution. Hibiki activates her sound visualization, a massive G-clef symbol appearing behind her as she prepares to turn music into a weapon. A giant, flaming bird made of pure sonic energy, the Phoenix, dives toward the target. The swordsman captain draws his blade, the air around it shimmering as he prepares the mystic sword, Pierce. Another captain surrounds Zero with a whirlwind of razor-sharp petals known as the Sacred Flower. The baseball-themed captain summons a literal giant golden knight armed with a golden bat to deliver a home run of destruction. Finally, the Doctor Captain summons a spectral Grim Reaper for her death treatment skill, aiming to end Zero's life force directly. All these god-tier attacks collide at the exact same coordinate, creating an explosion so massive it can probably be seen from space. Hisagi puts everything he has into one final shove, telling the apostle to go straight to hell. But Zero just laughs in his face, his purple eyes glowing with madness, as he tells Hisagi that he's the one going to hell. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from Zero, blowing back all the captains like they were nothing more than autumn leaves. The shockwave is so violent it tears the very clouds apart, leaving a trail of purple destruction in its wake. Hisagi can only stare in disbelief as his team's combined effort is swatted away with zero effort. Back at the base, the young hunter feels a sudden chill, sensing the desperate struggle of her mentors. Hisagi is furious, his face contorted in rage as he curses the monster standing before him. Zero begins to channel a truly terrifying amount of power, the light around him condensing into a solid sphere of purple doom. He unleashes the wall of cutting pearls, a series of explosions that rip through the ocean, turning the battlefield into a literal minefield. Transition panel. Through the smoke, Zero's silhouette remains perfectly calm, his voice echoing with a chilling authority. He mocks them, asking if they really thought they could win against a monster like him just by using numbers. He calls them all weaklings, looking disappointed that humanity's best are so easily defeated. But then, the sky turns a brilliant, burning orange as a literal sun begins to descend from the clouds. Zero finally looks up, his expression shifting from boredom to genuine interest as he sees the massive fireball. Captain Tengen stands below, his arms outstretched and sweat pouring down his face, thanking the others for buying him enough time to charge this. Zero realizes this attack is massive. It's a channeling skill that gets exponentially stronger the longer it's held. As he prepares to counter, glowing blue chains suddenly erupt from the water and wrap around his arms and neck. He's caught off guard, his power being suppressed by the sudden restraint. A new hunter appears, using an artifact called the Slave Maker to lock Zero's movements and mana. The white-haired hunter Shiki tells him not to move, calling him a brute as she cinches the chains tighter. Zero is shocked. He can't use his strength or his wind magic, realizing the chains are a specialized ward designed to neutralize hunters like him. High above, Tengen pours every last drop of his mana into the attack, shouting for maximum power. The Heavenfall attack drops, a massive sphere of molten energy that looks like a falling star aiming directly for Zero's head. Zero is genuinely pissed now, calling the whole plan ridiculous and glaring at Io. He realizes he can't dodge, so he decides to just blow the whole thing away with his own maximum power wind, his aura flaring up in a violent purple flame, close up on Zero's eye. But Io isn't done yet. She activates the 8 Eta shield, positioning herself to ensure Zero takes the full brunt of the falling sun. The Heavenfall makes contact, and the screen is consumed by a blinding, fiery explosion that vaporizes the ocean water instantly. Io uses the second stage of her mirror again, doubling the destruction by copying the Heavenfall and smashing it into Zero from the other side. Zero lets out a scream of pure rage as he's caught in the middle of two literal suns colliding. Io's face is a mask of grim determination as she tells him to die here for the sake of the future. The two massive spheres of fire merge into a single, world-shaking blast. The sheer force of the explosion sends a shockwave that probably rattled the windows of every building on the coast. From a distance, a surveillance fleet watches the two suns hovering over the ocean through binoculars. The spheres collide, creating a ripple in the air that looks like the sky itself is cracking under the strain. The explosion blooms like a massive fiery flower, sending plumes of smoke and fire miles into the atmosphere. The light is so intense that even through the monitors the observers are forced to look away. The soldier holding the binoculars is sweating, his hands trembling as he witnesses the raw power of the high-ranking hunters. A massive dome of white light expands over the water, looking like a second moon has just touched down on the Earth. The U.S. fleet commander gets a report of a direct hit, his massive aircraft carriers looking like tiny toys compared to the scale of the explosion. The technicians are celebrating, pointing at their screens and thinking the war might actually be over. One of them notes that the temperature of that fireball is several thousand degrees. Literally no living thing could survive that, including their own allies if they were too close. He turns to his superior with a relieved grin, asking if this is finally the end. But Mr. Richard, the man in charge, isn't celebrating. He stands there with his arms crossed, his face a mask of grim tension. He looks at the fading explosion and whispers that it's not over yet, his gut telling him something is very wrong. Through the smoke, a figure slowly rises, bathed in a sickening purple light that refuses to be extinguished. The captain's face drops into total despair as he realizes the monster is still standing. Zero floats back into the sky, casually brushing some dust off his shoulder and remarking that they have to be kidding him. He looks down at the exhausted captains and mocks them, asking if they really risked all their lives just for that one pathetic strike. He admits it was slightly beyond his expectations, but he's still wearing a smug, untouchable grin. He looks at his hand, realizing that something about this new body is way beyond his wildest imagination. He bites his lip, a look of sadistic joy crossing his face. He starts laughing hysterically, marveling at Midori's body and calling it wonderful. He spreads his arms wide, boasting that even after being hit by a sun, there isn't a single scratch on him. The fighter jets of the fleet try one last desperate strafing run, lighting up the sky with missiles and cannon fire. The missiles fly toward the purple aura, but they don't even make contact. In a split second, the jets are sliced into pieces, their cockpits shattering as the pilots are taken out instantly. The entire fleet is suddenly under assault by invisible blades of wind, the massive ships being torn apart like they were made of paper. Slash effect panel. Fireballs erupt from the sinking ships, the ocean turning into a graveyard of burning steel in seconds. Zero is laughing like a maniac through it all, enjoying the absolute slaughter he's causing. A massive shockwave of purple energy levels everything in its path, signaling the total defeat of the fleet. One captain tries to save his comrade, shouting for Marquise as they're blown back by the pressure. They try to put up a defensive barrier, a golden honeycomb shield appearing around the last remaining ship. The shield shatters like glass, the fragments disappearing into the wind. The captain is sweating, his arms shaking as he realizes the firepower is too much to deflect at this range. He looks at Zero and realizes he's staring at the literal harbinger of the apocalypse. Io clenches her fist, her skin bruised and bloody, but she refuses to give up. She grinds her teeth, telling herself that it's still not over as long as she's breathing. Suddenly, Zero wobbles in the air, holding his head as a wave of dizziness hits him. He looks at his hands, surprised, and realizes he might have used a bit too much strength for this body to handle just yet. Io sees her chance, noticing that he's finally running out of mana. She pulls out a small glass vial, calling out to number 0 as she prepares her final gambit. We flash back to a quiet moment before the battle, where Hibiki asks a blunt question. She asks the group if they already know that they can't win this fight, causing Hisagi to snap at her to not say that out loud. Hibiki doesn't care about feelings. She stares Hisagi down and asks if he'd prefer her to sugarcoat the fact that they can't defeat him. Io interrupts, explaining that victory in the traditional sense isn't the point. Victory is just a means to achieve their true goal. She holds up the vial, revealing that in order to win, they will also have to use a legendary artifact. Artifact Activation Effect. Back in the present, a massive golden birdcage, the sand cage of time, materializes around Zero. Zero looks around, trapped behind the glowing bars of the ancient relic. Io tells him that he should remember this artifact. It's the same one he gave to his subordinates to trap other hunters in the past. Zero smirks, realizing humanity has more than one of these things, and he asks what she plans to do with it. Io explains the catch. To destroy the cage, you have to feed it a massive amount of aura, and since Zero is out of mana, he's stuck. Zero catches on, realizing she's just trying to buy time for someone else. He asks her what the point is. Even if he's stuck for a while, does she really think a little bit of time can reverse a hopeless situation? Io smiles, a look of maternal pride on her face as she tells number 0 that he truly knows nothing. She tells him he's going to stay in that cage for 2 days, and we see a glimpse of someone training with a sword. She promises to show him something truly interesting when his time is up, and we see our boy Minato, his eyes sharp and full of killing intent. Zero ponders her words, wondering what could possibly exist that he doesn't know about. Close-up of Zero's ga. He looks at Io and asks if she's talking about Kanagi Minato, causing Io's heart to skip a beat. Zero explains that since he's in Midori's body, he has the power to read every single one of Midori's memories. He says that Midori didn't just see Minato as a student or a friend, he saw Minato as the one who will end all prophecies. Io is horrified. She didn't realize Midori had that much faith in the kid, and now Zero knows exactly who the real threat is. Zero declares that the moment he took over this body, Minato became the #1 person on his hit list. He clenches his fist, his aura turning a toxic dark shade as he mocks the idea of anyone ending his prophecies. Zero's glowing eye. He roars that an existence like Minato's shall not be allowed to live, his shadow looming large and terrifying. Io gasps as she realizes Zero is forcing his aura out, despite being drained. Zero tells her that she's the one who knows nothing, and the golden cage begins to hum with a dangerous purple resonance. Zero smirks, revealing a terrifying truth. Midori's body is still growing and evolving even during the battle. Io's eyes go wide with pure terror as she realizes the scale of her mistake. The aura Zero was using earlier was just the tip of the iceberg. He's been tapping into a massive sleeping power that's now waking up. Trote. Underwater iceberg visual. The more he fights, the more of that sleeping aura he can use, and the cage is already starting to buckle under the pressure. Io tries to put up her mirror one last time, her voice cracking as she starts to chant. Close up on Io's terrified eye. In the blink of an eye, Zero is behind her, his hand thrust through her chest in a lethal strike. Io coughs up blood, her eyes glazed with pain as she realizes her journey has come to an end. Zero looks toward the horizon with a bored expression, blood splattered across his face as he asks which way Japan is. Back at the facility, Minato's crest begins to pulse with a brilliant blue light, the hero finally stirring as the world's last hope. Number Zero is now unstoppable, his power flaring across the sky like a new dark sun. He's mastered the massive aura inside Midori's body, learning how to handle god-tier power with terrifying precision. With every second that passes, he's getting stronger, and now his sights are set on the island of Japan. At the coast of the Niigata prefecture, the remnants of the Kanagi squad are waiting, Shinji and Ichika staring out at the darkening horizon. Ichika lets out a heavy sigh, her hand on her head as she realizes the granny and the others have likely failed. The other captains are regrouping, their faces grim as they prepare to head back to HQ for the final stand. The tech experts are panicking, staring at their laptops as they try to track the incoming threat. Ichika draws her sword, her red eyes glowing with a cold resolve as she tells Shinji they'll greet the enemy right here on the beach. Transition to white. Inside the Anti-Prophecy HQ, the monitor room is in total chaos as the operators scream for the US fleet's footage to be restored. Communication is completely dead, and the leader demands they switch to satellite imagery immediately to see what's left. One of the scouts curses under his breath, realizing his Raven's Eyes skill can't reach that far out over the open sea. He slams his hand on the desk, his face pale with dread as he wonders what the hell happened to the entire fleet. Suddenly, the doors fly open, and someone screams for Rin. Rin turns around, her face twisting in shock as she sees the bloodied survivors. The captains are barely clinging to life, carrying their wounded comrades into the hall in a desperate rush. Rin is speechless, her eyes darting between the broken heroes she once thought were invincible. They lay Io down, and the sight is horrifying. There's a literal hole in her chest where her life force is leaking out. Shiki is crying, her face covered in dirt and blood as she begs for someone to save her grandma Io. Io is completely unconscious, her breathing shallow as she hovers on the edge of death. Flash back to Io talking to Shiki before the mission, her voice stern but filled with a hidden warmth. She tells Shiki that during this operation, she is the most important person there. She is everyone's lifeline. The plan was simple. After the captains made their big move, Shiki was supposed to use her teleportation to rescue them before the enemy could counterattack, following Zero's every move. And after Io and Tengen used their ultimate heaven fall, Shiki was the only one who could get them out of the blast zone alive. Shiki bowed, accepting the heavy burden with a determined understood. She asked if she should do it even if it cost her own life, causing Io to suddenly slap her across the top of the head. Io scolded her, calling her a fool and telling her it's the exact opposite. She told Shiki that no matter what happens, she is not allowed to die, because her real duty is to bring everyone back home. Io leaned in close, telling Shiki to prioritize her own life above everything else, even if something bad were to happen to Io herself. Shiki tried to argue, but Io just glared at her with that terrifying grandma heat, making the poor girl apologize instantly. Io let out a long sigh, looking at the girl with a weary but loving expression. Shiki's eyes welled up as she tried to explain why she was so ready to sacrifice herself. In a heartwarming memory, we see a younger Io brushing Shiki's hair while a pet crow sits on a friend's head. It's clear they were a real family. Poot, close-up of Io's smop. Io patted her head one last time, promising that no one would die, and that she wouldn't let anyone fall on her watch. She gave Shiki a big, radiant smile, telling her to move forward with that hope in her heart. Back in the present, Io is on a ventilator, her eyes closed and her skin pale as the doctors work frantically. The squad is gathered around the operating table, their faces a mix of grief and fury as they watch their leader struggle for every breath. Rin is doing everything she can, her aura glowing as she tries to stabilize the wound. But there's a problem. Rin's skill is time reversal, but it won't work because Io used an artifact that literally froze her own body's time to stop the bleeding. The doctor is sweating, admitting that even with her healing skills, all she can do is maintain Io's current state. Healing a wound this deep is simply impossible. The other captains are arguing, their nerves frayed as they realize they're trapped in a stalemate. Suddenly, the air in the room turns heavy, a massive surge of killing intent washing over everyone like a tidal wave. They look up at the ceiling, their eyes wide with terror as they realize the monster has already arrived. Zero stands on the roof of the HQ, looking down at the facility with a bored, arrogant gaze. He's not alone. The other apostles are with him, including a pale man in a blue coat and a girl who looks like a twisted Queen of Hearts. Zero looks down at the base, a cruel smirk on his face as he prepares to finish what he started. Shiki snaps, her grief turning into a blind, murderous rage as she screams that she'll kill them all. Rin tries to stop her, but it's too late. Shiki is already charging her mana. She lunges toward the roof, her body surrounded by a violent blue aura as she prepares her ultimate strike. She puts everything she has into her hands, blood from her previous injuries splattering her white suit as she activates Void Parquet. Skill Explanation Panel. The skill allows her to connect 2 points in space instantly, but it requires insane calculation to be precise. Note: Rubik's Cube visual. If used on a large scale without control, the result is unpredictable and causes massive localized destruction to anything in its path. The roof of the HQ begins to warp and shatter as space itself is torn apart. The captain inside screams that she's an idiot because EO is still right below her and could be caught in the collateral damage. Zero doesn't even move. He just calls out the name of one of his companions, Hajime. Hajime, the samurai apostle, moves with a speed that defies logic, his sword already halfway out of its sheath. He's using an artifact called the Divine Throne of the Distorted World, a weapon that can cut through reality itself. He unleashes the Kurikara Slash, a series of blue light trails that intercept Shiki's teleportation grid. Shiki is frozen in midair, her eyes wide as she realizes her space-bending magic is being sliced like physical paper. Sound effect panel. Clank. Hajime sheathes his blade with a calm click, his back turned to the falling girl. Shiki's arm is suddenly severed into multiple pieces, blood spraying into the air as her body falls back toward the ground. The other apostles laugh, mocking her for being so weak and calling her a poor woman with a sadistic giggle. Hajime just looks down, his expression cold and unbothered. Close up on Hajime's eye. He notes that he didn't finish her off, he just took her arm to send a message. Shinji catches the falling Shiki, holding her close as he asks if she's all right, his face twisted in concern. Shiki looks up at him, her voice trembling as she realizes the rest of the Kanagi squad has finally arrived. Zero looks down at them, looking genuinely annoyed that humanity is still trying to block his path. Ichika just grunts, her hand gripping her sword so tight her knuckles are white as she stares back at the godlike being. The apostles look at her with interest, sensing that this woman might actually be a challenge. Ichika steps forward, her entire body wreathed in a terrifying pink and purple flame of pure killing intent. She gives Zero a wicked, bloodthirsty grin, telling him that while their captain is still sleeping, she'll be more than happy to entertain him until he wakes up. Zero stares back, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the real fight is only just beginning. He recognizes Shinji and Ichika, the heavy hitters, but the presence of 2 others catches him off guard. He stares down at the group, his purple eyes scanning for any hidden threats. But as he looks closer, his confusion only grows. He wonders who the green-haired kid and the guy with the glasses are, since they weren't in Midori's memories. Zero scoffs, thinking that if they aren't famous enough to be in his memories, their strength shouldn't even be a concern. Iryu, the green-haired kid, lets out a small, confident smirk as Zero falls right into their trap. Suddenly, massive pillars of light erupt from the ground, swirling with neon green and purple energy. Zero tries to blast them away with his turbulence skill, but the light is already consuming the area. Beams of energy shoot up into the clouds, warping the very fabric of space. Shiki, who's bleeding out on the ground, screams in shock as the apostles suddenly vanish into thin air. Everyone, even the powerful Ichika and the other captains, has been blinked away, and Shiki wonders whose teleportation skill is this powerful. Through the haze, Sakazaki appears, calmly adjusting his glasses as he confirms they've all been relocated. He holds up a medical kit, revealing it was his skill that moved everyone across the map. Shiki is stunned, asking him what he could possibly mean by that. The green-haired Iryu argues that it was their combined skill, and Shiki just screams at them to stop bickering and explain. This was a legendary skill combination, a move that defies the normal rules of magic. By using Iryu's skill, My House is Your House, they boosted Sakazaki's range to a global scale. It's a technique they call Everything Everywhere All at Once. Iryu's power basically expands the targeting system of anyone he's touching, turning a single target skill into an AoE beast. Normally, Sakazaki can only teleport himself, which is useful but limited. But this time, with the boost, he was able to tag everyone on the battlefield and scatter them to specific pre-calculated locations. Sakazaki explains that while his skill isn't as flexible as Shiki's, it's way more precise as long as he's marked the destination with his personal items. Elsewhere, the samurai apostle Hajime finds himself standing on a lonely beach, face to face with the swordmaster Ichika. Nearby, the other apostles find themselves isolated in open fields, their card and puppet tricks suddenly much less effective. Shinji and the others have been dropped into a desert wasteland, already preparing to jump the mummy-wrapped Apostle Dre. Shiki listens in awe, realizing they've successfully divided and conquered the enemy's main force. Sakazaki looks grim as he reveals where they sent the most dangerous one of all. Number 0 is currently floating in a void of endless pink mist, completely detached from reality. He looks around, realizing he has zero sense of direction or location in this strange, distorted space. Suddenly, massive eyes blink open in the darkness around him. He's been dropped into a nightmare realm filled with colossal, mutated sea monsters and eldritch horrors. He's surrounded by thousands of beasts, a silhouette in a sea of hungry shadows. Back at a stalactite cave, another captain stands guard over a glowing purple pit. His face is scarred and set with determination. They've sent Zero to the 17th fissure, a place known as the lower jaw. Sakazaki explains that it's an otherworldly tunnel that expands every year, and there's no known way for any human or apostle to escape it. This is a prophecy location that even the legendary founders couldn't destroy. Sakazaki pushes his glasses up, basically telling Zero that if he can find a way out of that hell, he's welcome to try. While at Nagano Prefecture, the duel between the two greatest swordsmen is about to explode. Hajime realizes he's been separated from his boss and looks around the quiet mountain forest. Ichika lets out a cold, dark chuckle, the sound echoing through the trees. She notes that the plan to divide the apostles worked perfectly, and now they have them right where they want them. Hajime asks what happened to his boss, and Ichika tells him Zero was sent to a place from which no one ever returns. Hajime looks disappointed, asking why they didn't just send all the apostles there if such a place existed. Ichika waves it off, explaining that they can't take risks with escape artifacts or hidden relics. The real danger is if Zero has an escape item and comes back while Io is still unconscious. Hajime draws his blade, telling Ichika that even if his boss is gone, he's still going to take her head. Ichika's aura begins to flare, a brilliant, terrifying blue light that makes the air tremble. Dialogue bubble, piece of cake. She mocks the apostles, calling them a group of small-time small fries who only act tough because they have stolen relics. Close-up of Ichika's eye. Hajime lunges, unleashing the Kurikara Slash, a move inspired by mythical dragons that severs both body and soul. A grid of white light fills the air, a geometric cage of death aiming to dice Ichika into cubes. The slashes pass right through her, or so it seems as she doesn't even flinch. Skill title card. Cherry blossom petals suddenly dance in the wind, a serene contrast to the violent battle. Ichika activates her inherent skill, Dawn's Solitude. This is the ultimate state of existence, a mystical ability that grants her overwhelming power and absolute focus. We flash back to her training as a girl, where even the master thought her skill was meaningless because it was too simple. Its effect is, it allows her to repel every single internal and external distraction, fixing her mind and body in their absolute highest state. Her eyes glow with a pink radiance, petals swirling around her like a protective shield. It means that with absolute certainty, she can deliver the perfect strike with a 100% success rate every single time. She moves like a blur, her sword leaving a trail of pink light that cuts through Hajime's space-slashing grid. A single vertical line of brilliant pink light splits the darkness. Ichika isn't pulling any punches, her voice dripping with contempt as she tells the apostle he's nothing but a weakling. She repeats it for emphasis. He's not even in the same league as her fallen comrade. At the same time, back at the massive training grounds, the other group is realizing they've been successfully isolated. Apostle Seth, the Queen of Hearts, laughs at them, asking if they really think they can win in a 2v2 battle. Shinji and the heavyset captain stand their ground, their hands glowing with mana as they prepare for the fight of their lives. Seth turns to her partner, the teary-eyed Asura, and asks what their first move should be. Raindrops falling visual. Asura's voice is soft and mournful as he tells her that her role is just to suppress them while he does the heavy lifting. Asura, the apostle of X, closes his eyes and declares that he will handle both of the captains alone. The heavy captain doesn't wait for a monologue. Il lunges forward, his fist surrounded by a massive shockwave of blue energy. He roars for them not to look down on humanity's best. Seth counters by unleashing a whirlwind of playing cards that fly through the air like razor blades. The captain is suddenly wrapped in a cyclone of paper, struggling to break free from the overwhelming numbers. Shinji's eyes are wide with rage, his only thought being to avenge his brother. We see a brief memory of Makoto cutting Shinji's hair, a moment of brotherly love that now fuels a burning hatred for the apostles. The captain is being constricted by the cards, his face turning red from the pressure. Seth grins, taunting them and noting that she's clearly made them very, very angry. Suddenly, the ground is bombarded by massive strikes of red lightning, throwing everyone off balance. Seth starts laughing like a psycho, her eyes wide as she prepares to escalate the chaos. She activates her ultimate skill, Queen of Heart. It's a telekinetic skill that manipulates thousands of objects at once, and she commands her servants to go forth. She orders her cards to search out Kanagi Minato, her true priority target. Shinji realizes they're after our boy and screams that he won't let them near the facility. A massive explosion of red energy rocks the field, the captains fighting a desperate holding action. The heavy captain coughs up blood, realizing the pressure is starting to crack his defenses. Silhouette of Asura in the distance. Asura covers his face with a hand marked by a rainbow crest, revealing his skill, 100 Faces. He starts laughing hysterically, his voice shifting into a deep, guttural growl as he promises to kill them all. He reveals the face of rage, his eyes turning pitch black with red pupils as a terrifying aura of death explodes from his body. Massive explosion sound effect, boom! Multiple pillars of red energy blast into the sky, leveling everything within a mile radius. The battle shifts to Saitama Prefecture, where the skyline is filled with smoke and fire. Akane lunges forward, her crest glowing as she activates the Stone of Truth. Hiko, our dense-bodied irregular, is currently busy wrestling a literal mountain of rock thrown by the mummy apostle Dre. Dre drops from the sky, aiming a massive punch with his mutated red arm. Hiko barely blocks it, the ground beneath him shattering from the sheer impact force. Hinoki's one-handed sword style. Tengudan. Shinji joins the fray, his sword moving in a rapid, dance-like pattern as he slices through Dre's rock projectiles. Dre's mutated arm moves like a blur, swinging with enough force to level a skyscraper. Slash effect across the sky. The squad is panting, realizing that even with their best moves, they're barely scratching the sky. Dre looms over them, his bandaged face looking like a nightmare, as he tells them they're too weak to stay in his way. He asks who they are, noting that since they haven't been killed instantly, they must be some of the best humanity has to offer. He tells them they're just annoying bugs, and to just die already so he can conserve his strength. Hiko lets out a defiant smirk, telling the apostle that he's seriously underestimating them. Shinji is wreathed in a red flame of pure killing intent, declaring that they're going to defeat him right here and now. Akane worries that Shinji is being baited, his emotions making him reckless. We see a split screen of Makoto's funeral, a reminder that Shinji is fighting for a lot more than just survival. Dre laughs, recognizing the name Sue Shinji and realizing he's the brother of the famous Sue Makoto. He mockingly calls Makoto trash, and we see Shinji's eyes cloud over with a murderous focus. Dre goes even further, laughing that Makoto died like a dog to a weakling, and calls their brotherhood a waste of life. Shinji snaps, his aura exploding as he screams his brother's name. He lunges with his sword held high, every ounce of his grief fueling this one desperate strike. Dre's mutated arm suddenly twists and grows, turning into a gnarled mass of muscle and vein. He activates his skill, Camellia La Traviata, forming a sphere of concentrated dark matter in his palm. The captains look on in horror as the purple light consumes their vision. Back at the HQ, things are just as dire. Io is on the table, and the healers are screaming that the situation is critical. Shiki holds Io's hand tight, tears streaming down her face as she feels the old woman's heartbeat getting weaker and weaker. She begs Grandma Io not to leave them. The head healer demands a status report from the Yushima squad, her voice cracking under the pressure. A report comes in that the other squad captains have been healed, and Hisagi is ready to lead them back to the front. But Hisagi stops, his face pale as he stares at the security monitors. Thousands of Seth's playing cards are raining down on the base, a literal army of paper soldiers invading their sanctuary. The commander roars for all hands to prepare for combat immediately. They have to protect Minato until he wakes up, no matter what it costs them. Suddenly, the building begins to shake from a massive rhythmic pulse of energy that feels like a heavy heartbeat. Iryu and Sakazaki are nearly knocked off their feet, wondering if it's an earthquake. The commander gasps, realizing that this aura is too massive to be an earthquake. It's a living thing. In the deepest part of the cave, the purple fog begins to swirl into a massive, glowing vortex. The Guardian Captain stares into the abyss, sweat pouring down his face as he calls out to the monster coming through. Iryu is terrified, thinking there's no way Number Zero could have escaped the fissure this quickly. Sakazaki tries to grab him, shouting that they need to lure the monster away from the medical wing. But then, he stops, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Close-up of Sakazaki's eye reflecting blue light. A massive pillar of brilliant blue light erupts from the center of the base, piercing through the roof and into the sky. A hand is shown wreathed in blue flame, the crest of nothingness pulsing with a power that dwarfs everything else on the map. Back in the medical room, everyone is frozen, as the room is flooded with a warm, radiant energy. Shiki looks up, her voice a whisper as she realizes our boy is finally awake. Minato opens his eyes, his gaze sharp and calm, the silver light of the spirits dancing in his pupils. Minato stands over Io's bed, his silhouette wreathed in a calm, azure light that feels like a warm hug to everyone in the room. Shiki is shaking as she tells him he's only been asleep for half a day. Everyone said his training would take at least 2. Close-up of Shiki's eye reflecting Minato's aura. She asks him the only question that matters. Can he actually win against number 0? Minato doesn't hesitate for a second, his voice cold and certain as he tells her, "I will win." But before he goes to hunt the apostle leader, he places his hand over Io's shattered chest. He whispers an apology to Io-chan for keeping her waiting so long. His aura begins to shift, a new spirit taking the lead within his body. The spirit of Valentine, the god of medicine, appears behind him, looking like a serene nurse from another world. Minato activates God's medical book, his hand glowing with a liquid blue mana that looks like living water. He calls out page 364, Divine Nectar, and the energy flows directly into Io's fatal wound. The medical book exists only within Valentine's mind, containing the secrets of every cure in existence. In this state, Minato can execute the absolute maximum potency of any medicinal skill instantly. His hand sinks into a pool of light over Io's chest. Small droplets of mana fall like rain onto the bloody sheets. The other healers gasp in disbelief as they see the wound start to close right before their eyes. But the head doctor realizes they're wrong. It's not just closing. We see a detailed visual of Io's heart being perfectly reconstructed, every valve and artery knitting back together in seconds. It's a complete restoration, a level of skill that the modern healers can't even begin to comprehend. Io gasps for air as her lungs fill with life again, and Shiki cries out in joy. Io slowly opens her eyes, looking tired but very much alive. She sees a blurry image of our boy Minato, who's giving her a gentle, knowing smile. She realizes that he's truly here for her, fulfilling the promise to protect everyone. She sees the spirit of Valentine, Valenchan, smiling down at her like an old friend. Minato takes Io's hand, teasing her for being reckless and getting wounded again. Io starts to apologize for being useless, but Minato stops her, calling her amazing for holding the line as long as she did. He tells her that all her wounds are healed and to go to sleep now, promising that when she wakes up, they'll all have a meal together. Io lets out a single tear of relief, her eyes drifting closed as she finally enters a peaceful sleep. Minato stands up, his expression hardening as he looks toward the battlefield outside. He looks at his gathered spirits and gives the order, "Everyone, let's go." Outside the base, the air is thick with thousands of Seth's flying cards, a storm of paper blades cutting through everything. Skill title card. Hisagi draws his sword, activating high steels as he prepares to cut his way through the swarm. He unleashes 1,000 strikes, his blade becoming a blur of red light that shreds hundreds of cards in a single breath. The card soldiers are sliced into pieces, but more just keep coming from Seth's endless deck. Nearby, the young hunter activates her disciplined chainsword, her movements a blend of high-speed martial arts and weapon mastery. Hisagi and the girl stand back to back, realizing that even these cards pack the punch of a high-level hunter. Seth laughs from above, boasting that every one of these cards is as strong as a captain, or even stronger. Suddenly, Hisagi is blindsided, a card exploding against his side and sending him tumbling back. He skids across the pavement, his breath hitching as he tries to recover his footing. He spits out blood, cursing his luck and telling himself he can't afford to fall here. He looks up at the wall of thousands of cards looming over him like a tidal wave of death. He remembers the promise he made to protect the world and the responsibility the fallen captains entrusted to him. He roars that he will keep that promise, his aura flaring one last time for a final desperate charge. Dialogue bubble. Well said. Multiple glowing golden fists appear in the air. A massive rock strike rains down from the sky, vaporizing dozens of card soldiers in a single crushing impact. Hisagi looks up in shock, his eyes welling with tears as he recognizes the voice. Captain Makabe stands there, looking as cool as ever, joking that he's back because it was too embarrassing to stay away. Another massive golden blast, the Golden Bat, sweeps through the air, clearing out an entire wing of the card army. Hisagi can barely believe his eyes as more and more of the dead captains reappear on the field. Captain Yorozuya, the baseball hero, steps forward with a giant golden spirit looming behind him. He slams his bat over his shoulder, telling the juniors to help them finish this once and for all. The young hunters let out a jubilant "Yes!" their morale instantly skyrocketing. Makabe gives a confident smirk. But then he pauses, sensing a presence that makes even his power feel like a candle next to a sun. Minato arrives on the battlefield, floating in midair and wreathed in a terrifying blue flame. He draws a simple katana, the air around it shimmering with a pressure that causes the ground to crack. He takes a classic sword stance, his concentration so absolute that time seems to slow down around him. A single drop of water falling into a still pond. Title card: Hinoki's one-handed sword style. He unleashes Wave, a horizontal slash of blue energy that travels across the entire horizon. The wave of energy cuts through the card army like a hot knife through butter, the paper soldiers dissolving instantly. It's a line of absolute destruction that splits the very clouds in two. The card storm is gone in a single heartbeat, replaced by a clear blue sky. The shockwave ripples across the entire city, a massive circle of blue light that marks Minato's return. Hisagi and the others can only stare with their mouths open, wondering if this guy is even human anymore. Minato sheathes his blade with a calm click, his face set in a mask of grim determination. Seth is absolutely terrified, her cards gone and her eyes wide with the realization that she's looking at a god. Asura screams at her, asking what the hell happened and why her entire army was destroyed in 1 second. Seth stammers that it's impossible. 10 decks of cards and over 500 soldiers were wiped out instantly. Asura realizes they're looking at their priority target, Kanagi Minato, and he roars for Seth to go and kill him now! Close-up of Asura's bloodshot eye. Asura lunges with a series of massive boom explosions, calling Minato annoying and telling him to just die already. Close-up of the captain in sunglasses lighting a cigarette. The heavy captain steps into the path of the explosion, his muscles bulging as he braces for the impact. He catches Asura's strike with his bare hands, the ground shattering beneath his feet. He stares the apostle down, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light as he tells him, "You're the one who'll die." Asura is stunned, wondering what this human could possibly be planning. The captain's hand begins to glow with a complex blue geometric seal. He activates his ultimate skill, the Anti-Demon Divine Seal, and the screen fades as the apostle's power is sucked into the void. Anti-Demon Divine Seal. The heavy captain stands his ground, his fists glowing with a faint blue electrical charge. Suddenly, dozens of glowing blue orbs manifest around him, looking like floating mines waiting to be detonated. Seth and Asura watch from the air, completely unimpressed by the display. Dialogue bubble. "This many?" Asura mocks the captain, laughing at how slow and sloppy the projectiles look as they drift toward them. He calls the old man a fool, convinced these tiny bubbles could never catch a high-level apostle like him. But as the orbs approach, Asura's expression suddenly shifts from arrogance to genuine surprise. He realizes Mikado's aim isn't just to hit him, the blue seals are reacting to something else. It hits him too late. Mikado placed an invisible tracking seal on him the very first time their fists collided. Mikado gives him a grim smile, asking him if his projectiles still seem slow to him now. The orbs suddenly ignite, accelerating from 0 to light speed in a fraction of a second, slamming into Asura's chest. Asura lets out a pained scream as the impacts rattle his very soul. He roars in fury, calling Mikado a bastard as he tries to flare his own red aura to counter the pressure. He quickly figures out the strategy. The projectiles are traps meant to open a gap in his defense for a finishing strike. Mikado just shakes his head, telling the apostle that his little theory is dead wrong. The captain simply points a finger behind Asura, and the air begins to scream. Asura turns around, and his eyes practically pop out of his head as a literal wall of blue light descends on him. The projectiles have looped back around, traveling so fast they look like a solid laser beam of death. Asura is terrified, realizing the speed of the projectiles has somehow doubled in mid-air. The apostle is slammed into the dirt by a massive overhead blast, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Blue energy shockwave visual. The ground splits beneath Asura as he's hammered by a relentless barrage of blue fire. Mikado steps forward, noting that Asura should have realized the gimmick by now. The real secret is that every time Mikado lands a hit, he engraves a new seal on the enemy's body. Asura looks down in horror at the glowing blue octagons burned into his skin. Mikado explains the broken mechanic. Every single seal increases the speed of his projectiles by exactly 100%. Asura watches as the next wave of orbs becomes a blur that his eyes can't even track anymore. He can't dodge, he can't block, and he definitely can't run from the physics of this fight. Close-up of Asura getting hit in the face. Even worse, each of these homing projectiles now packs the same firepower as one of Mikado's full-strength melee punches. A massive pillar of light consumes the battlefield, erasing everything in its path. As the smoke clears, Mikado casually walks through the ruins, noting that the thunder has finally stopped. He looks down at the broken Asura and asks if his little tantrum is finally over. Asura is panicking now, his pride shattered as he realizes he can't let this human touch him ever again. He screams for Mikado to stay away, his voice cracking with pure desperation. He shifts into his face of fear, releasing a thick purple fog that looks like it's made of pure corrosion. Mikado doesn't even slow down, noting the corrosive nature of the fog with a bored look on his face. He calls out to the other apostle, Seth, who's been watching from the sidelines. Seth is currently wrapped in a bunch of purple hair-like restraints, screaming that she doesn't want to die like a rotten dog. A shadowed figure tells her to shut her mouth, his eyes glowing with an ominous light from beneath his long hair. The mummy-like Dre is suddenly constricted by the same hair tendrils, his single eye wide with shock. Seth realizes her mana is being drained out of her body, rendering her useless. The mystery captain stands over the card-themed apostle, looking like a silent reaper. He notes that Asura is finally experiencing true fear, something an apostle usually thinks they're above. Mikado continues his lecture, explaining that while his projectiles start out slow, about the speed of a bowling ball, to be exact, the firepower behind them is no joke, and because the speed keeps doubling, Asura is forced to take on an impossible number of seals as he's pelted from every direction. Mikado does the math. Asura just took 20 consecutive hits. That means the final projectiles are hitting him at over 5,800 kilometers per second. Asura lets out one last blood-curdling scream as the hypersonic orbs impact all at once. The sky is split by a blue lightning strike that completely vaporizes the apostle's physical form. Massive red and blue energy flash. Mikado stands over a smoking crater, the only thing left of the enemy being a few charred scraps of fabric. Close-up of Mikado's sunglasses reflecting the sky. We flash back to a younger Mikado, looking at his fist and saying he envies Midori. A younger Suo Shinji is there too, complaining that Mikado's skill is basically cheating because one hit means game over. Mikado snaps back, calling him an idiot and explaining that it's actually incredibly hard to use against stronger opponents. He argues that it takes over 10 seconds for a single seal to even appear, which is an eternity in a real fight. A young Midori gives him a giant, innocent smile and tells him to just get more muscle then. Mikado points a finger at the prodigy, roaring that he can't wait to join the special task force and finally land a hit on him. Midori just laughs and floats away, telling Mikado to do his best as he drifts into the sky. He gives Mikado a wave, shouting that they should all fight together once they get stronger. Mikado watches the kid go, joined by a young Shinji and a girl with long lavender hair. Close-up of Midori's radiant smile from the past. Back in the present, Mikado adjusts his glasses and promises that next time he'll definitely hit Midori for real. He turns to the lavender-haired captain, thanking him for his help in shutting down Asura's energy storms. The captain notes that he's also done here, as we see the card Apostle Seth lying dead in the grass. Mikado declares that it's time to move out and help Shinji and the rest of the team. Even with 3 captains, facing a monster like Dre isn't going to be a walk in the park. But the other captain pauses, remembering that the kid Akane said something very strange before the battle. Elsewhere, the desert is being torn apart by massive explosions of sand and purple energy. Dre is laughing like a demon, mocking Shinji and asking if he's ready to go meet his dead brother in the afterlife. Shinji is panting, blood dripping from his forehead as he begs Akane to tell him if she's ready yet. Akane stares at the chaos with her green eyes glowing, telling Minato to watch her because she can do it too. Dre roars that he's going to destroy everything they hold dear. Akane steps forward, her hands wreathed in green alchemical rings as she targets the Apostle's fire cannon directly. Alchemy isn't just about making gold, it's the ultimate science of transformation. In Minato's mind space, we see a master alchemist teaching him the principles of the world. The master explains that once you possess true knowledge, you can transform objects into things the human mind can't even imagine. Minato looks at his phone, asking if the skill from Lesson 15 works on that same principle. The alchemist dismisses him, saying they need to focus on combat skills first, since this knowledge is too advanced for him. Chibi Minato looking overwhelmed, but the master notes that if it's Akane, she might actually be able to pull it off. Back in the desert, Akane is a vision of emerald light, activating Trismegistus and Mephalis Zale. Chapter 53 title card Matter Annihilation. Dre is screaming DE over and over again, his sanity completely gone as he prepares his final blast. A massive sphere of dark purple energy forms at his fingertips, pulsating with enough power to level a continent. Sound effect panel bang. Multiple beams of dark energy shoot out from the sphere, converging on the squad like a falling sky. Shinji grits his teeth, realizing the attack is too chaotic to predict and nearly impossible to dodge. He dives into the line of fire, shouting for the others to get back as he tries to tank the blast. He survives the initial impact, bloodied but unbowed, shouting that he managed to deflect it. But deep down, he knows they can't hold out much longer against this level of firepower. Dre just laughs at their struggle, asking how many more of his strikes they think they can take. He decides to end the game, revealing that his boss told him to save this for a last resort, but he doesn't care anymore. He spits on the ground, and a horrifying artifact, a giant pulsing eyeball surrounded by orbs, emerges from the sand. This is the Purgatory Star, a weapon designed for total annihilation. Shinji is paralyzed, looking up at the bizarre, fleshy machine with a look of pure dread. Dre explains that the eyeball is just the core, and it's about to release a swarm of satellites to finish them off. Every single one of those orbs will fire the exact same skill as Dre himself, effectively multiplying his power by 100. Panel showing the terrified faces of Shinji and Akane. The sky is suddenly filled with glowing purple satellites, surrounding the squad in a cage of lasers. Dre screams with joy, declaring that this one attack will come from every single orb at the exact same time. A grid of purple light consumes the battlefield, turning the desert into a literal furnace of dark energy. He roars that everything in this airspace will be vaporized by his fire cannon. Shinji is hit point blank, his armor shattering as he's consumed by the purple flames. Hiko screams Akane's name as the satellites focus their fire on the alchemist. But in the middle of the storm, Akane grabs Hiko and Shinji, shouting that she's counting on them for what comes next. Her green eyes flare up with an intensity that outshines the lasers, and she whispers, "I can see it." Dre sees her through his artifact's eye and laughs, saying he can see her too. The Purgatory Star fires its main beam, a massive column of energy that looks like it's punching a hole through the world. Sound effect panel, K.A. boom! The explosion is so bright it wipes out the color from the sky. Dre celebrates, laughing hysterically because he's convinced the squad has been turned into ash. He remembers back to his lowest point, sitting in a hospital bed with a severed arm, feeling like garbage. Close-up of Dre's eye from the past. He recalls when Zero approached him, offering a vial of mutated blood to help him take revenge on everyone who mocked his downfall. We see the horrifying transformation as the blood turned his stump into a grotesque, gnarled mass of muscle. Dre roars that they will destroy this rotten world together. But then, a small speck of brilliant green light begins to pulse within the smoke of the battlefield. Dre stops laughing, his single eye narrowing as he realizes someone is still alive. The Kanagi squad stands in the center of the crater, wreathed in a calm green alchemical aura. Dre is genuinely shocked, wondering how they could possibly survive his ultimate attack. He tries to fire another blast, screaming for them to just die already. The purple beam hits a glowing green circle on the ground, and simply vanishes. Green alchemical seal effect. Dre is losing his mind, realizing his fire cannon has suddenly stopped working. Akane looks up at him with a smirk, explaining that her skill Mephalis Xyle allows her to rewrite the nature of any energy she's analyzed. She reveals the ultimate cheat. She changed the property of his destructive attack and turned it into a high-level healing skill. Hiko checks his shoulder, realizing he feels better than he has in years. Shinji looks at his hands, stunned that all of his near-fatal wounds have been completely repaired in seconds. Akane goes even further, revealing that she used the leftover energy to buff their physical stats to 200% for the next minute. Dre is sputtering, asking what kind of madness she's talking about. Akane coldly tells him not to bother thinking about it, he wouldn't understand it regardless. Dialogue bubble. Anyway, she gives him a terrifying, cheerful smile and tells the apostle that his time is officially up. Dialogue bubble I. Dre starts to back away, his bravado finally crumbling into pure fear. Hiko lunges forward like a human missile, his dense body tearing through the sound barrier. Dre can't even react as a series of massive strikes impacts his body. Akane watches him get tossed around like a rag doll, calling him a pathetic idiot. Hiko activates Bird's Coil, his aura taking the shape of a golden serpent that wraps around Dre's throat. He unleashes a vertical kick that sends Dre soaring back toward the ground. He finishes the combo with the 8-headed serpent, a barrage of kicks that sounds like a series of explosions. Dre is a bloody mess, his bandages torn to shreds as he collapses into the sand. Hiko lands gracefully, marveling at how light and fast his body feels under Akane's buff. Shinji draws his blade, the air around it turning into a red inferno as he prepares the execution. He takes a wide stance, activating Hinoki's one-handed sword style, Diced Slash. He crosses his arms, combining his brother's style with his own forbidden energy. A massive red blade made of pure killing intent, the Autumn Thistle, erupts from his hilt. He screams Mater Annihilation, and the desert literally begins to disappear around him. A geometric grid of red energy covers Dre, cutting through the physical and spiritual realm at once. Dre looks up, lets out a final, confused as his body begins to pixelate. The apostle is deleted from reality, his atoms scattering into the wind until there's nothing left. Shinji stands over the empty sand, his sword dripping with a dark residue. He remembers Dre calling his brother trash and tells the apostle to go be killed by Makoto again in the next world. He sheathes his blade with a cold look, adding that he'll only see his brother if he's actually lucky enough to go to heaven. The dust settles as the announcement rings out. The apostle Dre has been officially erased by the combined might of the Kanagi squad. Shinji and Hiko stand exhausted in the middle of the wasteland, the silence of the desert finally returning. Akane falls to her knees, her face pale as the adrenaline of the battle finally fades. She looks at her hands, which are still trembling, noting that using a skill combination was probably too early for her level, but she smiles through the pain, realizing they actually pulled off the impossible. Transition to white. Shinji turns back, thanking Akane and admitting that they couldn't have won without her alchemical genius. But he finds Akane lying flat on her back in the sand, completely drained of every drop of her mana. She stares up at the empty sky, her mind drifting back to why she's fighting this war in the first place. Flashback 7 years to the day Akane's world turned into a living nightmare. Visual of a burning mansion under a swirling Van Gogh-style sky. A young Akane stands in the middle of a grand ballroom, staring at a woman wreathed in shadows. She asks her, with a voice full of heartbreak, why she didn't come to save them faster. A 16-year-old Midori stands there, his clothes covered in soot and blood, with a younger girl hiding behind him. He looks down at his boots, his voice barely a whisper as he simply says, "I'm sorry." The disaster was a special rank prophecy called the Bud of Nightmare, triggered by a cursed artifact. Akane's father, a diplomat connected to the anti-prophecy unit, had accidentally stumbled upon a painting that shouldn't have existed. When the cursed painting activated, it didn't just kill, it transformed their home into a gateway to another hellish dimension. It was a sight of pure horror as the mansion began to fold in on itself, consuming everyone inside. Midori had rushed to the scene the moment the alert went out, diving straight into the painting to stop the prophecy. But even the world's strongest awakener has limits. By the time he fought his way to the center, Akane's parents, guests, and servants had all been slaughtered, leaving her as the sole survivor. Akane screamed at him, asking if he was really the world's strongest like everyone said. She demanded to know why he couldn't stop the prophecy from taking her family away. Visual of her parents being consumed by the cursed artwork. She sobbed into her hands, her world shattered as she repeatedly asked him why he was late. Midori didn't offer any excuses, he just stood there, letting her vent all of her grief and rage on him. Akane's screams of agony echoed through the ruins of her life, a sound that would haunt her for years. Silhouette of Midori and Akane in the moonlight. It wasn't until much later that Akane learned the truth about that day. While she was losing her family, Midori had been fighting an even bigger prophecy on the literal other side of the planet. Visual of a 16-year-old Midori holding back a colossal energy blast. He had single-handedly saved hundreds of thousands of lives that afternoon before racing to her mansion without a second of rest. Akane closes her eyes, the regret weighing heavy on her heart. She wonders why she said those horrible words to him when he was already carrying the weight of the whole world. She realized that back then, Midori was only 16 years old, just a kid himself. Silhouette of a lonely Midori standing in a hallway. Visual of the Anti-Prophecy Academy balcony. She remembers asking him if he hated his life, always being on guard and never having a moment to himself. He spent every waking second vigilant, obsessed with stopping the next disaster before it could take another family. She realized he was even saving people as selfish as her, never asking for anything in return. Midori had just smiled at her, noting that his comrades, his friends, were there to support him after all. He explained that while the Special Task Force often goes into missions alone, their hearts are always united by the same mission and the same shared pain. Visual of Shinji and his brother Makoto in action. Midori gave her a gentle, knowing look and said that he's never truly alone because of everyone. A photo on a phone showing the squad laughing together during a meal. Young Akane didn't understand it back then, looking at him with a confused expression. Midori promised her that she would understand in the future, and now, lying in the desert sand, Akane finally does. Shinji and Hiko look down at her with concern, realizing she's finally coming back to reality. She asks how long she was out, and Hiko laughs, saying it hasn't even been a full minute. Close-up of Akane's eye as she wipes away a stray tear, she looks at Shinji and Hiko, her face softening into a look of genuine gratitude. Close-up of Hiko. She repeats her goal, Her voice firm now, she really needs to apologize to Ichihara Midori. She wants to tell him how grateful she is for everything he sacrificed for her and for the world. Shinji looks at a photo in a diary, a picture of his brother and Midori eating together like normal kids. He notes that for his brother Makoto, Midori was an irreplaceable friend who deserved a lot better than this. Akane looks up at the boys, seeing the same resolve in their eyes. Hiko punches his open palm, declaring that he also wants to surpass Midori someday. He gives Akane a wink, saying that they definitely can't let a guy like that die, right? Akane lets out a small, genuine laugh, her first real smile in years. She steels herself, getting back on her feet and declaring, "Let's go!" Suddenly, the familiar neon green and purple light of the teleportation skill surrounds them again. The Kanagi squad marches toward the horizon, their target clear. They're going to save Ichihara Midori. Transition to white. Sound effect panel. Boom. At the same time, back at the limestone cave, the 17th dimensional fissure is swirling with a violent, glowing purple energy. The Guardian captain looks back as a figure approaches the edge of the pit. Close-up of the captain's shocked face. Our boy Minato stands there, his blue aura illuminating the dark cave as he prepares to dive in. The captain asks if his training is really complete, and Minato calmly tells him to get as far away from here as possible. He notes that the dimension is being sealed from the inside. Zero is trying to break free by force. Minato realizes that Zero wants to destroy the entire Anti-Prophecy HQ with one final, maximum power, turbulence. He stares into the swirling void and calls out to number 0, warning him not to even think about running away. Minato draws his blade, the light of his spirits flaring up around him as he steps off the ledge and into the abyss. Transition through a dark purple void. Zero, floating in the center of the mist, looks up with a look of genuine surprise. He watches as Minato falls toward him, wreathed in a terrifying blue flame that parts the darkness. Zero laughs, asking if Minato is really here to try and defeat him. Minato grips his sword tight, his hand glowing with the pink seal of Valentine and the blue fire of his own soul. He roars his final answer. "No. I'm here to save Ichihara-san!" Across the void, Zero, still wearing Midori's face, just floats there, mocking the idea that a brat like Minato could actually save anyone. We flash back to Superintendent Io's warning. She thought Minato needed 2 full days to prepare for this monster. But it's only been half a day, and Zero can see the gaps in Minato's strength as they drift through a sea of nightmarish dimensional fish. Zero flashes a wicked grin, telling Minato point blank that this mission is impossible for someone at his current level. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue light erupts, signaling the start of a collision that's about to shake the very foundations of this dimension. Minato isn't holding back, combining his kick of light with penetration for a high-velocity opening move. He nails the luminance kick right into Zero's chest, the impact sending shockwaves through the dark water. The explosion of energy is blinding, a massive burst of blue and white that looks like it could vaporize anything in its path. But Minato's heart sinks as the smoke clears. He can feel it. Zero didn't just tank the hit, he completely killed the momentum of the attack. Zero just stands there, surrounded by a terrifying purple aura, admitting that while the kid is fast, he's still not impressed. The villain's eye narrows with cold, murderous intent as he decides it's time to end this little game once and for all. He unleashes turbulence, a swirling vortex of dark purple energy that feels like the world itself is being shredded. Zero is dumping every ounce of his accumulated aura into this one move, just to blast his way out of this dimension and back to Earth. The turbulence is a literal death zone, instantly mincing the giant monsters nearby into bloody chunks. Minato watches the carnage in horror, realizing he needs to find a countermeasure before he's the next one to be ripped apart. He grits his teeth, his face tightening with the realization that he's completely outmatched in raw power. Inside Minato's soul space, the founder spirits are panicking because they can feel the outer battle spinning out of control. They look towards Skirnir, the Windmaster, who's just lying there like he's taking a nap while the world ends. Skirnir mumbles in his sleep about how comfy it is inside Minato's soul, wishing he could just stay in this pleasant space forever. The other spirits aren't having it, so they have the little pink dragon, Rowan, give Skirnir a painful wake-up call right on the leg. Skirnir yelps in pain, finally realizing that if Minato dies out there, they all vanish into nothingness. He gets serious for a split second, knowing there's only one way to survive the coming storm. He reminds them that he already taught Minato the ultimate secret, even if the kid hasn't mastered it yet. Skirnir calls upon his divine wind, preparing to sync his power directly with Minato's failing body. Back in the fight, Minato creates a small sphere of wind to act as a shield, but the purple vortex is already starting to crush it. Zero's eyes go wide with genuine shock as he sees what's happening. He can't believe his eyes. He realizes that Minato isn't just defending, he's actually trying to mimic and use turbulence himself. Minato focuses every bit of his will, knowing he has to secure this tiny safe space or he'll be erased from existence. The two powers clash with a violent crack, light and dark energy splattering everywhere as the dimension groans under the pressure. Zero screams in rage, lunging forward with a glowing seal on his palm, determined to crush the life out of Minato right now. He strikes with a series of dark slashes, aiming to tear through the boy's last line of defense. But Minato counters with the seal of truth, his arm glowing with ancient Hebrew scripts as he tries to nullify the attack. Zero is stunned, his face contorting as he realizes his power is being pushed back. He can't wrap his head around it. His turbulence is actually being cancelled out by this puny human. Back in the soul space, Rion the strategist steps up, noting that a long-range battle is a losing game for them. Skirner and the others agree. They need to use the Spirit Mel's skill to get in close and finish Zero as fast as humanly possible. We see a montage of Minato's training, where he practiced combining Luminance Kick and the Blazing Fire Blade into one lethal flow. Rion watches through Minato's eyes, seeing Zero's guard drop for just a fraction of a second. Minato's eyes glow with an eerie dual-colored light, one blue, one red, as he prepares to unleash a style he learned from the swordmaster Ichika. He launches a high-speed strike, his body turning into a blur of motion as he zips through the swirling purple death clouds. This is Hinoki's one-sword style, a technique designed for one thing: perfect, unavoidable lethality. He combines Wave with Thunderbolt Hadad, his sword erupting in a chaotic storm of yellow electricity. The light from the strike is so intense it washes out the entire dimension for a heartbeat. He screams Violet Thunder as he drives the lightning-infused blade straight toward the enemy's heart. The lightning arcs and zigzags, a jagged bolt of pure destruction slamming right into Zero. The impact is devastating, a localized sun of yellow energy burning through the purple aura. Blood and energy spray as the strike connects, finally drawing a real reaction from the monster in Midori's skin. Zero gasps, coughing up blood as the lightning pierces his chest, his face finally showing a look of genuine pain. But he doesn't go down easy, using the last of his momentum to drag Minato further down into the depths of the dimension. Minato doesn't let up, switching to the spirit Trismegistus and manifesting a massive silver bow that looks like it's made of liquid metal. He knocks a spear of annihilation onto the deadly bow, the two powers fusing into a weapon that could kill a god. He releases the shot, and a colossal pillar of blue light roars upward, dwarfing everything around it. He calls it Moon Ring Annihilation, the arrow expanding into a massive ring of destructive energy that traps Zero in the center. The spear of light zooms down, a blue streak of pure termination aimed right at Zero's head. Minato follows it up instantly, pointing a finger and launching another Thunderbolt Hadad projectile to ensure the kill. Zero's eyes are wide, filled with a mix of fury and disbelief as the attacks close in from all sides. The Thunder Spear cannon explodes, a massive sun of yellow and red energy that looks like it's vaporizing the entire sector. A single dark slash cuts through the light, showing that Zero is still fighting for control even in the middle of the blast. Zero emerges from the smoke, his clothes tattered and skin burned, his mind reeling as he tries to process what just happened. He can't understand how a kid can combine so many different elemental attributes without even using a cheat artifact. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Is this boy actually the one the legends spoke of? The one who will end all prophecies? He pushes the thought away, letting out a roar of frustration as he hovers in the air, his purple aura flaring up again. He laughs like a maniac, asking Minato if he really thinks these little scratches are enough to stop this divine body. Minato is panting heavily, steam rising from his shoulders as the exhaustion from the multi-spirit combo starts to set in. Inside, Rion the strategist is worried. Midori's body is evolving and growing stronger faster than anyone predicted. Zero taunts him, saying he knew Minato didn't have enough time to finish his training, and he prepares a final, crushing move. Minato hangs his head, the shadows hiding his eyes, looking like he's finally reached his limit. Suddenly, Minato mumbles that Io is still alive, and Zero freezes, his hand glowing with dark energy as he pauses in confusion. In that moment, Zero feels a sharp pain in his mind. Midori's soul is still in there, and it's fighting back against the possession. Minato starts naming everyone who's still waiting, Captain Mikado, Nishina, reminding the real Midori that he's not alone. He shouts the names of his squad, Shinji, Hiko, Akane, telling Midori that everyone is fighting for his return. Io and Rin are waiting, he screams, his voice cracking with emotion as he tries to reach the man buried inside the monster. We see a memory of Midori promising to train Minato to be as strong as a founder, a promise that Minato refuses to let die. Minato shouts that he hasn't even begun to pay back the debt he owes Midori for all the help he's received. Rion looks on with a grim, determined expression, knowing that the time for words is over and the time for a final gamble has come. He sighs, closing his eyes for a moment before telling Minato that the spirits are all with him. A new spirit appears, Patanjali, the goddess of support, her presence filling the soul space with a calm but intense red light. Minato bows his head and asks her to do it, knowing the risk he's about to take is likely a one-way trip. She places a hand on his back, activating Nadi Mukti, the full release of his chakra points to boost his power to godly levels. Minato's eyes snap open, burning with a new, terrifying red flame that looks like pure, unadulterated willpower. A heavy thump echoes through the void, like the heartbeat of a giant waking up from a 1,000-year sleep. The red light intensifies, a single bright spark at the center of Minato's chest beginning to expand. He throws his arms wide as a massive fountain of red energy erupts from him, painting the entire dimension in the color of blood. Zero looks on in absolute terror, his face pale as he realizes the energy coming off this brat is now higher than his own. A simple bubble of text appears, signaling the change in the air. That's why. Minato glares at the monster with Midori's eyes, declaring that from this second on, he's putting every single drop of his soul into this fight. In the soul space, Rion watches the surge, his face unreadable as he realizes just how much of his life Minato is burning away. He looks almost regretful, knowing that this power comes with a price that might be too high for a human body to pay. The dimension around them starts to crack, jagged bolts of purple lightning arcing through the darkness. We see a flashback to Minato's training with Ichika, where he learned that the most important strike isn't the first one, but the one that lands. The founder spirits were all there, debating the strategist Rion about the upcoming battle against the monster Midori. They all stood together, a council of legends, reaching a conclusion that nobody liked, but everyone knew was necessary. Rion told them that with Minato's current progress, it would take 2 days to get him ready. No, he corrected himself. It would actually take a full week to train him properly, and anything less meant their chances of winning were basically zero. Meanwhile, Zero was growing in power every second, his soul becoming more integrated with Midori's divine body. Rion had analyzed the footage of their previous fights, realizing that the speed of Zero's evolution was unprecedented. They looked at Midori's childhood records and the destruction he caused in Detroit, realizing the true scale of the threat. Rion's eyes narrowed as he delivered the final, crushing verdict. Number Zero was eventually going to reach the same level as the founders themselves, becoming an unstoppable force of nature. Even with Minato's insane growth rate, there was just no way he could reach that level in the time they had left. The spirits were desperate, asking what they could possibly do to bridge the gap before the world was deleted. Patanjali stepped forward, her red sari flowing as she told them there was one method, but it required a terrible sacrifice. She explained that she could force open all of Minato's chakra points, unleashing the full potential of his life force. These chakra points are the very source of human life, and opening them would boost his output to insane levels. But as the red energy splatters on screen, she warns that his body and soul will suffer irreversible, soul-shredding damage. In the worst-case scenario, the damage would be permanent, leaving him a hollow shell of a human being. Minato didn't even hesitate. He told them to do it, his hand gripping his sword as he faced off against another spirit in training. Even during the conversation, he was focused on his opponent, showing a level of dedication that moved the spirits. He was growing stronger with every heartbeat, a blue spark of energy arcing behind him like a trail of light. He kept thinking about Midori, the man who had carried him, and smiled even when the weight of the world was on his shoulders. "I will save him at all costs," he roared, his blue eyes flashing with a cold, piercing light. He told the spirits that if he was losing, they had his permission to pull the trigger on the forbidden buff. Rion accepted the terms with a heavy heart, knowing he was essentially signing the boy's death warrant. Back in the present, the red fire is consuming everything, and Minato is ready to pay the bill. He glares at Zero, his eyes glowing like embers, repeating his promise to put every ounce of himself into this. Minato launches himself forward, the ground, or what's left of it, exploding in a shower of red sparks and debris. He's moving so fast that Zero can't even track his movements, his eyes darting around in panic. Suddenly, Minato is right in his face, his fist glowing with a blinding red-white light for the Luminance Fist. He unleashes a barrage of strikes, each one sounding like a thunderclap as it slams into Zero's defense. Zero is sent flying, his head snapping back as he takes a direct hit that leaves a massive bloody bruise on his cheek. Zero is in complete denial, his mind screaming that this should be impossible for a mere human. He feels pain, real, searing pain, realizing that Minato has finally found a way to penetrate his godlike defense. He tumbles through the air, but Minato is already there, spinning for a kick to send him plummeting back down. Zero catches himself, his hand glowing with that nasty purple turbulence energy again, aiming to catch Minato mid-air. The two powers clash, red versus purple, in a direct struggle for dominance that rips the air apart. Zero is horrified to see that his turbulence is being completely nullified by the raw output of Minato's new aura. Zero screams for him to stop underestimating him, throwing everything he has into one desperate punch. The battle turns into a blur of red and purple spheres, each one a mini supernova as they exchange blows. Minato ducks under a swing and counters with a light-speed jab, a burst of energy erupting from the point of contact. He shifts his stance, calling upon the spirit Kudo's style, his fingers tightening for a precision strike. He strikes Zero's chest with tranquility, a move that looks subtle but feels like being hit by a freight train. Zero's body goes stiff, his eyes bulging as he realizes he can't move a single muscle. He's been perfectly paralyzed. Zero is sweating, his face contorted in a mix of rage and fear as he watches the blade descend. Minato swings, his sword leaving a trail of purple wave energy as he uses the wave-cutting blade. He pivots into the Purgatory Sword, a massive fan of red-hot energy slicing through the air. Then comes the diced slash, a grid of glowing red lines that look like they're about to turn Zero into a human puzzle. He doesn't stop, following up with the Tengu dance, his body swirling upward in a column of fire and wind. He comes down with the solitary moon, a crescent-shaped arc of white light that cuts through Zero's shoulder. He finishes the combo with thick cloud, a sequence of slashes that completely envelops the villain in a red haze. Zero is a mess, blood spraying from a dozen wounds as he lets out a guttural scream of pure agony. In the soul space, the founders are absolutely speechless, their mouths hanging open at the display of power. The eye-patch-wearing Swordmaster Spirit just smirks, finally seeing the potential he knew the kid had. Rion is shaken, thinking to himself that Minato's potential is far beyond anything he could have calculated. Minato stands over the falling villain, his sword raised high as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He calls out splitting clouds, a vertical pillar of red energy that looks like it's trying to cut the entire dimension in half. Zero gasps, coughing up a huge amount of blood as he falls through the air, his body finally failing him. He realizes he's dying, and his body's defensive instincts kick in, forcing him to channel every last drop of his wind power into a wall. Suddenly a voice cuts through the chaos with a simple, chilling, "Hey." A spark of orange light appears, a single clang sound effect echoing through the void. Zero looks up, his vision blurred by blood, seeing a new figure approaching through the smoke. It's Minato, but he's glowing with a new golden electricity that looks like it's vibrating with pure power. "I'm not done yet," he says, his face a mask of cold fury as the gold flames lick around his head. He charges another Thunderbolt Hadad, the yellow lightning arcing between his fingers like angry snakes. He combines it with another move, the text Combined flashing on screen with heavy impact. He strikes with Beak, a piercing lunge that looks like a bird of prey diving for the kill. He follows up with Dragon's Claw and another penetration strike, his hands becoming literal weapons of war. He nails a flash kick, a blinding burst of yellow light slamming right into Zero's solar plexus. The explosion of energy from behind Zero is massive, a starburst of light that looks like it's punching a hole through his back. Jagged red shards of energy fly everywhere as the impact sends Zero spinning into the abyss. Zero is completely broken, blood leaking from his mouth and eyes as he feels his life force fading. He falls through the pinkish void, a trail of blood following him as he looks at the boy who just destroyed him. Minato isn't done, his eyes glowing yellow as he prepares one last burning light attack. He swings his blade, an orange-yellow crescent of energy flying toward the falling target. The attack hits, another massive explosion of light illuminating the entire dark sector of the dimension. Minato stands in the aftermath, the wind whipping his hair around as he looks down at the smoking crater where Zero should be. Zero lets out a final agonizing scream, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light as he realizes he's lost everything. But as the light fades, we see Minato standing tall, his hand glowing with golden energy, ready for whatever comes next. Minato is already diving down, shouting, "This ends now!" as he prepares to deliver the coup de grace. But Zero reaches into his pocket with a bloody hand, pulling out a small glass bottle topped with an angel figurine. He smashes it, and a digital-like blue energy starts to reconstruct his body, a wicked smirk returning to his face. It's the elixir, a legendary cheat artifact, and Minato's eyes go wide as he realizes the fight isn't over yet. The text explains that this artifact grants continuous and instantaneous recovery for the next 3 minutes. Zero laughs, his wounds closing in seconds as he prepares a maximum output turbulence that's bigger than anything we've seen. The purple energy turns into a series of jagged, red-lined cracks in the air, a terrifying storm of raw destruction. A massive pillar of purple light erupts, looking like it's going to vaporize the entire battlefield. We hear a soft ha in the silence that follows, the sound of someone who's finally found their second wind. Zero is cackling like a madman, floating above the crater, convinced that he's finally won. He screams that Minato should have known better, that he's a god and can never be killed by a mortal. But Minato emerges from the light, his aura now a steady, burning orange, telling Zero he doesn't care about his immortality. His eye narrows, a single red glow at the center of his pupil, showing that he's still got one more trick up his sleeve. A single drop of blood splashes on a white background, a visual cue for the immense strain he's under. Minato suddenly coughs up a huge spray of blood, his body finally buckling under the weight of the Na Di Mukti buff. Zero laughs even harder, watching as the boy who almost killed him finally starts to fall apart from the inside. He mocks him, saying the strength Minato was using was just a slow-acting poison, burning his life force away. Zero decides he's done waiting, floating down to deliver the killing blow while Minato is too weak to move. "D!" he screams, his hand glowing with a lethal purple energy. He lunges for the boy he calls the one who will end all prophecies, aiming to end history right here. Minato is falling through the air, completely defenseless as the purple vortex closes in on him. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears below him. It's Shinomiya Akane, and she's already channeling a massive green spell. She unleashes Mephilos Zale, her signature alchemy that can rewrite the very properties of energy. We flash back to her running toward the battlefield, screaming Minato's name as she desperately tries to reach him in time. She remembers seeing him practicing his skills in the park, asking why he was still awake when he was supposed to be resting. Minato was holding a sphere of turbulence in his hands, shocking her because he was using a skill that didn't belong to him. He just laughed it off, calling himself a mystery and promising to explain everything once the world was safe. Minato mentioned that Shinji said she had completed her Lesson 15 in Advanced Alchemy. She admitted that it still takes her some time to analyze complex energies, but she was getting there. She realized the real reason he called her there. He wanted her to study his new power. He asked her to use Mephilos Zale to analyze turbulence, wanting her to find its one and only weakness. He told her that once the final battle with number 0 started, he'd need her help for the final move. He looked at her with total trust, telling her that he needed her to protect everyone while he focused on the monster. Back in the present, Akane's green light hits the purple vortex, the two energies clashing in a spectacular display of light. Zero is stunned, his face a mask of disbelief as he sees his ultimate move being intercepted. He screams in rage, wondering how a brat could have recovered so quickly from a fatal blow. He realizes that this was Midori's maximum output skill, and it's being torn apart by a teenage girl. The green energy expands, turning into a series of jagged, glowing lines that start to rewrite Zero's aura. She shouts turbulence back at him, but this time, the energy is working for the heroes. Zero just stands there, speechless, as his own power is turned against him. The whole squad is there now, Shinji, Hiko, and Akane, all looking determined to end this nightmare. The captains are moving in too. Mikado and Nishina are charging through the trees to provide backup. Akane flashes a confident smile, telling Minato that she's got his back and waiting for his next order. The text confirms the miracle. All the power from Zero's turbulence has been converted into a massive buff for the squad. Minato grips his sword, his hand glowing with a blue seal, telling himself that he can still fight. The captains gather around him, looking like a wall of unbreakable will against the dark forest. Shinji and Hiko crouch low, their faces set in grim determination as they prepare to launch the next phase. They declare their mission to the world. They're here to rescue Ichihara Midori from the villain's grasp. Minato glares at the enemy, telling Zero that his time is officially up, and it's time to deliver on that promise. The squad launches a combined assault, a series of red and blue light trails crisscrossing the air as they surround Zero. Shinji shouts that they can do this, noting that while Zero is healing, he's still vulnerable for a split second after each hit. Hiko smirks, feeling the massive surge of power from Akane's buff, and knowing that this is their best shot. Hiko lunges forward with bird's coil, his leg wrapping around Zero's neck to pin him in place. He follows up with a wrath strike, slamming a glowing fist right into Zero's face with bone-shattering force. Minato and Shinji combine their blades for a purgatory sword strike, a dual arc of blue and red fire slicing through the villain. Zero is screaming "Shite tea" over and over as his healing factor tries to keep up with the overwhelming damage. They trap him in a wall of cutting pearls, a series of glowing purple spheres that keep him pinned in midair. A hand reaches out, glowing with a soft blue light, as someone prepares a final sealing move. A simple message appears. "Don't worry, Grandma. I can do it now," the voice says, filled with a newfound confidence. It's Nishina, her purple hair glowing as she promises to protect the person who saved her life. She unleashes Void Parquet, a grid of glowing blue lines that locks Zero into a dimensional prison. A massive pillar of light erupts as the seal takes hold, the force of it shaking the ground for miles. Zero is losing it, screaming that he can't believe they have a warp user on the team. He looks up, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. A massive buff arm enters the frame, a fist the size of a melon headed straight for Zero's jaw. Captain Mikado delivers a thunderous punch, sending Zero flying upward into the sky. A simple "hey" echoes through the air as the next blow arrives. Mikado is grinning like a madman, his sunglasses reflecting the light as he stares down his prey. He asks the idiot Midori how much longer he plans on sleeping while his friends are doing all the work. He delivers a finishing punch that sends Zero crashing into the ground in a massive cloud of dust. Zero's eyes are wide, his mind reeling as he realizes he's been completely outplayed by people he considered insects. Suddenly, he's wrapped in a forest of long, purple hair that acts like a series of unbreakable ropes. It's the forbidden scarlet hair technique, and it's pinning Zero down so he can't even wiggle a finger. Zero screams "WHAT" as a series of glowing blue seals appear all around him. It's the anti-demon divine seal, and it's draining every bit of his dark energy into the ground. Zero is sent spinning into the air as he loses all control of his body. Mikado stands below him, his fist glowing with golden energy, telling Midori to wake up one last time. Nishina and the other captains look on, one of them admitting she doesn't have anything to say to Midori yet. They know that the rest of this fight is personal. They leave the final blow to the youngs, with Minato and Shinji stepping forward to finish the job. Zero is just floating there, broken and alone, a far cry from the godlike monster he was a few minutes ago. We see an image of a melting candle on a clock face, a symbol that Zero's time has finally run out. Minato points his sword at him, declaring that they can finally see the light of his life. Zero realizes the artifact's effect has finally ended, and he's no longer healing from his wounds. Minato turns to his rival and says the words we've been waiting for. "Let's do this, Shinji!" The two boys stand side by side, their swords held low, their presence radiating a dual-colored aura of blue and red. Minato raises his blade high, a pillar of blue flame erupting from the steel. Shinji matches him, his spiky red hair glowing as his blade erupts in a corresponding red fire. They shout the name of their final move, "Spirit Cut!" The screen splits, showing the faces of the two heroes as they pour every last bit of their souls into this one strike. They launch themselves forward, two streaks of light, one red, one blue, aimed straight at Zero's heart. For a split second, Zero's face returns to normal. It's Midori, his eyes clear and full of a peaceful, dawning realization. A figure appears behind him, an indomitable version of the true hero, shining with a pure golden light. Zero lets out one final, world-ending scream of "Impossible!" as the blades connect. A massive starburst of light consumes the screen, a pillar of white energy roaring into the heavens. The shockwave clears the entire forest, a circle of white light expanding until it fills the entire horizon. A figure is seen floating in the air, surrounded by a soft blue aura of pure healing light. It's Midori, his eyes finally open, looking down at his hands as he realizes he's finally back in control. Minato and Shinji are putting everything on the line, combining their styles for the ultimate spirit cut to end this nightmare. This move is a total cheat code. It doesn't cut the body, it uses pure sword energy to slice through intangible things like the soul itself. Legendary swordsmen can cut through reality without even using a physical blade, and our boys just reached that level of mastery. Zero is losing his mind as his spiritual form is ripped apart, screaming in confusion about what just hit him. He realizes too late that his soul has been perfectly severed from Midori's body, and his arrogance is finally catching up to him. The dark presence of Zero is forcibly ejected, leaving Midori floating in a calm blue aura as the possession finally breaks. Midori's eyes snap open, clear for the first time in ages, as he finally realizes he's back in control of his own life. Akane rushes toward him, her heart pounding with relief that their mentor isn't a monster anymore. Shinji is panting, leaning on his sword as the exhaustion hits him, but he's got a smirk on his face because they actually pulled it off. Even with the massive buff Akane gave them, the margin for error was razor thin. Somehow, through sheer grit and teamwork, they managed to snatch victory from the jaws of a god. Shinji feels a phantom hand on his shoulder, a reminder of the brother he lost and the legacy he's finally living up to. He looks around at the quiet battlefield, the weight of the moment finally sinking in. The sun breaks through the clouds, casting a hopeful light over the decimated forest. He looks up at the sky, whispering a final message to his brother that the job is finally done. Midori lands softly on the ground, still surrounded by a fading blue light, looking more like a human and less like a disaster. He looks at his hands, realizing the terrifying presence of number 0 is completely gone from his mind. Akane doesn't even hesitate, tackling him with a hug as she lets out all the fear she's been holding back. Midori is stunned, barely able to process that his students were the ones who saved him. He looks at his student with a gaze full of both regret and gratitude. Minato approaches him slowly, the two heroes finally standing face to face as equals. Our guy gives him a warm, tired smile and extends a hand, welcoming him back to the world of the living. Midori can only stare, his eyes welling up as he sees how much the Zero-mana kid has grown. As their hands meet, Midori realizes that he didn't just survive, he was truly rescued by the next generation. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of yellow fire erupts from their joined hands, and Minato's face turns into a mask of shock. Midori's eyes go wide as he realizes the nightmare isn't over yet. Zero's voice echoes out of nowhere. He hasn't vanished, and he's making one last desperate play to survive. Midori screams for Minato to get away, sensing that Zero is trying to jump into a new vessel. Zero uses a hidden artifact, the Berserk Life Stampede Embryo, to forcibly transfer his soul. Captain Mikado and the others shout in warning, but the light is already consuming Minato. Midori grits his teeth in rage, realizing Zero is trying to hijack the very person who defeated him. The light wraps around Minato, and it looks like the villain is about to take over the world's strongest body. The world goes white as the two souls collide in a spiritual struggle. For a second, everything is still, with both figures standing as silhouettes in a foggy void. Akane and Midori stare in horror as Minato's body begins to smoke and transform. But our boy just stands there calmly, noting that Zero made a huge mistake by thinking he could just waltz in. Minato reveals he actually expected this. He knew a cornered rat like Zero would try to hijack him. He reminds himself of the warnings given by the founder spirits, Azure and Rion. Akane asks if it's really him, and Minato confirms that Zero did indeed enter his body, but he chose the worst possible place in the universe to seek refuge. Inside Minato's soul space, Zero is laughing like a maniac, convinced he's finally won. He declares he doesn't need Midori anymore, because he now has the body of the one destined to end all prophecies. But then, 106 shadows loom over him, the spirits of all the legendary masters that call Minato home. Zero's smug look vanishes instantly as he realizes he's surrounded by a literal army of god-tier souls. On the outside, Minato just stands there, looking completely unbothered by the intruder. He notes that his soul space is actually the most dangerous place in the world for someone like Zero. Warren Hastings, the man who called himself a god, is now being torn apart by an unending barrage of attacks from the founders. He's trapped in an infinite cycle of pain, receiving 1,000 years of punishment in a single second. The villain's soul begins to fracture and fade, his very existence being erased by the weight of the masters. With one final scream, the soul of number 0 vanishes into absolute nothingness. Minato gives a tired, genuine smile and tells Midori that it's finally time for them to go home. We see a distant volcano erupting, a reminder that the world is still scarred from the chaos of the apostles. Elsewhere, the swordmaster Ichika is cleaning up the last of the mess, capturing the apostle Hajime in a web of chains. She's surprised he's still breathing after their battle, noting that the squad's teleportation skills saved his life. She bluntly tells him his owner, Zero, is dead, and that his life now belongs to her. Hajime looks up with a defiant gaze, wondering why she'd bother letting a loyal servant like him live. Ichika just looks at him with a cold expression, telling him he still has room for improvement. She shatters his chains with a flick of her sword, shocking him with her raw power. She flashes a terrifyingly sharp grin, promising to train him so hard he'll wish he was dead instead. This is all thanks to her authority as one of the elite captains of the Special Task Force. Hajime's life is spared, but he's essentially been demoted to her personal punching bag and apprentice. Back at the HQ, the survivors are all walking together, the tension finally leaving their shoulders. Midori calls out to Captain Mikado, looking genuinely happy to see his old friend. Mikado gives him a firm, friendly punch to the chest, telling him he's glad he's finally back where he belongs. Midori is immediately dragged into a new mission to find Zero's old hideouts in England, showing the life of a hero never really stops. He sighs, accepting that there's still work to be done. In the medical wing, Superintendent Io watches from her bed, relieved to hear that her strongest soldier is back. Her assistant Rin confirms the news, giving all the credit to the Kanagi squad for their miracle work. Io chuckles, noticing that Rin is already back in her serious work mode now that the crisis has passed. Rin blushes, apologizing for being so stiff after everything they've been through. Tears fill Rin's eyes as she tells her grandma how happy she is that everyone made it out alive. The two women share a quiet moment of gratitude under the bright morning sun. Io decides it's time to celebrate, suggesting they make some tea for Midori's long-awaited return. Rin agrees, her face finally lighting up with a genuine, happy smile. On the roof, two other captains are finally taking a break, the smoke from their cigarettes drifting into the clear sky. One of them congratulates Captain Yushima on a job well done, but the mood is still a bit heavy. Yushima notes that there were many casualties, and it's hard to be truly happy with so many lives lost. They watch as a helicopter arrives, knowing the political fallout of Midori's actions is going to be a nightmare to manage. But for now, they decide to let the young heroes have their moment of peace. Below them, Shinji is getting tossed into the air by his teammates, looking completely overwhelmed by the celebration. The whole squad is laughing and cheering, surrounding Minato with the kind of love and support he never had before. Hiko shows off a new skill combo to Captain Hibiki, bragging about how much they've improved. But Hiko realizes his partner Sakazaki already left, leaving him looking a bit lost and pathetic. Still, everyone is in high spirits because the legendary Midori is finally standing among them again. Akane tries to act like a boss, telling everyone to limit their questions to 10 seconds because Midori is still injured. In the middle of all the noise, Minato stands alone for a moment, looking at the scene with a peaceful expression. Midori looks back at him, giving a quiet nod of respect to the boy who surpassed everyone's expectations. Minato smiles back, looking like a burden has finally been lifted from his chest. But as he stands there, his vision starts to blur, and the world begins to tilt. He suddenly collapses, his head hanging low as his body finally gives out from the sheer strain of the battle. A single sound effect, slump, cuts through the happy atmosphere like a knife. The squad's smiles vanish instantly, replaced by looks of pure terror as they realize something is wrong. Midori screams Minato's name, rushing forward as the boy falls flat on the pavement. He lies there motionless, a small, fragile figure on the massive stone tiles of the academy. His hand, the one with the crest, is cold and pale, the glowing light finally fading into a dull gray. The scene fades to black, the light of the morning being replaced by an empty void. The text delivers the crushing news: Kanagi Minato has entered a deep coma. And the worst part? It's a coma from which he might never wake up. We open on a quiet school building, but this isn't our hero's story yet. A girl notices a book on human anatomy, wondering why a regular student would be studying something so intense. She asks the boy reading it what his deal is, and he just casually shrugs it off as a weird hobby. She warns him that if he keeps focusing on weird stuff, his grades will tank, but he's not worried at all. It turns out he's the top student in his class, and he's studying anatomy to master a forbidden shape-shifting technique. He's the leader of a secret group, and he's trying to balance his duty with his desire for power. This is a snippet of Devil Sword King, another wild story of power and responsibility. Back to our main story, we see the hospital where Minato is being kept under heavy guard. A boy visits his friend, telling him he didn't have to come all the way here right after school ended. The friend looks solemn, clearly worried about the state of their world and their missing hero. He notes that the doctor said another week of rest is needed, wondering why things are moving so fast. The other boy is restless, knowing that while they wait, the threat of the construction project Sama is still looming. He pats his friend's head, reminding him that everyone has a job to do in this crumbling world. Suddenly, we're back at the moment Minato collapsed, Midori's scream echoing through the academy grounds. The whole squad is running toward their fallen captain, a bird's-eye view showing their desperate scramble. Akane is baffled. She can see that his external wounds are healed, but something deep inside is clearly broken. Minato's hair is turning back from silver to black, a sign that the founder powers are leaving his body. He lets out a painful gasp, his face pale and eyes tightly shut as he struggles to breathe. The squad gathers around his body, the silence of the aftermath being replaced by a sense of dread. Midori stares down at the boy, a familiar chilling feeling washing over him, one he's felt before in Detroit. He remembers the face of a dying friend, someone who smiled at him even as they faded away. Akane looks up at Midori, her eyes full of fear, asking him if this is really the end for Minato. A voice speaks out, telling them that they don't have a choice anymore. A tiny glowing figure appears above Minato's body. It's Rion, the strategist spirit of the founders. The squad is stunned, wondering if this miniature girl is really one of those legendary masters Minato houses. Rion admits they didn't want to reveal themselves, but now she has a desperate favor to ask Minato's closest friends. She bows her head, her voice trembling as she begs them for help. "Please," she says, "save him." We see Minato lying in a field of flowers inside his mind, looking peaceful despite the storm raging in his body. And we're about to see the real puppet masters. We see a recording of a man named Eridib, a hero who died during the incident in Detroit. He jokes around at first, trying to keep the mood light even though he knows he's recorded this as a last message. He explains that he tried his best to stop Midori from losing control, knowing he wouldn't survive the encounter. He looks directly into the camera, telling Midori that whatever happened next was absolutely not his fault. He blames the 12 apostles, calling them the true enemies of the world who feed on human misery. He begs Midori not to blame himself, because everything that went wrong was the result of Zero's meddling. Eridib gives one final, happy shout from Mumbai, hoping they can meet again in another life. The video ends, the play button hovering over the face of a man who's been gone for a long time. Midori sits alone on a park bench, staring at his phone, the weight of Eridib's words finally hitting home. Suddenly, someone calls his name, breaking him out of his grief. It's Mikado, tossing a baseball and asking his old pal if he wants to play a round of catch. Midori looks up, his eyes tired, but his mind starting to clear. He gives a small nod, accepting the distraction. At the Hut of Everlasting, a news report breaks the silence with some urgent information. The government is covering up the truth, telling the public that the Awakener disaster Ichihara Midori is officially dead. They claim he was defeated by a joint naval fleet, a total lie to hide the existence of the prophecies. Inside, a government official admits they couldn't actually do anything to stop the real threat. Superintendent Io agrees, noting that the public can't handle the truth about the prophecies, so they have to bend the story. The official is frustrated, rubbing his temples as he thinks about the chaos they've barely avoided. He notes that there are still many super-rank prophecies left, and they can't afford to lose someone as powerful as Midori. He decides to let Midori work for him in the shadows once he regains his sanity, all in the name of keeping the world safe. Io watches him leave, her expression grim as she wonders how much more the world can take. The door slides shut, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Back in the park, Mikado notes how crazy it is that Midori went from world's strongest to dead disaster in the news. They play catch, their movements fast and precise as they talk about their next move. Mikado leaps into the air, catching a high-fly ball with effortless grace. He notes that it would be strange if the anti-prophecy unit was actually famous among normal people. He tells Midori he's too noticeable, and they need to keep a lower profile from now on. Midori catches the ball, noting that their enemies are just too strong for them to hide forever. He promises to be more careful as he tosses the ball back to his friend. Suddenly, Midori's hand glows, and he delivers a strike that shatters the ball into a million pieces. He uses his speed to snatch up every single piece of the ball before it can hit the ground. Mikado watches in awe, asking him how he's feeling after the recovery. Midori confirms he's back to 100%, but his face is serious as he stares at the ruined ball. He's even stitched the leather back together with his energy, showing a terrifying level of control. He hands the ball back, telling Mikado it's time to move out. Mikado warns him to come back safely this time, and more importantly, don't let Minato die. Midori gives a simple, determined answer. "Yes, I know," he says, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he prepares for the next battle. Inside the ICU, Akane is staring at Minato's monitor, her face pale with worry. Midori walks in, asking the squad for an update on their captain's condition. Hiko shakes his head, noting that nothing has changed. Minato isn't waking up. We see Minato covered in bandages, hooked up to life support machines that are barely keeping him alive. Shinji adds that things are actually getting much worse than they look. Minato has lost his natural instinct to breathe, his wounds won't stop bleeding, and their healing skills are completely failing. Shinji grits his teeth, frustrated that he can't do anything to help the person who saved them all. Akane is on the verge of tears, her hands trembling as she looks at her friend. Midori closes his eyes, feeling the heavy silence of the room. He tells the spirit Rion to continue, knowing she has something more to say. Minato's eyes are partially open, but they're glassy and empty, looking like a vacant house. Rion appears again, looking solemn as she addresses Midori directly. She explains that Minato's physical and astral bodies are in critical condition because he burned his life force as fuel. But sadly, that's not the only thing going wrong inside his mind. She reveals that a new enemy has intervened, taking advantage of Minato's weakened state. The squad is horrified, wondering how another enemy could possibly have gotten past them. Inside his mindscape, Minato wakes up in that beautiful flower field, wondering where he is and if he's still dreaming. He calls out for his masters, Reiichiru, Mel's, but nobody answers his cries. He's completely alone in a world of silence, a terrifying contrast to the loud soul he usually carries. A voice echoes out, telling him that his body and mind are currently on the verge of permanent death. Minato spins around, sensing a presence he's never felt before. A hand is holding a strange black octopus-like creature, pouring water onto the flowers. A mysterious man in black robes stands there, calling this a rare opportunity to witness a hero's end. He smiles coldly, telling Minato that he's here to permanently seal that troublesome crest of nothingness. Minato shouts at him, demanding to know who he is and why he's in his mind. The man just gives a smug, calm look, looking more like an observer than a warrior. He stands tall in the flower field, his shadow looking long and twisted. Suddenly, the shadow expands, and a dark, ominous presence fills the air. The flower field begins to rot, and purple lightning strikes the ground all around them. Minato tries to stand his ground, but the pressure coming off this man is unlike anything he's faced. The man transforms into a black silhouette covered in glowing eyes, identifying himself as a cluster. He reveals a shocking truth. These beings are the ones who created the very prophecies that have been destroying the world. This is the face of the true enemy, and a new, even more dangerous chapter is beginning. Minato stares him down, his face a mask of determination even as his mindscape falls apart. Midori is stunned, having never heard the name Clusters in all his years as the strongest. Rion confirms the name, looking out at the squad with an expression of pure urgency. She explains these beings are from another dimension, and they created the tower 3 centuries ago to farm humanity. They are the ultimate nemesis of all living things in this world. Shinji repeats the word nemesis, realizing the scale of the fight they've just stumbled into. Rion points to the unconscious Minato, stating that the only ones who can face these monsters are the ones who possess the crest of nothingness, the only power they truly fear. Hiko and the others realize that Minato is the only hope they have left. Rion warns them that Minato is currently being corrupted by these clusters from the inside out. She has a plan. She wants the squad to dive into his mind and drive those enemies out. The squad is taken aback, wondering how they could possibly enter someone else's soul. "Touch his body," Rion commands, as a bright light begins to glow around Minato's bed. She tells them to entrust their souls to her, and they all place their hands on Minato, looking like a circle of knights. Because they have deep connections with him, the crest of nothingness will recognize them and invite them into the mindscape for one final stand. But Rion gives one last terrifying warning as she removes her hat. This is extremely dangerous. If their souls are broken by the clusters inside, they will die in the real world too. Even so, the legendary strategist bows her head and pleads with the teenagers. She's begging for the sake of all humans, past and present, for them to save Kanagi Minato. Shinji tells her to lift her head, a look of absolute resolve on his face. Akane and Hiko agree, stating that Minato isn't just their captain, he's their most precious friend. "We'll go," Shinji declares, his eyes burning with the same fire that Minato usually carries. Rion closes her eyes, whispering a quiet thank you to the kids. A massive burst of blue light consumes the room, and the squad's consciousness is launched into the void. Inside the mindscape, the cluster is showing Minato images of a ruined world, full of purple cracks and fire. He tells a story about a human who regressed to change a grim future, failing many times before reaching a happy ending. He notes that it's a common story, and then reveals that his race is essentially doing the same thing. Minato is confused, unable to believe that these monsters could have a motive he understands. The cluster smiles, claiming that they are the ones who are writing the future to ensure their own survival. He explains that they have been observing Earth from another dimension for eons. He shows a vision of humans conquering space in a few hundred years, building bases on the moon. In another few thousand years, humans develop the technology to cross over into other dimensions with ease. He asks Minato what happens when humans meet a different race, showing an image of hunters killing a giant beast. History has told them repeatedly that human contact always leads to territorial disputes and total war. He claims that biological life can't sustain itself without exploiting others, and humans are the worst offenders. He pulls out a book of doom, revealing that they are using the prophecies to destroy humanity before humans can destroy them. Minato stares at him, horrified by the cold, calculated logic of his race's genocide. He asks a simple question: if they know so much, why not just try to make peace instead of starting a war? The cluster just stands there, looking at him with a blank, unsettling expression. Suddenly, he erupts into a terrifying, unhinged laugh that makes his eyes bulge. He laughs like Minato just told the funniest joke in the universe, his dark aura flaring up. Minato is taken aback, realizing there's no reasoning with this thing. The cluster tells him that peace is a very simple thing for a weakling to say. He shows another vision of the far future, where his race is being annihilated by a human hero. A hero just like you, he says, pointing a finger at Minato and the crest of nothingness. Minato sees the truth in the cluster's eyes. They are terrified of the potential power he carries. The cluster throws his arms wide, mockingly asking again about making peace. Impossible, he says, his smile returning as he prepares to finish his work. He explains that the basic principles of humans and clusters are completely and fundamentally different. He uses a grisly metaphor, asking if a human would get close to a bear that eats people, or let a tree live that turns oxygen into poison. To the clusters, this is just a struggle for survival, and they intend to be thorough. He calls Minato a singularity that his race is afraid of, but notes how easy it would be to kill him while he's this weak. He mocks Warren Hastings, number 0, calling him a fool who thought he was equal to their race. He admits it was the right call to give that human artifacts, just to test Minato's limits. Minato realizes this thing is the culprit behind every tragedy he's faced, and his eyes burn with a new fury. The cluster admits they failed to kill the Awakener of Nothingness many times in the past. Every time they had a plan, the user of the crest would somehow overthrow them and change the script. But he declares that this long journey is finally going to end here. Black tentacles erupt from the ground, wrapping around Minato's legs and dragging him down into the darkness. The cluster floats above him, looking down like a satisfied god as the purple lightning tears the mindscape apart. He zooms in on Minato's face with a wicked grin, whispering one final word: die. Rion leads the squad through the mental void, noting that the crest is about to close forever. She warns them that because the power is sealed, the founder spirits can't join the battle themselves. But she's taking them directly to Minato's heart, the core of his very soul. Akane and the others see a kaleidoscope of memories, the times Minato was bullied and beaten before he found his power. They see his training, his triumphs, and the face of the mother who told him to never give up. They see the faces of every master who gave their life to teach him, all swirling in a sea of emotion. Midori looks on with a soft expression, realizing just how much this boy has carried on his own. Shinji looks at a memory of them standing side by side, finally understanding the bond they share. He sees a vision of his older brother, looking down at him with pride. He realizes that Minato's heart is full of the memories they made with the Suo squad. They see the blood and the sacrifice that led them to this moment, and their resolve hardens. Shinji shouts Minato's name, his voice echoing through the spiritual landscape. Rion points forward, her eyes lighting up as she finally finds the captain's location. The scene shifts back to the cluster, who is still holding Minato in those dark tentacles. The monster is stunned as a massive blue energy starts to tear through his mental prison. Rion shouts to the squad, asking if they're ready for the most important fight of their lives. A blade glows with red fire, and a simple yes echoes out of the light. Rion throws her arms wide, channeling the last of her energy to boost her team. Hiko and Akane launch a combined assault, a giant golden serpent coiling behind them as they strike. Midori and Shinji dive in from above, their blades ready to cut through the cluster's lies. The squad is united, and they're about to show this dimension-hopping monster that humanity isn't going down without a fight. The cluster zooms in on Minato's face with a sadistic grin, telling him it's time to finally end this. Black tentacles wrap around Minato, squeezing the life out of him as the mindscape starts to dissolve. Minato gasps for air, his vision fading as he feels his consciousness slipping away into the void. He's trying to resist, but his body is broken, and his mental strength is at its absolute limit. He realizes that if his consciousness vanishes here, there's no coming back for anyone. A simple black screen echoes his final thought: he's not ready to give up yet. Back in the real world, the ICU is pure chaos as Minato's body starts to convulse. The doctors are screaming for oxygen and a defibrillator because Minato's vitals are completely tanking. Captain Yushima watches in horror, knowing that if Minato dies, everyone currently connected to his soul will die with him. Inside the mindscape, the cluster stands over Minato, looking down at the hero, who failed to save himself. It mocks him, asking if he's already dead, its multiple eyes glowing with a sinister light. Minato's eye is cracked and glassy, showing the physical representation of his soul being shattered. His spiritual form begins to crumble into stone fragments, falling apart like an old statue. In the ICU, the monitor lets out a long, terrifying beep. Minato's pulse has officially stopped. The cluster waves a final goodbye, convinced that the awakener of nothingness is finally out of the picture. It declares that with Minato gone, the hegemony of the entire universe will belong to the clusters. Suddenly, a massive bolt of orange energy strikes the ground, shocking the monster. The squad, Shinji, Akane, and Midori, are back on their feet, screaming Minato's name with everything they've got. Minato's soul fragments begin to glow, reacting to the desperate calls of his friends. A blinding light erupts as a silhouette appears, and it looks like a miracle is about to happen. Minato stands back up, his form reconstructed by the sheer willpower of the people who believe in him. The cluster is stunned, realizing that its outer shell has been broken by mere mortals. Minato looks around, confused about why everyone is here and how they even entered his mind. Shinji places a hand on his shoulder, apologizing for letting Minato carry this world-ending burden all by himself. We see flashes of all the memories they shared, the training, the laughs, and the blood they've spilled together. Shinji sees a vision of his older brother, realizing that Minato has been his true family all along. The whole squad stands together, looking more determined than ever to protect their captain. Shinji shouts that from now on, they are walking this path together, and no god can stop them. Our guy Minato admits this is the first time he's even heard the word clusters, which gets a funny, shocked reaction from the team. But as the humor fades, he looks back at the monster with a gaze that could freeze fire. He gives a quiet thank you to his squad, feeling the relief wash over him as he realizes he's not alone. He gives one last genuine smile, ready to show this alien what humanity is really made of. A text bubble appears, telling us to speak of the devil as the cluster gets back into its fighting stance. The monster asks Rion if she's the one who guided these insects into this sacred space. It recognizes Rion, calling her a military strategist and noting that it's been a long time since they last met. The monster mockingly asks for a pardon, claiming it just remembered Rion's face from a very special occasion. It mentions her family, and Rion's face instantly turns into a mask of pure, white-hot rage. The cluster describes her father, mother, and especially her young sister, calling her tender. A massive tongue erupts from the monster's head as it claims her sister was really delicious, a reveal so cruel it makes Minato's blood boil. Rion loses it, and the squad launches an all-out assault to stop her from doing something reckless. Minato, Shinji, and Hiko charge forward as a united front, their auras blending into a terrifying wave of power. Rion screams for them to stop, her voice full of panic as she sees what's coming. The cluster just calls them fools, its multi-eyed face glowing with purple lightning as it prepares to erase them. It unleashes a storm of energy, and we see several warning signs as the squad is hit by a massive counterattack. The squad is literally falling apart, their spiritual bodies being sliced into pieces by the monster's dark tentacles. Rion shouts for everyone to stay back, realizing that the monster is strong enough to consume their souls even inside a mental world. The cluster laughs, telling Rion this must feel nostalgic, as it's exactly how her family died. A gray bubble appears with a single word: now. "I'll devour you all," the monster declares, as its tentacles expand into a giant black flower of death around the squad. A bright starburst of light appears on screen, a new hope arriving at the 11th hour. A massive pillar of blue light roars through the darkness, incinerating the cluster's tentacles in a single blast. Shinji, Minato, and even the monster are frozen in shock, looking toward the source of this incredible power. The cluster is shaken, unable to believe that anyone else could have forced their way into this mindscape. Minato looks up, asking, "Who?" as a silhouette descends from the heavens. Two figures appear in the sky, one of them giving a calm, condescending, "well done" to the Kanagi squad. We see Claude's hand on a medical patch, explaining that once the outer shell was broken, they were finally able to get in. A girl in a bear ear hoodie grumbles about being tired, while her partner reminds her that the real battle starts now. Minato's eyes widen as he recognizes them. It's the two trainees everyone thought were just background players. Claude and Natasha stand tall, glowing with an aura of power that dwarfs everything we've seen so far. Minato is struggling to remember who they are, and Akane can't believe he's already forgotten his own classmates. He gives a guilty yes, finally realizing that these two have been hiding their true strength this whole time. We see a flashback to the day Minato joined, where these two were pointed out as special trainees. Shinji is baffled. He heard Natasha and Claude were retired, so why the hell are they here now? The cluster glares at the newcomers, its purple aura flaring up as it senses a real threat. Claude casually calls the monster a princess, telling the squad they need to defeat this vanguard ASAP. He flashes a smug look, saying he's actually been wanting to talk to Kanagi-chan for a long time. Natasha sighs, her bare ears drooping as she agrees to help defeat the cluster, looking like she'd rather be taking a nap. Shinji is looking at Claude like he's a total stranger, asking if this bro talk is how he normally speaks. Claude just laughs, calling him Shin-chan, and leaving the tough guy Shinji looking completely embarrassed. A simple white screen tells us that everyone has probably already realized the truth. Claude reveals that they are people whose origin is not from this world. They are literal aliens from another planet. He taps Natasha's head, telling his princess to wake up and stop being lazy. Natasha lets out a cute groan, clearly not thrilled about having to save the universe on a Monday. She gives a tired good morning to Minato, asking him as promised to please save their world. Minato is totally lost, noting that he never actually promised her anything, and asking how he's even supposed to start. The whole squad, Shinji, Akane, Hiko, and Claude, all give him a silent, expectant right that leaves him even more confused. Natasha gets serious for once, her blue eyes piercing as she delivers the crushing news. She shows a terrifying vision of the towers, the same ones from 300 years ago, falling out of the sky onto Earth. Minato's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes the invasion isn't coming. It's already here. Shinji and the others are horrified, asking if she means the same towers that their founders conquered centuries ago. Rion is losing her mind, screaming in shock at the news that the enemy has returned in full force. Natasha confirms that the tragedy that struck her planet Urod is now engulfing Earth, and the clusters are using our world as a base for a universal invasion. A single bubble with Minato's name appears, signaling that the weight of the world is now on his shoulders. Natasha stares directly into his soul, demanding that he destroy every single tower without leaving one standing. She tells him that as the owner of the crest, he is officially the only person in the universe who can do it. We flash back to half a year ago on the planet Urod, in the peaceful kingdom of Aulette. Suddenly, 3 massive red slashes rip through the sky, and the entire world begins to burn. A colossal, octopus-like monster looms over the kingdom, surrounded by a sea of fire and falling towers. A younger Natasha stands in the middle of the carnage, looking up in absolute horror as her home is turned to ash. Claude, covered in blood and grime, appears behind her through a blue portal, telling her they have to leave right now. Natasha gives a quiet, "Okay," looking back at a giant glowing tree as the world collapses around them. Tears stream down her face inside her helmet, the pain of losing everything she ever loved finally breaking her. A vision of a beautiful, peaceful city appears, her final prayer being for her people to wait for her. She swears she will definitely come back, and this time she'll have the Awakener of Nothingness by her side. Back in the mindscape, Natasha explains that Earth is being entangled because of a war for supremacy between different dimensions. She shows a cosmic map of intersecting worlds, explaining that the universe is just one big, chaotic battlefield. Minato and Akane are stunned, struggling to comprehend the idea of a war of dimensions. Natasha notes that even on Earth, humans have always been at war with each other. She shows images of tanks and bombers, noting that humans always compete for territory, resources, and power. She explains that the exact same thing is happening on a universal scale, but Minato admits this is way beyond his comprehension. She understands his confusion and decides to take him for a walk through her reconstructed memories. Claude gives a respectful "as you wish," snapping his fingers to activate a memory artifact. A green portal opens, and Claude tells the squad to follow them into the past. They step out into a majestic castle courtyard, and Akane can't help but let out a wow at the beautiful sight. Minato's eyes are wide as he looks around, unable to believe that a place this peaceful ever existed. They walk through a lively marketplace, filled with happy people and the smell of fresh food. Claude gives a proud smile, introducing the kingdom of Aulette as their true hometown. It was a small, beautiful country on the planet Urod, a place where people lived in harmony. A little girl runs up to Akane, offering her a flower, and Akane accepts it with a soft, genuine smile. But Akane is shocked when the girl runs right through Natasha. She realizes these are just ghosts made of memory. Natasha explains that she's using an artifact to reconstruct the vision of her past so they can see what was lost. Minato and the others watch the lively scene, feeling the warmth and joy that used to fill these streets. Akane notices a poster of a beautiful girl in a dress, asking if that's actually Natasha. Claude confirms that it's a coronation poster, noting that there were only 5 days left until Natasha was supposed to be queen. Shinji is flabbergasted, realizing that the lazy girl in the bare hoodie is an actual princess, and Natasha just gives a silly "nyahaha" in response. The squad stops in their tracks, looking ahead with expressions of pure bewilderment. Their mouths hang open as they look up at the centerpiece of the kingdom. It's a massive, magical castle that looks like something out of a fairy tale, and Midori notes that it's completely different from the stories he heard. Minato watches a little boy eating with his mother, the scene looking painfully familiar. The mother tenderly wipes the boy's face, and they share a laugh that feels incredibly warm and real. Minato remembers his own mother serving him a mountain of food, her smile being the thing that kept him going through his toughest days. He gives a small, sad smile, whispering a prayer that his own mother is still living healthily back home. He turns to Natasha and tells her that her home was a truly beautiful place. Natasha looks at him, the sadness in her eyes finally starting to show through her sleepy mask. She gives a bittersweet smile and asks Minato to please watch her story until the very end. Minato asks, "The end?" as he notices a single red crack appearing in the blue sky above them. Suddenly, the sky shatters like glass, and a dozen towers scream down from the heavens. The towers slam into the magical castle, purple lightning incinerating everything in a fraction of a second. The squad is thrown into a state of panic as the peaceful memory turns into a waking nightmare. The little girl with the flower looks up in terror, wondering what these giant floating things in the sky are. Hiko screams in realization as the first buildings begin to crumble. Shinji shouts, "Towers!" as he sees the mechanical monstrosities piercing the ground. Minato is horrified, and Rion is shaking with rage as she witnesses the destruction of another world. Natasha's face goes cold, her blue eyes full of an ancient crushing pain as she whispers, "It's starting." The towers continue to fall, red and black energy pulsing from their cores as they terraform the land. A rain of fire and debris falls on the city, and we see people running for their lives as the ground splits apart. A massive red slash cuts through a row of houses, the impact sounding like a mountain being crushed. The flower from earlier lies in the blood-stained street, while in the background, a man is being torn apart by shadow beasts. We see a citizen being frozen in a block of jagged blue ice, his face frozen in a final scream of agony. The mother from before tries to shield her son from the flames, but they are both consumed by a massive explosion. Minato grits his teeth so hard they might break, his eyes burning with a fury that outshines the fire around them, representing the collective scream of a dying world. Natasha stands in the middle of the carnage, her hoodie pulled low as she reveals that the scream we're hearing was her own. Shinji is speechless, looking at the happy Natasha of the past and the broken princess of the present. The towers loom over them like giant spikes, their presence signaling the absolute end of the kingdom of Olet. The squad stands together in the ruins, the word WHY hanging over the scene in a cold, glowing red. Hiko looks down, unable to comprehend the level of cruelty they're witnessing. Minato stares at the ground, his heart breaking for a world he never even knew. Shinji's eyes are wide, his mind racing as he asks why such a thing is happening to innocent people. Akane calls out Natasha's name, her voice full of empathy for the girl who lost everything. Claude screams for the princess to run toward the Tree of Light, his face covered in blood as he fights to save her. Natasha reaches out a hand as she watches her father, mother, and brother be consumed by the shadow monster. Minato looks on, his expression shifting from horror to a cold, focused determination. He stands among the ruins of Natasha's life, realizing that this is exactly what the clusters have planned for Earth. Claude explains that whenever he sleeps, he's always back in this nightmare. He watches his world be overrun by clusters every single night, and it's a dream he can never escape. Shinji and Hiko look at him with a new sense of respect, realizing the hell he's been carrying. Akane sees visions of her own tragic past, finally understanding the bond she shares with the alien princess. Minato steps forward, his boots crunching on the charred cobblestones of Olet. He approaches Natasha, who is still huddled on her stuffed animal, surrounded by the ghosts of her family. He bows his head, the shadow of his hair hiding his eyes as he feels the weight of her grief. The Founder Master Melz appears, stating that all the heroic spirits remember the day their own worlds were toyed with. She explains that the reason they wanted to destroy the towers was because those dimension-hopping beings were trampling on the weak. They were enraged for the sake of every family that was torn apart and every life that was toyed with like a toy. Minato looks up, finally understanding the true purpose of the power he carries. He places a gentle hand on Natasha's shoulder, his crest glowing with a soft, comforting blue light. He tells her to look at him, his gaze now as steady and unbreakable as a mountain. The whole squad stands behind him, their faces set in grim resolve as Minato asks the one question that matters. "What should we do to save your world?" he asks, as Natasha finally lets out the tears she's been holding for half a year. Suddenly, the mark on Minato's hand begins to glow and crackle with blue energy. The seal is literally shattering under the pressure of his growing power. A massive surge of energy erupts, cutting through the darkness. The 106 founders emerge from the light, looking like a literal army of gods ready for war. Minato stands at the center of it all, his eyes glowing with the same intense blue light as his hand. He looks back at his team, acknowledging everyone who has stood by him. Reiichiro, the samurai spirit, nods with a fierce grin. He's been waiting for a fight like this. In the distance, the sky turns a blood red, filled with the shadowy silhouettes of cluster monsters. The squad looks out at the burning horizon. Minato knows there's only one way forward. They have to kill them all. The scene shifts to the highway as they speed toward the Tokyo metropolitan area. Two black SUVs tear through the night, their headlights cutting through the gloom. In the first car, Minato sits with Claude and a sleeping Natasha, everyone looking tense and focused. Meanwhile, in the second car, Hiko is absolutely losing his mind. He's screaming that he doesn't want to go. Sakazaki, the strategist, is totally fed up and tells him to shut his mouth, but Hiko is way too panicked to listen. Poor Hiko was literally dreaming of a beach vacation after saving Midori, and now he's being dragged into another world-ending mission. He's shouting about why he has to save another planet when he barely understands what's happening on this one. Akane just sighs, clearly used to his drama by now. Hiko complains that even the superintendent agreed way too fast, giving them new uniforms like it's no big deal. He begs to be let out, saying the Kanagi squad is way too intense for a normal guy like him. He starts hallucinating about Captain Hibiki pampering him just to cope with the stress. He turns to Akane, asking if she'll pamper him instead. Akane's eyes glow with a murderous purple light as she tells him to shut up. Talk about a reality check. Hiko immediately deflates, looking like a kicked puppy. He realizes that between the monsters and his own teammates, there's nowhere safe for him. He glares at the car in front, cursing Minato for getting them into this mess. Minato, sensing the chaos, just stares out the window with a distant look in his eyes. We flash back to earlier that day. Minato is standing before the assembly of founders in his mindscape. Reiichiro welcomes him back. Minato gives a small, confident smile. He's finally home among the spirits. The female spirits apologize for being restrained by the clusters during the last fight. They feel like they let him down. Patanjali is even more apologetic, patting Minato's head because her support skill put him in a coma. Minato reassures her, saying they couldn't have defeated Midori without her help. He thanks Rion, who tells him to stop being so polite because they need to focus on the plan. Minato reveals his goal. He's going to save Natasha's planet. He asks the founders if they've ever beaten the clusters before. The spirits go quiet, looking at each other as they remember the ancient wars. Reiichiro says he just cut them. The wrestler says he used his fists, and even the pink lizard bit them. Minato is sweat-dropping. He didn't mean how in a literal sense, but what their strategy was. Rion interrupts, saying that despite their simple answers, the spirits are right. She points out that the clusters failed to kill Minato, and right now the enemy is definitely planning their next move. Rion declares that the greatest defense is offense. She tells Minato he needs to strike the planet Urad immediately. Minato's jaw drops. He's stunned that she's suggesting he go straight into outer space. Reiichiro calls him a fool, saying they don't have time to sit around and wait. Rion's eyes narrow with determination. She tells him they first need to visit the place where they all met, the mausoleum of the founders. Inside that ancient structure, something big is waiting. Minato realizes exactly what she's talking about. A massive beam of light shoots up from the mausoleum in the distance as the cars approach. A giant magical circle is glowing right above the shrine. Natasha wakes up, rubbing her eyes as she notices the blinding light. Claude and Minato look out the window, mesmerized by the pillar of energy. Minato explains that they can use that portal to go directly to Olette. Claude and Natasha are absolutely floored. Claude can't believe it. Their own journey to Earth took weeks of dangerous space travel. He remembers the struggle of using their own portals. They had to transit through planets with poisonous air, gravity-heavy worlds, and beast-filled wastelands. It took them 2 full weeks of hell just to reach Earth. Natasha is in awe. She's never heard of a device capable of teleporting this many people instantly. Claude calls out to Minato, but something feels off. Suddenly, dozens of small cluster monsters descend from the beam of light like a swarm of angry hornets. Natasha screams. She recognizes those things immediately. They're the same monsters that destroyed her home. Reiichiro asks Minato if he remembers the monster he fought when he first entered the mausoleum. Minato's eyes widen in shock. He realizes that the embodiment of emptiness he fought back then was also a cluster. Reiichiro confirms it. The monsters are reacting to the portal's activation. The samurai spirit is actually excited, laughing as more of them gather in the sky. He shouts for Minato to lend him his body, and a blue energy swirls around a katana. In a flash of light, multiple slashes rip through the air. Hiko's car swerves as the shockwave hits them. Minato, now possessed by Reiichiru, stands on top of the moving car, his hair turned a glowing blue. He mocks the bugs buzzing around him. Reiichiru prepares his 10,000-men army slash. He's ready to turn these monsters into dust. He grips the hilt, the energy around him intensifying. A voice cuts through the air. "I'll also fight." Midori has appeared right next to him. Reiichiru is surprised to see the hero stepping up. Midori tells the spirit he still has a score to settle with him, but now isn't the time for their rivalry. The hero looks incredibly focused. Midori thinks back to the destruction his body caused while possessed. He's still haunted by the images of the people he hurt. He tells Reiichiro to allow him to vent a little of his frustration on these monsters. Reiichiro just makes a funny face, clearly amused by the hero's intensity. He laughs and agrees to work together. He shouts for Shinji to keep driving as they prepare to go wild. Shinji slams his foot on the gas, determined to get them through. The monsters merge together, forming a giant snake-like shadow in the sky. Reiichiru draws his blade. It's been a while since he's been allowed to cut loose. With a wild grin, he prepares to strike. "Let's go wild!" The hype is off the charts. The giant shadow monster opens its mouth, but the two heroes are already launching their counterattack. The battle continues. Reiichiru is in his element, holding his sword with a deadly calm. He's laughing like a maniac as he lunges forward. The energy in the air is electric. The giant shadow beast looms over the SUV, but it's already too late for the monster. Hinoki's one-sword style. Splitting cloud! A vertical beam of light slices through the very atmosphere. The monster is cleaved perfectly in two. The impact is so massive it looks like a lightning bolt hitting the earth. The shockwave ripples through the city skyline. Claude is speechless. He can't believe the raw power these two are displaying. Midori watches the spirit's attack, noting that Reiichiro's skill is even stronger than he remembered. He realizes that back when they first met, the spirit wasn't even at this level. It's because Minato's body has grown stronger, allowing the spirits to manifest more of their true power. Reiichiro turns to Midori with a smirk, asking, "What about you?" In the second car, Hiko is cheering like a fanboy, shouting that this is what happens when you mess with the Kanagi squad. But his excitement vanishes as more black goo starts dripping from the sky. There are just too many of them. Hiko suggests using Sakazaki's warp power to escape, but Sakazaki tells him to shut up because he's trying to focus on the road. Shinji sees a massive wall of shadow blocking the highway. Midori tells them he's counting on them to keep driving. Midori's eye glows with a piercing light. He and Minato stand side by side on the roof of the SUV. Minato takes a stance, his hand gripping the hilt. Hinoki's one-sword style, again. We see a vision of a younger Reiichiru, in a peaceful field, centering his spirit. He's kneeling by a lake at sunset, seeking the perfect strike. He trains under a massive waterfall, his bare back to the pounding water. He stands in the pouring rain, lightning flashing behind him. Water droplets fall from the leaves. The samurai's eyes snap open, reflecting the falling rain. Back in the present, the monsters launch a wave of darkness at the car. Minato and the spirit are perfectly in sync. A single horizontal line of light cuts through the darkness. Every single monster in their path is sliced in half instantly. It's total annihilation. Minato holds the pose as the energy dissipates. The car speeds through the now clear highway. Midori looks at Minato with a mix of pride and awe. We shift to a flashback of Midori after he recovered. He's at the hut of the everlasting vision. The superintendent is preparing tea, mentioning a super-rank prophecy called Bhagavad Gita. She explains that this prophecy was kept secret by Apostle Zero, making it impossible to predict the cluster attack. She tells Midori he's carrying too much of a burden on his own. Midori is kneeling, his head bowed. He asks his grandma what he's supposed to do now. He looks at his hands, seeing the ghosts of the people his possessed body killed. He wonders how he can ever atone for the sins committed with his hands, including the death of his friend Eridib. The elderly superintendent looks at him with sadness. She bluntly admits that she doesn't know the answer. Two other heroes in the room are shocked by her honesty. She tells Midori that while it's true his carelessness allowed this to happen, she doesn't want to burden him further. She pauses for effect. She tells him to continue fighting in order to find that answer for himself. She tells him to return to his duties, forget the past, and move forward for the future. Even in the darkness you shall, as long as you keep moving forward, I'm sure you'll find the light. Midori stares at the portal beam in the present, remembering her words. Shinji screams that there are civilians in a car ahead that's being surrounded by monsters. Midori clicks his tongue and leaps into action. He moves like a blur of light. The civilian driver is screaming as a monster lunges at his windshield. Suddenly, a blue sphere of wind surrounds the car, shielding it from the attack. The driver is stunned, wondering what just happened. Midori lands nearby, his expression calm and protective. He explains that turbulence is usually a destructive skill that levels everything it touches, but Midori has mastered it to such a degree that he can use that destructive power to create a perfect shield. We see a vision of his childhood, showing that his desire to protect his friends is what drove him to master this power. He creates multiple shields of gentle wind around the surrounding cars. The strategist in the back car is amazed that someone can create a barrier out of pure wind. Midori then launches his wild storm attack. Downstream! A crushing force of wind pins the monsters to the ground. North wind! A swirling vortex of air shreds the remaining enemies. Akane is watching from the car, genuinely impressed that he can control so many different winds at once. Even Claude is silent, realizing that Earth has some truly legendary warriors. The monsters try to merge into a giant snake again, and Hiko starts screaming for Minato to save them. Reiichiro laughs and praises Midori for a job well done. Midori gives a small smile. He finally feels like he's on the right path. The two warriors stand back to back, ready for the final wave. Hinoki's one sword style, combined with Midori's turbulence. The combined attack creates a massive spiral of energy that obliterates the giant snake monster. Hurricane Mountain Storm! The sky is cleared in a single instant. The monsters are completely erased. Silence finally returns to the highway. A mother and her child look out from their car, smiling. They realize the wind was actually protecting them. The cars continue their journey toward the glowing portal. Shinji tells them they're getting off the highway. They're finally arriving at the mausoleum of the founders. A young man with brown hair and an orange vest stands by the river, watching the light. He notes that they're going all out. He's flipping through an ancient-looking book, trying to figure out how to read it. He sees a drawing of a young Minato. He says that according to the Book of Prophecy, they should be here any second. We get his name, Guardian of the Mausoleum, Hanayagi Rui. The Shrine of Progenitors is bathed in a massive pillar of light. Rui greets the squad as they pull up. He introduces himself with a friendly smile, holding a lantern. Hiko and Sakazaki wonder what a guardian is. They assume he's just the caretaker. Rui confirms it, saying his family has looked after the shrine for generations. He jokes that his job is mostly just cleaning and selling souvenirs. He notes that today, the shrine is looking a bit different than usual. Hiko sarcastically agrees, saying he'd be surprised if a giant beam of light appeared at his house too. Rui looks at Minato, squinting his eyes. Minato and Natasha look back, confused by the attention. Rui suddenly slaps Minato's hand in a high five, shouting that he finally remembers him. Minato's eyes go wide. Rui? Rui confirms it, saying it's been forever. He jokes that Minato probably didn't recognize him without his glasses. We see a flashback of them as kids, running through the library. Minato asks why he's guarding this place now, and what happened to his father. Rui's expression goes a bit dark as he says they'll talk about that later. Rui holds up his lantern, and it begins to glow with a strange, mystical light. He leads them toward a set of glowing blue stairs that appear out of the ground. The squad is stunned. The stairs literally appeared out of thin air. Rui shows them an ancient tome. He explains that using the instructions inside, he can show them the way to the portal. Flashback to their childhood. Little Rui is running through the library, laughing. Rui's father, a kind-looking man with glasses, tells them to settle down and stop running. Little Minato is already obsessed with books, ignoring Rui to read the progenitors' biographies. The father pats Minato's head, calling him a good boy. Rui complains that the library is much more fun than a playground. The father shows them an old, dirty-looking book. He explains that it's a record of the Mark of the Void. He tells them that long ago, a mysterious transcendent fought alongside the legendary progenitors. The father looks at Minato and says that since he has a mark of his own now, it's up to him to defend the world, just like the heroes in the books. Little Minato promises to try his best. Back in the present, as they walk down the stairs, Rui tells Minato that his father passed away. Minato stops in his tracks, horrified. Rui explains it happened a few months ago, when some people tried to rob the shrine. His father was killed by a monster that appeared then. Thankfully, a skilled hunter was there and killed the monster, but it was too late for Rui's father. Ryu realizes that was the day the seal was broken. She explains that the Holy Ones must have sensed the Mark of the Void and summoned monsters as a defense. Minato is crushed. He realizes that by breaking the seal to get his powers, he unintentionally caused the death of his friend's father. Rui stops and turns around. It's not your fault, Minato. Rui says the blame lies solely with those evil people who call themselves the Holy Ones. Minato looks at his friend's back, feeling the weight of his grief. Rui gives them a sad smile and apologizes for bringing down the mood. He explains that his father loved the progenitors so much that the Hanayagi clan adopted him just so he could be the guardian. He says his father was a gentle man who always smiled, which is why Rui grew up to be so laid back too. He points out that they've already reached the bottom. A massive stone door opens with a heavy clunk. They emerge onto the bottom floor of the shrine, where a giant magical circle is glowing on the floor. Rui confirms it's the teleportation device created by the progenitors and the Transcendent of the Void. He tells Minato that you could even say the Transcendent was his ancestor. Minato is stunned. He asks the spirits if it's true, but Reiichiru says that's a story for another time. Right now, they need to reach Aulete. Minato nods, trying to focus on the mission. He thanks Rui and prepares to step into the circle. Rui tells him the Mark of the Void will activate the portal. Rui explains that only Transcendents can use the device, so he has to stay behind. Minato waves, promising to see him when he gets back. Rui waves back, wishing them luck as they walk into the light. As Minato walks away, Rui's expression shifts. He calls out Minato's name one last time. He asks if the person Minato is going to kill is the leader of the bastards who murdered his father. Minato looks back with a look of pure, cold determination. Yeah. Rui asks him for a favor. He says he wishes more than anything that he could have avenged his father himself. We see a heartbreaking image of Rui cradling his father's body. Rui's face is twisted with rage and tears. He'll never forgive them for taking his father away. But he admits that he's not a fighter. He breaks down in tears, begging Minato for his help. He reaches out his hand. Can I count on you to punish them for me? Minato grabs Rui's hand, his blue mark glowing with intense light. He promises that no matter what it takes, he'll avenge Rui's father. Minato's eyes are burning with a new kind of fury. I'll crush every last one of those pricks for you. The portal is fully charged. Minato raises his hand, the energy erupting. A massive blast of light consumes the entire squad. The light is blinding. Rui stands alone in the dark chamber, his lantern the only light left. He whispers for Minato to take care of himself. Transcendent of the Void, Minato Kanagi. The squad is pulled into the wormhole with a massive swoosh. They burst through the dimensions in a spectacular explosion of color. Minato clenches his fist, his anger reaching a boiling point. He thinks about the destruction of Natasha's home and the murder of Rui's father. The Holy Ones are going to pay for everything. Mark my words. I'm going to make you sorry. The portal opens with a massive roar, and the Kanagi unit finally arrives in the kingdom of Aulete. Minato looks around, taking his first breath of the air on planet Urad. He's been hearing about this place for weeks, but the reality is much darker than he expected. Natasha's memories showed a vibrant, bustling city filled with life and laughter, a place where families ate together and kids played in the streets. It was a literal paradise. But the reality? Absolute hell. The sky is a bruised red, and the horizon is jagged with those cursed towers that are literally sucking the life out of the planet. The once beautiful castle is now a dark, twisted spire, wrapped in the tentacles of a giant cluster creature. Claude is forced to cover his mouth in horror, and Natasha's eyes are wide with shock. Akane's blood is boiling. She can't believe anyone could be this cruel. Minato can feel it. The misery and destruction are vibrating through the ground, and it's waking something up inside him. The 106 founders are stirring. Like a volcano about to erupt, their collective fury is building to a breaking point. Sakazaki spots something through his glasses. Over by the city walls, there's a makeshift camp filled with survivors who are barely hanging on. Shinji points out more people hiding among the rubble, but Natasha's heart sinks. They look like ghosts of their former selves. Suddenly, Hiko screams as the ground begins to shake violently. A massive, one-eyed shadow monster, a literal wall of nightmare fuel, comes rumbling toward the survivor camp. Natasha doesn't hesitate. She charges forward on her spirit mount, but Claude screams for her to wait. Minato's eyes narrow as he gives the order. Come on, Kanagi unit, let's go. We see the survivors lining up for a tiny bowl of watery soup. It's the only food they have left. A mother tries to comfort her hungry child, but there's nothing left to give. It's heart-wrenching. The little boy cries that he's cold and just wants to go home, but his mother has no answers. An old man sighs in despair, watching his people wither away into nothing. He mutters a prayer, wishing for the princess to return and save them from this nightmare. Suddenly, someone shouts for everyone to look up. The old woman's eyes go wide with disbelief as a light descends from the heavens. There she is. Hovering over a ruined poster of herself, Princess Natasha has finally come home. Natasha sees her people living like animals and breaks down. She's overcome with shame for being gone so long. The crowd goes silent for a split second, stunned by the vision. Then, the little boy's face lights up. "It's the princess! Yay!" Natasha's tears flow freely now. The word spreads like wildfire. The princess is back! Hope, something they haven't felt in months, starts to return. The crowd erupts into cheers, shouting that they knew she wouldn't abandon them. Natasha can barely handle the love. She buries her face in her hands, sobbing, while Claude stands by her side like a guardian. She remembers leaving the planet while it burned. She felt like a coward, even if it was to find help. Claude gives a relieved smile. The ray of hope has officially returned to Arete. Natasha wipes her eyes and looks up. The time for crying is over. It's time to be a leader. She screams to the people that everything is going to be all right. She announces that she didn't come alone. She brought an entire team of legendary allies from Earth. But the moment is interrupted by a deafening roar as the giant beast opens its massive maw right behind her. Suddenly, a pen, yes, a pen, starts spinning at high speed, creating a localized gravity field. The squad is popping off! A massive explosion of light hits the monster's head. Skill combo, My Sweet Home and Extended Self. Sakazaki and Hiko are working together to turn the beast's size against it. The monster tries to snap at Natasha, but the team's energy signatures are everywhere at once, sending a shockwave through the beast's skull. Minato places his hand on the ground, the blue mark on his palm glowing with absolute power. The entire unit unleashes their ultimate skills at once. Enlil Melem, Trismegistus, Autumn Thistles, and Midori's Turbulence. Kaboom! The giant monster is vaporized in a rainbow-colored explosion of pure destruction. The survivors watch in awe, the little boy calling it so pretty as the nightmare is erased from the sky. Natasha turns back to her people, her face illuminated by the fading light. She promises them that these allies will banish the clusters forever. "Dudun!" Minato and the squad land dramatically. Talk about an entrance. The crowd goes wild, cheering and thanking the heroes who just saved them. Akane looks on, feeling the weight of their expectations. She realizes that they aren't just fighting for a planet now, they're fighting for these people's lives. Shinji and Akane lock in. No matter what, they can't let anything happen to these survivors. Minato gives a small, confident smile, but he senses something approaching from the castle. His eyes snap to the horizon. There's a new presence, and it's cold. A new enemy emerges! A knight in silver armor riding a demonic goat horse stares down at them from the ridge. Claude's face pales. He's trembling as he whispers that this can't be real. Natasha gasps, her voice trembling. "Brother?" The knight smirks, black liquid dripping from his eyes. He tells Natasha that mother and father are waiting to see her. "Dudun!" It's the Prince of Arete, Mikhail Smirnov. But he's not a prince anymore. He's a monster. Minato draws his blade, his expression turning icy. He knows a host when he sees one. The scene shifts to the dark castle, where the atmosphere is thick with malice. Inside the grand dining hall, two figures sit at a table. A woman calls out to her darling, wondering where Mikhail went. It's Queen Anastasia. She's cutting into a plate of what looks like raw black cluster meat, her eyes leaking dark void fluid. King Nikolai, looking just as corrupted, gulps down a glass of wine that's clearly blood. He's thrilled the whole family will be back together soon. We see an old family portrait, back when they were human and happy. It's a sickening contrast to the monsters they've become. Back at the ridge, Mikhail mockingly welcomes Natasha back, telling her the parents are dying to see her. Prince Mikhail looks like a walking nightmare, black tears staining his face as he offers her a warm welcome. Minato steps forward, his sword shinging as he prepares to cut the prince down. Natasha is paralyzed. She can't wrap her head around her brother being one of them. Akane screams "no way" as she senses the massive dark mana coming off the prince. A fountain of black goo erupts behind Mikhail, making him look even more demonic. Claude explains the horror. The clusters don't just invade. They take over the bodies of the rulers. They literally body-snatch the leaders to make seizing the rest of the population a walk in the park. The squad is disgusted. They realize the Holy Ones are just high-level identity thieves. Minato realizes this is exactly what happened with his previous enemies. The clusters have been using this playbook for centuries. Midori is furious. He asks the prince if they forced the royals to copy the Holy Ones against their will. Mikhail just laughs. He claims they accepted the Holy Ones willingly in exchange for power. Claude tries to reason with him, but Mikhail says his new life is better than being a mere human could ever be. He invites Natasha to join them, shouting for her to come here and join us, with a crazed look. Natasha cries out in horror. To her, these things aren't her family. They're monsters that are everywhere. Mikhail turns his attention to the squad, offering them a deal to rule the planet together. He starts ranting about stealing, pillaging, and taking everything for themselves. He's completely lost his mind. Minato doesn't let him finish, clashing his sword against Mikhail's spear in a burst of blue sparks. I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to have to refuse. Minato is stone cold. Mikhail's smile doesn't waver. He just sighs and says it's a shame. Episode 68. Black Lightning. Reiichiro tells Minato to deal with this clown and remember the battle well. He warns Minato that he'll be fighting a lot more of these hosts in the future. Minato launches a fist strike, but Mikhail blocks it effortlessly with his massive shield. Mikhail's horse wobbles, but he stays upright. Minato quickly switches to a Hinoki-style sword technique. Minato moves like a ghost, clashing with the prince's spear again and again. Minato is shocked. His high-level attack didn't even leave a scratch on the prince's weapon. Mikhail raises his lance, the radiant lance svirk, and the air begins to crackle. A burst of dark energy explodes outward, pushing Minato back. Black tentacles erupt from the ground, reaching for the squad like a swarm of snakes. Midori realizes the danger. Those tentacles can disable their skills. He shouts for everyone to stay back. Too late. Mikhail unleashes Stresnik, a blinding beam of golden light. A massive pillar of lightning levels the area, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Minato screams for everyone to watch out as Mikhail's horse, Grom, charges through the smoke. The prince dives from the sky, his lance pointed directly at Minato's heart. Minato barely blocks it, the bzzz of the lightning vibrating through his entire body. The power gap is real. Minato can feel the prince's overwhelming strength. Mikhail boasts that the Smirnov family is a clan of knights, and with his skills, nothing can stop him. One of the spirits inside him whispers, "So you're a lightning user, huh?" Rion tells the prince she has bad news. She asks if he has any idea who her student is. Minato leaps into the air, meeting the prince's charge head-on. Mikhail is stunned. Minato just completely wiped out his lightning with a single counterflow. They clash in mid-air, both warriors refusing to give an inch. Minato switches styles again. Shadow Vortex! Mikhail counters with Zarkna, another massive surge of golden energy. The sky is torn apart by the clash of blue and gold light. A massive flash blinds everyone on the ground. The shockwave ripples outward, shattering the nearby towers. Two warriors land, staring each other down across the smoking crater. Mikhail's face is cracked like porcelain, but he's still laughing. He finds this amusing. Suddenly, the castle spire pulses with a green light. Mikhail's heart skips a beat. He sighs and says it's too bad, but his mother is calling him back. Minato tells him to stop right there, but Mikhail is already retreating toward the castle. The prince tells Minato that if he wants to keep fighting, he should come to Volkoslav Castle. Minato looks up at the castle windows. He sees two silhouettes watching them. It's the king and queen. Natasha's parents are watching the battle like it's a theater performance. The founders gather around Minato. They know this is a trap, but they have no choice. Reiichiro introduces the next target, the Azure Death Spear, Calcus Shima. The pink lizard spirit Rowan is ready to use his dragon claw, and the mage spirit Molestius is already prepping her spells. We flash back to a time before the fall. The palace is bright and beautiful. A voice whispers, Natasha. Little Natasha is literally sleeping with a piece of bread in her mouth. Her older brother Mikhail is trying to wake her up. Anastasia is giving a terrifying glare from the head of the table. Natasha jumps up, claiming her eyes were open the whole time. The king just laughs, saying she's a growing girl who needs her rest. The queen sighs, wondering if her daughter will ever be ready to inherit the throne. Someone shouts "Princess!" through the halls. It's Karol Zakharov, the hero of Aret. He's looking for her to start her swordsmanship lesson. Natasha and Mikhail are hiding on a bench outside, watching a butterfly. Natasha complains that she's not in the mood for sword practice today. She sighs, complaining that she never asked to be the heir. All she wants is a quiet life. She asks Mikhail why he can't be the heir, but he explains that the throne only passes from mother to daughter. Mikhail reassures her, saying she'll be a great queen one day despite what she thinks. He says it's because she genuinely loves this kingdom more than anyone. Natasha looks at him with big, hopeful eyes. She asks him if he'll be there for her when she finally takes the throne. Mikhail pats her head, promising to do whatever he can to help her. It's a beautiful moment of sibling bonding. Karol finds them, looking frustrated that the prince is helping her skip class. Mikhail picks her up and makes a dash for it, laughing as they run away. They're both laughing hysterically. These were the best days of their lives. The flashback ends with a shot of the peaceful castle under a blue sky. Back to reality. The castle is a tomb, bathed in the red light of the apocalypse. Natasha is crying as the squad stands inside a protective barrier. She can't stop thinking about Mikhail. Akane asks what they should do next, but she realizes it's up to Natasha to make the call. Minato looks at her with a soft expression. He tells her it's her decision whether or not they fight her family. Natasha sees the memories of her happy family overlapping with the monsters they've become. She looks at the survivors huddled together, shivering and starving. She remembers what Mikhail said, because you genuinely love this kingdom. She realizes that to save her people, she has to destroy the monsters wearing her family's faces. She hardens her gaze. Come on! We're going to Volkoslav Castle. The mission is a go. The squad marches into the castle square. Midori notes that the castle feels alive. Hiko is shaking, saying this is the creepiest place he's ever been. Shinji tells them to hold on. There's someone standing right in front of the gates. It's a massive warrior in heavy armor, black goo leaking from his eyes and mouth. Natasha screams. It's Karol Zakharov, her old teacher and the greatest hero of their world. Karol is clutching his head, groaning in agony. He looks up, and for a split second his real eyes show through. He whispers, "Princess." Natasha realization hits. He's still conscious inside that monster. He swings his massive axe, and Minato and Shinji barely block the blow together. The monster screams, "You fiends! Get back!" with a voice that sounds like grinding metal. He unleashes a massive swing that sends a shockwave through the square. Shinji is slammed back, grunting from the impact. This guy is a tank, Minato curses. Even corrupted, Karol is incredibly powerful. The spirits are watching with interest. Up on the balcony, the royal family watches the fight like it's a dinner show. Mikhail and his parents look down with twisted, gleeful smiles. They're enjoying the tragedy. The castle pulses again. Mikhail mocks the heroes, saying it's a shame the fight will be over so soon. Reiichiro steps forward in Minato's mind. He tells Minato there's no time to waste. They need to end this now. Minato looks at Natasha, who is staring at her old mentor with a pained expression. Akane asks if it's really okay for them to attack. Natasha closes her eyes for a second, then nods. Go ahead. Karol charges again, a blur of dark metal and fury. A wave of dark energy erupts as he brings his axe down. Natasha unleashes her own skill. Spark light! A blinding flash of white energy stuns the giant. Minato and Shinji use the opening to close the distance. Karol grunts as the light burns his eyes, his armor beginning to crumble. Natasha shouts for him to step aside, calling out his name one last time. Karol screams her name in a moment of pure clarity, his face twisted in pain. Minato moves like a blue bolt of lightning, cutting through the dark aura. Minato whispers for the noble hero to forgive him. He says there simply isn't enough time for a proper duel. Reiichiro has taken full control now, his aura exploding. Hinoki-style sword technique. Minato unleashes a cross-shaped slash that carves through reality itself. Karol is finished. The path to the castle is open. But at what cost? The screen slits as the attack connects, turning the corrupted hero Karel into a grid of blue energy. Karol's armor and body begin to shatter into digital-like cubes, the corruption finally being purged by Minato's strike. A massive "Dun" echoes as a pillar of light erupts from the castle spire, signaling that the real nightmare is just beginning. This is a blank transition image. The light fades, and Karol stands there for a final second, a vertical scar running down his face as he regains his humanity. He whispers "Princess" as Natasha and the squad watch in heartbroken silence. Karol flashes back to the days he spent chasing a young Natasha around the castle, trying to get her to practice her swordplay, memories of a life that feels like 1,000,000 years ago. He looks at her one last time, realizing she's finally grown into a true leader. With his final breath, he begs her to protect the kingdom, a single tear falling as he collapses. Natasha uses her spark-light skill, a blinding flash of white stars to honor her fallen mentor. The hero's body dissolves into white particles, leaving only his armor behind as the squad stands in the quiet aftermath. Claude looks on with a grim expression, noting that once a soul is taken by the Holy Ones, there's truly no way to bring them back. High above on the balcony, the corrupted king and queen watch with ba-bump heartbeats of dark energy. The giant cluster egg atop the castle pulses. Rion warns the squad that they are running out of time. The bug is about to hatch. Minato grips his sword, his hair turned a striking silver as he tells the squad it's time to move. Natasha's eyes are burning with a new resolve. She's done crying. The team pulls off a dash, sprinting toward the main entrance of the castle. The castle itself feels alive, pulsing with the ba-bump of the hatching monster as Minato tells everyone to get down. Minato unleashes another Hinoki-style technique, a massive arc of blue energy intended for Mikhail. The attack hits the dark barrier surrounding the castle spire, but it barely leaves a scratch. Hiko is freaking out, complaining that Minato almost killed them with that attack, while Shinji realizes with a clink of his sword that even the founder's skills are being blocked. Patanjali, the support goddess, notes that the enemy has put up a powerful barrier. Rion and Rowan watch from the mindscape, realizing that the castle itself is now working against them. The entrance is wide open, almost like an invitation. Minato leads the dash straight for the throne room. Riichiro suggests a change of tactics, asking to switch out with another spirit. Minato tells the squad to listen up as they run. They need a plan, and they need it now. Rion manifests her spirit form behind Minato, her eyes sharp as she takes command of the strategy. Sakazaki adjusts his glasses, agreeing that the cluster they fought before was nothing compared to what's coming. She explains that the pest of futility is sensing them and is trying to hatch as quickly as possible. Hiko is confused, but the rest of the squad remembers the briefing they had in the car. Hatching is the final stage of a planet's death. It's when a tower converts a world's entire energy into power and fuses it with a local life form to create a god-tier monster. Minato gives a grim smirk. He knows exactly what kind of hell they're walking into. Rion bluntly tells the squad that at their current level, they don't stand a ghost of a chance if that thing finishes fusing. Shinji asks if the progenitors could make a difference, his face set in a hard line. Rion says there's no guarantee, which is why they have to burst through the doors and destroy the bug before it wakes up. Minato's eyes glow with a deadly light as he warns that anyone in their way is going down. "You done!" Mikhail appears, black liquid leaking from his eyes, but Rion declares that the progenitors will handle the trash. Riichiro gets ready to draw his blade, shouting that it's his turn to have some fun. But the spearmaster, Calcus Shima, steps in and tells him to take a rest. He's already had enough of the spotlight. Riichiro just huffs, annoyed but respecting her authority. Calcus steps forward, her green hair flowing. Since the enemy is a spearman, she's the only logical choice to take him down. The strategists ask if she needs a weapon, but she's already looking at something on the wall. She grabs a ceremonial spear from a display, looking down at the Oret flag with a look of pure focus. Mikhail unleashes a massive bolt of black lightning, a skvozer thrust aimed right at them. The prince's face is a mask of sadistic glee as he launches his full power. Minato, trolled by Kalk, performs a heavy stomp, grounding himself as the floor cracks. A massive flash of light fills the hall as the two spears are about to collide. Smoke and lightning embers swirl around the hall. Mikhail's eyes go wide in a moment of pure shock. Claude is screaming, "My God!" He can't believe Minato just blocked a legendary dark lance with a cheap ceremonial spear. The clang of the metal rings out as Calcus holds her ground against the prince's charge. A single word echoes through the mindscape: disgusting. Minato's eyes are freezing cold. Calcus is offended that such a tainted spear would even dare touch her. Mikhail shudders, feeling the terrifying pressure of a true master. With a flick of the wrist, Calcus sends the prince and his horse flying backward. Mikhail is panicking, wondering why Minato's aura changed so drastically in a single second. Even his demonic steed, Grom, is trembling with fear. Animals know when death is standing in front of them. Calcus tells the prince to just wait. She's about to show him a world of pain. The azure death spear, Calcus Shima. She prepares to show him what true spear mastery looks like. Centuries ago, a war was raging between two kingdoms across a lush green landscape. A line of young soldiers are talking about their dreams. One wants money, one wants to be a hero, and another is getting married soon. Calcus stands among them, a warrior girl with a blue wolf's tail, wielding a spear 3 times her size. She just wants to make it home alive. The old general watches his troops, secretly wishing he could see every one of them return home unharmed. But looking at the thousands of enemies facing them, he knows most of these boys are dead men walking. Calcus steps forward, telling the general her only desire is to bring this war to an end immediately. The general is surprised. He's never seen this girl before, and asks where she's from. She points toward the forest of the elder wolves, a place where no human is supposed to be able to survive. Despite being outnumbered, she has zero intention of surrendering. The general warns her that the enemy fiends will destroy everything in their path just to win. He lists the horrors: fortresses burned, fields salted, and even the forests of her childhood turned to ash. Calcus's face is set in stone. That's exactly why she's here, to stop the cycle. The general is impressed by her spirit. He points toward the enemy stronghold atop a distant hill, shimmering under the sun. He explains that if they kill the general with the red feathered hat standing under that flag, the war ends instantly. He says they first need to clear a path through the army, but Calcus is already taking a stance. Her eyes glow with a piercing blue light. A streak of golden energy tears through the sky, moving faster than the eye can follow. The spearhead is a blur of pure kinetic force. Calchas looks completely calm as she follows through with the throw. The energy blast carves a path through the grass and over the river. The enemy soldiers don't even have time to scream as the air itself seems to ignite around them. One soldier asks his friend, "What's the matter?" as they feel a strange wind. A breeze passes through them, and the ground beneath them is suddenly scorched. The enemy general watches as his fortifications are pulverized. He's looking through his telescope, his face turning pale as he realizes what's coming. Calchas stands in the field, her spear already back in her hand. "I defeated their commander." She turns around and starts walking away, simply stating that the war is over. The soldiers are chattering in confusion as a commotion breaks out in the enemy camp. She tells the soldiers they can all go home now. They'll be back in time for the birth of their children. The boys are stunned, unable to process that they've been saved. The general raises his telescope one last time, his hands shaking. His eyes widen in horror. All it took was one shot fired from the tip of her spear to end a tyrant. And just like that, the war was over. The total death count? Exactly 1. Calchas rustles through the grass, whispering that she finally protected her forest. She falls asleep against her mother, a massive, divine white wolf. She feels she finally did her part to keep everyone safe. But then, crackle! The sky begins to fracture. Dozens of towers drop from the sky like needles piercing the earth. Calchas looks up, her face twisted in a look of pure, raw shock. The towers land in the peaceful forest, turning the sunset into a scene from hell. Back in the present, Minato tells Mikhail to just wait. She's about to give him the same one shot she gave that general. She looks at him with a cold blue stare, promising to show him true spear mastery. Episode 71, The Spear of Doom. The rest of the squad sprints up the castle stairs. Natasha is grit-teeth crying, remembering her brother Mikhail before the corruption, back when he was kind and protective. Mikhail screams that Minato is far too strong, his dark energy flaring out in a desperate wave. His face is cracking, his eyes pure black as he prepares his final attack. A massive boom of red and black energy engulfs the entire hall. The area is transformed into a forest of jagged black spears. Mikhail says it's an honor that he's unleashing his full power on a mere human. Minato stands in the center of the storm, his cape fluttering as the red energy rages around him. The MC realizes that Mikhail has complete control over the speed and density of every attack in this zone. Calchas just looks on, wondering about one thing. She wonders if those soldiers from her past ever got to see their babies, or if they were all wiped out by the towers. She sees the image of the falling towers in her mind, the ultimate symbol of her failure. If only I had been stronger at the time. Her power only made them feel more guilty about the people they couldn't save during their lives. And so, year after year, they waited inside that shrine for a miracle. They waited for the one with the mark of the void to come, the one who could destroy all tragedies, the one to end all prophecies. Minato's face is filled with a calm, unstoppable purpose. A voice whispers, "Minato." Calchas thanks him for giving them a second chance to fight for what's right. Minato looks surprised as he feels the depth of her gratitude. Mikhail laughs, thinking he's trapped them in an inescapable death trap of black lightning and noise. He prepares to strike with the full might of his lightning spear. He screams as he lunges downward, looking like a demonic god of thunder. In a fraction of a second, Minato moves. Mikhail stops mid-air. On his face, as a perfect hole appears in his chest, Calchas stands behind him. She tells him he has no idea how much hatred and resentment they've been holding on to for centuries. Every single progenitor, the wrestler, the mage, the strategist, they all want to tear the Holy Ones apart. Minato looks back with cold eyes. Did the prince really think he'd show even a second of weakness? Mikhail's body begins to fall apart. He's in awe of the perfect, calm spear strike that just ended him. Minato stands tall among the rubble, the legendary Azure Death Spear manifesting as a ghost of victory behind him. Mikhail's final thoughts are about the pure strike he just witnessed, the ultimate peak of martial arts. Minato lets out a heavy slump, the spirit fusion taking a massive toll on his body. The ground crackles as he forces himself to stand. He stands over the dying prince and asks for any last words. A silent bubble. Clink! Mikhail reaches into his armor and pulls out a golden necklace. He asks Minato to give it to Natasha. He begs him to look after his sister, his voice cracking with the last of his human emotions. Minato takes the necklace, his expression softening for the first time. "Very well." The MC gives him his word as a warrior. The prince's body finally gives out, tumbling into the abyss below, a final gasp of air. Mikhail lies among the ruins, whispering an apology to his faithful steed, Grom. He flashes back to the day he and Natasha rode Grom together, laughing under the sun. "You served me well." A A single, bloody tear falls from his eye. He sees a vision of a giant stone statue of Natasha, beautiful and serene. "Natasha?" He whispers about how much he missed her and how badly he wanted to see her coronation day. He tells her she would have been a wonderful queen before his hand finally turns to ash. The Prince of Oret is gone. Calchas tells Minato it's time to move on to the next enemy. Suddenly, Calchas feels a tug on her clothes. It's Rowan! The little pink dinosaur is literally nibbling on her clothes to get attention. The squad reaches the cathedral, shouting that the throne room is just past the next set of doors. Claude bursts through the entrance, guessing that the king will be waiting for them inside. The cathedral is filled with the haunting sound of organ music. Natasha sees her father at the keys. She remembers him playing music for her and her mother in the past. King Nikolai stops playing, noting that the black lightning outside has stopped. He asks if Mikhail lost. He mutters that no parent should ever have to lose their child, his shoulders shaking. Then he spins around with a demonic blood-leaking grin. "What a terribly hilarious tragedy!" Natasha is disgusted. "It's the Holy Ones. This thing isn't her father anymore." Midori steps forward, telling everyone to stay back so he can handle this. Midori prepares to attack, but suddenly a bump of purple energy erupts in his mind. His eye stretches in a look of pure, unadulterated panic. "Hud!" The world's strongest hero falls to his knees, clutching his face in agony. Akane is shocked. "Huh?" Midori flashes back to the fight with number 0. He realizes that even after being saved, the damage to his mind was permanent. His body was imprinted with the memories of all the innocent people he killed while possessed. 0 planted a curse in him, a psychological bomb that's finally going off. As a result, Midori can no longer attack any enemy who still looks human. He's effectively paralyzed by his own guilt. The king dashes forward, seeing his opening while the squad screams Midori's name. Nikolai activates his skill, War God Avatar. His muscles bulge, and red markings cover his skin. He laughs like a lunatic, calling Natasha his little princess and telling her to come give Daddy a hug. The pressure of his aura is crushing. Natasha stands her ground. "I'm not a child anymore." The king's eye glows with a sadistic light. He lunges at her, but Natasha uses her light skill to create a defensive burst. The king misses, smashing into the floor. He laughs, mocking her for not greeting her own father properly. Shinji tries to sneak in a strike, but the king moves like a blur. Nikolai lands perfectly, looking down at his daughter with a look of pure malice. Hiko is terrified. He can't believe a guy that big can move that fast, asking if that's the new trick she picked up on Earth. The Holy One inside him complains that the skill slows them down. He leans in, his shadow looming over her. He demands to know who taught her that specific light technique. Natasha says she can't reveal where she learned it, but she can tell him who taught it to her, the progenitor of wanderers. The squad is stunned! A progenitor of wanderers? That's a name they've never heard before. Claude sprints in to pull Natasha away from the king's reach. Nikolai is furious, shouting about how wanderers are corrupting his sweet little girl. He leaps into the air, screaming for her to tell him where that progenitor is, or he'll have to punish her. Natasha just looks at him with pity. "Father, behind you." The king stops mid-air with a "what?" as a shadow 5 times his size looms over him. Dinosaur progenitor, Dragon Claw Rowan. The squad learns the truth. Rowan's skill allows him to transform into any dinosaur that has ever existed. A massive pink T-Rex manifests in the cathedral. Shinji, Akane, and Hiko are all making the same "ha" face. They were not expecting a pink dinosaur. The T-Rex's jaws are inches from the king's face. The king screams as the T-Rex uses mirror code to pin him down. The hunter has become the prey! The squad is absolutely losing it. Even with all the crazy stuff they've seen, a pink dinosaur wasn't on the bingo card today. Shinji notices something weird. Inside the translucent stomach of the T-Rex, you can actually see a silhouette. It's Minato! He's the heart of the beast, surging with power as he pilots this prehistoric nightmare from the inside. Midori and Akane are stunned, realizing that one of the legends inside Minato literally gives him the power to become a giant lizard. The whole team is just standing there with their jaws on the floor, wondering just how many more tricks the MC has up his sleeve. The T-Rex lets out a monstrous roar that shakes the very foundation of the cathedral, showing no mercy to the corrupted king. A heavy thud hits the ground, and for a second, the team thinks the fight is already over. But then there's Kaname, the team's resident geek, who's busy taking pictures like he's at a theme park instead of a life-or-death battle. He starts geeking out over T-Rex facts, explaining how this thing is a 9-ton killing machine from the Cretaceous period. The kid even stole someone's glasses just to get a better look at the scales, driving the rest of the squad crazy. Back in the chaos, King Nikolai is screaming in agony as Rowan's teeth sink deeper into his possessed flesh. The king freezes for a split second, realize he's being treated like a snack by a creature that shouldn't even exist here. Rowan keeps munching away, his jaws working like a hydraulic press as he tries to finish the job once and for all. The king's head literally bursts off his shoulders in a spray of black liquid, sending the squad into a state of pure ew. Claude is trembling, unable to believe his king's head was just popped off like a cheap toy. Natasha doesn't hesitate, firing off a beam of spark light to incinerate the head before it can regenerate. Claude is shocked she could be so cold toward her own father, but Natasha knows that thing isn't her dad anymore. Suddenly, a heavy bam rings out. The massive pipe organ in the cathedral starts playing a dark, haunting melody, all by itself. The music notes physically manifest in the air as the king's severed head floats toward the pipes, glowing with a sinister aura. The king's voice booms through the room, promising to play a funeral song for the intruders. A blinding glint forces everyone to cover their eyes as the head begins to merge with the machinery. Tendrils of energy creep out, fusing the king's face directly into the center of the massive organ. The metal begins to shift and click, mutating the instrument into a suit of golden, mechanical armor. His eyes flash with purple light, and it's clear he's transcended his human form to become something much worse. Behold the Orgavoina, the divine weapon warrior, looking like a gold-plated musical fortress. Shinji thinks it looks cool, but Akane isn't impressed, calling the whole pipe organ aesthetic absolutely ridiculous. The king mocks Rowan, claiming that while a T-Rex is heavy, his organ armor weighs a staggering 20 tons. He winds up a massive punch, intending to flatten the dinosaur and Minato along with it. He screams out his move, Claire Organica, bringing down a heavy mechanical fist with the force of a falling building. Shinji shouts out in panic, thinking his rival is about to get turned into a pancake. But Rowan flashes again, activating the mirror code to swap forms mid-air before the hit can land. An explosion of dust and light fills the cathedral as the two titans collide. Rowan has shifted into a Pachycephalosaurus, using its reinforced bone dome to headbutt the king's fist. The impact is so massive it staggers the 20-ton giant, sending him reeling back. Inside the mental space, a voice calmly observes the battle, knowing exactly why this is working. The progenitors explain that Rowan's skill isn't just a costume, it transforms pure aura into a physical, living dinosaur. And since Minato has the massive aura of 106 legends, weight doesn't even matter to him anymore. Minato takes control, launching a Pachycephalo stampede, a flurry of kicks that hits like a literal ton of bricks. Each strike lands with a thunderous POW, shattering the golden plating on the king's chest. The king screams as his invincible armor starts to crumble, unable to believe a beast could break his defenses. The dinosaur lands gracefully, staring down the corrupted king who's now desperate and dangerous. Refusing to lose, Nikolai charges up his mana, his body glowing with a violent, rhythmic light. He prepares his final move, vowing to blast them all away with his greatest, most destructive melody. Outside the castle, the atmosphere is heavy and still, the calm before the ultimate storm. The common people of Oret look up, hearing the faint sound of music that used to represent their kingdom's pride. They realize the king is playing the organ again, but this time, the song is full of death. The king unleashes Gloria Annihilate, sending out waves of purple sound that act like invisible blades. The squad is forced to cover their ears as the ringing becomes unbearable, the sound pressure trying to liquefy their brains. Even deep in his inner world, Minato is clutching his head in pain, the sound waves bypassing his physical armor. The T-Rex form slumps, losing its grip as the vibration shakes Minato's very soul. But then, a calm, stern voice calls out to Rowan from the darkness. It's Hinoki, the samurai, reminding Rowan that dinosaurs were once the undisputed kings of the entire world. He tells the little dino to stop acting like a victim and start acting like the king he was born to be. Reinvigorated, Rowan lets out a roar that drowns out the music and triggers one final mirror code. He shifts into a velociraptor, gaining insane speed as he dashes through the sound waves like they aren't even there. The king's eyes widen in fear. He can't aim his sound attacks at something moving that fast. The raptor leaps into the air, its body so light and agile that it seems to defy gravity itself. The king laughs, thinking the dinosaur made a mistake by jumping where it can't dodge his next blast. He aims his palms up, preparing a point-blank Gloria blast to bring Rowan crashing down to earth. In midair, Rowan's eyes flash one last time. He's not done evolving yet. The mirror code completes its final, most massive transformation. The king looks up, and his face goes pale as the entire room suddenly goes dark under a massive shadow. The squad can't believe their eyes. They're looking at something that shouldn't even fit inside the building. Rowan has become a supersaurus, a long-necked giant that towers over everything in the cathedral. With a roar that sounds like a mountain collapsing, the massive beast brings its weight down. The entire palace is engulfed in a pillar of pink light as the supersaurus stomps the king into the dirt. Hinoki smirks from the sidelines, satisfied to see the king of beasts finally take his throne. The battle is decided. 131 feet of pure prehistoric power was more than enough to crush the corrupted king. Minato gives the little dino a high five, finally able to breathe after that insane showdown. Meanwhile, in a far-off dimension, the High Council of the Clusters is looking at an image of our boy Minato. They're debating the fact that a singularity, someone who can break fate, is currently making a mess of their plans in Oret. A shadowy figure with a book of doom explains how they planted an avatar in the mind of the dying king to secure the planet. But the Holy Ones are furious that the Princess of Oret managed to interfere and ruin their perfect script. A giant warrior named Zalhovdemni doesn't get it. He thought the princess was just a weak human with no real power. Another member, Kurt N. Vitalis, reveals that someone gave the princess Spark Light, the one power they actually fear. Joss Engia, a red-haired, demon-looking cluster, is losing his mind that a human is using a skill designed to destroy their very cells. The elders know this isn't some random coincidence. Everything points back to one person. They confirm that Sparklight is a skill belonging to the ultimate singularity, Minato Kanagi. They realize Minato has complete mastery over fate, able to turn the tables no matter how much they stack the deck against him. The council concludes that as long as Minato is breathing, their mission to harvest this world is doomed to fail. They ask who was originally assigned to handle the Oret problem. The answer is Vas Zelg, a massive 5th-class armored beast currently absorbing the planet's energy to prepare for Minato. One of the council members thinks a 5th class isn't enough and wants to go down there and handle it personally. But a dark, slender figure stands up and says he'll go, wanting to see this singularity with his own eyes. The figure bows before the king of the clusters, asking for permission to depart on this hunt. The king gives his consent, calling the figure a 1st-class armored one and their returned one. Meet your Yeldeus. He's got a creepy smile and eyes that say he's ready to end Minato's journey for good. Back in Oret, the pride of the royal family is on the line as the team moves deeper into the castle. They reach the cathedral in Volkoslav Castle, where the aftermath of Rowan's battle has left the place in ruins. Minato lands near Natasha, who's staring at the remnants of her father. The king's head is still wriggling, refusing to die. Suddenly, a surge of black energy erupts from the ground, swirling around the squad like a dark cyclone. Shinji draws his blade, annoyed that these guys just don't know when to stay dead. A faint, shaky voice calls out, "Nah," reaching out from the darkness. A horrifying, wire-thin body with Nikolai's face stands up, stuttering Natasha's name. The creature claims it's been waiting for her, and Natasha's expression goes cold as she stares at the monster. The thing points a skeletal hand at the organ keys, begging her to come and play music together like they used to. For a second, we see a flashback of a happy younger Nikolai teaching a tiny Natasha the organ. It's a heart-wrenching contrast to the monster standing there now. Claude is visibly shaken, his loyalty to the royal family making it hard to watch this mockery of his king. Akane looks over at Natasha, worried about the mental toll this psychological warfare is taking on her. But then, a massive ba-bump echoes through the floor. The heartbeat of the worm is getting louder. Natasha doesn't shed a tear, she just tells the team they're out of time and they need to keep moving. Akane is stunned by her lack of hesitation, unable to imagine the sheer pain of losing her entire family like this. The massive doors of the throne room creak open, revealing a blinding white light. This is it, the final destination in Volkoslav Castle, where the true heart of the corruption lies. And sitting on the throne is Queen Anastasia, looking perfectly normal and elegant, much to the squad's shock. She thanks Claude for keeping Natasha safe, and the knight instinctively bows, his training taking over. Claude is confused. She sounds exactly like the queen he served before the invasion. He remembers that even the hero Corel regained his senses for a moment before death, so he wonders if she's actually back. He hopes that maybe the queen's willpower was strong enough to banish the Holy One from her mind. He tells Natasha that it looks like her mother has returned to normal, his voice full of desperate hope. Natasha slowly steps forward on the red carpet, approaching the woman on the throne. Minato watches closely, wondering if it's possible for a human to suppress a godlike parasite through sheer will. One of the progenitors narrows their eyes, sensing that something is very, very wrong with this picture. The queen apologizes for being weak, recounting how the Holy Ones came like an unstoppable wave and consumed their defenders. She sheds a single tear, telling Natasha she's just relieved her daughter made it safely to Earth. Natasha continues her walk up the stairs, telling her mother not to worry. She vows to rebuild their noble kingdom as the last remaining member of the royal family. The queen smiles warmly, wiping a tear away and telling Natasha how proud she is. But Natasha stops cold and bluntly says, "I wasn't talking to you." She reveals she was talking to the soul of her real mother, who is still trapped and suffering inside that fake body. The facade breaks instantly. Natasha screams that the parasite has already stolen her mother's mind and body. She tells the vile Holy One to stop shaming her family, and the queen's face twists into a horrifying, black-toothed grin. A massive whoosh of energy erupts as the queen's body begins to mutate and expand. Natasha fires off a spark-light blast immediately, refusing to let the monster finish its transformation. A sharp, bony blade is severed and flies through the air, dripping with black sludge. The queen laughs maniacally, her body splitting apart as 6 massive bone legs erupt from her back like a spider. She mocks Natasha, saying her fighting skills improved after she murdered her own father. Natasha is trembling with rage, the monster's laughter echoing through the halls of her home. A calm voice cuts through the tension. "That's enough, you abomination." Minato steps forward, his hair already turning silver as he tells the monster that the body it's wearing belongs to the queen. He admits it might be too late to bring the woman back, his eyes cold and full of intent, but he won't allow the parasite to disgrace her memory for another second. He summons the Mage of Truth, Meles. The queen calls them ghosts of the past, charging forward with her bone scythes at blinding speed. Meles and Minato combine their powers, chanting Enlil Melam as they prepare to incinerate everything in sight. A massive green and yellow explosion rocks the entire castle, a clash of ancient magic and alien biology. The narration explains that the Holy Ones are a hive organism, every cell connected to a single central consciousness. Every drop of black liquid they bleed is part of the collective, and their hierarchy is determined by the purity of those cells. The queen claims she's nothing like the small fry they've fought so far, her voice distorted and alien. She is directly linked to the worm, the source where all Holy Ones on this planet are created. She launches her attack, Procleati Viker, spinning like a bony whirlwind of death. Minato doesn't flinch, holding his hand out as he channels the full firepower of Meles. Kaboom! The two forces collide, turning the throne room into a literal furnace. The heat is so intense that even Kaname and the others in the back are getting singed. Minato stands amidst the flames, thinking he's managed to incinerate the monster in one go, but the sound of crumbling stone reveals a dark silhouette still standing in the smoke. The queen is still there, her body covered in a layered shield of solid and liquid cells that absorb the heat. She lets out a terrifying laugh, her bone legs clicking as she prepares to counterattack. She mocks them, asking if that pathetic little spark was all the legendary progenitors had to offer. She lashes out with her bony legs, sending Minato flying backward across the hall. The queen taunts him, wondering if Minato's young body simply isn't strong enough to handle Meles's true power. Minato recovers midair, darting and weaving through a flurry of bone scythe strikes. He screams for Midori and Akane to move. It's time to follow the real plan. The queen is momentarily distracted, her black eyes following the squad as they split up. We see a flashback to the hallway where the progenitor Rion laid out the strategy to win this war. Akane's job is to break the barrier protecting the worm, while Midori and Natasha combine their ultimate skills to nuke the whole thing. Rion explains that all the towers are feeding energy into the worm to boost its production of monsters. If they can kill the worm and send spark light back through the connection, they can blow up every single tower on the planet simultaneously. Back in the present, the queen realizes they aren't here to fight her. She tries to intercept them, but Minato is right in her face, forcing her to stay and fight. Akane activates her alchemy, her eyes glowing green as she starts analyzing the energy barrier. She starts deconstructing the barrier, the air sparking with magical feedback. The queen is shocked. She didn't think a human kid could actually interfere with their tech. Minato points a finger at her, telling her she should never look away during a fight. Furious, the queen lunges at him again, her bone legs snapping like whips. Meles tells the monster that Minato's body isn't restricting their power, it's the other way around. They've been holding back so they don't accidentally kill their friends with the collateral damage. A massive magic circle appears above Minato, the air humming with insane levels of mana. Meles and Minato begin an ancient chant, their voices syncing up as blue circuits flare across their skin. The queen panics, sensing the sheer scale of the spell they're preparing. The chant continues, a rhythmic ritual that etches the spell into Minato's very DNA. The narration explains that chanting is the only way for Minato's current body to handle a spell of this level. Meles is a supreme mage, who usually doesn't need words, but Minato is still maturing. The fact that she's forced to chant means the upcoming attack is going to be unimaginably powerful. The queen tries to create a wall of bone to hide behind, calling Minato a silly fool. She claims his little spells won't even scratch her reinforced armor. She lets out a guttural scream, her body surging with dark energy to meet the threat. She fires off Kryokovi Padenye, a swirling void of dark cells designed to consume mana. Meles finishes the final line of the chant, her eyes glowing with a calm, terrifying light. The entire throne room is frozen in a beautiful, crystalline blue light. Minato explains that fire isn't the only way to kill a holy one. You can use spark light, you can destroy the host, or you can use extreme cold. Since they're just a mass of liquid cells, all you have to do is freeze their nuclei to stop them from regenerating. Minato stares at the frozen queen, thanking the holy ones for one thing. He says that the progenitors draw strength from their hatred of the clusters. It's what kept them going for centuries. With a single snap, the frozen queen shatters into a million pieces, ending her reign of terror. Minato turns his back on the debris, his aura still blazing as he prepares for the next step. The back of the throne room explodes as Meles's fire finally catches up, incinerating any remaining cells. The winner is clear. Melestius Silentius, the Mage of Truth, has completely obliterated her target. One of the squad members lets out a quiet no, realizing something is still happening. Kaname is screaming as a massive shadow looms over the castle. The worm is waking up. Akane puts everything she has into her alchemy, finally deactivating the last layer of the barrier. Shatter! The protective dome around the worm breaks apart like glass. Akane slumps over, exhausted, telling Midori and Natasha that the rest is up to them. Minato leaps toward the massive tower of the worm, his eyes locked on the final objective. Midori acknowledges Akane's hard work, his wind magic already swirling around his feet. The trio, Minato, Midori, and Natasha, stand ready to end this nightmare once and for all. Midori tells them to get these Dashur holy ones off his planet, his voice full of grit. The worm is defenseless, its heart pounding as the squad approaches for the final strike. The holy ones knew the progenitors were coming, and they came prepared for a rematch. The massive entity atop the worm confirms that the hatchlings are almost ready to wipe out the enemies of the clusters. But a shadowy figure sitting in the void decides that the current monsters are too weak to handle Minato. He decides to pull out his own consciousness and fuse it with an empty shell to handle things personally. Suddenly, the massive green core atop the castle glass shatters, releasing a pressure that stops everyone in their tracks. Minato and Midori look up, their instincts screaming that something game-changing is about to happen. Inside Minato's mental world, time flows differently. 1 second there is an eternity, but even with that advantage, the enemy is fast. A black blur streaks through the air, moving so quickly it's practically invisible to the naked eye. The attack passes right between our MC and Midori before they can even process what they're looking at. To a normal human, this would be like trying to see a bullet after it's already hit the target. Minato and Midori are the only ones who even realize a lethal tentacle just whipped past them. Minato realizes that even with Midori's speed or Melis's lightning, they wouldn't have been able to block that shot. And the target wasn't the fighters. The tentacle is aimed directly at Akane, who's mid-spell and completely defenseless. Minato doesn't hesitate. He calls out to the one-eyed samurai, Hinoki Reiichiro, to take the wheel. The legends say Hinoki's blade is faster than any bolt of lightning melees could ever conjure. With his hair flashing silver, Minato draws his sword, knowing he only has a fraction of a second to save his friend. The tentacle strikes, leaving a trail of blood in the air as Akane is thrown back by the force. The squad stares in horror as blood splatters across the floor. It looks like the enemy actually landed a hit. Minato screams for everyone to get back as he leaps into the fray, channeling Hinoki's one-sword style. The samurai founder focuses his entire being into the hilt of the blade, his eyes burning with lethal intent. Minato unleashes the wave-cutting blade, creating a massive vortex of blue energy to push the darkness back. The sheer force of the slash carves through the cathedral, trying to intercept the creature hiding in the shadows. The energy beam slices through the castle towers, showing just how much power Minato is putting into this single swing. The dust settles, and the squad cries out Minato's name, hoping he managed to stop the assault. Minato stands tall, but his face is drenched in sweat. He knows he's up against something that defies logic. A voice sneers, mocking the empty vessels of the clusters for being so easily discarded. The enemy laughs at their previous victories, reminding them that the king and queen they defeated were just practice. Natasha is in shock, realizing her family was nothing more than biological fuel for the monster standing before them. The founders warn Minato that humans often fail because they think they're the only ones using wisdom and ingenuity. They assume that because they're the heroes, they're the only ones who can keep growing stronger. But that kind of thinking is a death trap in a real war. Minato's eyes widen as he realizes the horrifying truth: his enemies are evolving just as fast as he is. The team is gathered in a research lab, listening to a briefing from the strategists inside Minato's mind. Rion explains the cluster's playbook. First, they drop towers to cover the entire planet. Next, those towers act like roots, sucking the literal life force out of the world and feeding it to a central insect. That energy is concentrated into a single point, usually a palace or a holy site, to prepare for the final stage. The fourth step is the nightmare. They fuse that insect core with the strongest local beings to create a husk. Kaname looks confused, trying to wrap his head around the sci-fi horror of it all. Basically, the clusters are galactic parasites that eat planets to keep their own species going. The squad is visibly disgusted, realizing they're fighting a hive mind that views them as nothing more than cattle. Claude notes that since the invasion of Oret started 6 months ago, a husk has definitely been completed. Shinji asks the million-dollar question: just how strong is one of these husk individuals? Rion gets serious, explaining that husks are ranked in 8 different levels of power. She points out that even with their training, most of the squad would barely count as 8th rank. She places current Minato at 5th rank, and even Midori, the world's former strongest, only hits 4th rank at his absolute best. The order is simple: if they run into a 3rd rank or lower, they need to retreat immediately or they're dead meat. Rion asks Natasha how strong her family members were before they were taken over. Natasha admits her mother was the strongest, probably on the same level as Shinji with his katana. Rion estimates the queen would be around a 6th or 5th rank husk, meaning she was at a level they could actually beat. But there's a catch: those rankings were based on 300-year-old data. Back in the present, a figure stands inside the glowing green core, staring down at our MC. The founders realize their predictions were dead wrong. The hatchling process has evolved over the last 3 centuries, and the change is catastrophic for the squad. The samurai founder notes that based on the previous attack, this boss shouldn't be a 5th rank. That single strike had the speed and precision of at least a 3rd rank husk. Rion is losing it. A 3rd rank is supposed to be an automatic run-for-your-life scenario. The strategist in the cap shrugs, admitting their logic is outdated because the enemy hasn't been sitting still for 300 years. The shadowy figure in the air smiles, sensing he can finally surprise the founders with his new body. He calls Minato by name, greeting him like an old friend and sending a shiver down the boy's spine. Minato demands to know what the hell he is, feeling an intense supernatural cold radiating from the figure. The enemy asks if Minato remembers meeting his twig inside the consciousness world. Minato's eyes widen in rage as he recognizes the soul of the parasite that tried to murder him before. The MC tries to close the distance, but the ground beneath him suddenly shatters. He's forced into the air as the entire room begins to warp under the enemy's presence. Midori and the others are frozen, unable to even move as the atmosphere turns toxic with dark mana. A massive green cube barrier slams down, trapping Minato inside a separate dimension with the boss. The boss tells Minato that his friends won't be helping him today, and he won't be saving them either. Outside the cube, the monsters of the clusters begin to swarm toward the defenseless squad and the innocent survivors. The figure finally steps out of the light, shedding his shadow to reveal his true face. He introduces himself with a terrifying calm that makes the previous villains look like toddlers. "I am your Yeldeus, the 1st rank husk." And just like that, the power scaling in this world just got shattered. Shinomiya screams as the barrier separates them from Minato, realizing their strength won't be enough to break it this time. Shinji asks if she can dispel it, but the pressure coming off the cube is so intense it's making her alchemy stall. Meanwhile, the monsters are closing in on the tents where the innocent people are hiding. It's about to be a massacre. Natasha grits her teeth, her royal pride refusing to let her people be slaughtered while she stands by. She and Claude dive toward the monsters, knowing they are the only line of defense left for the survivors. Akane shouts for her to wait, but Natasha is already gone, leaving the squad split and vulnerable. Midori unleashes his ultimate turbulence, creating a wind wall to buy Akane some time. He vows to protect the alchemist while she works on the barrier, putting his life on the line for the team. Shinji grabs the rest of the crew and heads off to back up Natasha, trusting Midori to hold the center. They realize they're dealing with a boss-level cluster that is operating on a completely different level of existence. Akane activates her metal Zale technique, her hands glowing with green runes as she tries to hack the cube. She can feel a tremendous pressure coming from inside the cube, a power so dark it makes her sick to her stomach. She prays for Minato to survive, knowing that if he falls, there's no hope for anyone on this planet. Inside the cube, Uriel-Deus looks at Minato and laughs, actually impressed that the boy is a first-rank candidate. Minato doesn't care about ranks, he only has one thought in his head: I'll kill you. He launches a Hinoki one-sword style strike, the blade moving in a blur of silver light. The two forces collide, creating a massive wave of energy that ripples across the entire barrier. The shockwave is so powerful, it actually shakes the ground outside, making the squad stumble. Minato dashes forward, his movements refined by the samurai's centuries of combat experience. He swings with everything he's got, but Uriel-Deus just stands there, blocking the blow with a single hand. The husk looks bored, his eyes cold and unmoving as he stares into Minato's soul. He smirks, admitting that the MC's speed is not bad, which is basically the ultimate insult at this level. Hinoki gets fired up, finding the situation interesting and pushing Minato's body even harder. But in a split second, Uriel-Deus vanishes from sight, appearing right in Minato's blind spot. The samurai founder is stunned. He didn't even see the guy move! Uriel-Deus hovers over them, looking down like a predator watching a bug. He slams a hand down, releasing a burst of dark energy that pins Minato to the floor. The samurai screams in frustration as their counterattack is snuffed out before it can even start. Inside the mental world, the other founders are panicking, wondering what's happening to their connection. Rion shouts for Hinoki to get out of Minato's body immediately. Hinoki argues that if he leaves, the boy will be ripped apart by the husk's power. A massive explosion of light fills the mental space as the synchronization begins to redline. Uriel-Deus narrows his eyes, sensing that the spirits inside the boy are fighting each other for control. Minato is thrown back, gasping for air as his body begins to smoke from the mana overload. Suddenly, a new voice chirps, "That was close!" as a tan, blonde woman appears behind Minato. It's Eilerson, and she's already taking charge before the others can even protest. She boasts about protecting Minato's body for a moment, but Rion is still yelling about the danger they're in. The strategist warns that the synchronization rate is spiking too fast for the MC to handle. If Minato uses one spirit for more than a minute, the link becomes permanent, and his own soul could be erased. Hinoki realizes the horrifying truth: they are accidentally taking over the boy they're trying to save. They're on a strict time limit, but they can't stop fighting because the husk is right in front of them. Eilerson notes that she can deflect the attacks with her shoes for a while, but she's not a long-term solution. Hinoki argues that he's the only one suited for a high-speed duel like this. Suddenly, a staff slams into Hinoki's head, making the legendary samurai yell "ouch" like a kid. A tall, green-haired woman with a wolf's tail steps forward and tells him to stand back. It's Kalkashima, the spearmaster, and she's brought the alchemist Kilik with her to gear up. Hinoki is pissed, thinking alchemy won't do a damn thing against a first-rank husk. Minato is falling through the air, screaming for them to make a decision before he hits the deck. Uriel-Deus watches the internal struggle with a look of pure curiosity. Hinoki suggests bringing back Rowan the dinosaur, thinking the massive aura would act as a shield, but a lazy voice calls him a shitty idiot, saying a slow dinosaur would be dead in seconds against this boss. Minato is at his limit, his vision blurring as the founders continue to bicker in his head. He lets out a silent gasp as his consciousness starts to slip. "I can hear you," a voice says, cutting through the static of the argument. Minato drops to one knee, the mental strain manifesting as physical agony while the spirits hover around him. He admits he doesn't know if his plan will work, but he can't just sit there and die. Our boy looks up with fire in his eyes and tells the legends, "I have an idea." Uriel-Deus mocks him, calling his movements dull and promising to kill the princess next. The husk's arm mutates into a massive, jagged black blade, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He waves goodbye, calling the founders ancient ghosts who have overstayed their welcome in this world. A massive dark beam shoots down, aimed directly at Minato's head. Eilerson suddenly appears in front of the MC, her tan skin glowing with a golden light. Her eyes flash pink as she prepares to show the boss what a real gal can do. Minato launches into a backflip, asking the husk whose movements were dull again. He delivers a kick that hits with the force of a supernova, shattering the dark energy beam. He unleashes the Bifrost kickline, a rainbow of destructive energy that carves through the husk's defense. The impact is so huge, it creates a pillar of light that reaches the top of the barrier. But he's not done. He follows up with the Alfheim Razor, a vertical kick that sends the boss flying. The air explodes with green and yellow sparks as Minato lands hit after hit. Even the husk is forced to admit that the boy is surprisingly strong. Eilerson, the founder of Kicks, is absolutely loving the show. Minato charges his leg with the feet of light, telling the boss not to look down on a gal. He lands a massive strike, but his shoe actually explodes from the force, leaving him barefoot and panting. The scene shifts as the spear of the blue wolf appears in the air. In a blur of motion, Minato spins a massive silver spear, rotating it so fast it creates a shield of wind. He parries a flurry of dark needles, his movements perfectly synced with the wolf spirit's instincts. Calchas gives him a thumbs up, calling him a handsome boy as she fades back into the soul stream. Yeldeus stands there, staring at the MC with a look that says he's finally starting to take this seriously. A blue magic circle forms beneath Minato as he prepares his final gambit. He tells the founders they're going to switch at a high pace to overwhelm the Husk's reaction time. They saw giant dragons ruling the land and realized they didn't have to starve if they just became the predator. They started as tiny parasites, infecting frogs and small lizards. As they spread, their numbers grew exponentially, taking over wolves, birds, and even sharks. By the time they conquered the land, a rocket ship from a high-intelligence species landed on their planet. The astronauts had no idea they were walking into a trap set by a planet-wide infection. The clusters infected the scientists and stole their technology, using it to launch themselves into the stars. After that, there was no stopping them. They crossed galaxies, dimensions, and even space-time itself. They became the star clusters, the undisputed rulers of the void. The evil parasites landed on Earth, ready to add another world to their collection. The boss looks at the modern world and scoffs, thinking this will be an easy win. He looks for the strongest organism to infect, his eyes reflecting the entire cosmos. They thought Earth was just another tiny and remote planet they could swallow whole. But they didn't know that this little rock had a secret defense system. The 106 founders were waiting for them, ready to fight a war that had been brewing for centuries. Calchas takes the lead, her green hair whipping in the wind as she prepares to strike. She unleashes the swift swallow, a thrust so fast it creates a sonic boom. Yeldeus isn't intimidated, parrying the spear with a casual flick of his wrist. The alchemist Kilik warns that the spear he created isn't strong enough to block a husk of this rank for long. The husk's blade slams into the spear shaft, sending sparks flying everywhere. The enemy is genuinely surprised when his attack is deflected by a unique spear technique. He smiles, his face partially covered in black sludge as he prepares his own counter. Calchas analyzes the enemy, realizing that she can't feel any internal organs inside that husk body. She tells Minato they need to stop aiming for vital points and start striking lines and surfaces. Melees complains that their melee fighters are struggling, while the squad in the back looks absolutely exhausted. Calchas tells them it's okay and calls out for the next specialist. Margit, the silver-haired archer, steps up, telling Kilik she's ready for a real weapon. The alchemist founder groans, rubbing his eyes like he's dealing with a bunch of difficult toddlers. He calls the archer Margit the Heavenly Bow and hands over a bow made of pure transmuted mana. Yeldeus stops, looking confused as Minato swaps his spear for a bow. He wonders why the MC would choose such a slow weapon in the middle of a high-speed duel. Minato pulls back the string, multiple magical circles appearing as he aims at the boss. His eyes lock onto the husk, his vision narrowing down to a single, lethal point. He releases the piercing bow of death, a blue arrow of light that tears through the air. The beam is massive, looking more like a laser than an arrow, as it consumes the husk's silhouette. The boss laughs, thinking the projectile is way too slow to hit him. But then he realizes his quiver is empty. The arrows didn't miss. They've already hit! He's being read! He looks down to see arrows sticking out of his chest, wondering when the hell he got shot. He couldn't even see the arrows being fired. Margit's technique is a complete invisible nightmare. Minato calls out open and activates the arrow of umbrella. The arrows inside the husk's body suddenly expand, shredding his biological form from the inside out. The husk is coughing up black liquid, stunned that he's been caught by such a wide-range trap. Even after 300 years, the ultimate skills of the real founders are still terrifyingly potent. The title drops for the archer, Margit, the Heavenly Bow. Yeldeus realizes a long battle is a disadvantage for him, so he decides to finish this with the next move. Minato talks to Hinoki, sensing something weird about the man they're fighting. He asks if Hinoki thinks the boss feels weak? The other melee fighters notice it too. Something about the husk's power doesn't add up. Minato calculates that if Yeldeus is really a first rank, he should have ended this fight in 1 second. Hinoki confirms that a true first rank should be strong enough to fight him during his prime. Minato is horrified, realizing the samurai's prime was way above his current 5th rank level. They realize the husk is currently only fighting at a 3rd rank level. Was he lying? Minato figures it out. The boss has the same connection as he does with the founders. The body he's using is only a 5th-rank biological vessel. But the soul inside it is the 1st-rank elite who tried to kill Minato's soul before. It's like putting a supercomputer's software into a cheap laptop. The hardware is holding him back! The strategist notes that the husk's power is just an average of the soul and the body. Minato realizes that since his own body is also at 5th rank, they are actually on equal footing. The alchemist founder shouts that the time limit for the current synchronization is only 5 minutes! Hinoki smirks, saying the battle will be decided by whichever side cracks first. Ryan is still worried, thinking the enemy hasn't shown his real cards yet. Hinoki laughs, admitting they have plenty of cards of their own. He turns to the back of the mental world, shouting for someone to get up and help. He yells at the introverts over there to stop hiding and be useful for once. A group of legends is seen sitting in a circle, bathed in a weird holy light. A hand reaches out, picking up a stack of playing cards from the floor. The figure holds up 3 cards, his face hidden in the shadows. It turns out a bunch of founders were just sitting around playing poker while the world was ending. The red-haired hero founder, Hazama Yoshikatsu, slams his joker card down and promises to kill the top-knot bastard for calling him an introvert. We're looking at September 29th, 1992, a time when the biggest worry was finishing your homework. A kid named Yokun is glued to his TV, playing an old-school RPG while his mom calls out to him from the other room. She's nagging him to go run some errands for groceries, but every gamer knows you can't just quit until you reach a save point. This is Hazama Yoshikatsu, a 2nd-grade middle schooler who would eventually become one of the legendary founders inside Minato's soul. His mom bribes him with the leftover change for pocket money, and honestly, that's a win in any era. He's riding his bike home through a peaceful sunset, thinking about nothing but curry and getting back to his game. Suddenly, the sky turns blood red, and a sound like the world cracking open stops him dead in his tracks. Massive mechanical towers rain down from the clouds, swarming the sky like a nightmare come to life. Explosions rock the streets, and the peaceful world Yoshikatsu knew is literally blown to pieces in seconds. The legend of the founders says they were gods, but the truth is much more human, and way more tragic. As the ground gives way, a glowing magic circle appears beneath him, pulling him out of his own time. Yoshikatsu is falling through a portal, terrified as he's snatched away from his life and dropped into a war he never asked for. He hits the grass hard in a strange new land, gasping for breath as the portal closes above him. He's clutching his head in pain, checking to see if he's even still alive after that crazy trip. The kid looks around, realization hitting him that he's not in Japan anymore. He notices he's not alone. Other portals are opening up all over the field. To fight the clusters, the Earth itself summoned the strongest humans from every different era of history. You've got samurai, warriors, and even modern-day people all standing together in one place for the first time. A samurai with a familiar one-eyed look reaches out a hand, asking the kid what his special skill is. Yokun looks down at a glowing purple mark on his hand, confused because he was just a kid playing a game 5 minutes ago. Yoshikatsu is screaming at Hinoki, calling him a top-knot bastard for labeling them as introverts. He's furious, pointing out that Hinoki's group monopolized Minato and didn't even give the others a chance to train him. The other spirits, Luciana, Inari, and Nimi, all nod along, looking pretty hurt that they were left out of the loop. Yokun is on a roll now, venting all the frustration of being ignored for the last several months. He claims they were just waiting for an invitation, but the Cool Kids Club wouldn't let them in. He shouts that Hinoki was just hoarding the MC for himself, and Hinoki looks genuinely stunned by the outburst. The narrator points out the hilariously sad truth: these guys were actually just too shy to join the conversation. Yoshikatsu calls Hinoki an idiot one more time, his voice cracking with emotion. He slumps down, admitting that if they had spoken up, they were terrified of what might happen. He cries out that they were scared Minato would think their old-school powers were disgusting or useless compared to the others. Margit, the archer, finally has enough of the whining and tells everyone to just shut their mouths and focus! The room goes silent instantly as the legendary bowman stares them down. She tells them if they want to join, they better do it fast because the enemy is actually adapting to her shots. She narrows her eyes, realizing that even her invisible arrows aren't going to cut it for much longer. Minato fires off another volley, but the husk is already predicting the trajectory of the light beams. Yor Yeldeus dodges effortlessly, his movements becoming smoother the longer the fight goes on. He lets out a dark chuckle, realizing he's finally cracked the code of the founder's techniques. The husk smugly notes that Minato's body has reached its limit, and his own victory is now inevitable. He launches a massive black tentacle, swatting away Minato's arrows like they were flies. The enemy swings a lethal blade, forcing Minato to block with his bow, which is a desperate move for any archer. Margit warns him that while he can still dodge, he doesn't have the luxury to attack anymore. The husk smirks, knowing he has the MC backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. Minato curses under his breath, realizing this monster was just testing the Founder's power this whole time. The enemy wasn't being slow, he was being patient, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a killing blow. Hinoki asks Yoshikatsu if he's sure about this, warning him that at this rate, Minato is going to die. Yoshikatsu just tells him to shut up, his face hidden as he prepares to step onto the battlefield. The whole group of introvert founders stands together, their auras beginning to sync with Minato's soul. Yoshikatsu takes a deep breath, trying to shake off the nerves of a middle schooler about to face a god. He starts to mumble, fidgeting with his shield as he tries to find the right words to say to Minato. Minato turns around, looking confused as he senses the new presence in his mind. Yokun absolutely loses it, screaming because the cool MC actually looked at him and spoke! Minato is completely lost, wondering why this legendary hero is acting like a panicked fanboy. Yoshikatsu stammers through a greeting, telling Minato that he's always been watching him from the sidelines. The rest of the group is cheering Yokun on, shouting for their leader to do his best. The kid finally manages to ask if they can, also borrow Minato's body for a bit? Minato smiles, asking if that means they're finally ready to fight alongside him. Yokun looks down, assuming Minato doesn't even know who they are since they've been hiding for so long. He's expecting a, "Who are you guys?" but he gets something much better. Minato looks at him with genuine respect and says, "Of course I know you." "Hazama Yoshikatsu," Minato says, the name ringing out with the weight of legend. He points to the fox-masked ninja, Myojin Inari. He looks at the girl with the scythe, Nimi Nephronakti, the chain user, Huo Longyan, the carpenter, Takamura Keiji, and finally, the girl with the whip, Luciana Glitchspear. Am I right? The entire group is stunned into silence, their jaws hitting the floor in perfect unison. Minato explains that there's no way he could ever forget them. We see a flashback of a young Minato in a library, surrounded by piles of books about the legendary founders. He tells them that they were his heroes, his favorite legends that he admired his entire life. Our boy reaches out a hand, asking his idols to please lend him their strength one more time. Inari and Luciana are literally trembling, their hearts melting from the MC's genuine praise. Yoshikatsu bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably while the other cool spirits look on, completely baffled. Minato is just standing there awkwardly, wondering why they need to do a dramatic sports circle in his head. Yokun shouts that Minato motivated them, and anyone who won't fight now doesn't deserve to be called a founder. Outside, a massive surge of purple and blue energy erupts from Minato's body, pushing the darkness back. Yoryaldeus is forced to shield his eyes as a new, chaotic aura fills the dimension. The husk is genuinely confused, sensing that the air around Minato has completely changed once again. Minato stands ready, holding a shield and a short sword, looking like a classic RPG hero. Behind him, the spirits of the new team manifest in a hype-filled formation, weapons drawn and eyes glowing. Minato charges forward, his blade glowing with a toxic purple energy that surprises the spectators. He unleashes an ultimate sharp blade combo, swinging his sword with the aggressive energy of a kid playing a fighting game. The squad in the back is stunned by the raw intensity Minato is putting out. Yoryaldeus thinks the attack is so slow and assumes Minato is just trying to bait him into a trap. He tries to counter with a lethal swipe, but Minato ducks underneath it with an elegant dodge that defies his own speed. The MC barely clears a flurry of dark spikes, yelling, "Wait!" as he scrambles for a better position. Inside the mental world, Hinoki is watching closely, questioning if this strategy is actually a good idea. Eilerson asks why he's complaining now, her eyes fixed on the spectacle unfolding. Eilerson tells everyone to just shut up and watch the show. She promises that Yokun won't lose, even against a monster like this first-rank husk. He smiles, reminding them that Yoshikatsu is a founder too, and that means he's got something special. Hinoki smirks, finally settling in to see how a hero actually fights. Yoshikatsu grits his teeth, his determination manifesting as a golden aura around his shield. A girl is dancing while others play drums, enjoying a rare moment of peace in a world gone to hell. A young Yoshikatsu is sitting alone in the back, and his teammates tease him, asking if he wants to surrender now. He smirks, holding up a card and saying he won't fall into the same trap twice. He loses the game immediately, shouting that his friends must be cheating to win that fast. Nimi tells him he's just too weak, noting that this is his 12th consecutive loss in a row. Inari approaches the kid, pointing toward a lonely figure sitting under a distant tree. It's Luciana, the girl who just got teleported to their world a few days ago. The team notes that she doesn't seem to fit in with the rest of the hardened warriors. They ask Yoshikatsu, as their leader, what they should do about her. Yokun looks terrified at the suggestion of actually talking to a girl. He looks over at Luciana, who looks isolated and sad in the fading light of the sunset. Yoshikatsu screams that he's scared of people too, and there's no way he can just open a conversation like a normal person. But he forces himself to stand up and walk over, calling out to her from a safe distance. He's stammering and blushing, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. He manages to ask if she'd like to join them for a game of cards. Luciana looks up, surprised that anyone would even notice her sitting there. She gives him a small, genuine smile and says thanks, and for Yokun, that was more intense than any monster fight. The kid is stunned, wondering what just happened to his heart. Back in the fight, Yaldeus lands a shallow cut on Minato's face, blood spraying into the air. The husk analyzes the new spirit, noting that his attacks are weak, but his movements have a strange, elegant rhythm. He concludes that this spirit is nowhere near as skilled as the spearman or the archer he fought before. The enemy narrows his eyes, preparing to end this inferior performance once and for all. He launches a massive sweep with his black blade, but Minato is already moving before the attack even starts. "Got you!" Yaldeus screams, swinging for the kill. A massive explosion of blue and black energy fills the center of the room. Minato blocks the strike perfectly with his shield, his feet digging into the ground as he absorbs the impact. The husk is shocked. Minato didn't just block, he put his entire aura into the shield for a perfect parry. The shockwave sends the boss reeling back, his perfect defense finally showing a crack. The team in the back can't believe Minato actually stood his ground against that hit. Yaldeus realizes the truth. This founder's main skill isn't swordsmanship, it's absolute aura control. Yoshikatsu lets out a dark giggle that sounds nothing like his shy middle school self. A terrifying, crazed look crosses Minato's face as he reveals that his sword is actually poisonous to cluster cells. The spirits in the back are genuinely scared of his expression, wondering what kind of hero is this crazy. Hinoki explains that Yokun was never a warrior before he was teleported, he was just a normal student. He became stronger only after enduring the brutal training treatments of the other legends. The samurai notes that while Yoshikatsu whines every time he opens his mouth, wholly inside the towers, when the world was ending, he never once ran away from a fight. Even when his feet were shaking with terror, he suppressed his fears and kept moving forward. This is the true definition of courage, not the absence of fear, but the strength to overcome it. That is why Hazama Yoshikatsu is truly a hero. His team looks on with pride, finally seeing their leader get the recognition he deserves. Eilerson gives a small smile, finally admitting the kid is legit. Yoshikatsu is feeling the massive pressure of the husk, his feet shaking just from being near the monster. He knows he won't last long, but he's grateful that Minato allowed him to use his body to finish this. A voice calls out, "Yokun!" and the kid's eyes snap open with a new level of focus. His entire team is cheering for him, shouting for their leader to use his poison and win the fight. They tell him to keep it up as their leader, and Yoshikatsu looks genuinely touched. Minato's consciousness speaks to him, apologizing for being weak and making him struggle so much. Our boy remembers the crying faces of the survivors and his promise to save Natasha's planet. He looks at Yokun with blood-stained determination and says, "I'm counting on you." Yoshikatsu screams, his aura exploding into a vibrant purple flame. He unleashes the Parian-killing sword, a combo that reflects the enemy's power right back into their face. He drives his blade deep into the husk's chest, the purple poison beginning to corrode the biological vessel. Yaldeus feels his body getting slower, shocked that a simple poison could be so effective against his cells. He realizes he's fighting a living founder who survived the cataclysm 300 years ago. Minato follows up with a shield charge, slamming into the boss with the weight of a freight train. "I kept you waiting, huh?" Minato says, his voice a mix of his own and the hero spirit. He hides behind his shield, his eyes cold as he prepares the final assault. The husk tries to grab the shield, but Minato just smirks, knowing the fool never learns. Yokun shouts for Minato to order the next move. Minato screams, and the ninja spirit manifests for a split second to deliver a lethal cut. He swaps weapons instantly, unleashing the demon's lament as he carves through the husk's arms. He shouts next, and the whipmaster lashes out with a revolver whip. The whip strikes like a series of gunshots, shredding the boss's torso into black ribbons. "Nimi!" The pajama girl appears, swinging her massive scythe for an eternal slumber strike. "Longyan!" The nunchucks come out, landing a 1,000 dets combo that leaves the enemy reeling. Yaldeus is losing his mind, unable to react to a combo attack that changes style every single second. Minato calls for the final hit. The carpenter founder manifests his woodworking tools, delivering a rough waves assault that pulverizes the husk's remaining armor. The enemy tries to regenerate, but he's hit his limit. The rank 5 body simply can't keep up with the damage. A massive stone hand erupts from the void, reaching for Minato as the husk's soul tries one last, desperate grab. But Inari leaps into the air, delivering a final acrobatic kick to shatter the hand. The fight is over! The winner is officially Team Hazama Yoshikatsu and his friends. Minato and Yokun share an exhausted smile, finally able to breathe after the most intense fight of their lives. But the victory is short-lived. A warning appears on the screen. The fight isn't actually over. A massive red self-destruct switch has been activated, and the entire planet is about to go boom. The aftermath of the battle is a literal hellscape, with black sludge raining down on the ruins of the cathedral. Shinji and Hiko are still fighting off the smaller monsters, exhausted but alive. They realize that even though they've cut down the numbers, everything depends on Minato winning his duel. Suddenly, a deep, ominous rumbling shakes the ground, nearly knocking the fighters off their feet. Inside the barrier, Minato is gasping for air, his body literally smoking from the strain. He realizes he lent his body to the founders for too long. The recoil is threatening to erase his soul. An earthquake rocks the entire castle, and Minato realizes the barrier is still up even though he defeated the husk. A chilling yo echoes through the chamber, and a new presence manifests in the shadows. Minato draws his blade, demanding to know who the hell is still left to fight. A massive entity with 3 floating eyes introduces himself as Vas Zerg, the original owner of the husk body. He admits he was watching the whole battle, and was actually impressed by the variety of Minato's techniques. Minato's eyes widen in horror, realizing he's now facing the true commander of the clusters. Vas Zerg confirms he's the one who created the dimension-warping barrier they're trapped in. Minato points out that he already defeated a first rank, so why is this guy showing his face now? The monster reveals he's giving Minato a reward for his fighting spirit. He just made the planet's core go berserk! The strategists in the mental world go pale, knowing that a berserk core is the ultimate game over. In simple terms, the planet is going to explode from the inside out and disappear into cosmic dust. Minato screams in disbelief, unable to wrap his head around such a petty and destructive move. He demands to know why they would destroy an entire planet just to kill one person. The commander's eyes zooms in, cold and unfeeling, to kill you for sure this time. He admits that while the planet's energy is valuable food, it's a small price to pay to get rid of a singularity like Minato. The monster tells him to be proud. They're willing to sacrifice an entire world just to make sure he stays dead. Minato grits his teeth, his grip on his sword tightening as he faces his scorned enemy one last time. Outside, a volcano erupts with terrifying force, sending plumes of ash and fire into the sky. The earth is splitting open, swallowing the buildings and monuments of the kingdom whole. Natasha screams for Claude to take care of the survivors, her heart breaking for her dying world. She realizes this isn't a natural disaster, this is a deliberate act of planetary murder. She looks toward the castle, praying that Minato is still alive and has a plan to stop this. Minato summons Hinoki once more, launching a one-sword-style wave to clear a path. He strikes at the commander, but Vas Zerg is hovering in the air, moving like a ghost. The monster laughs at Minato's struggle, dodging the silver slashes with ease. Minato is thrown back, gasping in pain as the fatigue finally catches up to his muscles. Vas Zerg mocks him, noting that he's already exhausted after his fight with Yor-Yeldeus. He promises to keep Minato company until the very moment the planet explodes. A massive dark blast hits Minato's shield, sending sparks flying and nearly breaking his arm. The commander reveals that even without husk stats, his body is the source that creates the monsters. It's more than enough to hold Minato down. Minato tries to draw his blade again, but his hands are shaking too hard to even hold the hilt. He's coughing up blood, his vision blurring as the mental world begins to flicker. Vas Zerg winds up a finishing blow, thinking he can end this before the core even pops. A beam of orange light streaks across the sky, cutting through the darkness. Hinoki screams for Minato to switch with another founder immediately, but another explosion rocks the chamber, throwing everyone into chaos. Minato hits the floor hard, sobbing as he realizes his mind is at its absolute limit. He can't switch with anyone. Rion is in a panic, realizing that bearing the burden of 10 different founders in one day has fried Minato's circuits. The other spirits are desperate, asking what they can possibly do to help him now. They realize they need to defeat the commander, break the barrier, and reach the teleportation point all at once. Hinoki looks at the others and says, "You're wrong. The warriors look at the samurai, confused by his calm demeanor in the middle of a literal apocalypse. "No!" Minato screams, pulling himself up from the dirt by sheer force of will. He remembers the faces of the people he failed to save before, and the tears of the princess. "I don't care what happens to my body," he bellows, his aura flaring one last time. "But I have to save this planet no matter what!" Yoshikatsu looks at the MC with pure admiration, seeing the true heart of a hero. Minato curses under his breath, his teeth bared in a snarl of pure defiance. He refuses to believe that after coming this far and defeating a first rank, this is where he falls. He grips his sword, prepared to burn his very soul just to land one more hit. "You did well, Minato-kun," a soft voice says, cutting through the rage. Suddenly, a massive rift appears in the barrier, light pouring in from the outside world. The indestructible green cube finally shatters into a million pieces. Minato is falling through the air, stunned that the barrier actually broke. He looks up with half-lidded eyes, wondering who could have possibly done this. He sees Akane hovering in the air, her green runes glowing brighter than ever before. She's crying with relief, shouting that she made it in time to break the barrier. Vaz-Zurg is in shock, unable to believe a human girl broke his strongest defense. "This is the end," a voice booms, and a shadow looms over the commander. A massive pillar of blue wind energy descends from the sky, aimed right at the monster's head. Midori stands over the commander, his blonde hair whipping in the wind as he tells the monster he doesn't look like a human. The monster's eye goes wide with terror, sensing a power that rivals even the MC's peak. Vaz-Zurg instinctively shifts into defensive mode, his body folding into a black diamond shape. The narrator notes that for the first time in his entire life as a cluster, the commander is experiencing an emotion he never thought possible: fear. Midori lets out a roar of his own, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into the attack. A massive explosion of teal light consumes the area, shredding the commander's body into atoms. The ultimate turbulent strike carves through the landscape, a beautiful and terrifying display of power. The energy ripples out into space, showing just how much force the blonde hero was holding back. Minato, Akane, and Midori stand together, the main enemy finally defeated by the combined strength of Earth's heroes. The war is over, but the nightmare is just beginning. Massive earthquakes rip the land apart while lightning crashes through a blood-red sky, making it clear that the planet's self-destruct sequence is already in motion. The survivors can only watch in horror as their city and castle begin to sink into the abyss, realizing their entire country is effectively gone. The refugees cry out in despair, wondering if all their struggle and sacrifice was for nothing, since the planet still seems doomed. Our squad's analyst adjusts his glasses, grimly noting that the scale of this disaster is fatal and it looks like a terrible end for everyone. He realizes that despite their power, his and Iryu's skills are only good for moving refugees, not stopping a planetary explosion. He grips his fist until it bleeds, feeling powerless because he wanted to be a captain who didn't let anyone die, but then he hears a shout for Natasha. Natasha arrives riding her summon, declaring that everyone is accounted for and telling them all to stay exactly where they are. The crowd cheers for their princess as she prepares to face the impossible, even as the ground beneath her feet continues to shatter. She looks back with a determined smile, thanking her teammates because their support has given her the strength to keep fighting. With a burst of blue energy, she charges forward on her mount, heading straight toward the heart of the chaos. The squad watches her go, their faces a mix of pride and worry as they put all their hopes on her shoulders. Natasha reaches Minato and Akane, frantically checking if they're all right after their brutal battle. The screen fades to white as a heavy silence falls, with only a soft apology hanging in the air. Minato, battered and bloodied, tells her the enemy is dead, but he's devastated because he can't stop the planet's core from blowing up. He grits his teeth in pure agony, screaming out an apology because he feels like he's failed to save her home. Natasha stays silent for a moment, her expression unreadable as she stares at the man who fought so hard for her. Suddenly, she grabs him and shouts that it's not over yet. There is still a way to save this planet. Akane and Minato are stunned, looking at her in disbelief and asking how such a miracle is even possible. Natasha begins to explain a secret from 300 years ago, when the world was a very different place. Just like Earth has its legendary founders, Urod had its own guardians who protected the balance of the world. She explains that a planet has its own conscious will, and her sparklight power allows her to tap into that ancient energy. She claims she can communicate with the planet's soul itself, leaving Midori and the others completely blindsided by the revelation. She explains that a mysterious founder of a wanderer was the one who taught her the theory behind this technique. The plan is insane. She has to dive into the deepest part of the planet through the central tower and hit the core with her sparklight. She tells them to leave the rest to her and prepares to take the plunge into the literal center of the world. Minato calls out to her, stopping her for a split second as he pulls something out of his pocket. He apologizes for not giving it to her sooner and holds out a gold chain, telling her she needs to take this with her. It's a locket he recovered from her fallen brother, a final memento from the family she lost during the invasion. Inside are pictures of her family and her brother's final wish for Minato to take care of his sister. Natasha clutches the locket to her chest, a sad but resolute smile forming on her face as she finds her true purpose. She shouts a final thank you to the squad and dives headfirst into the glowing blue energy of the tower. She plunges through the structure, cursing the clusters for what they've done to her world. Memories of her peaceful childhood and the people she loved flash before her eyes, reminding her of everything the aliens stole. She grips the locket tight, refusing to let the flame of her people's memory be extinguished. With fire in her eyes, she declares that she absolutely refuses to lose this planet too. The timer is ticking, only 2 minutes remain until the explosion as she rockets down the massive shaft. She knows she's burned through too much mana today, so she ignores the obstacles and pushes her speed to the absolute limit. Deep down, she struggles with feelings of worthlessness, calling herself a useless princess who couldn't protect anyone. She remembers the screams of her people and the countless lives lost while she was forced to run away. Even after obtaining her sparklight power, she felt small and insignificant against the overwhelming might of the clusters. She admits she couldn't have done any of this alone and relied entirely on the warriors who came from Earth to help her. But as she reaches the bottom, her eyes sharpen with a new kind of determination. She remembers the first time she met the squad and how they didn't hesitate to stand by her side. She thinks of every one of them, even the stoic Midori, and wonders why they would go so far for a world that wasn't theirs. Shinji's voice rings in her head, telling her it's about the bond of being teammates, which is stronger than any logic. Midori adds that it's like a connection from a previous life, even if Earth's proverbs are a bit confusing to her. Akane's kindness follows, explaining that she understands the pain of losing loved ones and couldn't just walk away. Midori views his help as a form of atonement for his own past mistakes, showing his true character. Even the squad leader claims he has his own goals, pushing his glasses up with that cool, calculated look. The youngest member gives a thumbs up, admitting it's dangerous but saying it's fine because Natasha is cute. And then there's Minato, our main man, who just looks at her with that genuine, heartwarming smile. He honestly admits he doesn't have a grand reason for being there, which catches her off guard. The rest of the squad chibis yell at him for being such a clueless captain, adding a moment of humor to the tension. Even the legendary founders inside him are supposedly furious at his lack of a cool, main character speech. But then, Minato gets serious, remembering the tears he saw in her eyes when she shared her memories with him. He tells her simply that he just wanted to be able to stop her from crying, leaving Natasha completely speechless. Natasha realizes that for her, that simple, honest desire was the #1 reason she kept going. Minato's final words to her were that he just likes it when she smiles, and that's enough for him. Back in the present, Natasha smiles through the pain, feeling the warmth of those words even in the dark. She marvels at how such a short time together gave her more courage than she ever thought possible. Everyone has helped her, and now she vows to answer their faith with everything she has left. Suddenly, massive cluster tentacles block her path, but she spots a tiny gap and prepares to thread the needle. A voice screams, "My lady!" as a green light suddenly blasts through the darkness. Claude appears out of nowhere, performing a high-speed ritual move to clear a path for his princess. He kicks off the walls with insane agility, providing the opening Natasha needs to reach the core. He finishes with a lethal sword strike, holding back the swarming defenses with his final ounces of strength. Natasha screams his name in shock, realizing her bodyguard followed her all the way down here. Claude smirks despite the blood on his face, teasing her for being such a tomboy that she tried to leave him behind. He unleashes a massive technique to distract the monsters, telling her to go save the planet while he handles the trash. With her path cleared, Natasha charges her sparklight energy, focusing every bit of her soul into one point. She sees it, the high-tech cluster mechanism that's been sucking the life out of her world. She finds the central core, a dark, pulsating sphere that's the source of the self-destruct sequence. She knows if she destroys this, the explosion will stop, but it will take her biggest and final sparklight attack. She screams that she's going to break this curse once and for all, her hands glowing with blinding light. A sharp shink sound echoes through the chamber as dark spikes suddenly erupt from the ground. Blood sprays as multiple cluster thorns impale Natasha's body, stopping her just inches from the core. She gasps in agony, a spike through her shoulder and another through her side as her vision begins to fade. She looks up, feeling hopeless as she calls out to her mother, father, and brother in her final moments. The locket slips from her fingers, falling toward the core as she feels her life slipping away. A blinding white light suddenly fills the entire cavern, warmer and more powerful than her own magic. Natasha's eyes flutter open, seeing the faces of her family looking down on her with pure love. It's like they're right there with her, their spirits pushing back against the darkness that's trying to take her. Her parents and brother stand behind her, their hands symbolically joining hers to give her one last boost of power. She realizes they've been with her the whole time, and she isn't alone in this fight. With a renewed fire in her soul, she declares that she will not give up, no matter the cost. She grits her teeth, ignoring the spikes through her body as she reaches out one final time. She lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure determination, her energy surging to levels that defy logic. Her hand, marked with a glowing blue crest, finally makes contact with the surface of the dark core, with every fiber of her being, unleashing a massive explosion of holy energy. The light consumes everything, shattering the dark core and purging the cluster cells from the planet's heart. The final image shows her silhouette against the blinding light, a true savior standing atop the source of her world's destruction. As her hand rests on the remains of the core, the energy stabilizes, turning the dark sphere into a pure, glowing white. A massive pillar of light shoots up from the center of the planet, visible from every corner of the world. Claude and Natasha are caught in the glow, their expressions finally peaceful as they realize they've actually done it. Back at the ruins of the castle, the survivors can only watch as the earth finally stops shaking. The cluster energy that was swarming the tower suddenly dissipates, leaving the squad in awe of the changing sky. Akane uses her alchemy to protect the group, her eyes fixed on the massive light show happening in the distance. Midori stands guard, vowing that he won't let a single enemy get close while their friends are still down there. Akane's eyes widen as she senses a massive shift in the world's mana, something she's never felt before. The light begins to rain down on the ruins, bringing a sense of calm that replaces the previous terror. Across the frontier of Urad, the people look up in wonder, asking what this strange, beautiful light could be. They look toward the capital, wondering if this is a new alien weapon or the sign of their salvation. The glow becomes so bright that it blinds the refugees, forcing them to shield their eyes from the divine radiance. The towers that the clusters use to drain the planet begin to crumble and dissolve into nothingness. From space, a massive blue barrier expands across the entire globe, purging every trace of alien infection. The planet literally glows like a new star, its life force being completely restored in a single instant. The surrounding moons and space itself seem to vibrate from the sheer power of Urad's rebirth. The dark, murky atmosphere clears, revealing a star-studded sky that the people haven't seen in years. The screen goes pure white as the planet's transformation reaches its glorious peak. Back on the surface, the squad is stunned to see that every single cluster enemy has been completely erased. Akane holds up a weakened Minato, who smiles through his exhaustion as they realize the mission is finally over. They look up at the sky, whispering that Natasha actually did the impossible and saved her world. The floating rubble begins to settle, and the air feels fresh and clean for the first time in memory. Natasha's eyes slowly flutter open as she lies on the ground, the warm sun hitting her face. She bolts upright with a gasp, her heart pounding as she tries to remember what happened. Akane greets her with a warm smile, telling her good morning and making Natasha wonder if she's actually died. She catches a strange, mouth-watering scent on the breeze, something she hasn't smelled in ages. She looks around, confused, asking what that incredible smell could possibly be. She sees Minato standing over a massive cooking pot, his hair silver as he focuses intently on the food. Minato is using a progenitor's power to manipulate ingredients mid-air, creating a feast that looks like magic. He uses Hinoki's one-sword style not for combat, but to slice vegetables with sublight precision. He performs a diced slash and thick clouds technique, preparing meat and veggies faster than the eye can follow. The progenitor Hinoki chibis in the background, telling the next spirit it's their turn to take over. Minato ties a headband around his forehead, his expression shifting as a new spirit takes control of his body. Meet the founder of Chinatown, Toki Genzaburo, the ultimate chef who's about to turn this wasteland into a 5-star kitchen. He lets out a flurry of "Ora, ora, ora" shouts as he tosses a massive wok over an open flame with insane energy. In record time, he presents a mountain of stir-fried meat and vegetables, telling everyone to eat their fill. Claude is already there, helping carry the massive trays to the hungry refugees with a wink. Genzaburo tells the kids not to rush because there's plenty for everyone, even asking if they like their veggies. He looks up and sees the rest of the squad returning from a supply run with even more food. Midori and Shinji arrive carrying a massive fish and a giant boar, looking proud of their contribution to the meal. Genzaburo starts barking orders, telling them to drain the blood and get the appetizers ready immediately. He tells Shinji to cut the meat into specific chunks, leaving the red-haired swordsman questioning his life choices. Even Midori is put to work on the fish, with Genzaburo's chibi head hovering over him to make sure he does it right. He even drafts Akane into the kitchen, telling her to use her alchemy to create more tableware since they're running short. Natasha is completely bewildered, yelling at everyone and asking what on earth they're doing. Shinji and Midori just look at her blankly, asking what she means because it's obvious. They're cooking! The scene is incredible. Rows of refugees are sitting down to a massive feast, their eyes filled with tears of joy. A mother and child share a bowl of hot food, crying because it's the first delicious meal they've had in years. Genzaburo continues to stir his wok, mentioning that their healer is available for anyone who's still injured. He explains that Minato collapsed after the fight, but recovered enough to let a founder borrow his body for this feast. With a confident grin, he declares that the best thing after a brutal battle is a good meal. Natasha is stunned, her eyes widening as she looks past the food at the horizon. She realizes that there isn't a single cluster tower left standing. The planet is finally free. Genzaburo laughs, reminding her that she's the one who erased them all with that massive sparklight burst. They look up at the clear, beautiful sky, realizing that the blue of Oret has finally returned. He gives her a friendly point, telling her to go ahead and eat her meal while it's still hot. He tells her to enjoy it together with her people, showing that he understands the true weight of her victory. A young girl runs up to Natasha with a huge plate of food, her face beaming with the most beautiful smile. Natasha's lip quivers as she looks at the girl, her emotions finally boiling over. She can only manage a soft okay as she tries to hold back her tears of relief. She finally breaks down into a joyful sob, smiling through her tears as she tells her people she's coming to join them. Suddenly, a voice screams Minato's name, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. The squad's assistant runs up in a panic, yelling that they have a huge problem because thousands more refugees are arriving. Genzaburo just gets fired up, his eyes turning into literal flames as he shouts for them to bring it on! He rallies the entire Kanagi squad, declaring that they're going to feed every single person on this planet. In the background, the survivors are laughing and talking, finally able to enjoy a moment of peace. Midori stands apart from the group, a small, satisfied smile on his face as he watches the scene unfold. The entire field is filled with people eating and celebrating, their voices rising in a chorus of gratitude for their princess. Natasha shares a spoon with the little girl, telling her it's the most delicious food she's ever tasted. Deep inside Minato's soul, the other founders are watching the feast with growling stomachs, wishing they had bodies too. Minato's spirit laughs, promising he'll let them all take turns using his body to taste the food later. The other spirits erupt in excitement, their chibi faces full of anticipation for their turn to eat. They start arguing over who gets to go first, while Melis asks Hinoki why he's smiling so much. Melis looks back with a soft expression, admitting that she just missed this kind of camaraderie. She remembers 300 years ago, when they always ate like this together after every victory. Hinoki just huffs and turns away, but he can't hide the small smirk on his face. The spirits watch the sun set over the liberated planet, agreeing that a good meal is the perfect end to a war. Hinoki walks away into the darkness of Minato's mind, saying he needs to clear his thoughts. He thinks about the first-rank husk they fought, realizing the monster didn't actually die and can't regenerate yet. He grips his sword hilt, vowing to cut it down himself the next time they cross paths. Meanwhile, in a dark dimension, a mysterious voice asks if it's true that Yor was defeated. A silhouette confirms it, mentioning that even with a quintuple husk, the enemy was too strong. They remember a specific prophecy they set up there, wondering if the gears of destruction are already in motion. A new villain with white hair and dark skin smirks, declaring they'll go see the results for themselves, while Minato enjoys his meal, unaware of the new threat. Several days have passed since the battle for Urod ended, and the squad is busy preparing for their departure. Minato and Akane use their combined powers to create a massive structure, shouting Trismegistus in perfect sync. A row of modern, prefabricated buildings slams into the ground with a thunderous boom. They're using high-speed prefabrication to build an entire refugee camp in a matter of seconds. The local survivors are beyond words, their jaws dropping as they watch a small city appear out of nowhere. Minato compliments Akane on her speed, while she smugly reminds him that alchemy is her specialty and he's just cheating with his spirits. Akane's chibi head yells at him, wondering how he's still somehow faster than her, despite her being the pro. Suddenly, a young boy notices a strange, deep crack in the earth nearby. The squad's captain explains it's a result of the earthquakes and wonders exactly how far the fissure goes. A massive explosion of light suddenly erupts from the end of the crack, catching everyone by surprise. A torrent of pure water blasts into the air like a geyser, surging through the dry terrain. Midori walks up with a casual wave, announcing he's managed to redirect a nearby river to flow toward the camp. The kids immediately jump into the new stream, laughing as they realize they finally have a source of fresh drinking water. Midori mentions he paved around 10 kilometers of the riverbed all the way to the ocean, leaving the captain calling him a monster. He asks where Shinji is, just as a massive red energy beam slams into the ground nearby. Shinji appears standing atop a mountain of freshly cut timber, asking Minato if this is enough wood for their construction. The local survivors realize that even the rest of the squad are essentially gods in human form. Midori uses his wind magic to clear away the remaining rubble, making the refugees realize just how scary these Earth warriors really are. Minato surveys the work, noting that once they finish the waterway, the people will have everything they need to survive. He suddenly asks where Natasha has gone, noticing she's not with the rest of the rebuilding crew. Akane points toward the ruins of the castle, suggesting she's having a final moment of reflection there. She tells Minato to go have a final chat with her before they have to head back home to Earth. Akane gathers the children for lunch, her kind smile hiding the fact that she's about to leave them behind. Minato finds Natasha sitting on her summon in the middle of the castle ruins, looking out over her kingdom. Footsteps crunch on the rubble as Minato approaches the silent princess. She's looking at the broken stones that once formed her home, her bodyguard Claude standing loyally behind her. She's holding the locket Minato gave her, staring at the pictures of the family she'll never see again. She senses him and turns around, her voice soft as she says his name. Natasha immediately apologizes, thinking she's late for the camp construction work. Minato apologizes too, feeling bad that they had to destroy so much of the castle during the fight, but she tells him she doesn't mind at all. She struggles to find the words, her eyes looking downward as she thinks about her past. She reminisces about being born into royalty and the life of comfort she had with her parents. She remembers the grand halls of the castle and how she always lived safely within its walls. She realizes that the battle was her final chance to truly meet them again through her memories. Claude and Minato stand by her side, a silent support system for a girl who's lost everything. She formally addresses him as the captain of Earth's anti-prophecy unit, her voice regaining its royal strength. She bows deeply, thanking him from the bottom of her heart for saving her and her world. Minato panics, telling her it's too much because she's the one who's the true savior of the planet. Natasha declares that while she can't do much now, she will definitely repay this debt someday. She starts planning to build bronze statues of the entire Kanagi squad, making Minato cringe with embarrassment. He tries to refuse, but she just looks at him with a serious, unwavering gaze. She tells him the people of this planet will never forget what they did, no matter how many generations pass. She looks him dead in the eye, her smile finally reaching her eyes as she says his name. They share a firm handshake, a silent pact of friendship between two leaders from different worlds. As evening falls, a massive blue teleportation point opens up in the center of the camp. The refugees are heartbroken, crying out because they haven't been able to do anything to thank their saviors. The kids beg Shinji and Hiko not to go, their faces full of genuine sadness as they say their goodbyes. The youngest squad member tries to bargain with the captain, asking to stay for just one more week. The team leader immediately shuts him down with a hilarious attack chop to the head. Akane and Midori wave goodbye, promising that they'll come back and visit whenever they can. The crowd roars with thank you shouts as the squad prepares to step into the light, but then Claude speaks up. Minato looks back, confused by the sudden change in Claude's tone. Claude bluntly suggests that Minato should just marry their princess, making both of them spit out their drinks in shock. Natasha screams his name in total embarrassment, her face turning bright red. Claude points out they're a perfect match, a hero and a queen, and reminds Minato of his "Stop your tears" line from earlier. The entire crowd of refugees starts cheering for the marriage, making Natasha yell at them to stop. She stammers that she doesn't hate Minato, but they just don't have time for romance with the world at stake. Minato just gives a nervous yes, wanting to escape the awkward situation as fast as possible. He gets serious for a moment, reminding her that their first priority is protecting their homeworlds from the clusters. Natasha agrees, vowing to do her absolute best to rebuild her country from the ashes. Claude smirks, telling them both that it's only going to get harder from here on out. They both declare they're prepared for the challenge, their spirits high as they face the future. The survivors give one final massive cheer as the princess and the hero share a final look. The teleportation beam intensifies, pulling the squad back toward their own dimension. They wave one last time, their figures dissolving into the blue light as they leave Urad behind. The screen goes white as the journey through space and time begins. They arrive back at Earth's Mausoleum of the Founders, the youngest member screaming with joy that they're finally home. He cries out that home really is the best, his face full of pure relief. The captain dryly reminds him that he was the one who wanted to stay for another week just a few minutes ago. The group talks about how they'd like to visit Oret again once things calm down, realizing they can go there anytime they want. Minato looks at the locket one last time, thinking about the concept of family and what it means to him. He has a gentle, peaceful smile on his face as he walks toward the exit. He suddenly tells the group he's sorry and asks if it's too late to go visit his parent. Midori mentions that Minato's house is actually nearby, and we see a flashback of them eating dinner with his mom. He walks through the city streets, the familiar sight of cars and buildings feeling like a dream after the alien war. He remembers his mom's warm smile and her telling him to be back by New Year's Eve. He runs through the town, excited to surprise her with his early return. The camera pans up to show a figure with long white hair and dark skin watching him from a rooftop. She whispers, "Found him," as she cracks her knuckles, her eyes fixed on the unsuspecting hero. She's Aelanog Fawn, a second-rank cluster husk, and she's already marked Minato as her next victim as he walks into a trap.